The mention of his brother would serve to remind him of the manner in which his brother had left, with £10 and 59p in his pocket, to which sum she'd added not 1 penny in the 10 years he'd been gone. Thea rose, and for a terrible moment she thought she'd misjudged him, seeing a need for a maternal bond where he'd long outgrown it. But then he spoke, and she knew she'd won. "I'll start phoning the council members in the morning," he said. She felt her face's rigidity loosen into a smile. "You see, don't you, how we can use that disturbance in the council meeting to our own advantage? We'll win this, Theo, and before we're through we'll have shore-in lights all round this town. Think what life will be like for you then. Think of the man you'll be." He looked away from her, but not at the window, to the door this time, and to whatever lay beyond it. Despite the heat that seemed to throb in the air, he shuddered. Then he headed towards the door. "What?" she asked him. "It's nearly 10. Where are you going?" "To cool off," he said. "Where do you expect to do that? It's no cooler outside than it is in this house." "I know," he said, "but the air's fresher, Gran." And the tone of his voice gave her an inkling of the cost that was attached to winning. Chapter 14. Since she had been the last diner that night, it was easy for Basil Treves to waylay Barbara. He did so as she passed the residence lounge, having decided to forego postprandial coffee in favour of a prowl along the cliff top, where she hoped to encounter an errant sea breeze. "Sergeant!" Snake-like, Treves sibilated when he whispered her title. The hotelier was in 007 mode. "I didn't want to intrude on your meal." A screwdriver in Treves' hand indicated that he had been in the process of making some sort of adjustment to the large-screen television on which Daniel Day-Lewis was in the process of swearing eternal fidelity to a bosom-heaving woman prior to jumping through a waterfall. "But now that you're finished, if you've a moment—" Rather than wait for a response, he took Barbara's elbow between his thumb and index finger and firmly guided her down the passage to reception. He slid behind the desk and removed a computer printout from its bottom drawer. "More information," he said conspiratorially, "and I thought it best not to share it with you while you were engaged with, well, with others, if you know what I mean. But as you're free at the moment— You are free, aren't you?" He peered past her shoulder as if expecting Daniel Day-Lewis to dash out of the lounge and come to her rescue, flintlock rifle at the ready. "Free's my middle name." Barbara wondered why the odious man didn't do something about the condition of his skin. It was flaking off into his beard in significant clumps this evening. He looked as if he'd dipped his face into a plate of pastry crumbs. "Excellent," he said. He gave a glance round for eavesdroppers, and apparently finding none, but still deciding to proceed with caution, he leaned over the counter to speak confidentially and to share the gin on his breath. "Phone records," he exhaled gustily. "I had a new system put in last year, thank God, so I've a record of everyone's trunk calls. Before, all calls went through the switchboard, and we had to keep records by hand and time them, and the calls, not the records, that is. An utterly Byzantine method, and hardly accurate. Let me tell you, Sergeant, it led to the most unpleasant rows at check-out time." "You've tracked down Mr. Quaroshi's outgoing calls?" Barbara said encouragingly. She found herself marginally impressed. Eczema or not, the man was actually proving himself to be a bit of a gold mine. "Brilliant, Mr. Treves. What have we got?" As usual, he preened himself at her use of the plural pronoun. He turned the computer printout round on top of the desk so that it faced her. She could see that he'd circled perhaps 24 phone calls. They all began with the same double noughts. It was a list of foreign calls, Barbara realized. "I did take the liberty of carrying our investigation a little further, Sergeant. I do hope I wasn't overstepping the mark." Treves took up a pencil from a holder fashioned out of seashells glued to an erstwhile soup tin. He used it as a pointer as he went on. "These numbers are in Pakistan, 3 in Karachi and another in Lahore. That's in the Punjab, by the way. And these 2 are Germany, both of them Hamburg. I didn't phone any of them, mind you. Once I saw the international code, I found that all I needed was the telephone directory. The country and city codes are listed there. He sounded slightly chagrined by this final admission. Like so many people, he had doubtlessly assumed that police work comprised cloak and daggering, when it didn't comprise stakeouts, shootouts, and lengthy car chases in which lorries and buses crashed into each other as the bad guys manoeuvred wildly through urban traffic. "These are all his calls?" Barbara asked. "For his entire stay?" "Every trunk call," Treves corrected her. "For the local calls he made, of course, there is no record." Barbara hunched over the desk and began to examine the printout page by page. She saw that the long-distance phone calls had been few and far between in the earliest days of Quarashi's stay, and at that time they had been made to a single number in Karachi. In the last 3 weeks of his stay, however, the international calls had increased, tripling in the final 5 days. The vast majority had been made to Karachi. Only 4 times had he phoned Hamburg. She reflected on this. Among the telephone messages that callers had left for Haytham Quarashi during his absence from the burnt house, there had been none from any foreign country, because surely the competent WPC Belinda Warner would have made that point to his superior officer when reporting earlier that afternoon on the telephone chits she had been given to research. So either he always got through to his intended party, or he didn't leave a message for a return call when he didn't get through. Barbara looked at the length of each of the calls, and saw confirmation for this latter interpretation of the printout. The longest call he'd made was 42 minutes, the shortest 13 seconds, surely not enough time to leave anyone a message. But the pile-up of calls so close to his death was what Barbara found intriguing, and it was clear to her that she needed to track down whoever was at the other end of the telephone numbers. She glanced at her watch and idly wondered what time it was in Pakistan. "Mr. Treves," she said, preparatory to disengaging herself from the man, "you're an absolute marvel." He put a hand to his breast, humility incarnate. "I'm only too glad to help you, Sergeant. Ask anything of me, anything at all, and I'll comply to the best of my ability. And with complete discretion, of course, upon that you may rely. Should it be information, evidence, recollections, eyewitness accounts?" As to that, Barbara decided that there was no time like the present to weasel from the man the truth about his own whereabouts on the night that Quarashi died. She considered how best to ease it out of him without his awareness. "Last Friday evening, Mr. Treves." He was immediately all attention, eyebrows raised and hands clasped beneath the 3rd button on his shirt. Yes, last Friday evening." "You saw Mr. Quarashi leave, didn't you?" "He did indeed," Treves told her. "He was in the bar doing his bit with the brandy and the port. He saw Quarashi coming down the stairs, reflected in a mirror. But hadn't he already imparted this information to the sergeant?" "Of course he had," she reassured him hastily. What she was leading up to were the others in the bar. If Mr. Treves was pouring brandy and port, it seemed logical to conclude that he was pouring it for other guests in the bar. Was that the case? And if so, did any of the others leave at the same time Quarashi did, perhaps following him? "Ah!" Treves lifted an index finger heavenward as he ascertained her point. He went on to tell her that the only people to leave the bar when Quarashi left the burnt house were poor old Mrs. Porter with her Zimmer, clearly not fleet enough of foot to be in hot pursuit of anyone, and the Reeds, an ageing couple from Cambridge who'd come to the burnt house to celebrate their 45th wedding anniversary. "We do a special for birthdays, weddings and anniversaries," he confided. "I dare say they wanted to have at their champagne and chockies." As for the rest of the hotel residents, they had hung about the bar and the lounge till 11:30. He could vouch for each and every one of them, he told her. He was with them all evening. Fine, Barbara thought. And she was pleased to see that he was none the wiser at having provided her with an alibi for his own whereabouts. She thanked him, said good night, and with a computer printout tucked beneath her arm, she took herself up the stairs. In her room she went directly to the phone. It stood on one of the 2 wobbly bedside tables next to a dusty lamp that was shaped like a pineapple. With the printout in her lap, Barbara punched for an outside line and then tapped in the first number in Germany. Several clicks, and the connection was made. A phone began ringing somewhere across the North Sea. When the ringing stopped, she drew in a breath to identify herself. But instead of a human being, she found she was listening to an answer machine. A male voice spoke in machine-gun German. She caught the number 7 and 2 9s, but other than that, and the word Schuss at the end, which she took for a German form of cheerio bye-bye, she gleaned nothing whatsoever from the message. The beep sounded, and she left her name, her phone number, and a request for a return call, all with the hope that whoever listened to her message spoke English. She went on to the second number in Hamburg, and found herself on the line with a woman, saying something as unintelligible as had the male voice on the answer machine. But at least this was a real human being, and Barbara wasn't about to let her slip through her grasp. God, how she wished she'd studied foreign language at the Comprehensive. All she knew how to say in German was "bitte zwei Bier," which didn't seem applicable in the situation. She thought, bloody hell, but gathered her wits enough to say, "Ich spreche, sprechen vous? No, that's not right. I'm calling from England. Hell, damn." This was apparently sufficient stimulus, because the response came in English, and the words were surprising. "Here is Ingrid Eck," the woman said curtly, and with an accent so heavy that Barbara half expected to hear Das Deutschland-Lied playing in the background. "Here is Hamburg Police. Wer ist das, bitte? How may I help you?" Police, Barbara thought. Hamburg police? German police? What in hell was a Pakistani in England doing phoning the German police? She said, "Sorry, Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers here, New Scotland Yard." "New Scotland Yard?" the woman repeated. "Ja, to whom will you wish to speak at this location?" "I'm not sure," Barbara said. "We're looking into a murder, and the victim—" "You have a German victim?" Ingrid Eck asked at once, and went on to clarify with, "Has a German national been involved in a homicide, please?" "No, our victim is Asian. Pakistani, in fact, a bloke called Haytham Qureshi, and he phoned this number 2 days before he was killed. I'm trying to trace the call. I'd like to speak to whoever he phoned. Can you help me?" "Oh, yeah, I see." And then she spoke past the receiver, rapid German, of which Barbara caught the words England and Maud. Several voices answered, many gutturals like the clearing throats of a half-dozen men afflicted with serious postnasal drip. Barbara's hopes lifted at the passion of their conversation, only to be dashed when Ingrid's voice came back over the line. "Here is Ingrid another time," she said. "I feel terror that we can be of no help." Terror, Barbara thought, before she made the correction to "I'm afraid." "Let me spell out the name for you," she said helpfully. "Foreign names are odd when you hear them, aren't they? And if you see it written down, you might recognise it, or someone else might if you pass it round." With stops and starts, and at least 5 pauses to make corrections in the spelling, Ingrid took Haytham Qureshi's name. She said in her creative and broken English that she would display it and circulate it round the station, but New Scotland Yard weren't to get their hopes up about receiving a helpful answer. Many hundred people worked at Polizeihochhaus in Hamburg in one division or another, and there was no telling if the right person would see the circulated and displayed name any time soon. People were beginning to take their summer holidays. People were overworked. People's focus was on German rather than English problems. So much for European unity, Barbara thought. She asked Ingrid to do her best, left her own number, and rang off. She blotted her hot face on the hem of her T-shirt, thinking how unlikely it was that she'd find an English-speaking recipient at the other end of her next set of phone calls. It had to be well after midnight in Pakistan, and since she didn't know a word of Urdu in which to tell an Asian sleeper why his slumber had been shattered by the ringing of his phone, Barbara decided to rustle up someone who could do the job for her. She went up the stairs and made her way down the corridor to the section of the hotel in which Qureshi's room had been. She paused before the door behind which she'd heard television voices on the previous night. Azar and Hadia had to be within. It was unthinkable that Basil Treves might have deviated from his odious, separate but equal philosophy by placing the Asians in part of the hotel where his English guests would have their delicate sensibilities disrupted by a foreign presence. She knocked quietly and said Azar's name, then knocked again. The key turned in the lock within, and he was standing before her in a maroon dressing-gown with a cigarette in his hand. Behind him the room was semi-dark. A bedside lamp was shaded by a large blue handkerchief, but enough light was apparently left for him to read by. A bound document of some sort lay next to his pillow. "Is Hadia asleep? Can you come to my room?" she asked him. He looked so startled at the request that Barbara felt her face begin to flame at the implication behind her words. She said hurriedly, "I need you to phone some numbers in Pakistan for me," and went on to explain how she'd come by them. "Ah!" He glanced at the gold watch on his thin wrist. "Have you any idea what time it is in Pakistan, Barbara?" "Late." "Early," he corrected her, "extremely early. Would your purposes not be better served by waiting till a more reasonable hour?" "Not when we're dealing with a murder," she said. "Will you make the calls for me, Azar?" He looked over his shoulder into the room. Beyond him, Barbara could see the small, humped figure of Hadia in the second bed. She was sleeping with a large, stuffed Kermit tucked in beside her. "Very well," Azar said, and stepped back into the room. "If you'll give me a moment to change—" "Forget it, you don't need to get dressed. This will probably take less than 5 minutes. Come on." She didn't give him a chance to argue. She set off down the corridor in the direction of the stairs. Behind her she heard the sound of his door closing, followed by the scrape of the key as he locked up. She waited for him at the top of the stairs. Qureshi was phoning Pakistan at least once a day in the last 3 weeks. Whoever got those calls is bound to remember if they've heard he's dead. "The family has been informed," Azar told her. "Aside from them, I can't think whom he might have been phoning." "That's what we're about to find out." She shoved open the door of her room and ushered him inside. From the floor she scooped up the underclothes, the drawstring trousers, and the T-shirt that she'd worn earlier that day. She tossed them into the clothes cupboard with an "Excuse the mess," and led him to the bedside table, where the computer printout lay on the dingy counterpane. "Have at it," she said. "Make yourself comfortable." He sat and looked at the printout for a moment, cigarette in his mouth and a plume of smoke rising like a vaporous serpent above his head. He tapped his fingers beneath one of the circled numbers, and finally glanced in her direction. "Are you certain you wish me to place these calls?" "Why wouldn't I be certain?" "We sit among opposing forces, Barbara. Should the parties at the other end of these numbers speak only Urdu, how will you know I'm relating the truth of the conversation to you?" He had a point. Prior to fetching him, she hadn't dwelt long upon Azar's reliability as a conduit of information. She hadn't thought about the question at all. She wondered why. Nonetheless, she said, "Our objective's the same, isn't it? We both want to get to the bottom of who killed Qureshi. I can't think you'd do something to bury the truth once you knew it was the truth. Frankly, you've never seemed that type." He gazed at her, his expression something between thoughtful, enlightened, and perplexed. He finally said, "As you wish," and picked up the phone. Barbara dug her cigarettes out of her bag, lit up, and dropped onto the dressing-table's lime-cushioned stool. She moved an ashtray within reach of both of them. Azar used his long fingers to shove back a wing of black hair that had fallen across his forehead. He placed his cigarette into the ashtray and said, "It's ringing. Have you a pencil?" Then, a moment later, "It's a recording, Barbara." He frowned, listening. He jotted notes on the printout. He left no message, however, when the recording finished. He just rang off. "This number," and he ticked off one of them, "this is a travel agency in Karachi, worldwide tours. The message gave their hours of operation, none of which," he smiled and reached for his cigarette, "happened to be between midnight and 7 a.m. Barbara looked at the printout. "He phoned them 4 times last week. What do you make of that? Honeymoon plans? The great escape from his marriage?" "Doubtless he was merely arranging for his family's transport, Barbara. They would have wanted to be here to celebrate his marriage to my cousin. Shall I continue?" She nodded. He went on to the next number. The connection was made, and within moments he was speaking Urdu. Barbara could hear the voice on the other end of the line. The words, at first hesitant, quickly became both urgent and passionate. The conversation went on some minutes, with English interspersed where there was no Urdu translation. Thus she heard her own name mentioned, as well as New Scotland Yard, Balford Linnaeus, Burnt House Hotel, and Essex Constabulary. When he rang off, she said, "Well, who was it? What did they—" But he held up his hand to stop her question and went on to make the next call. This time he spoke at greater length, and he made notes as a man's voice on the other end of the line imparted what appeared to be a small volume of information. Barbara itched to wrest the receiver away from Azar and make demands of her own, but she schooled herself to patience. Without comment, Azar went on to the fourth call, and this time Barbara recognised what seemed to be his standard opening, an apology for having phoned at such an hour, followed by an explanation in which Haytham Qureishi's name came up more than once. This final conversation was longest of all, and at its conclusion Azar kept his attention gravely on the computer printout until Barbara spoke. His expression was so sombre that Barbara felt the queasiness of trepidation come over her. She had handed him a potential item of crucial interest in the investigation. He was free to do with it what he would, including lie about its significance, or relate it, with suitable incendiary comments, to his cousin. She said, "Azar?" He roused himself. He reached for his cigarette and took a hit. Then he looked her way. "The first call was to his parents. That's the number that appears earlier on the printout?" "Yes, they are—" He paused, ostensibly seeking a word or a phrase. "They are understandably crushed by his death. They wished to know about the status of the investigation, and they would like the body. They feel they cannot grieve their oldest son properly without having his body, so they ask if they must pay the police to release it." "Pay?" Azar continued. "Haytham's mother is under a doctor's care, having collapsed when informed of his murder. His sisters are confused, his brother hasn't spoken a word since Saturday afternoon, and his paternal grandmother is attempting to hold the family together. But her heart is weakened by angina, the strain is great, and a strong attack may kill her. The ringing telephone frightened them all." He fastened his eyes on her. She said, "Murder's a nasty business, Azar. I'm sorry, but there's no making it easier for anyone to bear. And I'd be lying if I told you that the horror ends when we make an arrest. It doesn't. Ever." He nodded. Absently he rubbed the back of his neck. For the first time she noticed he wore only the pyjama bottoms under his dressing gown. His chest was bare, and his dark skin appeared burnished in the light. Barbara rose and went to the window. She could hear music coming from somewhere, the hesitant notes of someone practising the clarinet in one of the houses on the cliff-top some distance away. "The next number is for a mullah," Azar said behind her. "This is a religious leader, a holy man." "Like an Ayatollah?" "Lesser. He's a local religious leader, and he serves the community in which Haytham grew up." He sounded so grave that Barbara turned from the window to face him. She saw that he looked grave as well. What did he want with the mullah? Did it have to do with the marriage? "With the Koran," Azar said. "He wanted to speak of the same passage that he'd marked in the book, the passage I translated for you during our conference this afternoon." "About being brought forth from the oppressors?" Azar nodded. "But his interest did not lie with the town from which the people are oppressors, as my cousin thought. He wished to understand how to define the word feeble." "He wanted to know what feeble means, and he phoned all the way to Pakistan to find out? That doesn't make sense." "Haytham knew what feeble means, Barbara. He wanted to know how to apply the definition. The Quran instructs Muslims to fight for the cause of the feeble among men. He wished to discuss the manner in which one recognizes when a fellow man is feeble and when he is not." "Because he wanted to fight someone?" Barbara returned to the dressing-table stool. She sank onto it, reached for the ashtray, and crushed out her cigarette. "Bloody hell," she said, more to herself than to Azar. "What was he up to?" "The other call was to a mufti," Azar continued. "This is a specialist in Islamic law." "Do you mean a lawyer?" Somewhat analogous to a lawyer, a mufti is one who provides legal interpretations of Islamic law. He's schooled to deliver what is called a fatwa, which is something akin to a legal brief. What did he want from this bloke, then? Azar hesitated, and Barbara could see that they'd come to the heart of whatever had caused the solemnity of his earlier expression. Instead of answering at once, he reached for the ashtray and crushed out his cigarette. A second time he brushed his fallen hair from his forehead. He studied his feet. Like his chest, they were bare. Like his hands, they were thin. High-arched and smooth, they might have belonged to a woman. "Azar," Barbara said, "please don't do a bunk on me now, okay? I need you. My family needs you as well, right, but we all want to get to the bottom of this. Asian killer or English killer, we don't want Qureshi's death to go unpunished. Even Mohammed can't want that, no matter what he says about protecting his people." Azar sighed. From the Mufti, Haytham sought an answer about sin. He wished to know if a Muslim, guilty of a serious sin, would remain a Muslim and hence part of the greater community of Muslims. You mean, would he remain a part of his family? A part of his family and a part of the community as a whole. And what did the Mufti tell him? He spoke of Uzal al-Fiqh, the sources of law. Which are? Azar raised his head to meet her eyes. The Quran, the Sunnah of the Prophet. Sunnah? The Prophet's example. What else? Consensus of the community and analogical reasoning, what you call deduction. Barbara reached for her cigarettes unseeing. She shook one for herself and offered Azar the pack. He took the book of matches from the dressing-table, striking one for her and then applying it to his own cigarette. He returned to his place on the edge of the bed. So, when he and the Mufti were done with their confab, some conclusion must have been reached, right? They had an answer to his question. Can a Muslim guilty of a serious sin remain a Muslim? He answered with a question of his own. How can one live in defiance of any one of the tenets of Islam and still claim to be a Muslim, Barbara? The tenets of Islam. Barbara tossed this phrase round in her head, attaching it to everything she'd learned so far about Qureshi and about the people with whom he'd come into contact. Doing this, she saw the inevitable connection between the question and Qureshi's own life, and she felt the heady rush of excitement as the Asian's behaviour began to make sense. Earlier, when we were outside, you said that homosexuality is expressly forbidden by the Quran. I did. But he intended to marry. In fact, he was committed to marry. He was so committed that his family was ready to attend the celebration, and he had the wedding night all planned out. It seems reasonable to conclude that, Azar said cautiously. So can we reckon that after his conversation with the Mufti, Haytham Qureshi decided to start living by the tenets of Islam, in effect to go straight? She warmed to her topic. Can we reckon that he'd been at war with himself about doing this, about going straight, ever since coming to England? He was committed to getting married after all, and yet still he was drawn to the men he'd sworn to give up. In being drawn to them, he was probably drawn to locations they frequent, more than one location. So he met some bloke in Clacton Market Square and took up with him. They carried on for a month or so, but he didn't want to live a double life, too much was at risk, so he tried to end it. Only he ended instead. Clacton Market Square? Azar asked. What has Clacton Market Square to do with anything, Barbara? And Barbara realised what she'd done. So caught up was she in her desire to piece together what facts and speculations they had been able to gather, that she'd inadvertently given Azar a piece of information which only Trevor Ruddock and the investigators had. In doing so, she'd crossed a line. Shit, she thought. She wanted to rewind the tape, to whisk the words Clacton Market Square out of the air and back into her mouth, but she couldn't unsay them. All she could hope to do was temporise. Temporising, however, was among the very least of her talents. Oh, to be in the company of Detective Inspector Linley, Barbara thought. With his gracefully adroit conversational footwork, he'd ease them out of this situation in a flash. Of course, he'd never have got them into this situation in the first place, since he wasn't in the habit of thinking aloud unless he was in the presence of his colleagues. But that was another matter entirely. She decided to ignore the question by saying, in as reflective a manner as possible, "Of course, he may have had another person in mind when he was speaking to the Mufti." And having said this, she realised how close to the truth she may have just come. "Who?" Azar asked. "Salah. Perhaps he'd discovered something about her that made him reluctant to marry her. Perhaps he was seeking from the Mufti a way to get out of the marriage contract. Wouldn't a woman's grave sin, something that, if revealed, could result in her being cut off from Islam, be reason enough to nullify the marriage contract?" He looked sceptical, then shook his head. "It would nullify the contract, but what grave sin could my cousin Salah possibly have on her soul, Barbara?" Theo sure, Barbara thought. But this time, wisely, she said nothing. The doorbell rang in the midst of their argument. Connie's voice had reached such a shrill pitch that had Rachel not been standing in the sitting-room doorway, she wouldn't have heard it. But the two-note chime, the second note strangled, as always, like a bird shot down in the middle of a chirp, came at the moment when her mother was taking a breath. Connie ignored the chimes. "You answer me, Rach!" she shouted. "You answer me now, and you answer me good. What do you know about this business? You was lying to that police detective, and you're lying to me now, and I'm not going to stand for it, Rachel Lynn. I truly am not." "That was the door, Mum," Rachel said. "Connie! I'm Connie, and don't you forget it, and bugger the door. It won't get itself open till you answer me straight. How are you messed in with that dead bloke from the Nays?" "I already said," Rachel told her. "I gave him the receipt so he could see how much Salah loved him. She told me she was worried. She said she didn't think he believed her, and I thought that if he saw the receipt—" "Rubbish!" Connie shrieked. "Bloody flaming bollocks! If that rot's the truth, then I'm Mother Goose. Why didn't you tell that police person when she asked you about it, eh? But we know the answer to that one, don't we? You didn't say 'cause you hadn't cooked up a good explanation till now. Well, if you expect me to believe a half-assed story about proving some coloured girl's eternal love for her intended bloody sodding bridegroom, then—" The doorbell rang again, 3 times in succession. Connie herself stormed to answer it. She flung the door open. It smashed against the wall. "What?" she barked. "What bloody what? Who the hell are you? And do you know what time it is, by the way?" A young voice, male. It was carefully deferential. "Rachel in, Mrs. Winfield." "Rachel? What do you want with my Rach?" Rachel went to the door, standing behind her mother. Connie attempted to block her with her hip. "Who is this wanker?" Connie demanded of her. "And what's his business showing up at—" "Piss on your face! Do you know what time it is, you?" It was Trevor Ruddock, Rachel saw. He was standing well into the shadows, so that neither the light from the house nor the light from the street lamps touched him. But still he couldn't do much to hide, and he looked worse than usual because his T-shirt was dirty, with holes round the neckline, and his jeans had gone so long unwashed that they probably could have stood up on their own. Rachel attempted to step past her mother. Connie caught her arm. "We aren't finished, you and me, missy miss." "What is it, Trev?" Rachel asked. "You know this bloke?" Connie demanded incredulously. "Obviously," Rachel replied. "Since he asked for me, I probably know him." "Can you talk for a minute?" Trevor asked. He shifted his weight, and his boots, unlaced and unpolished, scraped against the concrete front step. "I know it's late, but I was hoping— Rachel, I need to talk to you, okay? Private." "About what?" Connie demanded hotly. "What have you got to say to Rachel Lynn that you can't say in front of her mum? And who are you, anyways? Why have I never seen you before if you and Rachel know each other good enough for you to come calling at 11:15? Trevor looked from Rachel to her mother. He looked back to Rachel again. His expression said clearly, "What do you want her to know?" And Connie read it like a psychic. She jerked Rachel's arm. "This is what you've been messing with? This is what you snuck up round the beach huts for? You been lowering yourself to do the job with a wally no better than yesterday's rubbish?" Trevor's lips jerked as if he was stopping himself from responding. Rachel did it for him. "Shut up, Mum." She twisted out of her mother's grasp and stepped onto the porch. "You get back in this house," her mother said. "And you stop talking like I was a baby," Rachel retorted. "Trevor's my friend, and if he wants to see me, I mean to know why. And Sarah's my friend, and if I want to help her, I'm going to do it. And no policeman, and you neither, Mum, is going to make me do anything else." Connie gaped at her. "Rachel Lynn Winfield!" "Yeah, that's my name," Rachel said. She heard her mother gasp at the sheer audacity of her reply. She took Trevor's arm and led off the front step in the direction of the street where he'd left his old motor scooter. "We can finish our talking once I talk to Trevor," she called back to her mother. A slammed door was the answer. "Sorry," she said to Trevor, stopping midway down the path. "Mum's in a state. The cops came round to the shop this morning and I scarpered without telling her why." "They came to me too," he said. "Some sergeant bird, sort of fat with her face all—" He seemed to recall whose presence he was in, and what a remark about a banged-up face might mean to her. "Anyway," he said, driving a hand into the pocket of his jeans, "the cops came. Someone at Marlick's told them I got a sack from Quarashi." "That's rough," Rachel said, "but they don't think you did anything, right? I mean, what would have been the point? It's not like Mr. Marlick didn't know why Hatham sacked you." Trevor pulled out his keys. He played them through his fingers. To Rachel's eyes he looked nervous, but until he went on she didn't know why. "Yeah, but why I got the sack's not really the point," he said. "The fact of getting a sack is. As far as they see it, I could have given him the chop to get revenge. That's what they're thinking. Besides, I'm white, he was coloured, a parky. And with the rest of that lot making noise about hate crimes—" He lifted his arm and wiped it across his brow. "Fucking hot," he said. "Phew, you'd think it'd cool off at night." Rachel watched him curiously. She'd never seen Trevor Ruddock nervous. He always acted like he knew what he wanted, and getting it was only a matter of doing what it took. For sure he'd been that way with her, all right. Smooth-moving and easy talking. Definitely and positively easy talking. But now, this was a Trevor she'd not seen before. Not even at school, where he'd once stood out among the pupils as a hopeless yob with limited brain power and a future to match. Even then he'd acted sure of himself. What he couldn't solve mentally, he'd solve with his fists. "Yeah, it's hot," she said carefully, waiting to see what would unfold between them. It couldn't be what usually unfolded between them. Not here, with her mother steaming behind the lounge curtains, and the nearby neighbours in the congested street only too willing to have a peep and a listen through their open windows. I can't remember when it's ever gone on like this day after day, can you? I've read a bit in the paper about global warming. Maybe this is it, huh? But it was evident that Trevor had not come to speak about science, atmospheric or otherwise. He shoved his keys back into his pocket, gnawed on his thumb, and cast a quick glance over his shoulder to the lounge window. "Listen," he said. He looked at the skin he'd bitten. He rubbed the thumb against the front of his T-shirt. "Look, Rachel, can we talk for a sec?" "We're talking." He jerked his head towards the street. "I mean, can we walk?" He headed to the pavement. He stopped at the rusty front gate and indicated again with his head that he wished her to follow. She did so, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be at work, Trev?" "Yeah, I'm going, but I've got to talk to you first." He waited for her to join him, but he walked no farther than his motor scooter, and he straddled it, planting his bum on the seat. He gave his attention to the handlebars, and his hands twisted round them as he continued. "Look, you and me, I mean, last Friday night, when Quarashi got chopped, we was together. You remember that, right?" "Sure," she said, although the growing warmth of her chest and neck told her that she was going crimson. "You remember what time we split, don't you? We went up to the huts round 9. We had that booze, bloody awful it was. What was it called?" "Calvados," she said, and added uselessly, "It's made from apples. It's for after dinner." "Well, we sort of had it before dinner, huh?" He grinned. She didn't like it when he grinned. She didn't like his teeth. She didn't like to be reminded that he never saw a dentist. Nor did she like to be faced with the fact that he didn't bathe daily, that he never used a brush on his fingernails, and most of all that he was always careful that their meetings were private, beginning beneath the pier on the seaside of whatever pile was nearest the water, and ending in that beach hut that smelled of mildew, where the rattan mats on the floor made a red lattice on her knees as she knelt before him. Love me, her actions had begged. See how good I can make you feel. But that was before she knew that Sala needed her help. That was before she'd seen the expression on Theo Shaw's face that told he intended to abandon Sala. Anyways, Trevor said when she didn't chuckle at his lewd remark, we were still there at 11:30, remember? I even had to make a dash for it to get to work on time. She shook her head slowly. No, we weren't, Trev. I got home round 10. He grinned, still focused on the handlebars. When he raised his head with a nervous laugh, he still didn't look at her. Hey, Rach, that's not the way it was. Of course, I don't expect you to get the time exactly straight, because we was sort of involved. I was involved, Rachel corrected him. I don't remember you doing much of anything after you pulled your prong from your trousers. He finally looked at her. For the first time ever in her recollection, his face was scared. Rachel, he said miserably. Come on, Rach. You remember how it was. I remember it being dark, she said. I remember you telling me to wait 10 minutes while you went up to the hut, third from the end in the top row it was, to... What was it, Trev? To air it out, you said? I was to wait underneath the pier, and when 10 minutes were up I was supposed to follow. You wouldn't have wanted to go inside when it was all smelly, he protested. And you wouldn't have wanted to be seen with me. That is not the case, he said. And for a moment he sounded so stiff with outrage that Rachel truly wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that it really meant nothing, that the single time they'd been in public together had been dinner at a Chinese restaurant conveniently located some 15 miles from Balford-Lenays. She wanted to believe that the fact that he'd never kissed her mouth meant he was only shy and working up his courage. And most of all, she wanted to believe that his letting her service him 15 times, without ever once wondering what she was getting out of the activity, aside from the humiliation of yearning so openly for anything remotely resembling hope of a normal future, only meant that he'd not yet learned from her example how to give. But she couldn't believe, so she was stuck with the truth. I got home round 10, Trev. I know, 'cause I felt all hollow inside, so I turned on the telly. And I even know what I watched, Trev. The middle and end of that old movie with Sandra Dee and Troy Donahue. I bet you know the one. They're kids and it's summer and they fall in love and mess around. And they sort of finally realise that love's more important than being scared and hiding who you really are. Can't you just tell them? He asked. Can't you say it was 11:30? Rach, the cops are going to ask you, 'cause I said I was with you that night, and I was. If you tell them you got home round 10, don't you see what that means? I expect it means you had time to give Haytham Qureshi the business, she answered. I didn't do it, he said. Rach, I never saw the bloke that night, I swear. But if you don't back me up in what I said, then they'll know I'm lying. And if they know I'm lying about that, they'll think I'm lying about not having killed him. Can't you help me out? What's another hour? Hour and a half, she corrected him. You said 11:30. OK, hour and a half. What's another hour and a half? Plenty of time for you to show you had at least one thought in your mind about me, she told him silently. But she said, I won't lie for you, Trev. I might have once, but I won't do it now. Why? The word was a plea. He reached for her arm and ran his fingers up her bare skin. Rachel, I thought we had something special, you and me. Didn't you feel it? When we was together, it was like magic, didn't you think? His fingers reached the sleeve of her blouse and insinuated themselves inside, up her shoulder, along the strap of her bra.
End of Disc 10. Disc 11.
His fingers reached the sleeve of her blouse and insinuated themselves inside, up her shoulder, along the strap of her bra. She wanted touch so bad that she felt the damp answer to his question. It was between her legs, on the backs of her knees, and in the hollow of her throat where her heart was lodged. Rach! The fingers grazed the front of her bra. This was how it was supposed to be, she thought. A man touching a woman, and the woman wanting, needing, melting. "Please, Rach, you're the only one who can help me." But this was also the first and only time he'd touched her with tenderness, and not as a hurried and impatient stimulation that would ultimately lead to his own pleasure. "That bird needs a bag on her head. You look like a dog's arse, Rachel Winfield. Blokes'll have to roger her wearing a blindfold." She stiffened under his touch, remembering the voices and how she'd battled them throughout her childhood. She knocked Trevor Ruddock's hand away. "Rach!" He even managed to look wounded. Yes, well, she knew how that felt. "I got home round 10 on Friday night," she said, "and if the cops ask, that's what I mean to tell them." Chapter 15. On her bedroom ceiling, Sala studied the silhouette of tree leaves illuminated by the moon. They didn't move. Despite the proximity of her family's house to the sea, there was no breeze. It would be another night of smothering heat, when the thought of having bedclothes touch skin was akin to the idea of trying to sleep enshrouded in cling film. Except that she knew she wouldn't sleep. She'd bade her family good night at 10:30, after suffering through an evening of tense conversation between her father and her brother. Akram had been first struck dumb by the news that Haytham's neck had been broken. Muhammad had seized what advantage their father's consternation gave him, announcing everything else that he'd learned in his meeting with the police, which was little enough to Salah's ears, and outlining what he and Taimullah Azar had planned as their next move. Akram had inserted, "This is not a game, Muhammad," and the dispute between them had grown from there. Their words, spoken tersely by Akram and hotly by Muhammad, not only pitted father and son against each other, but also threatened the peace of their household and the fabric of their family. sided with Muhammad, of course. Warda reverted to a lifetime of acquiescing to males, and said nothing at all, with her eyes cast down upon her embroidery. Salah tried to find a means of rapprochement between the two men. In the end, all of them sat in a silence so electric that the air itself seemed filled with sparks. Never one to deal with quiet in any of its forms, had jumped to her feet and seized the moment to slide a video into the machine. When the grainy picture appeared on the screen, an Asian boy, following along behind a herd of goats, stick in his hand as a sitar played and the credits rolled in Urdu, Salah said her good nights. Only her mother responded. Now it was 1:30. She'd been in bed since 11. The house had been still since midnight, when she'd heard her brother moving round the bathroom, preparatory to finally retiring. The floors and walls had stopped their nighttime creaking, and she waited fruitlessly for sleep. But in order to sleep, she knew she would have to wipe her mind of thoughts and concentrate on relaxing. While she might have managed the second activity, she knew she wouldn't be able to manage the first. Rachel hadn't phoned, which meant that she hadn't gathered the necessary information for the abortion. Salah could only school herself to patience, and hope that her friend would neither fail her nor betray her a second time. Not for the first time since suspecting she was pregnant did Salah bitterly regret the lack of freedom imposed upon her by her parents. Not for the first time did she despise herself for having lived so docilely under the benign and loving, but nonetheless implacable thumbs of her father and mother. She realized that the very womb-like environment that had long kept her feeling so protected in an often unfriendly world was what stymied her now. The restrictions her parents had long placed upon her had sheltered her, indeed, but they'd also imprisoned her, and she'd never really known that till now, when more than anything she wished she had the coming and going lifestyle that English girls had, that carefree way of living in which parents seemed to be faraway planets orbiting only peripherally in the solar system of their daughters' lives. Had she been a tearaway, Salah realized, she'd know what to do. In fact, had she been a tearaway, she'd probably announced what she intended to do. She'd tell her story without a single face-saving digression and without regard for anyone's feelings, because her family wouldn't mean anything to her if she were a tearaway. Her parents' honour and pride, not to mention their natural loving belief in their offspring, would be of no account. But she'd never been a tearaway. Consequently, protecting the parents she loved was paramount to her, more important than her own personal happiness, dearer to her than life itself. Dearer than this life, certainly, she thought, automatically making a cradle of her hands to encircle her belly. But as quickly as she'd made the gesture, just as quickly did she force herself to reverse it. "I can't give you life," she told the organism within her. "I won't give life to something that would dishonour my parents and bring destruction upon my family." "And disgrace upon yourself, Sala, dear?" She heard the implacable voice of her conscience asking, in that mocking tone she'd been listening to, night after night and week after week. "For who is to blame for the position in which you now find yourself, if not yourself?" "Whore! Slag!" her brother had cursed her, in a whisper so violent that she shuddered from the simple memory of having heard it. "You'll pay for this, Sala, the way all whores pay." She squeezed her eyes closed tightly, as if the complete darkness provided by doing so could somehow rid her mind of memory, her heart of anguish, and her conscience of the enormity of the act in which she had found herself a participant. But doing this only served to shoot flashes of light across the backs of her eyelids, as if an inner being over which she had no control were attempting to illuminate everything that she wished to keep hidden. She opened her eyes once more. The flashing light continued. Perplexed, she watched it flicker and halt, at the point where the wall of her bedroom met the ceiling. It was a moment before she understood. Short, short, long. Pause. Short, short, long. Pause. How many times had she seen that signal in the last year? It meant, "Come to me, Sala." It told her that Theo Shaw was outside, using a torch to announce that he was in the orchard. She closed her eyes against it. Not so very long ago she would have risen quickly, signalled with her own torch, and slipped quietly from her bedroom. Careful, in slippers that muted the sound of her footsteps, she would have slid past her parents' room, after hesitating at their closed door to listen for the reassuring sound of her father's thundering snore and her mother's accompanying gentle one. She would have descended the stairs and made her way to the kitchen, and from there she would have flown into the night. Short, short, long. Pause. Short, short, long. Pause. Even through her eyelids she could see the light. She sensed the urgency behind it. It was the same urgency she'd heard in his voice when he'd phoned her the previous evening. "Sala, thank God," he'd said. "I've phoned you at least 5 times since I heard about Haytham, but you never answered, and the idea of leaving a message, I didn't dare. For your sake. It was always Yum who answered. Sala, I want to talk to you. We need to talk. We must talk." "We've talked," she told him. "No, listen to me. You misunderstood. When I said I wanted to wait, it had nothing to do with how I feel about you." His words were rapid, hushed. He sounded as if he believed she'd ring off before he had a chance to say everything he'd planned and probably rehearsed. But he also sounded as if he feared being overheard, and she knew by whom. "My mother needs my help with dinner," she said. "I can't talk to you now." "You think it was because of you, don't you? I saw it in your face. I'm a coward in your eyes because I won't tell my grandmother I'm in love with an Asian. But the fact that I haven't told her has nothing to do with you. Nothing, all right? The time just isn't right." "I never believed it had anything to do with me," she corrected him. But she might not have spoken. She couldn't divert him from the course that he had apparently determined to take, because he hurried on. "She isn't well. Her speech is getting bad. She practically can't walk. She's weak. She needs nursing. So I have to be here for her, Sala. And I can't ask you to come to this house as my wife, only to burden you with taking care of a sick old lady who might die any minute." "Yes," she said. "You told me all of this, Theo. So for God's sake, why won't you give me some time? Now that Haytham's dead, we can be together. We can make it happen. Sala, don't you see? Haytham's dying could be something that was meant to be. It could be a sign. It's as if the hand of God is telling us." "Haytham was murdered, Theo," she said, "and I don't think God had anything to do with it." He'd been silent at this. Was he shocked, she wondered? Was he horrified? Was he sifting through his thoughts to fabricate something with just the right ring of sincerity? Tender words of compassion that offered a condolence which he did not feel? Or was something altogether different going on in his head? A fervid search for a subtle means to portray himself in the most positive light? Say something, she'd thought. Ask a single question that will serve as a sign. How do you know? The newspaper... Well, it said the nays... I don't know why, but I thought he had a heart attack or something, or maybe even a fall. But murdered? Murdered? Not, my God, how are you coping with this horror? Not, what can I do to help you? Not, I'm coming to you this instant, Sala. I'm taking my rightful place at your side, and we're putting an end to this bloody charade. The police told my brother this afternoon, she'd said. And another silence ensued. In it she heard him breathing, and she tried to interpret his respiration, as she'd tried a moment earlier to gauge the meaning behind the delay between her revelation and his response. He finally said, I'm sorry that he's dead. I'm sorry about the fact that he's dead, but I can't pretend to be sorry that you won't be marrying at the weekend. Sala, I'm going to speak to Gran. I'm going to tell her everything, start to finish. I saw how close I came to losing you, and the moment we have this redevelopment project up and running, she'll be distracted, and I'll tell her. And that's what you want her to be? Distracted? Because if she's distracted, she might not notice when you introduce us that my skin is a colour she finds offensive? I didn't say that. Or is it that you don't intend to introduce us at all? Perhaps you hope that her project for the town will take enough out of her to finish her off, and then you'll have her money and your freedom as well. No, please listen to me. I don't have the time, she'd said. And she'd rung off just as Yum came out of the sitting-room and into the hall, where the telephone sat on a stand at the foot of the stairs. Her sister-in-law had smiled with such specious solicitude that Sala knew she'd heard her side of the conversation. "Oh, my goodness, that phone hasn't stopped its ringing since word got out about our poor Haytham," Yum said. "And how kind it is of all his closest friends phoning to offer their sympathies to Haytham's pretty young bride." But she wasn't quite a bride, was our little Sala. Just a few days short of it. But never mind that. It must soothe her heart to know that so many people had a love for our Haytham that equalled her own. Yum's eyes laughed, while the rest of her face formed an expression of funereal suitability. Sala turned on her heel and went to her mother, but she heard Yum's quiet laughter following her. She knows, Sala thought, but she doesn't know everything. Now, in her bed, she opened her eyes to see if the torch outside still flickered its message. Short, short, long, pause. Short, short, long, pause. He was waiting. "I'm asleep, Theo," she told him silently. "Go home. Go to Gran. It doesn't matter anyway, because even if you spoke, proud of our love and unafraid of your grandmother's reaction to it, I still wouldn't be free to come to you. You're like Rachel at heart, Theo. You see freedom as a simple act of will, a logical conclusion to recognizing one's needs and desires and merely working to fulfill them. But I haven't that sort of freedom, and if I try to grasp it, we'll both be ruined. And when people who love find themselves in their fragile world in shambles, love dies quickly and blame takes its place. So go home, Theo, please. Go home." She turned away so that her back was to the insistent, blinking message. But she still saw it, reflected in the mirror across the room. And it reminded her of flying through the orchard to meet him, of hands reaching out for her, of lips and mouth on her neck and shoulders, of fingers sliding into her hair, and of other things, the feverish anticipation of meeting, the secrecy, the exchange of clothing with Rachel so as to move camouflage to the Balford Marina after dark, the hushed trip across the Wade when the tide was high, using not the shore's cabin cruiser, but a small Zodiac raft pinched for a few hours from the Marina boat hire, sitting in a shallow depression on Horsey Island by the fire he'd built and fed with driftwood, feeling the wind come up through the tall sea grasses and hearing it sough through the wild lavender in the sea purslane. He'd brought his radio, and with the music as backdrop they'd begun by talking. They'd said all those things that time and the propriety of the workplace made forbidden to them, marvelling to discover how much there actually was to talk about in getting to know another person. But neither of them had been wise enough to see how easily talking to someone led to loving someone. And neither of them had realized how loving someone led to a longing, the denial of which only made more intense. Despite everything that had occurred in the last few months and the last few days, Sala felt that longing still. But she wouldn't go to him. She couldn't face him. She had no wish to see any expression upon his face that might, that doubtless would, communicate his fear, his pain, or his revulsion. "We all do what we must do, Theo," she told him silently, "and no matter our wishes otherwise, none of us can change the path that another chooses or has thrust upon him." When Barbara arrived at the incident room the next morning, Emily Barlow was on the phone, completing a conversation with enough animosity attached to it that Barbara concluded she had to be speaking to her superintendent. "No, Don," she was saying, "I don't read minds, so I won't know what the Pakistanis have planned until they do it. And where am I supposed to dig up an Asian for that sort of undercover work? That's assuming that New Scotland Yard has nothing better to do than send us an officer to infiltrate an organisation which, as far as any of us have been able to ascertain, has never committed a single bloody crime. That's what I'm trying to dig up, for God's sake. Yes, I could do, if you'd be good enough to give me a chance to accomplish something other than yammering on the blower with you twice a day." Barbara could just make out a man's angry shouting on the other end of the line. Emily rolled her eyes and listened without comment, until the superintendent abruptly ended their conversation by slamming the receiver into its cradle at his end. Barbara heard the crack of the two pieces meeting. Emily cursed as the sound struck her ear. "He's had 3 town councillors in his office this morning," Emily explained. "They've got word of a protest set for midday on the High Street, and they're worried about the shops. What shops there are. Not that anyone has anything concrete to report to us, mind you." She went on with what she'd apparently been doing prior to Barbara's arrival and Ferguson's phone call, hanging a blue pillowcase over the uncurtained window of her office, perhaps with the intention of cutting down on the day's coming heat. She cast a look over her shoulder as she used the base of a stapler to pound drawing pins through the pillowcase and into the wall. She said, "Decent job with the face paint, Barb. You finally look human." "Thanks. I don't know how long I can keep it up, but I'll give you the fact that it does do something to hide the bruises. I thought I could be quicker about it, though. Sorry to have missed the morning briefing." Emily waved the apology off. Barbara was, she told her, not on the timesheet. This was supposed to be her holiday. Her assistance with the Pakistanis was a bonus to Balford's CID. No one expected her to skin her nose on the grindstone doing anything else. The DCI stepped down from her chair and continued with the drawing pins and the stapler base lower down on the pillowcase. She'd been to the newsagents on Carnarvon Road in Clacton, she informed Barbara. She'd spent 1/4 of an hour there on the previous night, having a chat with the owner. He himself ran the shop, and when she'd quizzed him about the Pakistani customer who used the phone to make calls to one Haytham Qureshi, he'd responded at once with, "That be Mr. Kumar, that one. He ain't in some sort of trouble, is he?" Fard Kumar was a regular, he told her. Never caused a bit of trouble or worry, always paid cash. He came in at least 3 times a week for packets of Benson and Hedges. Sometimes he bought a newspaper as well, and lemon pastilles. He was tremendously fond of lemon pastilles. "He's never asked Kumar where he lives," Emily said, "but the bloke's evidently there often enough for us to make contact with him without much trouble. I've a man in the laundrette across the street watching the place. When Kumar shows his face, our boy'll trail him and give us the word." "How far is the newsagents from Clacton Market Square?" Emily smiled grimly. "Less than 50 yards. Barbara nodded. That location placed one more person in the proximity of the gentlemen's toilets, which gave them the first possibility of corroborating Trevor Ruddock's story. She told Emily about her phone calls to Pakistan on the previous night. She didn't add that Azar had placed them, and when Emily didn't ask her for clarification that would have led to that detail, she concluded that the information itself was more important than the manner in which she'd come by it. Like Barbara, Emily homed in on the discussions that Qureshi had had with the Mufti. She said, "So, if homosexuality is considered a grave sin by the Muslims—" "It is," Barbara said. "I've unearthed that much. Then there's a decent chance that our boy Trevor is telling the truth, and that Kumar, skulking about in the vicinity, knew about Qureshi as well." "Perhaps," Barbara said. "But Qureshi could have been phoning the Mufti about someone else's sin, couldn't he? Salah's, for example. If she'd sinned by having it off with Theo Shaw, and fornication's as big a sin as any of them, I reckon, then she'd be cast out. And that, I reckon, would get Qureshi off the hook of having to marry her. Maybe that's what he was looking for, a way out. That would certainly set the Maliks off." Emily nodded her thanks to Belinda Warner as the WPC carried a fax into the room and handed it over. "Anything from London on those prints we lifted from the Nissan?" Emily asked her. "I've put in a call to SO4, Belinda said. "I was asked did I realise that the print officers get the dabs of 2,600 people every day, and is there any special reason why our prints ought to have top priority?" "I'll phone them," Barbara told Emily. "I can't promise anything, but I'll try to shake the tree." "That's from London, that fax," Belinda went on. "Professor Siddiqui's done the translation on the page from that book from Qureshi's room. And Phil rang in from the marina. The Shaws have a boat there, a big cabin cruiser." "What about the Asians?" Emily asked. "Only the Shaws." Emily dismissed the young woman and stared thoughtfully at the fax before she read it. "Salah gave Theo Shaw that bracelet," Barbara said to her. "Life begins now, and his alibi's about as firm as jelly." But the DCI was still studying the fax from London. She read aloud, "How should ye not fight for the cause of Allah and of the feeble among men and of the women and the children who are crying, 'Our Lord, bring us forth from out this town of which the people are oppressors. O give us from thy presence some protecting friend. O give us from thy presence some protector.'" "Well," she flipped the fax onto her desk, "that makes things as clear as mud." "It sounds like we can trust Azar," Barbara said. "That's practically a word-for-word duplicate of his translation from yesterday. As to what it might mean, Muhannad argued it's a sign that someone was causing Qureshi aggro. He homed in on the 'bring us forth from out this town' part." "He's claiming Qureshi was being continually persecuted," Emily clarified. "We've not a scrap of evidence of that." "Then Qureshi might have wanted to be delivered from his marriage," Barbara offered. She warmed to this idea, supporting as it did her earlier hypothesis. After all, he can't have been chuffed if he discovered that his fiancée had messed about with Shaw. It's logical that he'd try to call things off. And maybe he'd phoned Pakistan to talk to the Mufti about that, using veiled terms to do it. I'd say it's more likely that he'd realised he couldn't pretend to be straight for the next 40-odd years, and was trying to get out of the marriage because of that, regardless of what he discussed with this Mufti character. Then someone here got word of his reluctance about marrying Salah, and—" She made a gun from her thumb and index finger, pointed it at Barbara, and released the trigger. "You fill in the blanks, Barb." "But where does that put Kumar? And what about the £400 changing hands from Qureshi to him?" "Wouldn't £400 make a nice start on a dowry? Perhaps Qureshi was in the process of setting Kumar up for one of his sisters. He has sisters, hasn't he? Surely I read it in one of these blasted reports." She indicated the mess on her desk. Emily's reasoning made sense, but her certainty roused an unease in Barbara. This unease wasn't mitigated when Emily went on. "The killing was planned to the last detail, Barb, and the last detail had to be an ironclad alibi. No one who took the time to dog Qureshi's nighttime movements, to string a tripwire, and to make sure there was no evidence left behind, would fail to make certain that he also had an alibi for his whereabouts on Friday night." "OK," Barbara said, "I'll go with that. But since everyone but Theo Shaw has an alibi, and more than one person also had a motive to off Quarashi, don't we need to look for something else? She went on to tell Emily of the other phone calls that Quarashi had made, but she got only as far as the unintelligible message on the answering machine in Hamburg, when Emily interrupted her. "Hamburg?" she asked quickly. "Quarashi phoned Hamburg?" "The Hamburg number's on the computer printout. The other call was to the Central Police Station, by the way, although I didn't get far in trying to suss out who received the call. Why? Does Hamburg mean something special?" Rather than reply, Emily pulled a plastic bag of trail mix from her drawer. Barbara tried not to look guilty about the breakfast she'd consumed earlier, a hefty plate of eggs, potatoes, sausages, mushrooms and bacon, all swimming in cholesterol and fat. But it wouldn't have mattered had she been wearing the face of Judas. Emily was so deep in thought that Barbara quickly realised that she wouldn't have noticed. "Em," she said, "what is it?" "Klaus Reutlein." "Who?" "He made a third at that dinner in Colchester on Friday night." "A German? But when you said a foreigner, I thought you meant—" How easily her own natural predispositions and unconscious prejudices influenced her thinking. Barbara had assumed the word foreigner meant an Asian, when assume nothing was one of the first rules of police work. "He comes from Hamburg," Emily said. "Rakin Khan gave me his number." "If you don't believe me, and obviously you don't," he said, "confirm Muhammad's alibi with this." And he handed it over. "Where did I—" She sifted through papers and folders on her desk and brought forth her notebook. She flipped through the pages until she found the one she wanted. She read the number out. Barbara wrestled the print out from her shoulder bag and found the first of the Hamburg telephone numbers. She said, "Bloody hell." "Which I take to mean that you found yourself phoning Mr. Reutlein last night." Emily smiled, then threw back her head and clenched a fist in the air. "That's it, Barb! Mr. Man of his people, Mr. Politico! I do believe we've bloody well got him." "We've got a connection," Barbara agreed cautiously. "But this could just be a coincidence, Em." "Coincidence?" Emily's voice was incredulous. "Quarashi happens to have phoned the very same person whose name is produced as one half of Muhammad Malik's alibi? Come on, Barb, this is no coincidence." "Then what about Kumar?" Barbara asked. "What about him? How does he fit in? He's obviously living in the vicinity of Clacton Market Square, in the very same area where Trevor claims he saw Quarashi doing some cottaging. Is that a coincidence? And if it is, how can we say one fact in the case constitutes a coincidence, and the other points to Quarashi's killer? And if the Kumar business isn't a coincidence, what have we got? A major conspiracy to murder Quarashi, orchestrated by members of his community? And if so, why? We don't need to know why. Why is the job of the prosecution. We just need to hand them a who and a how. "Fine," Barbara said. "OK, accepted. But we know a boat was heard offshore that night, and the Shaws have a boat. We know Ian Armstrong benefited directly from Quarashi's death, and his alibi's a hell of a lot weaker than anyone else's. We also have a claim that Quarashi was a real bent twig, and we know he was going to the Nays to meet someone, a person he met regularly. I don't see how we can dismiss all this in favour of pursuing one line of inquiry leading to Muhammad. I don't think that's decent police work, Em, and I don't believe you think it's decent work either." She knew at once that she'd gone too far. Her tendency to blab, argue, accuse and confront, never a problem in working with the affable D.I. Lindley in London, had undermined her self-control. The DCI reacted by straightening her spine, while her pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. "Sorry," Barbara said hastily. "Bloody hell, I'm sorry. I get caught up in things and I just don't think. If you give me a moment, I'll try to pull my foot out of my mouth." Emily was silent. She was also unmoving, save for the index and middle fingers of her right hand. These she tapped rapidly and alternately against the top of her desk. The phone rang. She didn't pick it up. Barbara looked nervously from her to it. The ringing ceased after 15 seconds. Belinda Warner came to the door. "Frank on the phone, Gov," she said. "He's got into Quarashi's safe deposit box at Barclays in Clacton. He says he's got a bill of lading from a business called Eastern Imports. Here she glanced at a piece of paper on which she'd apparently jotted down the information relayed to her by the DC at Barclays. Purveyors of furniture, rugs and other goods for the home, it says. An import company from Pakistan. He's also got an envelope with part of an address on it, Oscar Strasse 15, but nothing else, and a page from a glossy magazine that he can't make anything of. There's also paperwork on a house on First Avenue and Quaroshi's immigration documents. And that's it on the safe deposit box. Frank wants to know, do you want him to bring this stuff in? Tell him to use his bloody head for once, Emily snapped. Of course I want him to bring the stuff in. Belinda gulped and exited hurriedly. Emily turned to Barbara. Oscar Strasse 15, she said meditatively, but with a meaning Barbara couldn't avoid. Now, where do you expect that address is? I was out of line, Barbara said. I get the bit between my teeth sometimes and I just run with it. Can we forget what I said? No, Emily returned, we can't forget it. Shit, Barbara thought. There went her plans to work at the DCI's side, to learn something from her and to keep Taimola Azar out of trouble, all defeated by her own flapping lips. Hell, Em, she said. Go on. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I never mean... Oh, hell! Barbara sank her head into the palm of one hand. I didn't mean go on with your grovelling, Emily said, appropriate though it may be. I meant go on with what you were saying. Confused, Barbara looked up, trying to read her friend for irony and an intent to humiliate. But what she saw was only interest. And once again she was forced to recognise those qualities that were so essential in their line of work, the ability to back off, the willingness to listen, and the facility for altering one course of action if another presented itself. Barbara licked her lips, tasting the thin film of lipstick that she'd applied earlier. "Okay," she said, but she proceeded gingerly, determined to control her ungovernable tongue. "Forget Sala and Theo Shaw for a minute. What if we suppose that Quaroshi's intent in calling the Mufti was actually about his homosexuality, as you suggested? He phoned and asked if a Muslim who commits a grave sin is still a Muslim, and he was talking about himself. I'll go with that." Emily reached for a handful of trail mix and held it cupped in her palm as Barbara continued. "He heard that a grave sin would cut him off, so he decided to end his affair, and he told the other bloke at an earlier meeting. But this other bloke, his lover, didn't want to break it off. He asked for another meeting. Quaroshi took his condoms, figuring the last meeting might well end up with a farewell buggering. Better safe than sorry. Only this time the lover arranged for Quaroshi's death along the lines of, if I can't have you, no one can. Quaroshi became his obsession, Emily clarified, sounding as if she did so more for herself than for Barbara. She shifted her gaze to the oscillating fan that she'd unearthed from the attic on the previous day. She hadn't yet turned it on. Stilled, the blades were tufted with dust. "I can see how that works, Barb, but you're forgetting one thing, your own argument from yesterday. Why would the lover have killed Quarashi and then moved the body? What might have been taken for an accident immediately became suspicious because of that, and because the Nissan was tossed." "That bloody Nissan," was Barbara's response, an admission that Emily had just shot down her theory. But when she thought of the events of that past Friday night, a secret rendezvous, a fatal fall, a body out of place, a car tossed, she began to see another possibility. "Em, what if there's a third party involved? A ménage à trois? What do you mean? What if Quaroshi's supposed lover isn't his killer? Do you have the crime scene pictures?" The DCI again rooted through the files and papers on the top of her desk. She found the file and set the photos of the body to one side. She laid out the pictures of the scene itself. Barbara went to stand behind the DCI's chair, studying the photographs over her shoulder. "Okay," Emily said, "let's go with it. Let's see how it plays with the lover, not Quaroshi's killer. On Friday, if Quaroshi's intention was to meet someone, then that person was either already at the naze waiting for him when Quaroshi got there, or on his way to the rendezvous. Agreed?" "Agreed." Barbara continued with the scenario. So if that person either saw or heard Quarashi take the fall, or if he found him dead at the bottom of those steps, then he would have logically assumed it was an accident. He would have chosen two courses of action at that point, leaving the body there for someone else to find, or reporting the accident himself. Right. If he wants to keep their liaison secret, he leaves the body. If he doesn't care who knows, he reports it, Emily finished. But the entire picture changes if Quarashi's lover actually saw something suspicious that night. Slowly, Emily's head turned from the photographs until she was meeting Barbara's eyes. She said, "If the lover saw—" Christ, Barb! Whoever Quarashi was going there to meet must have known it was murder when he fell. So Quarashi's lover is out of sight, waiting. He sees the killer string the tripwire, a shadow on the stairs moving about. He doesn't know what he's watching, but when Quarashi takes the tumble, he figures it out directly. He even sees the killer remove the wire afterwards. But he can't come forward because he can't let it be known that he's been having a fling, Emily went on. Because he's married, Barbara said, or involved with someone else. In either case, he can't come forward, but he wants to do something to signal to the police that this is a murder and not an accident. So he moves the body, Emily finishes, and he tosses the car. Jesus Christ, Bob, do you know what this means? Barbara smiled. We've got ourselves a flaming witness, Gov. And if the killer knows that, Emily added grimly, we also have someone who could be in danger. Yum was standing at the window changing the baby's nappy when she heard the front door close and the sandalled footsteps head down the path towards the street. She looked out to see Sala pulling her amber dupatta over her thick hair as she hurried to her micra, parked at the curb. She was late for work again, but doubtless Akram's wondrous little precious would be forgiven this unfortunate lapse. She spent half an hour in the bathroom with the water running into the tub to cover the sound of her morning retching. But no one really knew that, did they? They thought she was washing herself, an unusual rite for her in the morning. Sala was a night-time bather, but one that was understandable, given the mind-numbing heat. Only Yum knew the truth. Yum, who'd stood outside the door listening carefully, gathering information to store like kernels of corn against the potential famine of Sala's failure to please the sister-in-law to whom she owed respect, allegiance, and cooperation. Such a little whore, Yum thought, as she watched Sala climb into the car and crank down both of the windows. Sneak out to meet him in the night, Sala. Invite him into your room when the house is sleeping. Spread your legs for him. Join your bodies. Rotate your hips. And still the next morning manage to look so pure, so innocent, so fragile, so lovely, so precious, so... Little whore, like a rotten egg that's perfect on the outside, but once cracked reveals the corruption within. The baby whimpered. Yum looked down to see that instead of removing the soiled nappy from him, she'd inadvertently wrapped it tightly round his leg. "Beloved," she said, quickly removing it, "forgive your thoughtless Ami Ji Bishra." He cooed in response, waving arms and legs. She gazed down at him. Naked, he was magnificent. She used the washing flannel to clean him, drawing it through his legs and carefully wiping his tiny penis. She eased the foreskin back and smoothed the flannel round it. She sang, "Amiji's little love, Bishra. Yes, yes, you are. You're Amiji's one true love." When he was clean, she didn't reach for a fresh nappy at once. Instead, she admired him. From the shape of him, the strength and the size, she could tell that he would be just like his father. His masculinity affirmed her place as a woman. It was her duty to give her husband sons, and she'd done that duty and would continue to do it as long as her body allowed her the privilege. As a consequence, she would not only be cared for in her old age, she would be treasured, and that was more glory than loathsome little Sala would ever attain in 1,000 lifetimes. She could not hope to be as fertile as Yum, and she'd already transgressed the tenets of their religion so seriously that she could never redeem herself. She was damaged goods, soiled beyond redemption, and ruined beyond the hope of reclamation. She was indeed good for nothing more than a life of servitude. It was such a lovely thought. "Yes, Yum crooned at the baby. Yes, yes, what a lovely thought indeed. She caressed the insignificant appendage between his legs. How incredible it was that such a small scrap of flesh could determine the role this child would play in life. But that is how the Prophet decreed it. Men are in charge of us, Yum crooned to the baby, because Allah made one to excel the other. Little Bishra, listen to Amici. Do your duty, shelter, protect and guide, and seek a woman who knows how to do hers. Certainly Salah did not. She acted the part of obedient daughter, dutiful younger sister and sister-in-law, subservient and docile as required. But that was only a role she played. The real girl was the one who lay in a bed whose springs creaked rhythmically in the dead of night. Yum knew this, and she'd been intent upon holding her tongue about it. True, she'd not completely held her tongue. Some types of hypocrisy were not to be borne. When Salah's morning vomiting had been followed so closely by her agreement to marry the first young man presented to her as a potential husband, Yum had made the decision to act. She would not be party to so great a deception as the family's flower-like Salah had obviously intended to perpetrate upon her fiancé. So she had gone to Haytham Qureshi privately, slipping out of the house on one of the many evenings that Muhammad spent elsewhere. She had buttonholed the intended bridegroom in his hotel, and, sitting knee to knee in his garret of a room, she'd done her duty as any religious woman might have done, revealing the one ineradicable impediment to his upcoming marriage to her sister-in-law. The brat Salah carried could be got rid of course, but her virginity, once lost, could not be regained. Haytham, however, had not reacted as Yum had expected. The announcement, "She's soiled, she's carrying another man's child," had not led where tradition and logic dictated it should lead. In fact, Haytham had been so tranquil at Yum's revelation that she had experienced a moment of dread in which she'd thought she'd somehow got events confused, with Salah's morning retching beginning after Haytham's advent instead of before it, making Haytham the father of Salah's child. But she knew that this was not the case. She knew that Salah had been pregnant already when Haytham arrived. Thus his acquiescence to a marriage, taken in conjunction with his utter placidity once informed of Salah's sin, could mean only one thing. He'd known about her condition, and he'd agreed to marry her anyway. The little bitch was saved, Yum had realized. She was saved from disgrace and saved from dishonour because Haytham was eager, ready and willing to take her away from the family home as soon as she wished to leave it. The situation could not have been one iota more unfair. Having been forced to endure her mother-in-law's extolment of Salah's virtues for nearly 3 years, Yum had been taking great pleasure in every opportunity she had to torment the girl. She'd heard quite enough about Salah's beauty, her artistry with those pitiful baubles she made, her intellectual gifts, her religious piety, her physical perfection, and especially her adherence to duty. Upon that last characteristic of her beloved child, Warda Malik was fully capable of waxing utterly intolerable, and she had no compunction about invoking the image of Salah's earnest docility every time Yum displeased her. If she overcooked the sevian, Warda was good for 20 minutes on the subject of Salah's expertise in the kitchen. If she dared to admit one of the 5 daily prayers, and she was very likely to forego the namaz of sunrise, she was regaled with a 10-minute discourse about Salah's devotion to Islam. If she failed to dust well enough, to scour the bath completely, or to search out every cobweb in the house, her slovenly habits were compared to Salah's, which were, of course, immaculate. So it had been a source of great enjoyment to Yum, having a nasty little piece of knowledge to hold over her sister-in-law's head. And it had been a source of even greater enjoyment, knowing how she was going to be able to put that knowledge to use for her own benefit. Yum had almost had to relinquish all of her dreams about indefinitely holding little Salah hostage to her wishes and commands, once Haytham declared his intention of marrying her despite her sins. But now Yum held the girl's future in her palm once again, and in Yum's palm was where Salah Malik so richly deserved to be. Yum smiled down at her son. She began to enfold him in the fresh, soft nappy. "How lovely life is, little god," she whispered. And she made a mental list of the duties she would have Sala perform when she arrived home that evening. Chapter 16. The possibility of having a witness to Quarashi's death invigorated and refocused the investigation. DCI Barlow began phoning her men on their mobiles, saying, "Everyone who came in contact with Quarashi is a potential witness to his murder as of now. I want everyone's alibi, and I want it corroborated. Whoever was on the naze that night, track him down." For Barbara's part, she went on her way to phone the fingerprint office in London, using what little influence she had to get SO4 to move on the prints that had been lifted from the Nissan. She knew that a match wasn't guaranteed. They would have a match only if the prints on the Nissan had been left by someone once arrested and run through a booking procedure somewhere in the country. But if that was the case, they'd have the best break they could get, an identity, something concrete that was beyond the realm of speculation. Barbara made the call. Like most support services, the fingerprint people didn't warm to anything suggesting interference from another branch of the legal family, so she used the racial unrest in the town to promote her cause. She finished by saying, "We're sitting on a powder keg out here, and we need your help to defuse it." SO4 understood. Everyone wanted their dabs given identities before the sun set on the first day of the investigation. But the sergeant needed to understand that a highly specialised workforce such as SO4 could only be expected to deal with a limited number of evidential particulars on a given day. "We cannot afford an error," the department head intoned, "not when guilt or innocence may well ride on a conclusion reached by this organisation." Right, Barbara thought. She told him to do his best, and returned to Emily. "I'm a bird with a lot less clout than I would like to be," Barbara told her frankly. "They'll do what they can. What's up?" Emily was in the process of flipping through the contents of a file. She said, "Quarashi's picture," and pulled it out. It was, Barbara saw, the same photograph of the murdered man that had run on the front page of the Tendring Standard. Quarashi looked simultaneously solemn and harmless. If Trevor Ruddock's telling the truth about Quarashi and his cottaging, there's a chance that someone else saw him in the market square in Clacton. And if someone else saw him, someone may have seen our potential witness with him. I want that witness, Barb, if Ruddock's telling the truth." "If," Barbara said. "He's got motive enough to kill Quarashi himself, and I haven't checked on his alibi yet. I want to have a look at his time card for last week, and I want to talk with Rachel as well. A lot of roads seem to be leading to her. It's curious, if you ask me." Emily gave her approval to the plan. For her own part, she'd work the homosexual aspect of the case. With the Market Square angle to be explored and Fard Kumar to be located, other roads appeared to be leading to Clacton. She didn't want to ignore them. "If he exists, that witness is our key," she said. They parted company in the patch of tarmac that served as the old police station's car park. At one side, a corrugated metal lock-up acted as the digs of the evidence officer. In his shirt sleeves, and with a blue handkerchief tied round his head to soak up the perspiration, he sat on a stool. He appeared to be in the process of checking evidence bags against a logbook. The temperature was beginning to reach heights that felt suitable for grilling bacon. That poor bloke, Barbara thought, had the worst job of all. In the time that she'd been in the station, Barbara found that the Mini, even with its windows wide open, had soaked up enough heat to make breathing difficult once she was inside it. The steering wheel was fiery to the touch, and the car's seat sizzled through the thin material of her trousers. She looked at her watch and wondered at the fact that it wasn't yet midday. She had little doubt that by 2 o'clock she'd feel like an overcooked Sunday joint. Raycon Original and Artistic Jewellery was open for business when she arrived. Beyond the gaping front door, both Connie Winfield and her daughter were at work. They appeared to be in process of arranging a new shipment of necklaces and earrings for display, because they were removing baubles from a cardboard box and using straight pins to mount them on an antique folding screen whose panels had been fashioned from cream-coloured velvet. Barbara watched them for a moment without making her presence known. Idly, she noted 2 details. Between them they had the artistry to make the arrangement of jewellery enticing and attractive, and they worked in what seemed to be an inimical silence. The mother cast baleful looks upon the daughter countered with haughty expressions indicative of her indifference to her mother's displeasure. Both women started when Barbara said good morning. Only Connie spoke. "I got my doubts that you're here to make a purchase." She stopped what she was doing and went to the counter, where a cigarette burned in a quarter-moon ashtray. She tapped off ash and brought the cigarette to her mouth. She watched Barbara over it, eyes hostile. "I'd like a word with Rachel," Barbara said. "Have it then, and good luck to you. I'd like a word with the slag myself, but I'm getting nothing out of her. You may as well have a go. I can't hardly wait to hear what she's got to say for herself." Barbara didn't intend the mother to be in on the questioning, however. She said, "Rachel, can you step outside? Can we have a walk?" "What's this, then?" Connie demanded. "I didn't say she was free to go off somewheres. We've got work to do. What you got to say to her you can say here while we do our unpacking." Over one of the folding screen's 6 finials, Rachel draped the necklace she'd been holding. Connie seemed to realise what this action implied. She went on, "Rachel Lynn, don't you dare even think—" "We can walk up to the park," Rachel said to Barbara. "It's not far, and I could do with a break." "Rachel Lynn!" Rachel pointedly ignored her. She led the way out of the shop and onto the pavement. Barbara heard Connie bark her daughter's name once more, and then cry it out pleadingly as they headed in the direction of the Balford Road. The park in question was a square of sun-parched lawn a short distance beyond St. John's Church. A freshly painted black wrought-iron fence surrounded it, but its gate stood open. A sign on this bade everyone welcome and named the place Falak Dedar Park. A Muslim name, Barbara noted. She wondered if it was indicative of the inroads that the Asian community was making into Balford-Lenays. A cinder path that edged the lawn took them to a bench partially shaded by a laburnum tree, heavy with cascades of yellow flowers. A fountain trickled in the centre of the park, a veiled girl rendered in cloud-coloured marble, who poured water from a tipped urn into a shallow pool that formed a shell at her feet. After arranging her filmy skirt, Rachel gave her attention to this fountain, not to Barbara. Barbara told the girl why she was there, to ascertain her whereabouts on the previous Friday night. 4 nights ago, she reminded Rachel, lest the girl feign an inability to recall. 4 nights hardly comprised a substantial enough leap in time to dim one's recollection, she was implying. Rachel obviously was skilled in inference. She said, "You want to know where I was when Haytham Qureshi died?" Barbara agreed that this was her purpose. She added, "Your name's come up more than once in relation to this case, Rachel. I didn't want to say as much in front of your mum." "Ta," Rachel said, "but it never looks good when one's name pops up in any way during a murder investigation. Smoke?" Rachel shook her head and returned her gaze to the fountain. She said, "I was out with a boy called Trevor Ruddock. He's a bloke from the pier, but I expect you know that already. He told me last night that you talked to him." She smoothed her hand along a design in her skirt, a peacock's head that was cleverly camouflaged in the material's swirls of colour. Barbara altered her position to pull her notebook from her shoulder bag. She flipped through the pages to find her notes of the earlier interview with Trevor Ruddock. As she did this, she saw Rachel's eyes catch the movement in her peripheral vision. The girl's hand stopped smoothing her skirt, as if she'd suddenly realised that any motion was liable to betray her. Barbara refreshed her own memory on the subject of Trevor's evening with Rachel. Then she turned to the girl. She said, "Trevor Ruddock claims you were with him. He gets a bit vague with the details, though, and details are what I'm trying to suss out, so perhaps you can fill in his blanks for me." "I don't see how." "It's easy enough." Barbara held her pencil in an attitude of expectancy. She said, "What did you 2 do?" "Do? On Friday night, where'd you go? Out for a meal, for coffee, to a film? Perhaps you went to a cafe somewhere?" 2 of Rachel's fingers pinched the peacock's crested head. "You're making a joke, aren't you?" Her tone was bitter. "I expect Trev told you where we went." "He might have done," Barbara admitted, "but I'd like to have your version if you don't mind." And if I mind? Then you mind. But minding's not such a good idea when someone's been murdered. When someone's been murdered, the best thing to do is to tell the truth. Because if you lie, the Rozzers always want to know the reason. And they generally keep chipping away at you till they get it. The girl's fingers pinched her skirt more tightly. If the camouflaged peacock had been real, Barbara thought, he'd be gasping his final breaths. "Rachel," Barbara prompted, "have we got a problem? Because I can always let you go back to the shop if you need to have a think before we talk. You can ask your mum what you ought to do. Your mum seemed real concerned about you yesterday, and I'm sure if she knew that the cops are asking you your whereabouts on the murder night, she'd give you all the advice you want. Didn't your mum mention to me yesterday that you—" "All right!" Apparently Rachel didn't need Barbara to offer more clarity on the subject of her mother. "What he said is true. What he told you is true, all right? Is that what you want to hear?" "What I want to hear are the facts, Rachel. Where were you and Trevor on Friday night?" "Where he said we were, up in one of the beach huts, which is where we are most Friday nights. 'Cause no one's around up there after dark, so no one sees who Trevor Ruddock's decided to let blow him. There, is that what you wanted to know?" The girl's head turned. She was red to her hair, and the harsh and unforgiving daylight emphasized each of her facial deformities with a brutal precision. Seeing her fully, neither hidden by shadows nor in profile any longer, Barbara couldn't help thinking of a documentary film she'd once watched on the BBC, an exploration of what constitutes beauty to the human eye. Symmetry, the film concluded. Homo sapiens is genetically programmed to admire symmetry. If that was the case, Barbara thought, Rachel Winfield didn't stand a chance. Barbara sighed. She wanted to tell the girl that life didn't need to be lived the way she was living it. But the only alternative she herself had to offer was the life she was leading, and she was leading it alone. "Actually," she said, "what you and Trevor were up to doesn't much interest me, Rachel. It's your call what you want to do and why. If you're chuffed at the end of an evening with him, more power to you. If you're not, move on." "I'm chuffed," Rachel said defiantly. "I'm properly chuffed." "Right," Barbara said. "So what time did you find yourself so chuffed that you staggered home? Trevor tells me it was 11:30. What do you say?" Rachel stared at her. Barbara took note of the fact that she was biting her lower lip. "What's it going to be?" Barbara asked her. "Either you were with him till 11:30 or you weren't." She didn't add the rest because she knew the girl understood it. If Trevor Ruddock had spoken to her, he'd have made it clear that her failure to corroborate his story in every detail would shine suspicion's spotlight on him. Rachel looked away back to the fountain. The girl pouring water was lithe and graceful, with perfect features and downcast eyes. Her hands were small, and her feet, just visible at the bottom of the drapery that she wore to cover her body, were shapely and delicate like the rest of her. Gazing upon the statue, Rachel Winfield seemed to make up her mind. She said, 10 o'clock, with her vision fixed on the fountain. "I got home round 10. "You're sure of that? You looked at a clock? You couldn't have misread the time somehow?" Rachel gave a weary, one-note laugh. "You know how long it takes to blow some bloke, when that's all he wants, and that's all you're likely ever to get, from him or anyone? Let me tell you, it doesn't take long." Barbara felt all the wretchedness of the girl's painful questions. She flipped her notebook closed and considered how best to reply. Part of her said that it wasn't her job to hand out advice, to salve psychic wounds, or to pour oil generously where soul waters roiled. The other part of her felt a kinship with the girl. For Barbara, one of life's most difficult and most bitter lessons had been the slow recognition of what constitutes love, both giving it and receiving it in turn. She still hadn't learned the lesson completely, and in her line of work there were times when she wondered if she ever would. "Don't put such a giveaway price on yourself," she finally settled on saying to the girl. She dropped her cigarette to the ground as she spoke, extinguishing it with the toe of her high-top trainer. Her throat was dry from the heat, the smoke, and the tautness of muscles, fighting to hold back what she didn't particularly want to feel, and even less want to remember about her own low prices and when she'd offered them. Someone's going to pay that price, sure, because it's a bargain. But the price you pay is bloody well higher. She rose, without giving the girl a chance to reply. She nodded her thanks for Rachel's cooperation and began to head out of the small park. As she followed the path to the gate, she saw a young Asian man affixing onto one of the wrought-iron railings a yellow paper that he took from a stack which he carried. By the time she reached him, he'd moved on, and she saw him farther down the street, fixing another notice to a telegraph pole. Curiously, she read the poster. The large black letters on yellow were hard to miss, and they spelled out a man's name across the top, Fad Kumar. Beneath this was a boldly rendered message in both English and Urdu. Balford CID want to interrogate you. Do not speak to them without legal representation. Juma will provide this. Please phone. These 4 sentences were followed by a local telephone number, which was repeated across the bottom of the page vertically, so that it could be torn off by a passer-by. At least they now knew what Muhammad Malik's latest move was, Barbara thought, and she felt a mixture of satisfaction and relief at what the yellow notice inadvertently revealed to her. Despite having good reason for doing so, Azar hadn't betrayed to his cousin her slip of the tongue of the previous night. Had he done so, the only town in which the notices would have gone up was Clacton, and they'd have been concentrated round the market square. She owed him one now, and as she walked back in the direction of the High Street, Barbara couldn't help wondering when and how Taimullah Azar would call in the debt. Cliff Hegarty couldn't concentrate. Not that concentration was really required in applying the jigsaw to the coupling men who would form the latest puzzle on offer from Hegarty's adult distractions. The machinery was programmed to run on its own. All he had to do was set the prospective puzzle in the correct position, choose which one of 100 designs he wanted the jigsaw to work in, turn a dial, flip a switch, and wait for the results. All of which he was used to doing as part of his daily routine, when he wasn't taking telephone orders, preparing his next catalogue for the printer, or packing off one or another innocently wrapped item to some randy bloke in the Hebrides with an appetite for tasty diversions that he'd rather his postman not know about. But today was different, and for more than one reason. He'd seen the cops. He'd even talked to them. 2 detectives wearing plain clothes and lugging a tape recorder, clipboards and notebooks had gone into the mustard factory right at opening time. 2 others had arrived 21 minutes later, also in plain clothes. These 2 started making visits to the other businesses in the industrial estate. So Cliff had known it was only a matter of time, and not very much of it, till they got to him. He could have left, but that would not only have postponed the inevitable, it would also have encouraged the cops to make a run south to Jaywick Sands in order to track him down at home, and he didn't want that. Holy shit, he couldn't have that, and he was willing to do just about anything to prevent it. So when they came in his direction, after having a go at the sailmakers and the mattress works, Cliff girded himself for the coming interview by removing his jewellery and rolling down the sleeves of his T-shirt so the tattoo on his bicep was hidden. Cops' hatred of queers was notorious. The way Cliff saw it, there was no sense in announcing himself as a poofter while there was a chance they might think otherwise. They'd shown their identification and introduced themselves as DC's Gray and Waters. Gray did the talking while Waters took notes. And both of them gave the eye to a display case featuring 2-headed dildos, leather masks, and penis rings of ivory and stainless steel. "It's a living, mates," he'd wanted to say, but wisdom suggested that he hold his tongue. He was glad of the air-conditioner. Had it not been blasting away, he would have been sweating. And while the sweat would have been due in large part to working inside a structure fabricated from corrugated steel, in smaller part it would have come from nerves, and the less he displayed any symptoms of anxiety in front of the fuzz, the better he liked it. They brought out a photograph and asked him if he knew the subject. He told them sure it was the dead bloke from the Nays, Haytham Quarashi, who worked at the mustard factory. How well did he know Quarashi? They asked next. He knew who Quarashi was, if that's what they meant. He knew him well enough to nod and say, "Good morning," or "Bloody hot day, ain't it, mate?" Cliff was careful to appear as casual as possible. He came round the counter to answer their questions. and he stood with his arms crossed beneath his chest, with one leg taking most of his weight. This posture emphasized the muscles in his arms, which he thought was a good idea. A muscular body equated to masculinity in the eyes of most straights. Masculinity equalled heterosexuality as well, especially in the view of the ignorant, and in Cliff's experience most cops were about as pig-ignorant as you could get. Did he know Quarashi outside the industrial estate, was their next question. Cliff asked them what they meant. He said that, sure, he knew Quarashi outside the industrial estate. If he knew him here, he'd know him elsewhere. He wouldn't exactly have a memory loss when it was after hours, would he? They weren't amused by this remark. They asked him to explain how he knew Quarashi. He told them he knew Quarashi outside work the same way he knew Quarashi inside work. If he saw him in Balford or anywhere else, he said hello, he said bloody hot day, he nodded in recognition. That was the extent of it. Where might he have seen Quarashi outside work? They asked him. And Cliff saw once again how cops twist everything to suit themselves. He hated the bastards in that instant. If he didn't mind his every syllable, they'd have him strolling with Quarashi in the same pair of knickers before they were finished. He kept his temper and told them that he hadn't seen the bloke outside the industrial estate. He was merely telling them that if he'd seen him, he'd have known who he was, and he would have acknowledged him the way he acknowledged anyone he recognised. He was that sort of chap. Friendly, the cop called Grey remarked. He let his gaze wander over to the display case of goodies to make his point. Cliff didn't challenge them with a belligerent, "What's that supposed to mean?" He knew that cops liked to cause aggro, because feeling aggro put you off guard with them. He'd played this game more than once with the Rozzers. It had only taken him one night in lockup to figure out the importance of staying cool. They changed gears on him then, asking if he was familiar with someone called Fard Kumar. He told him he wasn't. He admitted that he might recognise Fard Kumar on sight, because by sight he knew most of the Asians who worked in the mustard factory. But he didn't know their names. Those names they have just sound like a slew of letters put together to make up noises, and I can never remember them, he explained. Why don't those people give their kids proper names? What about William, Charlie, or Steve? The cops didn't pick up on this friendly aside. Instead, they went back to Quarashi again. Had he ever seen Quarashi with anyone, talking to anyone on the grounds of the industrial estate? Cliff couldn't recall, he told them. He said he might have done, but it wouldn't have registered. There were people in the grounds all the time, lots of coming and going, lorries arriving, deliveries being made, goods being shipped. This might well have been a man Quarashi would have been talking to, Waters told him. And with a nod towards the display case, he asked Cliff if he and Quarashi had ever done business. Quarashi was a ginger, Grey added. Did Cliff know that? This question cut a little too close for comfort, the way a knife blade can nearly slice into one's skin. Cliff closed his mind to the memory of his conversation with Jerry in the kitchen on the previous morning. He shut his inner ears to their words, accusations on one part and angry denials and defences on the other. What about fidelity? Where did that go? What about fidelity? All I know about it is what you say about it, and there's a hell of a lot of difference between what blokes feel and what they say. Was it the Market Square? Is that where it happened? Did you meet him there? All right, too right. Have it your way. And the crash of the door put the full stop at the end of what went for their conversation. But he couldn't betray any of that to the cops. No way could he let these blokes near Jerry. No, he told them steadily. He'd never done business with Haytham Quarashi, and it was news to him that the bloke was queer. He thought Quarashi was supposed to be marrying Akram Malik's daughter, so were the cops sure they had their facts sorted out? Nothing's ever sure in an investigation till a suspect's in the nick, Grey informed him. And Waters added that, if he remembered anything that he thought the police needed to know. Cliff assured them that he'd have a proper think. He'd phone if anything popped into his head. You do that, Grey told him. He gave a final look round the shop. When he and Waters stepped outside, he said, "Flaming dung puncher," just loud enough to be certain that Cliff overheard it. Cliff watched them walk off. When they disappeared into the joinery across the pitted lane, he allowed himself to move. He went behind the counter where his order desk was, and he thunked down onto the wooden chair. His heart was racing, but he hadn't noticed while the cops were there. Once they left, though, he could feel it pounding so hard and so fast that it felt like it might leap straight through his chest to lay throbbing on the blue lino floor. He had to get a grip, he told himself. There was Jerry to think of. He had to keep his mind on Jerry. His lover hadn't slept at home on the previous night. Cliff had awakened in the morning to find his side of the bed unruffled, and he'd known at once that Jerry had never returned from Bolford. His guts greeted this knowledge with a sickening twist, and despite the early heat of the day, his hands and feet had gone cold as dead fish at the thought of what Jerry's absence might mean. He'd tried at first to tell himself that the other man had simply decided to work through the night and into the next day. After all, he was trying to complete the Pier End restaurant before the next bank holiday, and at the same time he was working after hours on that house renovation in Bolford. So Jerry had a good enough reason to be away from home. He might have gone directly from the first job to the second one, which was something he did quite often, in fact, sometimes working till 3 in the morning if he was anywhere close to completing a stage of the second project. But he'd never worked round the clock before. And in the past, whenever he'd planned to work late into the night, he'd always phoned. He hadn't phoned this time. He hadn't come home. And as Cliff had sat on the edge of the bed that morning, he sought clues within his last conversation with Jerry, details that might tell him of Jerry's whereabouts and of the condition of his heart and his mind. Except he had to admit that they hadn't had so much a conversation as an argument, one of those verbal brawls in which past behaviours suddenly become a benchmark for measuring present doubts. Everything about their shared and individual pasts had been dragged out, aired, and laid down for a lengthy and intimate examination. The market square in Clacton, the gentleman's toilet, leather and lace at the castle, Jerry's endless work in that pish-posh Bolford house, Cliff's infuriating walks and his drives and his pints of Foster at Never Say Die. Who used the motorcycle had been brought up, as well as who took the boat out, and when and why. And when they'd run out of accusations to hurl, they went on to shout about whose family accepted that one of their sons was a poofter, and whose dad would try to beat the living shit out of his son if he knew the truth. Jerry usually backed down from a fight, but he hadn't backed down from this one. And Cliff was left wondering what it meant that his lover, usually so mild and so earnest, had altered into a yobbo ready to take him on if taking him on was necessary.
End of Disc 11. Disc 12.
Jerry usually backed down from a fight, but he hadn't backed down from this one. And Cliff was left wondering what it meant that his lover, usually so mild and so earnest, had altered into a yobbo ready to take him on if taking him on was necessary. So the day had started out bad and had only got worse. Waking up to find that Jerry'd done a bunk, and looking out the shop window to see the coppers putting the cosh on everyone in sight. Now, at the jigsaw, Cliff tried to give his mind to the work. There were orders to fill and puzzles to be cut, dodgy pictures to assess for their potential as future puzzles, and decisions to be made about ordering in an array of novelty condoms from Amsterdam. He had at least 16 videos to preview, and reviews to write for Crossdressers Quarterly. But he found that he could think of nothing but the questions the cops had wanted him to answer, and whether he'd managed to be so convincing that they wouldn't show up in Jaywick Sands to ask Jerry DeWitt's assistance in their inquiry. Theo Shaw's appearance didn't suggest a man who'd slept the sleep of the guileless, Barbara thought. Shaw was carrying luggage under his eyes, and these were nearly bloodshot enough to give him the look of an albino rabbit. When Dominique the Tongue Stud had announced Barbara's arrival at the pier offices for a second visit, Theo had started to say brusquely, "No way, tell her," but had choked off whatever else he'd intended to communicate when he saw Barbara standing directly behind the girl. Dominique said, "She's asking to see the time cards, Mr. Shaw, last week's time cards. Shall I fetch them or what? I didn't want to do nothing till I talked to you first." "I'll handle this," Theo Shaw said, and made no other comment until Dominique went swinging back towards reception in her orange platform shoes. Then he looked at Barbara, who'd entered his office without an invitation, installing herself in one of 2 rattan chairs that sat facing his desk. "Time cards?" "In the singular," Barbara said. "Trevor Ruddock's from last week, to be specific. Have you got it?" He had. The card was with the accounting department where the payroll was done. If the sergeant didn't mind waiting a minute. Barbara didn't mind. Another opportunity to recce Theo Shaw's office was just fine by her. But he seemed to read her intention, because instead of heading off to fetch the requested time card himself, he picked up the phone, punched in 3 numbers, and asked that the card be brought to them. "I hope Trevor's not in trouble," he said. "The devil you do," Barbara thought. She said, "Just confirming a few details." She gestured towards the window. "The pier looks more crowded today. Business must be picking up." "Yes. Good for the cause, that." "What cause?" "Redevelopment." "Oh, the Asians part of it. Redevelopment, I mean." "That's an odd question. Why do you ask?" "I was in a place called Fallark Dedar Park. It looks new. There's a fountain in the centre, a girl in Arab garb pouring water, and the name sounds Asian, so I was wondering if the Asians are involved in your redevelopment plans. Or do they have their own?" "Anyone's free to become involved," Theo said. "The town needs investors. We don't intend to hold anyone back if they want to be part of the project." "And if someone wants to go his own way, have his own project, with a different idea to yours about redevelopment, what happens then?" "It makes more sense for Balford to accept an overall plan," Theo replied. "Otherwise, what you end up with is an architectural hodgepodge, like the south bank of the Thames. I've lived here most of my life, and frankly, I'd rather like to avoid that happening." Barbara nodded. His reasoning made sense, but it also suggested yet another area in which the Asian community might be in conflict with the long-time residents of Balford-Lenays. She left her chair and approached the redevelopment plans which she'd noticed on the previous day. She wanted to see how the plans affected such areas as the industrial estate where Akram Malik had obviously invested so much money in his mustard factory. But she was distracted by a town map that hung on the wall next to the blueprints and the artists' renderings of Balford to be. This map indicated in which sections of the town the most money would be invested. But that wasn't what interested Barbara. Instead, she took note of the location of the Balford Marina. It was west of the Naze at the base of the peninsula. With advantageous tidal conditions, someone sailing from the marina up the Balford Channel into Pennyhole Bay would have easy access to the east side of the Naze where Haytham Quarashi had met his death. She said, "You have a boat, haven't you, Mr. Shaw? Berthed at the marina?" His expression was guarded. "It's the family's, not mine. Cabin cruiser, isn't it? Do any night sailing?" "I have done." He saw where she was heading, but not on Friday night. They would see about that, Barbara thought. Trevor's time card was delivered by an antique gentleman who looked as if he'd worked on the pier since the day it was built. He doddered into the room dressed in a linen suit, starched shirt and tie despite the heat, and he handed the card over with a respectful, "Mr. Shaw, sir. Glorious day, isn't it? Like a gift from the Almighty." Theo thanked him, asked after his dog, his wife, and his grandchildren, in that order, and sent him on his way. He gave Barbara the time card. She saw on it what she expected to see. Trevor Ruddock had been telling half-truth and half-lie during her interview with him. His time card indicated that he'd appeared for work at 11:36. But if Rachel could be depended upon to be speaking the truth, then he hadn't been with her after 10 that evening, and he had an hour and a half still to account for. Motive and opportunity were now his. Barbara wondered if the means lay among the clutter of his spider-making work-table. She told Theo Shaw that she would need the time card. He made no protest, although he added, "Trevor's a good sort, Sergeant. He looks like a lout, but that's the extent of it. He might engage in petty theft, but he'd never take it on to murder." "People can surprise you," Barbara said. "Just when you think you know what you're dealing with, they can do something that makes you wonder if you ever really knew them at all." She'd struck something with that. The right note, the wrong chord, a jangled nerve. She could see it in his eyes. She waited for him to make a comment that might betray himself in some way, but he didn't do it. He merely made the appropriate noises about being glad to be helpful in her investigation. Then he saw her on her way. On the pier once more, Barbara slipped the time card into her shoulder bag. She managed to avoid Rosalie the Romany palm reader a second time, and she wended her way through the clumps of small children, waiting with their parents to charge onto the kiddie rides. As was the case yesterday, the noise in this covered section of the pier reverberated from the walls and the ceiling. Clanging bells, shrilling whistles, a tooting calliope, and shouting voices all contributed to a din that made Barbara feel as if she was shooting round inside a gigantic pinball machine. She extricated herself from the cacophony by making her way to the uncovered section of the pier. To her left, the Ferris wheel was spinning. To her right, barkers were trying to seduce passers-by into taking a chance at tossing coins, upending milk bottles, and firing air guns. Beyond, a roller-coaster car was hurtling downward with a load of screaming passengers, and a miniature steam train was chugging towards the end of the pier. Barbara followed the train. The unfinished restaurant loomed over the sea, and the workers on its roof reminded her that there was a point she wished to clarify with the head of the project, Jerry DeWitt. As on the previous day, DeWitt was welding. But this time he happened to look up as Barbara stepped past a mound of copper tubing and dodged a stack of timber. He doused the flame on his blowtorch and pushed his protective mask to the top of his kerchief-bound head. "What do you need this time round?" He didn't sound either rude or impatient, but there was still an edge to his words. She wasn't welcome, nor, Barbara thought, were her questions. "Make it fast, all right. We've a load of work to get through today, and not a lot of time to spend yammering with visitors." "Can I have a word with you, Mr. DeWitt? Looks to me like you're having it." "Right. Outside, though, away from the noise." In order to be heard, she had to raise her voice. The hammering, pounding, and sawing hadn't ceased with her entrance on this occasion. DeWitt made a mysterious adjustment to the tanks that were connected to his equipment. Then he led the way to the front of the restaurant, which overlooked the end of the pier. Sidling past a serried arrangement of prefabricated windows that leaned against the doorway, he stepped outside. At the pier railing, he dug in the pocket of his cut-off jeans and brought out a roll of polos. He popped one in his mouth, turned to Barbara, and said, "So why didn't you mention yesterday that you knew Haytham Quarashi?" she said. He squinted in the bright light. He didn't pretend to misunderstand her. He said, "The way I recall it, you didn't ask. You wanted to know if we'd seen an Arab bird on the pier. We hadn't. End of story." "You said you didn't mix with the Asians, though," Barbara said. "You said something about Asians having their ways and English having theirs. Put them together and you've got trouble, was your conclusion. That's still my conclusion. But you knew Quarashi, didn't you? He had telephone messages from you at the Burnt House Hotel. That does something to suggest that you mixed with him." DeWitt changed positions to lean against the pier railing, his elbows taking most of the weight. He was facing her, not the North Sea, but he was looking at the town, perhaps in meditation, perhaps with the hope of avoiding her eyes. "I didn't mix with him. I was doing some work for him in a house in First Avenue. It's where he was going to live after his marriage." "So you did know him?" "I'd spoken to him a dozen times, maybe more, but that's the extent of it. If you want to call that knowing him, I knew him." "Where did you first meet him?" "There, at the house." "The First Avenue house? You're certain of that?" He shot her a glance. "Yeah, that's right." "How did he know to contact you to work on it?" "He didn't contact me," DeWitt said. "Akram Malik did. He said he had a rush renovation about 2 months ago and asked me if I'd take it on. I gave it a look and thought I could manage it. I could always do with the money. I met Quarashi there at the house, after I'd already begun the work." "But you're working here at the pier full-time, aren't you? So when do you work in First Avenue? At the weekend?" "Nights as well." "Nights?" Barbara's voice rose instinctively. He gave her a glance, this one more guarded than the last. "That's what I said." She took stock of DeWitt. A long time had passed since she'd first concluded that one of the most foolish mistakes an investigator could make was drawing an inference based on appearance. With his powerful build and the kind of work he did, de Witt had the look of a man who ended his blowtorch days with a pint of bitter and a shag with the wife or the girlfriend. True, he was wearing an earring, the same gold hoop that he'd had on yesterday, but Barbara knew that earrings, toe rings, navel rings, or nipple rings meant sod bloody all in the current decade. "We think that Mr. Quiroshi was homosexual," Barbara told him. "We think he may have been intending to meet his lover on the Naze on the night he was killed. He was due to marry in the next few days, so we have an idea that he may have gone to the Naze to end that relationship once and for all. If he tried to live a double life while married to Sala Malik, someone was bound to find out eventually, and he had a lot to lose." De Witt raised his hand to his mouth. The movement was studied, slow, and steady, as if he wished to demonstrate that his nerves were unjangled in the face of this new information. He spit the polo into his hand, then flicked it from his palm into the sea. "I don't know anything about how the bloke got his rocks off," de Witt said. "Men, women, or animals. We didn't discuss it." "He left the hotel at the same time several nights each week, and we're fairly certain he was meeting someone. He had 3 condoms in his pocket when his body was found, so I think we can safely conclude they were meeting for more than a casual after-dinner brandy at one of the pubs. Tell me this, Mr. de Witt. How often did Quiroshi come to First Avenue to check on the work you were doing there?" She saw the reaction this time, a sharp movement of muscle in his jaw. He didn't reply. "Did you work there alone, or did some of these blokes help you out?" Here she indicated the restaurant by jutting her chin at it. Inside, someone had turned on a portable radio. Above the noise of the construction, a voice began chanting about having life to live and love to give as the accompanying music crescendoed. "Mr. de Witt?" Barbara prompted. "Alone," he said. "Ah," she replied. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Did Quiroshi stop by often to check your work?" "Once or twice, but so did Akram, and the wife, Mrs. Malik." He looked her way. His face was damp, but that easily could have been due to the heat. The sun was climbing, and it throbbed down upon both of them, sucking the moisture through their pores. Her own face would have been damp as well, Barbara knew, had she not thoroughly brushed it with powder in step 2 of her facial beautification project. "I never knew when any of them would drop in," he added. "I did the work, and if they decided to stop by and check it, that was fine by me." He scrubbed his face on the sleeve of his T-shirt, adding, "So if that's all you want from me, I'd like to get on with it." Barbara nodded him back to work, but as he approached the restaurant door, she spoke once more. "Jaywick Sands, Mr. de Witt, is that where you live? That's where your calls to Quiroshi came from?" "I live there, yeah." "I've not been there in years, but as I recall, it's not far from Clacton. Just a few minutes by car, in fact. That's the case, isn't it?" His eyes narrowed to a squint, but again the sun could have been his reason. "What exactly are you on about, Sergeant?" Barbara smiled. "Just trying to keep my geography straight. There are 1,000 details in a case like this. You never know which one is going to lead you to a killer." Chapter 17. Emily's mobile rang the moment she hit Marine Parade East, which edged the waterfront on the approach to the pleasure pier in Clacton-on-Sea. She'd just braked for a group of pensioners who were crossing the street from the Cedars nursing home, 3 of them using Zimmer frames and 2 with walking sticks, when the trill of the phone cut into her thoughts of what a witness to the crime could mean to their case. The caller was D.C. Billy Honigman, who'd spent the day in an unmarked escort some 30 yards from Jackson & Son, the newsagent's shop in Carnarvon Road. His message was terse enough. "Got him, Gov." Kumar, she thought. Where, she wanted to know. He'd tailed the Pakistani to a house in Chapham Road, Honigman told her, not much more than round the corner from Jackson & Son. It looked like a boarding house. A sign in the window advertised rooms to let. "I'm on my way," Emily informed him. "Sit tight, don't approach." She rang off. When the pensioners were clear of her car, she surged forward, and in less than a mile made the turn up Carnarvon Road. Chapman Road shot left off the High Street. It was lined with terraced Victorian houses, all identically constructed of umber brick, with bay windows whose frames provided the only means of distinguishing among them. These were edged in a variety of colours, and when Emily joined D.C. Honigman, he indicated a house whose chosen window frame colour was yellow. It sat 20 yards from where Honigman had parked his escort. "Lives over there," he said. "He made a purchase at the newsagent's, newspapers, cigarettes and a chocolate bar, and walked back here directly. Nervous, though. Walked fast and kept his eyes straight ahead, but when he got to the house he walked on by it. He went halfway to the end of the street and had a good look round before heading back." "Did he see you, Billy?" "Might have, but what's to see? Bloke looking for a parking space for a day at the sea." He had a point. With his usual attention to detail, Honigman had strapped a collapsible plastic chaise longue to the roof of the car. In a bow to both continuity and incognito, he was wearing khaki shorts and an open-necked shirt of a decidedly tropical print. He didn't look the part of a policeman. "Let's see what we have, then," Emily said with a nod at the house. The door was answered by a woman with a poodle in her arms. She and the dog looked amazingly similar, white-haired, long-snouted, and recently coiffed. She said, "Sorry, the sign's still up, but all the rooms let. I need to pull it down, I know, but my lumbago stops me taking it out the window." "It" was the vacancy notice that hung between the diaphanous white curtains and the glass of the ground-floor bay window. Emily told the woman that they weren't there in search of accommodation. She produced her warrant card. The woman gave a sheep-like bleat. Offering her name as "Gladys Kersey, that's Mrs., by the way, although Mr. Kersey's gone to Jesus." She went on to assure them that everything was in perfect order in her establishment, always had been, always was, and certainly always would be. She clutched the poodle beneath her arm as she spoke, and the dog gave a yip not unlike the owner's bleat. "Fard Kumar," Emily said, "if we might have a word with him, Mrs. Kersey." "Mr. Kumar? He's not in some sort of trouble, is he? He seems a nice enough young man. Very clean he is. Bleaches those shirts of his by hand, and what that's doing to his skin, by the way, isn't a very pretty sight. His English isn't much to speak of, but he watches the morning news in the lounge, and I can tell he's trying hard to learn. He's not in trouble, is he?" "Can you show us to his room?" Emily aimed her voice for polite but firm. Mrs. Kersey excavated for substance beneath the question. "This ain't about that business in Balford, is it?" "Why do you ask that?" "No reason." Mrs. Kersey hiked the poodle higher. "Just what with him being one of them, you know." She let the phrase dangle as if hoping Emily would complete it for her. When Emily did not do so, Mrs. Kersey buried her fingers in the poodle's curly fur and told both of the police visitors to "Come along with you, then." Fard Kumar's room was on the first floor at the back of the house. It was one of 3 bedrooms, all of which opened off a square little hall. Mrs. Kersey rapped softly on the door, gave a glance over her shoulder at her companions, and called, "Mr. Kumar, your visitor's asking to have a word with you." This was greeted with silence. Mrs. Kersey looked puzzled. She said, "I saw him come in not 10 minutes ago. We even spoke, we did. He's always polite that way, and he never goes out without saying good-bye." She knocked again, this time more forcefully. "Mr. Kumar! I say, did you hear me?" A muted sound of wood sliding on wood came from within the room. Emily said, "Step aside, please," and when Mrs. Kersey did so, she reached for the knob. She said, "Police, Mr. Kumar." A shriek of wood followed. Emily quickly turned the doorknob. D.C. Honigman slid past her like a cat. He caught Fard Kumar by the arm, just as the other man was attempting to climb out of the window. Mrs. Kersey had time to exclaim, "Why, Mr. Kumar!" before Emily closed the door on her and the dog. Honigman had managed to grab onto a leg as well as an arm, and he yanked the Pakistani back into the room. "Not so hasty there, mate," he said, as he dropped the man onto the floor. Kumar cowered where he fell. Emily went to the window. Below was the back garden of the house, but it was a considerable drop from the first-floor window. There was nothing beneath to break the fall. Nor was there a drain pipe fastened to the house, allowing someone to do an easy runner. Kumar could have just as easily broken a leg as he could have scarpered from the cops. She turned to him. "Balford Criminal Investigations Department," she told him. She kept her words slow. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Barlow. This is Detective Constable Honigman. Can you understand my English, Mr. Kumar?" He scrambled to his feet. D.C. Honigman made a move towards him. Kumar held up his hands as if he wanted to show them that he had no weapons. "Papers," he said. "I have papers." "What's this, then?" Honigman directed the question to Emily. "You please wait, yes?" Kumar said, again with the hands up, but now moved to his chest in a defensive posture. "I show you papers. Yes, okay. You watch papers." He moved to a wicker chest of drawers. As he reached for the handles of the top drawer, Honigman said, "You hold it there, mate. Step back. Do it quick, here, back." Kumar's hands went up again. He cried, "Not hurt, please. Papers. I have papers." Emily understood. They were the police. He was a foreigner. "He wants to show us his legal documents, Billy. They must be in the drawer." She shook her head at the Pakistani. "We are not here to inspect your papers, Mr. Kumar." "Papers, yes." Kumar nodded frantically. He began to pull open one of the wicker drawers. Honigman shouted, "Hang on right there, mate." The Pakistani jumped away. He fled to the wash-basin in the corner of the room. Beneath was a toppled stack of magazines. They looked heavily thumbed through, with dog-eared pages and covers that were stained with coffee and tea rings. From her position by the open window, Emily could see the titles: Country Life, Hello, Woman's Own, Vanity Fair. A soft-bound Collier's Dictionary lay among them. It looked as well used as the magazines. D.C. Honigman riffled through the drawer that Kumar had begun to open. He said, "No weapons in here," and slammed it shut. For his part, Kumar watched their every move. His entire concentration seemed to be given to keeping himself from hurling his body out of the open window. Emily considered exactly how his patent desire to escape fitted into the case in hand. She said, "Sit down, Mr. Kumar," and she indicated the room's only chair. This stood before a small newspaper-covered table on which a partially completed doll-house was being constructed. It appeared that Kumar had interrupted work on the doll-house to go to Jackson and Son. It also appeared that the arrival of the police had disrupted further work on this same project. A tube of glue was uncapped on the table, and 5 miniature roofing tiles were speckled with it. The house itself was of a decidedly English design, a wattle and daub miniature of the sort of dwelling one could find in nearly every corner of the country. Cautiously, Kumar crossed the room to the chair. He crab-walked, as if in the belief that a false move would cause the heavy arm of the law to crash down upon him. Emily maintained her position at the window. Honigman moved to the door. Behind it, faintly, the poodle whined. Obviously, Mrs. Kersey hadn't made the connection between a door slamming in her face and the desire for privacy. Emily jerked her head at the door. Honigman nodded. He opened it and had a few quiet words with the house's owner. He allowed her a moment to poke her head inside the room to reassure her that her tenant was unharmed. Apparently, having watched many episodes of American police dramas, she expected to find Fard Kumar on the floor, bloodied and handcuffed. Seeing him sitting unmolested on the chair, she gulped, hiked the poodle beneath her chin, and retreated. Honigman closed the door. Emily said, "Haytham Qureshi, Mr. Kumar. Please explain your relationship with him." Kumar stuffed his hands between his knees. He was painfully thin, with a concave chest and sloping shoulders. These were covered by a neatly pressed white shirt that, despite the heat, was buttoned both to the neck and to the cuffs. He wore black trousers, belted with a strip of brown leather that was too long for his waist and dangled limply like the tail of a reprimanded canine. He made no reply. He merely swallowed, and his teeth vigorously worked his lips. "Mr. Qureshi wrote you a cheque for £400. Your name was on more than one telephone message for him at the Burnt House Hotel. If you read any of these—" she indicated the newspapers that served as protection between the dollhouse and the table beneath it—"then you know that Mr. Quarashi is dead." "Papers," Fudd Kumar said, his head turning from her to the chest of drawers to Honigman. "I'm not here about your papers." Emily spoke more slowly and in a louder voice, although her real wish was to shake him into comprehension. Why on earth, she wondered, did people immigrate into a country whose language was a mystery to them? "We're here to talk about Haytham Quarashi. You knew him, didn't you? Haytham Quarashi?" "Mr. Quarashi, yes." Kumar's hands tightened on his knees. He was trembling so badly that the material on his shirt shimmered as if a breeze were blowing it. "He was murdered, Mr. Kumar. We're investigating that murder. The fact that he gave you £400 makes you a suspect. What was that money for?" The Asian could have been having a mild seizure, so much did his tremors increase. It seemed to Emily that he had to be able to understand her. But when he replied, he did so in his own tongue, a babble of indistinguishable words spewed out of him. Emily cut into what she knew had to be a stream of rising protestations of innocence. She said impatiently, "English, please, Mr. Kumar. You heard his name well enough, and you understand what I'm asking. How did you know Mr. Quarashi?" Kumar continued his babble. "Where did you meet him?" Emily asked. "Why did he give you money? What did you do with it?" More babble, louder this time. Kumar moved his hands to his chest and began to wail. "Answer me, Mr. Kumar. You live not far from the market square. We've heard that Mr. Quarashi went there. Did you ever see him? Is that how you two met?" It sounded as if the Asian was repeating the word Allah over and over again. It was contained within a ritualized chant. Brilliant, Emily thought. It was bow to Mecca time. "Answer the questions," she said, matching her volume to his. Against the door, Honigman stirred. "I don't think he's following you, Gov." "Oh, he's bloody well following," Emily said. "I dare say his English is as good as ours when the humour takes him." "Mrs. Kersey did say he's not got much of it," Honigman noted. Emily ignored this. Sitting before her was a veritable fountain of information about the murdered man, and she bloody well intended to tap the source while she had him alone and at her mercy. "Did you know Mr. Quarashi in Pakistan? Did you know his family?" "Ulaika la hudamir rabihim wa ulaika humul muflihun," he chanted. Emily raised her voice above his gibberish. "Where do you work, Mr. Kumar? How do you support yourself? Who pays for this room? Who buys your cigarettes, your magazines, your newspapers, your sweets? Do you have a car? What are you doing here in Clacton?" "Gov," Honigman said uneasily. "Inna al-azina amanu wa amilu salihati lanun." "God damn it!" Emily slammed her hand onto the tabletop. The Asian immediately shrank back and fell silent. "Take him," Emily said to her detective constable. Honigman said, "What?" "You heard me, constable. Take him. I want him in Balford. I want him in custody. I want him to have a chance to decide how much English he really understands." "Got it," Honigman said. He approached the Asian and took him by the arm, lifting him to his feet. Kumar's babbling began again, but this time it quickly dissolved to tears. "Jesus," Honigman said to Emily, "what's wrong with this bloke?" "That's exactly what I intend to find out," Emily stated. The door at number 6 Alfred Terrace was gaping open when Barbara arrived. From within the cramped house, music blared, and the television chattered as loudly as on the previous day. She knocked on the side of the faded architrave, but there was no way anything less than a jackhammer in full operation was going to make a dent in the din. She stepped out of the blazing sun and into the entry. The stairway directly in front of her was littered with discarded clothing and plates of half-eaten food. The corridor towards the kitchen was strewn with flattened bicycle tyres, a tattered canvas pushchair, 2 trugs, 3 brooms, and a Hoover bag with a rip up its side. And to her left, the sitting-room seemed to be serving as a stopping-off point for articles about to be moved from one location to another. Surrounding the television, on which roared an Act 3 chase scene from yet another American action film, cardboard boxes bulged with what appeared to be clothing, towels, and household goods. Curious, Barbara investigated. The boxes, she saw, contained everything from a small and rusting colour gas stove to a faded needlepoint sampler stitched with the words, "I must go down to the seas again." Considering this, in conjunction with the state of the house, Barbara couldn't help wondering if the Ruddocks were planning a quick departure from Balford, one stimulated by her previous visit. "Hey, you keep your bits away from that lot here!" Barbara swung round. Trevor's brother Charlie had come to the sitting-room door, and he was followed in quick succession by his older brother and their mother. All three of them had apparently just come into the house. Barbara wondered how she'd missed seeing them on the street. Perhaps they'd trotted along from somewhere in Balford Square, of which Alfred Terrace served as one of the four sides. "What's this, then?" Shirl Ruddock demanded. "And who are you to go busting into people's houses uninvited?" She pushed Charlie to one side and strode into the sitting-room. She was fragrant with sweat and with the strong, fishy scent of a woman in need of a bath. Her face was blotched with grime, and her shorts and skimpy halter-top were banded with perspiration. "You've got no right to walk into people's gaff. I know what's what when it comes to the law." "Moving house," Barbara said, taking herself from one box to the next for a closer inspection, despite Shirl Ruddock's words. "Are the Ruddocks on their way out of Balford?" Shirl's fists punched her own hips. "What business of yours? If we want to move house, we move house. We've got no duty to let the cops know where we're hanging our hats every night." "Mum." Behind her, Trevor spoke. Like his mother, he was shiny with sweat and grimy of body, but not flaring of temper. He, too, entered the sitting-room. 3 people among the boxes and the furniture were 2 people too many. Charlie trailed his brother and swelled their numbers. "What do you want?" Shirl demanded. "You had your say with my Trevor, and a fine disruption you've caused in this house going about it, by the way. You've got his dad in an uproar, and he needs his rest. He isn't well, Trevor's dad, and you didn't help matters one little bit." Barbara wondered how anyone could manage to rest in a household in which ear-splitting noise was the dominant feature. As it was, they were all virtually shouting at one another, simply to be heard over the vehicular crashes on the television. Rap music added another element to the auditory chaos of the household. As on the previous day, it was booming from upstairs at a volume so high that Barbara could feel the vibrations of the sound in the air. "I want a word with Trevor," Barbara said to his mother. "We're busy," she replied. "You can see that for yourself. You aren't blind as well as dim, are you?" "Mum," Trevor said again, cautiously. "Don't you mum me, I know my rights, and nothing in them says a cop can come here and prowl through my belongings like they were her own. Come back later, you, we got work to do." "What sort of work?" Barbara asked. "None of your business." Shirl grabbed a box and heaved it to waist height. "Charlie," she barked, "get on with it." "Do you know what it looks like, moving house while the police are investigating a murder?" Barbara asked. "I bloody well don't care what anything looks like," Shirl replied. "Charlie, get off that bleeding couch! Turn off that telly! Your dad'll tan you good if you wake him again." She turned on her heel and left the room. Barbara watched through the window as she crossed the street and entered the square where a row of cars were parked. Charlie bellowed a sigh, picked up another box, and followed his mother. "We aren't moving house," Trevor said when he and Barbara were alone. He crossed to the television set and doused its volume. The picture remained, a helicopter in pursuit of a flame-engulfed pantechnicon, and they were on a bridge, and disaster loomed for someone. "What's up, then?" Barbara asked. "We got the Market Square in Clacton. These lumber's for the stall." "Ah," she said. "How'd you come by it?" His neck turned red. "Isn't nicked, if that's what you're thinking, okay?" "Okay, so how'd you get these goods, Trevor?" "Me and Mum go to car boot sales at the weekends. We buy what we can, fix it up, and flog it for a higher price in Clacton. Isn't much, this clutter, but it helps us get by." He touched one of the boxes with the toe of his boot. Barbara observed him closely, trying to evaluate him for his level of guile. He'd already lied to her once, so his stock was low, but this at least was a reasonable tale. She said, Rachel didn't corroborate your story, Trevor. We need to talk. I didn't shop that bloke. I was nowhere near the nays on Friday. So she wasn't lying. I didn't have no reason to do nothing to him. Sure, I didn't like that he sacked me, but I took my chances when I nicked those jars from the factory, so I know I got to pay the price. Where were you on Friday night? He raised a fist to his mouth and tapped it against his lips. It looked to Barbara like a nervous movement. Trevor? She prompted. Yeah, OK, but it's not much good if I tell you, 'cause there's no one who can say it's the truth, so you won't believe me, so what's the point? The point is trying to clear your name, which is something I think you'd be fairly hot to do. Since you're not, it makes me wonder why. And wondering why leads me straight to the nays. Your time card tells me you clocked in at work at 11:30. Rachel tells me you left her before 10. That's 90 minutes to account for, Trevor, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out that 90 minutes is plenty of time for a bloke to get from the beach huts to the nays and from there to the pier. Trevor's glance went to the sitting-room door, perhaps in anticipation of his mother's return for another box to load into their car for the trip to the market square. He said stubbornly, I told you what I'm going to tell you. I wasn't on the nays that night. And I didn't give that bloke the chop. And that's all you have to tell me? That's all. Then let's go upstairs. He looked immediately alarmed, the very picture of a bloke with something to hide. With his mother not there to tell him what his rights were in the situation, it was clear to Barbara that she had the upper hand. She made for the stairs. He was hot on her heels. There's nothing up there, he said, and you've got no call to be... She swung to face him. Did I say I was looking for something, Trevor? He stuttered. You said... I said, let's go upstairs. I have an itch to make this conversation more private. She continued to climb. The rap music came from behind one of the doors, but it wasn't the door to Trevor's room this time. Since it was accompanied by the sound of water roaring out of a large tap, Barbara assumed that one other member of the family was using the unintelligible chanting as an accompaniment to a bath. She entered Trevor's room, holding the door open for him and shutting it behind him. Once inside, she sauntered to the table where his spider paraphernalia was spread out. She began to sift through it. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "You said you wanted to talk in private." "I lied," she replied. "What's this about anyway, all this junk? And how'd you get into spiders, such a nice lad like you?" "Hang on!" he cried, as she shifted a collection of half-assembled arachnids to see what was in the box beneath them. "Those will fall apart." "I was wondering how you held them together when I was here yesterday," Barbara admitted. She rooted through various sizes of sponges, through tubes of paint, through pipe cleaners, black plastic beads, straight pins and glue. She moved aside reels of cotton in black, yellow and red. Trevor said angrily, "You've got no bleeding business with that." But Barbara saw otherwise when she moved two old encyclopedias to one side. Crammed between the volumes and the wall was another reel, but this one didn't have cotton wound round it. It was wound with wire. "I think I have business with this, though." She straightened and held the reel up for him to see. "Want to tell me about it?" "About what? About that? It's just some old wire. You can see as much yourself." "That I can." She slipped the reel into her shoulder bag. "What do you want with it?" "Why are you taking it? You can't take something from my room like that. And it's nothing anyway. It's just some old wire." "Used for what?" "Used for anything. Used for fixing that net." He jerked his head at the fishing net above the door, where the model spiders still cavorted. "Used for keeping the spider bodies together. Used for—" He struggled for another use. Words failed him, though, and he advanced on her. "You give me that bloody wire." He said the 6 words through his teeth. "I didn't do nothing, and you can't make it like I did. And you can't take nothing without my permission, because—" "Oh, but I can," Barbara said pleasantly. "I can take you." He gawped at her. His eyes bulged, and his mouth fell open and then snapped shut. "Do you want to come quietly for a chat at the Nick, or do I need to phone and have some assistance sent over?" "But, no. Why, I didn't do—" "So you've said," she told him. "So I expect you won't mind giving us your dabs, will you? Someone as innocent as you doesn't need to worry about where he's left his fingerprints." Aware of the difference in their sizes and strength, Barbara didn't give Trevor a chance to resist. She had him by the arm, out of the room and on the stairs, before he had the opportunity to protest. She wasn't so lucky, however, in the case of his mother. Shirl was hoisting another box, this one to her shoulder, while Charlie made himself less than useful by playing with the television. She caught sight of Barbara and her eldest son as they were halfway down the stairs. She dropped the box. "Now you hang on!" She made a dash for the stairway and blocked their path. "You don't want to interfere, Mrs. Ruddock," Barbara told her. "I bloody well mean to know what you're doing," Shirl replied. "I know my rights. No one let you into this house, and no one agreed to talk to you. So if you think you can waltz in here and expect my Trevor—" "Your Trevor's a suspect in a murder," Barbara said, overheated, and patience worn to gossamer. "So step to one side and do it nicely before more than one Ruddock gets run into the nick." She advanced anyway. Trevor said, "Mum, we don't need no trouble. Mum, do you hear?" Charlie had come to the sitting-room door. Upstairs, Mr. Ruddock had begun to yell. At that moment, the youngest boy ran towards them from the kitchen, a jar of honey in one hand, a bag of flour in the other. "Mum!" Charlie said. "Shirl!" Mr. Ruddock shouted. "See?" Brucey cried, and poured the honey and the flour together onto the floor. Barbara watched and listened, and silently clarified Trevor's statement. The Ruddocks didn't need any more trouble. But what was often the case was that those not in need were blessed with more of what they already had. "Take care of the kids," Trevor said to his mother. He cast a sideways look towards the stairs. "Don't let him get at them while I'm gone." Muhammad showed up for mid-afternoon prayers. Salah hadn't expected him to do so. The argument with their father on the previous night had bled into the morning's breakfast. There had been no further exchange of words about Muhammad's activities with respect to the police investigation, but still the animosity that lingered between them had charged the air. "Be concerned about offending these bloody Westerners if that's what you have to do," Muhammad had snapped. "Just don't ask me to do the same. I won't allow the police to question even one of our people without representation, and if that makes your position on the town council difficult, then that's just the way it's going to be. You can trust what parades as the goodwill and noble intentions of this filthy community as much as you like, Father. You're free to do so, because, as we both know, the world has plenty of room for fools." Salah had shuddered, waiting for her father to strike him. Instead, although a vein throbbed in his temple when he replied, Akram's words were calm. "In front of your wife, whose duty is to obey and respect you, I will not do as I ought, Mooney. But there will come a day when you are forced to realize that promoting enmity gains one nothing." "Haytham is dead," was Muhammad's response, and he made it, slamming his fist into his palm. "Wasn't that the first blow struck in the cause of enmity? And who struck that blow?" Salah had left before Akram replied, but not before she'd seen her mother's hands fumble at the mess she was making of her embroidery, and not before she'd seen Yum's avid face absorbing the altercation as if the hot words between father and son were feeding her blood. Salah knew why. Any antagonism between Akram and Muhammad had the potential to push the son away from the father and closer to his wife. And that's what Yum had wanted from the first, Muhammad entirely and solely to herself. In the traditional way of things, she could never have him solely. He had duties to his parents that precluded this, but tradition had flown out of the window with Haytham's death. Now, in the courtyard of the mustard factory, Salah saw that her brother had come to stand in the shadows behind the factory's 3 Muslim women, while the other workers faced the mihrab that Akram had fashioned into the wall so that they might direct their prayers eastward towards Mecca. But Muhammad didn't engage in any of the bows or prostrations, and when Shahada was recited, his lips didn't move in the profession of faith. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. These words weren't in English, but everyone knew their meaning, as they knew the meaning of the Fatiha that followed. "Allahu Akbar," Salah heard her father murmur, and her heart was sore with the need to believe. But if God was most great, why had he brought their family to this? One member pitted against another, each engagement between them an attempt to illustrate which person had power and which was forced by age, by birth, or by temperament to submit? The prayers continued. Inside the factory, the few Westerners whom her father employed took time from their own work like their Asian counterparts. Akram had long ago told them that they might use the periods each day during which the Muslims prayed as a group to pray formally on their own or to meditate. Instead, Salah knew, they hurried out to smoke in the lane, as happy to take advantage of her father's generosity as they were willing to remain in ignorance about the tenets of his religion and his way of life. But Akram Malik didn't see that. Nor did he notice the way their lips curved slightly behind his back, offering smug smiles of superiority in the face of his foreign ways. Nor did he observe the glances they exchanged, eyes moving subtly skyward and shoulders shrugging, each time he shepherded his Muslim employees to the courtyard in which they said their prayers. As they were doing now, and with a devotion that Salah herself couldn't pretend to feel. She stood as they stood, she moved as they moved, her lips formed the appropriate words, but in her case it was all performance. A movement out of the ordinary caught her attention. She turned. The outcast cousin, Taimullah Azar, had come into the courtyard. He was speaking in a whisper to Muhammad. In response to whatever Azar was telling him, Muhammad's face went rigid. In a moment he gave a single sharp nod and indicated the door with a canting motion of his head. The two men left together. Akram rose from his final prostration at the front of their small congregation of believers. He concluded their prayers with a recitation of the Taslim, asking for peace, mercy, and the blessings of God. As Salah watched him and listened to his words, she wondered when any of those three requests would be granted to her and to her family. As was always the case, the Malik employees returned to work quietly. Salah waited for her father just inside the door. She watched him, momentarily unobserved. He was getting older, and she'd hardly noticed until this moment. His hair was combed and spread carefully across the top of his head, but thinner than she'd ever remembered. His jaw was no longer firm, and his body, which she'd always seen as iron-like in strength, was soft in appearance, as if some sort of resistance had gone out of him. The skin beneath his eyes was dark, charcoal smudged beneath his lower lashes, and his gait, that had been swift and firm of purpose, seemed hesitant now. She wanted to tell him that nothing mattered so much as the future he'd so long held dear, a future in which he planted roots and a family in a small Essex town, and built a life there for children and grandchildren, and for other Asians like himself, who left behind their country in pursuit of a dream. But she'd been party to obliterating that future. Any reference that she made to it now would be born of a need to maintain a pretense, which at the moment she hadn't the heart to attempt. Akram came inside the building. He paused to close and lock the door behind him. He saw her waiting by the water-cooler, and he came to her, taking the paper cup that she extended for him. "You look tired, Abby," she said. "You don't need to stay at the factory. Mr. Armstrong can keep things going for the rest of the afternoon. Why don't you go home?" She had more than one reason for making this suggestion, of course. If she left the factory herself while her father was there, he would know soon enough, and he'd want to know why. "Rachel's phoned, and there's an emergency," had served her purposes on the previous day, when she'd left to confront her friend at the Clifftop Snuggeries. She couldn't use that excuse again. He touched her shoulder. "Salah, you bear the weight of our troubles with a strength I can't quite comprehend." Salah didn't want the praise, so sorely did it abrade her conscience. She looked for something to use as a response, something that was at least close to the truth, because she couldn't bear to continue the process in which she'd been engaged these many months, constructing a careful maze of lies, projecting a purity of heart, mind, and soul that she didn't possess. "Abby, I wasn't in love with him. I hoped to love him eventually, as you and Ami love, but I hadn't learned to love him yet, so I don't feel the grief that you think I feel." His fingers tightened on her shoulder, then moved to graze her cheek. "I want you to know in your own life the devotion that I feel for your mother. That's what I hoped for you and for Haytham." "He was a good man," she said, and she inwardly acknowledged the truth of this statement. "You made a good choice of husband for me." "A good choice, or a selfish one?" he asked meditatively. Slowly they moved along the back corridor of the factory, past the locker room and the employees' lounge. "He had much to offer the family, Salah. That's why I chose him. And every hour since his death I've asked myself if I still would have chosen him had he been hunchbacked, evil, or ridden with disease. Would I have chosen him anyway just because I needed his talents here?" Akram's gesture encompassed the factory walls. "We persuade ourselves to believe all manner of falsehood when our self-interest guides us. Then, when the worst befalls us, we are left to gaze back over our actions. We wonder whether one of them might have been the cause of disaster. We question whether an alternative action might have averted the worst from happening." "You aren't blaming yourself for Haytham's death?" she said, aghast at the thought of her father carrying this burden. "Who else is to blame? Who else brought him to this country? And to meet my need of him, Salah, not yours." "I needed Haytham as well, Abidjan." Her father hesitated before passing through the doorway to his own office. His smile was infinitely sad. "Your spirit's as generous as it's pure," he said. No compliment could have grieved her more. She wanted in that instant to pour the truth before her father, but she recognized the selfishness of that desire. While it was true that she would experience the relief of finally dropping the guise of a goodness that she didn't possess, she would be dropping it at the expense of crushing the spirit of a man who had long been incapable of seeing that evil could exist under an exterior that was otherwise righteous. It was her desperation to preserve her father's image of her that now caused her to say, "Go home, Abidjan, please. Go home to rest." His answer was to kiss his fingers and press them to her cheeks. Saying nothing further, he entered his office. She returned to reception, where her own duties awaited, her brain working anxiously to create an excuse to take her away from the factory for the time she needed to do what had to be done. If she claimed to be ill, her father would insist that someone accompany her home. If she claimed an emergency on 2nd Avenue, one of the children having disappeared and Hume in a panic, for instance, he would himself charge into action. If she simply disappeared— but how could she do that? How could she cause her father more worry and trouble? She sat behind the reception desk and watched the fish and bubbles float across the screen of her computer's monitor. There was work to be done, but she couldn't at the moment think what it was. She could only turn over the possibilities in her mind, what she could do to preserve her family and simultaneously to save herself. There was only one option. The outside door opened and Salah looked up. "God is great," she exulted silently when she saw who was entering the factory. It was Rachel Winfield. She had come on her bicycle. It leaned just beyond the entry, rusted from years in the town's salty air. She wore a long, filmy skirt, and round her neck and dangling from her ears were a necklace and earrings of Salah's own creation, fashioned from polished rupees and beads. Salah tried to take comfort in Rachel's attire, especially in the jewellery. Surely it meant that her need of help was foremost in Rachel's mind. Salah didn't offer her a greeting, nor did she let the gravity of her friend's face dismay her. The matter before them was a grave one. Becoming a party to ridding oneself of a burgeoning life, no matter how critical was the need to do so, wasn't an endeavour that Rachel would ever take lightly. "Hot," Rachel said by way of greeting. "Hotter than I ever remember. It's like the sun killed the wind and is getting ready to suck up the sea as well." Salah waited. There was only one reason for her friend to appear at the factory. Rachel was her route to the means by which she would begin to put her life back in order, and her arrival suggested that the means were at hand. It wouldn't be easy to arrange to be gone for the length of time necessary to take care of her problem. Her parents had long ago made it their practice to hold her accountable for every moment of her day. But with Rachel's help, surely she'd be able to create a plausible excuse for an absence whose length would guarantee a successful visit to a doctor, or a clinic, or a casualty ward, where someone skilled in the process could end the nightmare that she'd been living for the last... Sala schooled herself to draw past the desperation. Rachel was here, she said silently. Rachel had come. "Can you talk?" Rachel asked. "I mean," with a glance towards the door leading into the administration's offices, "maybe outside is better than here, you know." Sala rose and followed her friend out into the sunlight. Despite the heat, she felt unaccountably cool, but the coolness ran beneath her skin, as if her veins argued with what her senses perceived. Rachel found a shady spot where the factory wall cast a shadow in the afternoon light. She faced Sala, looking beyond her shoulder to the sprawl of the industrial estate, as if the mattress factory held a fascination that she had to experience immediately. Just when Sala was beginning to wonder if her friend would ever speak, Rachel finally did so. "I can't," she said. The coolness beneath Sala's skin seemed to spread into her lungs. "Can't what?" "You know." "I don't. Tell me." Rachel moved her eyes from the mattress factory to Sala's face. Sala wondered that she'd never noticed before how misshapen those eyes were, one slightly lower than the other, and too widely set even after surgery to be deemed natural. It was one of the features of Rachel that Sala had disciplined herself to overlook. Rachel couldn't help the way she'd been born. No one could. "I've thought and I've thought," Rachel said. "All last night. I didn't even sleep. I can't help you with, with what you asked." At first, Sala didn't want to believe that Rachel was talking about the abortion, but there was no avoiding the implacable resolve that settled the odd, uneven features on her friend's face. All Sala could manage to say was, "You can't." "Sala, I talked to Theo," Rachel said in a rush. I know you didn't want me to, but your thinking's wrong because you're in a state. It's only fair for Theo to have some say in this. You've got to see that. This isn't Theo's concern." Sala could hear the stiffness in her voice. "Tell that to Theo," Rachel said. "He sicked up in a rubbish bin when I told him what you were planning to do. Now, don't look like that, Sala. I know what you're thinking. Like his being sick meant he didn't mean to do anything to help you. That's what I decided at first as well. But I thought and thought about this all last night, and I just know that if you wait and give things a chance to settle down and give Theo a chance to do right—" "You didn't listen," Sala finally cut in. Her body was tense with the need to take some sort of action and take it at once. She recognized the panic for what it was, but recognition did nothing to quell it. "Did you hear anything I said to you yesterday, Rachel? I can't marry Theo. I can't be with Theo. I can't even talk to Theo publicly. Why won't you see that?" "Okay, I see it," Rachel said. "And maybe you won't be able to talk to him for a while. Maybe you won't even be able to talk to him till the baby comes. But once the baby does come, he's a human being, Sala. He's not a monster. He's a decent man who knows what's right. Some other bloke might look the other way forever, but not Theo Shaw. Theo's not going to reject his own baby for long. You'll see." Sala felt as if she was sinking into the lumpy, hot ground beneath her feet. "And how do you propose that I keep my family from knowing about all this, about being pregnant, about having a baby?" "You can't," Rachel said, with perfect reason, in the voice of a girl who hadn't the slightest idea what kind of encumbrances went with being born female into a traditional Asian family. "You'll have to tell your mum and dad." "Rachel!" Sala's mind careened from one possibility to the next, each of them presenting an unacceptable alternative of what to do and how to do it. "You've got to listen to me. You've got to try to understand." "But it's more than just what's right for you and the baby and Theo," Rachel said, still reason incarnate. "I thought and thought last night about what's right for me as well." "How does this have anything to do with you? All I need from you is information and a little help to get me away from here or from my parents' house with enough time to see a doctor. But it's not like going to the market, Sala. You can't just pop in and say to some bloke, 'I've got a kid inside me I want to get rid of.' We'd have to go more than once, you and me, and—" "I wasn't asking you to go at all," Sala said. "I was just asking you to be willing to help me with information. But I can get that myself, and I will get that myself. And when I have it, all I'll need from you is the willingness to phone me and ask me to do something. It can be anything that would serve as an excuse for me to be away from my parents' house for enough time to go to the clinic, or wherever it is that I can have it done." "Look at you," Rachel said. "You don't even want to say the word. You call it it. That should tell you pretty much how you'll feel if you get rid of the baby." "I know how I'll feel. I'll feel relieved. I'll feel as if I have my life back. I'll know I haven't destroyed my parents' belief in their children, split my family into pieces, struck a death blow to my father, caused my world—" "That won't happen," Rachel said. "And even if it happens for a day or a week or a month, they'll come round. They'll all come round. Theo, your mum and your dad, even Muhammad." "Muhammad," Sala said, "will kill me. Once I can no longer hide my condition, my brother will kill me, Rachel." "That's rubbish," Rachel said. "You know that's rubbish. He'll be in a twist, and he might even pick a fight with Theo, but he'll never lay a hand on you. You're his sister, for God's sake." "Please, Rachel, you don't know him. You don't know my family. You see their exteriors, what everyone sees, but you don't know how it really is. You don't know what they're capable of doing. They'll see the disgrace, and they'll get over it," Rachel said, with an air of finality to her voice that washed a wave of despair over Sala. "And until they do, I'll take care of you. You know I'll always take care of you." Sala saw it then, how they'd come full circle. They were back where they'd been on Sunday afternoon, back where they'd met on the previous day. They were at the Clifftop Snuggeries, if only in mind rather than in body. "Besides," Rachel said, in a tone that indicated she'd reached the conclusion of her remarks, "I have my own conscience to think of, Sala, and how do you expect I'd feel, knowing I made myself part of something I didn't think was right? I got to consider that." "Of course." Sala's lips formed the words, but she couldn't hear herself say them. Instead, she felt as if she were being sucked out of Rachel's presence, out of the industrial estate altogether. An unseen force had her in its grip and was casting her away, away, away. She couldn't feel the ground beneath her, and the once hot sun had burnt itself to nothing, leaving cold in its place and endless frost. And from the distance she had left behind, Sala could hear Rachel's words of parting. "You don't need to worry, Sala, really. It'll all work out for the best. You'll see." Chapter 18. Barbara handed Trevor Ruddock over to be fingerprinted, after which she escorted him to an interview room in the police station. She gave him the packet of cigarettes he requested, along with a Coke, an ashtray, and matches. She told him to have a nice, quiet think about what he'd been doing on Friday night, and who, among his doubtlessly lengthy list of friends and acquaintances, was likely to corroborate whatever alibi he produced for the police. By locking the door upon her exit, she made certain he would have no access to a telephone in order to arrange this alibi. She went on her way. Emily, she learned from WPC Warner, had brought in a suspect as well. "The coloured bloke from Clacton," was how Belinda described him. "The one on the phone chits from the hotel?" Kumar, Barbara thought. Emily's placement of the surveillance officer in Clacton had paid off more quickly than she would have expected. She found Emily making arrangements to have Kumar's fingerprints sent off to London. In the meantime, these prints would also go to the pathology lab in Peterborough, where officers would attempt to match them with those found on Qureshi's Nissan. Barbara saw to it that Trevor Ruddock's dabs were added to Kumar's. One way or another, it seemed that they were getting closer to the truth. "His English is shit," Emily told her laconically as they returned to her office. She blotted her face with a paper kitchen towel that she'd dug out of her pocket. She wadded it up and lobbed it into the waste-paper basket. "Either that or he's pretending that his English is shit. We didn't get anywhere with him in Clacton, just a lot of gabbling about his papers, as if we'd come to escort him to the nearest port of departure." "Is he denying that he knew Qureshi?" "I don't know what he's doing. He might be admitting, denying, outright lying, or reciting poetry. It's impossible to tell because he's doing it all in gibberish." "We'll need to get someone to translate," Barbara said. "That shouldn't be too rough a go, should it? I mean, what with the local Asian community and everything?" Emily laughed shortly. "Ha! You can imagine how well we'll be able to depend on the accuracy of a translation coming from that quarter. Damn it!" Barbara couldn't argue with the DCI's perspective. How could they depend upon anyone from the Asian community to translate explicitly and objectively, given the racial climate in Balford-Lenays? "We could bring someone in from London. One of the DCs could bring out that bloke from the university, the one who did the translation of that page from the Quran. What was his name? Siddiqui. Right, Professor Siddiqui. In fact, I could phone the yard and ask one of our lads to round him up and drive him out here." "That may be our only option," Emily said. They entered her office, where it seemed even hotter than it was in the rest of the building. The afternoon sun was blazing against the pillowcase that Emily had pinned over the window, casting the room in an aqua glow which simultaneously suggested life in an aquarium, while also doing nothing to enhance one's personal appearance. "Want me to make the call?" Barbara asked. Emily sank into the chair behind her desk. "Not quite yet. I've got Kumar locked up, and I'd like to give him time to feel what it's like to be in custody. Something tells me that all he really needs is a generous application of oil on the machinery of his ability to cooperate. And he's new enough in England not to be able to quote paste to me chapter and verse. I've the whip hand in this situation, and I'd bloody well like to use it. But if he doesn't speak English, Em," Barbara offered hesitantly. Emily appeared to ignore the implication behind the words. Weren't they wasting time by keeping him in custody, without making at least a desultory attempt to bring in a trustworthy agent who spoke his language? "We'll find that out in a few hours, I dare say." She directed her attention to W.P.C. Warner, who entered the office with a sealed evidence bag in her hand. "This has been logged in," Belinda Warner said, "and logged out to you. It's the contents of Quarash's safe deposit box. From Barclays," she added. Emily extended her hand. Belinda made the delivery. As if wishing to assuage Barbara's unspoken concerns, Emily told the WPC to phone Professor Siddiqui in London to ask him about his availability to translate for a Pakistani suspect, should that be necessary. "Have him standing by," Emily said. "If we need him, we'll want him out here fast." She gave her attention to the contents of the bag, most of which consisted of paperwork. There were a sheaf of documents relating to the house on First Avenue, a second sheaf that contained his immigration paperwork, a contract for renovation and construction signed by Jerry DeWitt as well as by Karashi and Akram Malik, and several loose papers. One of these had been torn from a spiral notebook, and as Emily picked this one up, Barbara took a second one. "Here's Oscar Strasser 15 again," Emily said, looking up from what she'd apparently read on her paper. She turned it over and gave it a closer scrutiny. "No city, though, but my money's still on Hamburg. What have you got?" It was a bill of lading, Barbara told her. It came from a place of business called Eastern Imports. "Fine furniture, fittings and accessories for the home," she read to Emily. "Imports from India, Pakistan and Bangladesh." "God only knows what anyone would be importing from Bangladesh," Emily commented in a dry aside. "It looks like the Lovebirds were getting ready to furnish their house on First Avenue." Barbara wasn't so sure. "But there's nothing listed on the bill, Em. If he and the Marlick girl had been out buying the bridal bed and all the et ceteras, wouldn't this be a receipt for their purchases? But it isn't. It's just a blank bill of lading for the company itself." Emily frowned. "Where is this place, then? Hounslow? Oxford, the Midlands?" Which were all locations they both knew of substantial Indian and Pakistani communities. Barbara shook her head as she took note of the address. "Parkston," she said. "Parkston?" Emily sounded incredulous. "Hand it over, Barb." Barbara did so. As Emily studied the bill of lading, she also pushed her chair back from her desk and went to examine the wall map of the Tendring Peninsula, and next to it a larger map of the coastline. For her part, Barbara gave her attention to the 3 sheaves of documents. The immigration papers all appeared to be in order, as far as she could tell. The documentation on the First Avenue house seemed likewise. Akram Malik's signature was neatly rendered on most of these latter papers, but that made sense if the house was part of Salah Malik's dowry. Barbara was leafing through the contract for renovations signed by Jerry DeWitt, when yet another paper slid out from between the pages. It was, she saw, the page from a glossy magazine. It had been carefully torn out and folded to pocket size. Barbara unfolded it and spread it on her lap. Both sides of the page comprised advertisements from a section of the magazine that was called At Your Service. They ranged from International Companies Services Limited on the Isle of Man, which appeared to arrange offshore corporations for the protection of one's assets and the avoidance of taxes, to Lorraine Electronics Discreet Surveillance for Employers who doubted the loyalty of their workers, to Spycatcher of Knightsbridge, which offered the latest in bug-detecting devices for the serious businessman's total protection. There were ads for car hire companies, for service departments in London, and for security services. Barbara read each of them. She was growing more and more nonplussed about Quirashi's having stowed this particular paper among his other documents, thinking it surely had to be some sort of mistake, when a familiar name leapt out at her. Worldwide Tours, she read, Travel and Specialists in Immigration. Yet another very strange coincidence, she realized. One of the calls that Quirashi had made from the burnt house had been to this same agency, with one exception. Quirashi had phoned Worldwide Tours in Karachi, while this Worldwide Tours was on the High Street in Harwich. Barbara joined Emily at the coastal map, where the DCI was contemplating the peninsula north of Pennyhole Bay. Never an enthusiastic student of geography, until Barbara herself had a decent look at the map, she had no idea that Harwich was due north of the Naze, and virtually identical to it longitudinally. It sat at the mouth of the River Stour, directly connected to the rest of the country by a railway line. Without conscious intention, Barbara followed the barbed and black indication of this line as it headed west. The first stop it made, indeed barely far enough out of Harwich to be considered a separate entity, was Parkston. "Em," Barbara said, aware of a rising sense of connections being made and pieces falling into place. "He's got an ad here for a travel agency in Harwich, but he's got the same name as the one he phoned in Karachi." But Emily, she saw, didn't make the jump between Karachi and Harwich, between Harwich and Parkston. Instead, she appeared to be contemplating a small boxed list of information that was superimposed on the blue of the sea to the east of Harwich. Barbara leaned forward to read it. "Vehicle ferry from Harwich, Parkston Quay, 2. Hook of Holland, 6 to 8 hours. Esbjerg, 20 hours. Hamburg, 18 hours. Gothenburg, 24 hours. "Well, well, well," Barbara said. "Interesting, isn't it?" Emily turned from the map. At her desk she shifted papers, folders, and reports until she came up with a photograph of Haytham Quirashi.
End of Disc 12. Disc 13.
At her desk she shifted papers, folders, and reports until she came up with a photograph of Haytham Quirashi. She extended it to Barbara, saying, "What do you think of a drive this afternoon?" "Harwich and Parkston," Barbara said. "If he was there, someone saw him," Emily replied. "And if someone saw him, someone may be able to tell us." "Gov?" Belinda Warner was at the door again. She looked back over her shoulder as if expecting to be followed. "What is it?" Emily asked. "The Asian blokes, Mr. Malik and Mr. Razar, they are here." "Shit!" Emily glanced at her watch. "I'm not about to put up with this. If they think that they can show up whenever they please for another one of their bloody meetings—" "Not that, Gov," Belinda cut in. "They've heard about the bloke from Clacton." For a moment Emily stared at the WPC as if she didn't quite understand. She even said, "Clacton?" Belinda said, "Right, Mr. Kumar. They know he's here. They're demanding to see him, and they won't be put off till you've given them a chance to have a word with him." "What bloody cheek!" Emily said. But what she didn't say was what Barbara knew she had to be thinking. The Asians obviously knew the Police and Criminal Evidence Act better than the DCI had anticipated, and Barbara realised that intimate knowledge of pace could only have come from one possible source. Agatha Shaw replaced the telephone receiver into its cradle and allowed herself a crow of triumph. If she could have done, she would have danced a jig. She would have danced it straight across the library carpet, leaping and bouncing through its steps, until she found herself in front of those 3 easels on which still stood, these 2 days after the failed council meeting, the artists' and architects' depictions of Balford Linnaeus as it could be. Then she would have swept each of those easels into her arms and kissed them soundly like precious children worshipped by an adoring mother. As it was, she shouted, "Mary Ellis! Mary Ellis, you're wanted in the library, and you're wanted now!" She planted her 3-pronged stick between her legs and struggled to her feet. The effort made her sweat like a suckling pig. Although it didn't seem possible, she found that she rose too quickly, despite the time it took her. Dizziness blew against her like a gust of wind. "Whoops!" she said. But she laughed as well. She had plenty to be dizzy about, hadn't she? She was dizzy with excitement, dizzy with possibility, dizzy with success, dizzy with joy. Damn it all, she had a right to be dizzy. "Mary Ellis! Blast you, girl! Can't you hear me calling?" The clatter of shoe soles told her that the girl was finally coming. She arrived in the library, red-faced and breathless, saying, "Jesus God, Mrs. Shaw, you gave me that much of a fright. Are you all right?" "Of course I'm all right." "Where were you? Why don't you come when I call? What am I paying you for if I have to stand here and screech like one of the weird sisters whenever I need you?" Mary came to her side. "You wanted the drawing-room furniture switched round today, Mrs. Shaw. Don't you remember? You didn't like the piano next to the fireplace, and you said the sofas were fading because they're too near the windows. You even wanted the pictures. All right, all right." Agatha attempted to shake Mary's clammy hand from her arm. "Don't squish me like that, girl. I'm not an invalid. I can walk on my own, and you very well know it." Mary loosened her grip, saying, "Yes, ma'am," and waiting for further instructions. Agatha eyed her. She wondered once again what on earth she was thinking of, keeping such a pathetic creature in her employ. Aside from her lack of intellectual gifts, which rendered her useless for entertaining conversation, Mary Ellis was in the worst physical condition of anyone Agatha had ever known. Who else would be sweating, out of breath and red in the face, simply because of moving a piano and a few other paltry sticks of furniture? "What are you good for, Mary, if you don't come at once when you're called?" Agatha demanded. Mary dropped her gaze. "I did hear you, ma'am, but I was on the ladder, wasn't I? I had that portrait of your granddad ready to move, and I couldn't put it down very easy." Agatha knew the picture she was talking about. Above the fireplace, nearly life-size in an ancient gilt frame. At the thought of the girl successfully heaving that painting round the drawing-room, Agatha eyed Mary Ellis with something akin to respect. It was, however, an emotion from which she quickly recovered. Agatha harumphed. "Your obligation to this household is first and foremost me," she told the girl. "See to it that you remember from now on." "Yes, ma'am." Mary's voice was glum. "Now, don't sulk. I appreciate your moving the furniture about, but just let's keep things in their proper perspective. Now, give me your arm. I mean to go to the tennis court." "The tennis court?" Mary asked incredulously. "What do you want with a tennis court, Mrs. Shaw?" "I mean to see what condition it's in. I mean to start playing again." "But you can't—" Mary gulped the rest of her sentence back when Agatha cast a sharp look in her direction. "I can't play?" Agatha said. "Rubbish. I can do anything. If I can get on the phone and win every necessary vote on the town council without their even seeing the plans," Agatha chuckled, "I can damn well do anything." Mary Ellis didn't ask for clarification on the topic of the town council, as her employer would have liked her to do. Agatha was hungry, indeed she was ravenous, to tell someone of her triumph. Theo was the person she'd have liked to crow to, but these days Theo wasn't ever to be found where he was supposed to be, so she hadn't bothered to try him at the pier. She hoped her hint had been broad enough for someone, even with Mary Ellis's limited mental powers, to take and run with conversationally, but that was not to be. Mary stood mute. "Damn it, girl," Agatha said. "Have you got a brain anywhere in your skull, yes? No? "Oh, bother with you anyway. Give me your arm, help me outside." They tottered together out of the library and towards the front door. Having a captive audience, Agatha explained herself. She was talking of the redevelopment plans for Bolford Lenays, she told her companion. When Mary made sufficient guttural noise to indicate comprehension, Agatha continued. The ease with which she'd got Basil Treves in her corner on the previous day had suggested that she might do the same if she invested equal telephone time with the rest of the council. "Save Akram Malik," she said. "No point trying to get him in line. Besides," and here again she chuckled, "I want old Akram to face a fait accompli." "This to be a fate?" Mary asked eagerly. "God," Agatha thought wearily. "Not a fete, you idiot thing," she said. A fait accompli. Don't you know what that means? Oh, never mind." She didn't want a digression from the topic at hand. Treves had been the easiest of them all to get on board, she confided, what with the way he felt about the Collards. She'd got him in her corner last night. But the others hadn't been as quick to haul themselves to her side. "Still, I managed them all in the end," she said. "I mean all of them that I need for the vote. If I've learned nothing else from business in all these years, Mary, I've learned that no man or woman turns away from the idea of investing money if the investment costs him next to nothing but still allows him to accrue a benefit. And that's the promise of our plans, you see. The town council invests, the town improves, the beach-goers arrive, and everyone benefits." Silent, Mary appeared to be mentally chewing on Agatha's scheme. She said, "I've seen the plans. Those of them in the library on that artist stand." "And soon," Agatha said, "you shall see those plans taking a concrete form. A leisure centre, a redeveloped high street, renovated hotels, a reconstructed marine parade, and Princess Esplanade. Just you wait, Mary. Bolford Lenays is going to be the showplace of the coast." "Sort of like it is," Mary said. They were out of the front door and on the sweeping drive. The sun was baking it so thoroughly that Agatha could feel it. She looked down and realized that she wore her bedroom slippers rather than her walking shoes, and the heat from the pebbles on the ground was seeping through the thin soles. She squinted, unable to recall the last time she'd been out of the house. The light was almost unbearably bright. "Like it is?" Agatha dragged on Mary Ellis's arm, leading her towards the rose garden to the north of the house. The lawn dipped in a gentle slope beyond the plants, and at the base of this slope the tennis court lay. It was a clay court that Lewis had constructed for her as a gift for her 35th birthday. Prior to her stroke she'd played 3 times a week, never very well, but always with a stubborn determination to win. "Have a bit of vision, girl. The town's gone to ruin. Shops are closing on the high street, the restaurants are empty, hotels, such as they are at this point, have more rooms to let than there are people on the street. If someone isn't willing to give Bolford a transfusion, we'll be living inside a rotting corpse in another 3 years. There's potential in this town, Mary Ellis. All it takes is someone with the vision to see it." They worked their way into the rose garden. Agatha paused. She found that her breath was not coming easily, thanks to the bloody stroke she fumed, and she used the excuse of examining the bushes to have a rest. Damn it all, when would she have her strength back? "Blast it!" she snapped. "Why haven't these roses been sprayed? Just look at this, Mary. Do you see these leaves? Aphids are dining at my expense, and no one's doing a bloody thing about it. Do I have to tell the damn gardener how to do his job? I want these plants sprayed, Mary Ellis, today." "Yes, Ma'am," Mary Ellis said. "I'll phone Harry. It's not like him to overlook the roses, but his son had a burst appendix 2 weeks ago, and I know it's worrying Harry, because they haven't been able to make him right." "He's going to have something more than a burst appendix to worry about if he lets the aphids ruin my roses." "His son's only 10 years old, Mrs. Shaw, and they haven't been able to get all the muck out of his blood. He's had 3 operations, Harry said, and he's still all swelled up. They think—" "Mary, do I look as if I wish to engage in a discussion of paediatric medicine? We all have personal problems. But we continue to meet our responsibilities in spite of those problems. If Harry can't do that, then he'll be sacked." Agatha turned from the roses. Her stick had become embedded in the freshly turned earth at the edge of the flower-bed. She attempted to free it, but found she lacked the strength. "Damn and blood!" fast." She jerked the handle and nearly lost her balance. Mary caught her by the arm. "Stop babying me. I don't need your coddling. Christ in heaven, when will this heat abate?" "Mrs. Shaw, you're getting yourself in a state." There was caution in Mary's voice, that 18th-century cringing tone of a servant who was afraid of being struck. Listening to it was worse than struggling with the miserable stick. "I am not in a state," Agatha said from between clenched teeth. She gave a final yank to the stick and freed it, but the effort robbed her of breath again. She wasn't about to let something as basic as respiration defeat her, however. She gestured towards the lawn beyond the flowers and resolutely began to move forward once again. "Don't you think you'd like a rest?" Mary asked. "You've gone a bit red in the face, and—" "What do you expect in this heat?" Agatha demanded. "And I don't need a rest. I mean to see my tennis court, and I mean to see it now." But the going on the lawn was worse than the going in the flower bed, where at least there had been a pebble path to follow. Here the ground was uneven, and the sun-browned grass masked its irregularity. Agatha stumbled and righted, stumbled and righted. She yanked herself away from Mary and snarled when the girl said her name solicitously. "Damn the garden to hell!" she cursed silently. And how had she forgotten the very nature of her own lawn? Had movement been so easy before that she'd never noticed the land's pernicious anomalies? "We can rest if you want," Mary Ellis said. "I'll fetch some water." Agatha lurched on. Her destination was in sight, no more than 30 yards away. It spread out like an umber blanket, with its net in place and its boundaries chalked freshly in anticipation of her next match. The court shimmered in the heat, and an illusion of light made it look as if steam was snaking up from it. A trickle of perspiration worked its way from Agatha's forehead into her eye. Another followed. She found that her chest had grown quite tight, and that her body felt as if a hot rubber shroud encased it. Every movement was a battle, while next to her Mary Ellis simply glided along like a feather in the wind. Blast her youth! Damn her health! Curse her blithe assumption that both youth and health gave her some sort of hegemony in their small household. Agatha could sense the girl's unspoken superiority, could even read her thoughts. Pathetic old woman, broken-down cow. Well, she would show her. She would stalk onto that tennis court and batter her opponent into fragments. She would serve her old serve of fire and wind. She would play the net and thunder returns down her victim's throat. She would show Mary Ellis. She would show everyone. Agatha Shaw was not to be defeated. She'd bent the town council to her will. She'd breathed new life into Bulford Linnaeus. She'd regained her strength and redesigned her life's purpose, and she would do the same to her contemptible body. "Mrs. Shaw," Mary's tone was cheery, "don't you think that a rest— We can sit under that lime tree over there. I can get you a drink." "Rubbish!" Agatha found that she could only gasp the word. "I want— see— tennis." "Please, Mrs. Shaw, your face is like a beetroot. I'm scared that—" "Pish! Scared!" Agatha tried to laugh, but it came out like a cough. How was it that the tennis court seemed just as distant as it had done when they'd first set out? It seemed they'd been walking for ages, for miles, and their destination wavered, mirage-like, no closer. How could this be? She was slogging forward, dragging her stick, dragging her leg, and she was feeling as if she were being pulled, first backward, then downward, like a hundredweight sinking. "You're holding me back," she gasped. "Damn girl! Holding me, aren't you?" "Mrs. Shaw, I'm not," Mary said, and her voice was higher and sounded scared. "Mrs. Shaw, I don't have my hand anywheres on you. Please won't you stop? I can fetch a chair, and I'll get a brolly to keep the sun off you." "Nonsense!" Weakly, Agatha waved her off, but she became aware that she'd ceased moving altogether. The landscape itself seemed to be moving instead. The tennis court receded into the distance and appeared to meld with the faraway wade that lay in the shape of a green bucking horse beyond the Bulford Channel. Something told her that Mary Ellis was speaking, but she couldn't make out the words. She found that her head had begun to pound, that the dizziness she'd earlier felt upon rising in the library now swept against her like a current. and although she wanted to ask for help, or at least to say her companion's name, nothing emerged from her mouth but a groan. One arm and one leg became a drag upon her, numb anchors too heavy to heave along the ground. She heard a shouting coming from somewhere. The sun beat down fiercely. The sky became white. Louis cried, "Aggie!" Lawrence said, "Mum?" Her vision tunnelled to a pinprick before she fell. Trevor Ruddock had managed to fill the interview room with enough cigarette smoke to make Barbara's lighting up nearly unnecessary. When she joined him, it was through a grey pall that she saw him seated at the black metal table, and an array of extinguished cigarette ends speckled the floor by his chair. She'd given him an ashtray to use, but apparently he'd needed to make a statement that only floor-stubbed cigarettes and flakes of ash could assist him in making. "Had enough time for a think?" Barbara asked him. "I'll get to make a phone call," he said. "Looking to have a solicitor sit with you? That's a curious request from someone who claims he had nothing to do with Quaroshi's murder." He said, "I want my phone call." "Fine. You'll make it in my presence, of course." "I don't have to." "Wrong, you do." There was no bloody way that she intended to give Trevor the slightest chance to cook up an alibi, and since he'd doubtless already attempted that with Rachel Winfield, his track record of heartfelt honesty left something to be desired. Trevor scowled. "I admitted that I nicked stuff in the factory, didn't I? I told you Qureshi gave me the sack. I told you everything I knew about the bloke. Why did I do that if I also chopped him?" "I've been considering that," Barbara said agreeably. She joined him at the table. The room had no ventilation, so the air was close, sauna-like in its weight as she took it into her lungs. The residual smoke from Trevor's habit didn't help much, and she realised there was little point in not joining him. So she took one of his remaining cigarettes and lit up. "I had a chat with Rachel this morning." "I know that, don't I?" was his reply. "If you came from me, it's 'cause you talked to her. She must have told you we split round 10. OK, we did. We split round 10. Now you know it." "Right, I know it. But she told me something else that I really didn't put into proper perspective till you refused to tell me what you were up to on Friday night once you left her. And when I put together what she told me with what you've related about Qureshi, and I blend those two facts with your secret activity on Friday night, I come up with only one possibility, and that's what we need to talk about, you and I." "What's this, then?" He sounded wary. He chewed on his index finger and spat away a flake of skin. "Have you ever had sexual intercourse with Rachel?" He lifted his chin, part defiance, part embarrassment. "What if I have? She's saying she didn't want it or something? 'Cause if she is, my memory tells me something different." "Just answer the question, Trevor. Have you ever had sexual intercourse with Rachel?" "Lots of times." He smirked. "When I give her the call and tell her what day and what time, she comes round straight away. If she has something else to do that night, she changes her plans. She's got a real itch for me." Where his eyebrows would have been had he not shaved them off, the skin drew together. "Is she telling you different?" "Clothes-off sexual intercourse is what I'm talking about," Barbara clarified, skimming past his other remarks. "Or perhaps better stated, underclothes-off sexual intercourse." He chewed on his finger again and examined her. "What are you on about, then?" "I think you know. Have you ever had vaginal intercourse with Rachel?" "There's lots of ways to shag. I don't need to give her a length like the pensioners do it." "Right, but you're not exactly answering me, are you? What I want to know is whether you've been inside Rachel Winfield's vagina, standing, sitting, kneeling, or mounted on a pogo stick. I don't particularly care about specifics, just the act itself." "We did it. Yeah, just like you said. We did the act. She got hers and I got mine." "With your penis inside her?" He grabbed the packet of cigarettes. "Shit, what is this? I told you we did it. Is she saying I raped her?" "No, she's saying something a little more intriguing. She's saying sex between you was a one-way street. You didn't do anything but let Rachel Winfield play your flute, Trevor. Isn't that the case?" "You just hang on there." His ears had gone crimson, Barbara noticed that when the blood throbbed in his jugular, the spider that was tattooed on his neck seemed to come alive. "You popped your cork every time the two of you got together," Barbara went on, "but Rachel didn't get anything out of it, not even a passing greeting down under, if you get my meaning." He didn't deny it, but his fingers clutched the cigarette packet, partially crumpling it. "So this is what I reckon," she continued. "Either you're a total dumb shit when it comes to women, thinking that having some bird give your prong the mouth business is the same as putting her on the path to heaven, or you don't much like females at all, which would explain why sex between you is limited to blowjobs. So which one is it, Trevor? Are you just a dumb shit or a bum boy in hiding?" "I'm not." "Not which?" "Not either. I like girls fine and they like me, and if Rachel tells you different—" "I'm not so sure about any of that," Barbara said. "I can give you girls," he declared hotly. "I can give you dozens and dozens of girls. I can give you hundreds. I had my first when I was 10 years old, and I can tell you right now she liked it just fine. Yeah, I don't shag Rachel Winfield. I never did and I never will. So what about it? She's an ugly cow, and the only way she'll be rogered proper is if the bloke doing it to her is blind, which I am not, in case you didn't notice." He stabbed his index finger into the packet and brought out a cigarette. Apparently it was the last one, because he balled the packet into his palm and flung it into the corner of the room. "Yes, well," Barbara said, "I'm sure the motorway of your life is completely littered with sexual roadkill, and all of the corpses are grinning ear to ear, at least in your dreams. But we aren't dealing with dreams, Trevor, we're dealing with reality, and reality is murder. I have only your word for it that you saw Haytham Qureshi cottaging in Clacton Market Square, and I've come to realise that there's a very good chance he was cottaging with you." "That's a bloody lie!" He surged to his feet so quickly that his chair toppled over. "Is it?" Barbara asked blandly. "Sit down, please, or I'll have a PC give you some assistance." She waited till he'd righted the chair and planted himself in it. He'd thrown his cigarette to the table, and he retrieved it, lighting a match on the edge of a dirty thumbnail. "You see how it looks, don't you?" Barbara asked him. "You worked together at the factory. He gave you the sack, and the excuse was that you'd nicked a few jars of mustard, some chutney and jam. But perhaps that's not why he sacked you at all. Perhaps he sacked you because he was marrying Sala Malik, and he didn't want you round the place any longer, reminding him of what he really was." "I want my phone call," Trevor said. "I've got nothing more to talk to you about." "You do see how black things look, don't you?" Barbara crushed her own cigarette out, careful to use the ashtray and not the floor. "A declaration of Qureshi's homosexuality, consistent fellatio and nothing else with Rachel. I already explained that. And Qureshi dying at the very same time that you're without an alibi. So tell me, Trevor, does this make you any more inclined to reveal what you were up to on Friday night? If, of course, you weren't up to murdering Haytham Qureshi?" His mouth clamped shut. He stared at her defiantly. "Right," she said. "Play it that way if you want, but just make sure you aren't also playing the fool." She left him to cool off and went in search of Emily. She heard the DCI before she saw her. Her voice, as well as a male voice taut with animosity, came from the lower floor. Barbara peered over the curved banister and saw Emily standing toe-to-toe with Muhammad Malik. Taimullah Azhar was directly behind his cousin. "Don't explain pace to me," Emily was saying tersely as Barbara descended the stairs. "I am well aware of the law. Mr. Kumar is being held for an arrestable offence. I'm within my right to ensure that nothing interferes with potential evidence or puts anyone at risk." "Mr. Kumar is the one at risk." Mohammed's face was hard. "And if you're refusing to let us see him, there's only one possible reason why. Would you care to explain? I want to verify his physical condition. And don't let's pretend you've never used the term resisting the police to excuse some bloke's getting a beating while he's in the nick." "I think," Emily said pointedly, as Barbara reached her side, "that you've been watching too much television, Mr. Malik. It's not my habit to rough up suspects." "Then you'll have no objection to our seeing him." When Emily would have offered a rejoinder, Azhar interposed. "The Police and Criminal Evidence Act also indicates that a suspect has the right to have a friend, relative, or other person who is known to him told without delay that he's in custody. May we have the name of whomever you informed, Inspector Barlow?" He spoke without a glance in Barbara's direction, but even so she was certain he could feel her inward wince. Pace was all well and good, but when events began to outstrip the police's ability to keep up with them, more often than not even a good officer let slide exact compliance with the letter of the law. Azar was betting on this having happened. Barbara waited to see if Emily was going to pull a friend or relative of Fard Kumar's out of a metaphorical hat. She didn't bother. "Mr. Kumar hasn't identified anyone he wishes to be notified." "Does he know he has that right?" Azar asked astutely. "Mr. Azar, we've hardly had the opportunity to speak to this man long enough to apprise him of his rights." "That's business as usual," Mohanad pointed out. "She's slapped him in isolation because it's the only way she can make sure he gets rattled enough to cooperate with her." Azar didn't disagree with his cousin's assessment of the situation. He also didn't allow it to inflame him. Calmly he asked, "Is Mr. Kumar a native of this country, Inspector?" Barbara knew that Emily was probably cursing the fact that she'd allowed Kumar to jabber about his papers. She could hardly deny knowledge of the man's immigrant status, especially when the law was specific about what his rights were considering that status. If Emily prevaricated now, only to discover that Fard Kumar was involved in Haytham Qureishi's death, she ran the risk of having her case tossed out of court later. She said, "At this point, we'd like to question Mr. Kumar about his relationship to Haytham Qureishi. We've brought him to the station because he was reluctant to answer questions in his lodgings." "Stop avoiding the bloody issue," Mohanad said. "Is Kumar an English national or not?" "He doesn't appear to be," Emily replied, but she spoke to Azar and not to Mohanad. "Ah!" Azar sounded somehow comforted by this admission. Barbara saw why when he asked his next question. "How good is his English?" "I haven't given him a comprehension test." "But that's actually of no account, is it?" "Azar, bloody hell, if his English isn't—" Azar cut off his cousin's hot remark with a simple gesture of raising his hand. He said, "Then I shall have to ask to be given access to Mr. Kumar immediately, Inspector. I won't insult either your intelligence or your knowledge of the law by pretending you don't know that the only suspects who have an unqualified right to visitors are those from abroad." Game, set, and match, Barbara thought, with no little admiration for the Pakistani. Teaching microbiology to university students might have been Azar's day job, but he was clearly no slouch when it came to moonlighting in the white knight arena for the protection of his people. She suddenly realized that she needn't have worried about the man's getting in over his head in this journey he'd made to Balford-Lenays. It was fairly apparent that he had the situation, at least with respect to their dealings with the coppers, completely and satisfactorily in hand. For his part, Mohanad was looking triumphant at this turn of events. With pointed courtesy, he said, "If you'll lead us to him, Inspector Barlow, we'd like to be able to report to our people upon Mr. Kumar's well-being. They're understandably anxious to know he's being treated well while he's in your hands." There wasn't much room for political manoeuvring. The message he sent was clear enough. Mohanad Malik could mobilize his people for yet another march, demonstration, and riot. He could just as easily mobilize them to keep the peace. The choice was DCI Emily Barlow's, as would be the responsibility. Barbara saw the skin at the corners of the DCI's eyes tighten. It was the closest thing to a reaction that Emily was going to give the two men. "Come with me," she said. She felt as if she were trapped in irons. Not irons that held her at the wrists and ankles, but irons that encased her from head to toe. Lewis was talking inside her head. On and on he went about the children, his business, his infernal love for that antique Morgan that never ran properly, no matter the money he poured into it. Then Lawrence took over. But all he said was, "I love her. I love her. Why can't you understand that I love her, Mum, and we want a life?" And then that Swedish bitch herself chimed in, spouting psychobabble that she'd probably learned while swatting a volleyball on some beach in California. "Lawrence's love for me cannot lessen his love for you, Mrs. Shaw. You do see that, don't you? And you do want his happiness." And after that came Stephen saying, It's my life, Gran. You can't live it for me. If you can't accept me as I am, then I agree with you. It's best that I leave. All of them talking, on and on. She needed something to erase her brain. There was no real pain to speak of at the moment. There were only the voices, endless and insistent. She found she wanted to argue with them, order them about, bend their wills to hers. But all she could do was listen to them, held prisoner to their importuning, their irrationality, their constant noise. She wanted to raise her fists to her skull. She wanted to beat them against her head. But the irons held her body fast in position, and every limb was a weight that she couldn't move. She became aware of lights. With this awareness, the voices dimmed. They were replaced with other voices, however. Agatha strained to make out the words. At first they all slurred together. "Not too much different from what happens to the heart," someone was saying reasonably. "But this is a brain attack instead." But this is a brain attack instead? What did this mean? Agatha wondered. Where was she, and why was she lying so still? She might have thought she'd died and was having an out-of-body experience, but she was firmly and definitely in her body, all too aware of its presence, in fact. "Oh, God, how bad is it?" This was Theo's voice, and Agatha warmed to it. Theo, she thought. Theo was there. Theo was with her in the room nearby. Things couldn't be as bad as they seemed. So relieved was she to have heard his voice that she caught only snatches of words for the next several minutes. Thrombosis, she heard, cholesterol deposits, occlusion of artery, and right hemiparesis. Then she knew. And what she felt in the instant, she knew, was a despair so profound that it welled inside her like a fast-inflating balloon of a scream which she could not emit, which threatened to kill her. Would that it could, she thought brokenly. Oh, blessed Jesus, would that it could! Lewis had called to her. Lawrence had called to her. But pig-headed as always, she hadn't joined them. She had things left to do, dreams to fulfil, and points left to make before she was done with living. So when the stroke had attacked and the blood clot had robbed her brain of oxygen for however long a time it had been, the substance and spirit of Agatha Shaw had fiercely fought back, and she had not died. Now the words were becoming clearer. The light that filled the field of her vision began to transform itself into forms. From these forms people emerged, indistinguishable from one another at first. "It's the left middle cerebral artery that's been affected again." A man's voice, and one she now recognized, Dr. Fairclough, who'd seen her through her last stroke. "You can see as much from the pull on her facial muscles. Nurse, use the needle again, please. See, there's no reaction. If we repeat the pricking on her arm as well, we'll have the same results." He bent over the bed. Now Agatha could see him clearly. His nose was large, with pores that were the size of pinheads. He wore glasses whose lenses were oily and smudged. How could he possibly see anything through them? "Agatha!" he called. "Do you know me, Agatha? Do you know what's happened?" Bloody stupid man, Agatha thought. How could she not know what had happened? With an effort, she blinked. The very act exhausted her. "Yes, good," Dr. Fairclough said. "You've had another stroke, my dear, but you're all right now, and Theo's here." "Gran?" He sounded so tentative, as if she'd become an abandoned puppy that he attempted to coax from a hiding-place. He was standing too far away for her to see him clearly, but even seeing the shape of him was comforting to her, a sign that all might be well once again. "Why the hell did you try to get to the tennis court?" Theo asked. "Jesus, Gran, if Mary hadn't been with you. She didn't even phone for an ambulance. She picked you up and rushed you here herself. Dr. Fairclough thinks that saved your life." Who would have thought the silly cow had such presence of mind? Agatha wondered. All she could ever recall Mary Ellis doing in an emergency situation was blubbering, blinking, and letting her nose dribble onto her upper lip. "She isn't responding," Theo said, and Agatha could see that he turned to the doctor. "Can she even hear me?" "Agatha," the doctor said, "will you show Theo you can hear what he's saying?" Slowly, and once again with great effort, Agatha blinked. It seemed to take every ounce of her energy, and she felt the strain of the movement all the way to her throat. "What we're seeing," the doctor said in that blasted imparting of information voice that had always caused Agatha's hackles to rise, "is called expressive aphasia. The clot denied blood, hence oxygen to the left side of the brain. Since that's the region responsible for word-oriented rational reality, speech is affected." "But she's worse than last time. She had some words last time, so why doesn't she have them now? Gran, can you say my name? Can you say your own?" Agatha forced her mouth to open, but the only sound she was able to make sounded to her like "ugh." She tried a second time, then a third, and she felt that balloon scream trying to force its way out of her lungs again. "It's a more serious stroke this time," Dr. Fairclough was saying. He put a hand on Agatha's left shoulder. She could feel him squeeze warmly. "Agatha, don't strain yourself. Rest now. You're in excellent hands, and Theo's here if you need him." They stepped away from the bed and out of her range of vision, but she could still hear some of their hushed words. "No magic bullet, unfortunately," the doctor was saying. "We'll need extensive rehabilitation." "Therapy?" This from Theo. "Physical and speech." "Hospital?" And Agatha strained to hear. Intuitively she knew what her grandson was asking, because it was what she felt herself desperate to know. What was the prognosis in a case like hers? And could she expect to remain in hospital, immobilized in a rail-sided bed like a blasted rag doll until the day she died? "Actually quite hopeful," Dr. Fairclough said, and he returned to her bedside to share the information with her. He patted her shoulder, then touched his fingertips to her forehead as if he were giving her a formal benediction. Doctors, she thought, when they didn't think they were the Pope, they thought they were God. "Agatha, the paralysis you're experiencing will improve over time with physical therapy. The aphasia, well, reacquisition of speech is more difficult to predict, but with care, with nursing, and most of all with a will to recover, you can live for any number of years." The doctor turned then to Theo. "She has to want to live, however, and she must have a reason to live." She had that, Agatha thought. Damn it, to hell and back again she had that. She would recreate this town to her image of what a sea resort ought to be. She would do it from her bed. She would do it from her coffin. She would do it from her grave. The name Agatha Shaw would mean something beyond an abortive marriage brought to a meaningless early end, a failed motherhood, with children either scattered to the globe or tucked into premature graves, and a life defined through the people she'd lost. So she had the will to live and endure. She had it in spades. The doctor was continuing. "She's enormously blessed in two respects, and we can hang our hopes of recovery on them. Overall, she's in excellent physical condition. Heart, lungs, bone mass, muscles. She has the body of a woman in her 50s, and believe me, that's going to serve her well." "She was always active," Theo said. "Tennis, boating, riding. Until the first stroke she did it all." Yes, and much to her benefit. But there's more to life than keeping the body fit. There's keeping the heart and soul fit as well. She does that through you. She isn't alone in the world. She has a family, and family give people a reason to go on." The doctor chuckled as he asked his last questions, so apparently sure was he of the reply. "Now, you aren't thinking of going off somewhere, Theo? Not planning an expedition to Africa? No trips to Mars?" There was a silence. In it, Agatha heard the bleeping of the monitors to which she was hooked up. They burbled and hissed, just out of sight beyond her head. She wanted to tell Theo to stand within her view. She wished that she could tell him how she loved him. Love was balderdash and rubbish, she knew. It was nonsense and illusion that did nothing but wound one and wear one down. It was, in fact, a word she'd never used openly in her life, but she would have said it now. She felt a longing for him, to touch him and hold him. She felt it down her arms and in her fingertips. She'd always thought touch was meant for discipline. How had she failed to see it was meant for forging bonds? The doctor chuckled again, but this time it sounded forced. "Ha, ha, good God, don't look like that, Theo. You're no expert in the field, and you won't have to rehabilitate your grandmother on your own. It's your presence in her life that's important. It's continuity. You can give her that." Theo came close enough for her to see now. He gazed into her eyes, and his own looked clouded. They looked, in fact, just the way they'd looked when she'd arrived at that urine-scented children's home where he and Stephen had been taken in the immediate aftermath of their parents' deaths. She'd said to them, "Come along with you, then." And when she didn't extend her hand to either of them, Stephen walked out ahead of her. But Theo reached up and grasped the waistband of her skirt. "I'll be there for her," Theo said. "I'm not going anywhere." Chapter 19. As liaison officer, Barbara came up with a compromise that all present declared themselves able to live with. Emily had stopped their procession outside the interrogation room, where she'd informed the two men that their access to Fad Kumar would be limited to visual access only. They could check him for his physical condition, but they could ask nothing. These ground rules caused an immediate argument between the DCI and the Pakistanis, with Muhammad manhandling the reins of the discussion away from his cousin. After listening to his threats of imminent community dissent, Barbara suggested that Taimullah Azhar, an outsider clearly not suspected of anything, act as an interpreter. Fad Kumar would hear his rights given to him in English, Azhar would translate anything that the man did not understand, and Emily would tape-record their entire interaction for verification from Professor Siddiqui in London. This appeared to cover all possible permutations of what could happen in the room. Everyone agreed it was a viable alternative to squabbling indefinitely in the corridor, so the compromise was accepted, as are most compromises. Everyone agreed to it. No one liked it. Emily swung her shoulder against the old oak door and admitted them into a small room. Fad Kumar sat in a corner, as far as possible from the police detective, oddly clad in walking shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, who was attending him. He was cowering in his chair like a rabbit cornered by hounds, and when he saw the identity of the newcomers, his gaze skittered from Emily to Barbara, and then beyond them to Azhar and Muhammad. It seemed that his body reacted without any intention on his part of doing so. His feet pushed against the wooden floor and forced the chair even farther into the corner. Fright or flight, Barbara thought. She could smell his incipient panic. The acrid stench of male sweat made the air very nearly unbreathable. She could only wonder how the Asians would interpret the man's mental state. She didn't have to wonder for long. Azhar crossed the room and squatted in front of his chair. As Emily switched on the tape recorder, he said, "I'm going to introduce myself to him, my cousin as well." He then spoke in Urdu. Kumar's flash of a glance from Azhar to Muhammad and back to Azhar indicated that introductions had indeed been made. When Kumar whimpered, Azhar reached out and put his hand on one of the man's arms, which he still held up defensively against his chest. "I've told him I've come from London to help him," Azhar said. He went on quietly in his native tongue, repeating in English both his questions and Kumar's answers. "Have they hurt you?" he asked. "Have the police treated you roughly, Mr. Kumar?" Emily interposed at once. "These weren't our parameters, and you know it, Mr. Azhar." Muhammad shot her a contemptuous look. "We can't tell him he's right till we know how many of them have already been violated," he said. "Look at him, Azhar. He's like melting jelly. Can you see any bruises? Check his wrists and his neck." The DC, who'd been in the room upon their arrival, stirred at this. He said, "It was quiet enough till you lot got in here." "Consider what constitutes the lot of us, Constable," was Muhammad's riposte. "We didn't exactly walk in here without DCI Barlow, did we?" At these remarks, Kumar made an involuntary mewling. He said something rapidly, but it didn't appear to be directed at any of them. "What's that?" Emily demanded. Azhar coaxed one of the man's arms from his chest. He unbuttoned the cuffs of his white cotton shirt and examined each wrist in turn, saying, He said, "Protect me, I have no wish to die." "Tell him that I will see to it," Mohanad said. "Tell him—" "Hang on," Barbara broke in angrily. "We had an agreement, Mr. Malik." Simultaneously, DCI Barlow snapped. "And that just bloody cuts it. Out of here, both of you, now." "Cousin," Azar said in a beleaguered fashion. He spoke to Kumar, explaining to Emily and Barbara that he was reassuring the man that he had nothing to fear from the police, that the Asian community would see to his safety. "That's gracious of you," Emily said acidly, "but you've already blown your wad. I want you out of here. Constable, if you can give us some assistance." By the door the constable rose. He was enormous. Seeing him, Barbara wondered if half Kumar's fear had to do with being enclosed with a man the size and shape of a mountain gorilla. "Inspector," Azar said, "I apologize, both for myself and for my cousin. But you can see that Mr. Kumar's quite panic-stricken, and I suggest it's to everyone's advantage that we make his rights under the law quite clear to him. Even if he gives you a statement, I fear that in his present condition it's going to be disallowed as a statement made under extreme duress." "I'll take my chances," Emily said, and let him know by her tone how little she believed in his expression of concern. But Azar had a point. Barbara sought a way out of the impasse that served the police interests of peace in the community, at the same time as it allowed everyone to save face. She thought the best approach would be to squash the fly in the ointment by tossing Mohanad out on his ear, but she knew that suggestion would only inflame Malik further. She said, "Inspector, if I could have a word—" When Emily joined her by the door, keeping a sharp eye on the Pakistanis, Barbara murmured, "We won't get any sense out of that bloke in the state he's in, anyway. We either send for Professor Siddiqui to settle him down and tell him how things stand for him legally, or we let Azar, Mr. Azar, do it, with the proviso that Mohanad keeps his gob plugged. If we go for the first alternative, we end up cooling our heels till the Professor gets here, which will take at least 2 hours or more. In the meantime, Mohanad shoots his mouth off to his people about Mr. Kumar's state of mind. If we go for the second alternative, we mollify the Muslim community at the same time as we advance our own cause." Frowning, Emily crossed her arms. "God, how I hate to give in to this bastard," she said through her teeth. "We're serving our own interests," Barbara said. "It only looks like we're giving in." Barbara knew she was right, but she also knew that the DCI's antipathy for the Pakistani, in conjunction with everything Mohanad Malik did to encourage that antipathy, might prompt her to see otherwise. Emily was in a tenuous position. She couldn't afford to seem weak, at the same time as she couldn't afford to risk igniting an already flammable situation. The DCI finally drew a breath, and when she spoke she sounded disgusted with the entire procedure. "If you can guarantee your cousin's silence for the rest of this meeting, Mr. Azar, you may inform Mr. Kumar of his rights." Azar nodded. He said to Mohanad, "Cousin?" Mohanad jerked his head in agreement. But he placed himself with a full view of the quivering Asian man, standing with his denim-clad legs apart and his arms crossed, solid like a guard. For his part, Fard Kumar clearly had followed none of the heated exchange between the police and his brother Asians. He remained in his rabbit-like position, and he didn't seem to know where to look. So his eyes flicked from person to person, with a speed suggesting that, soothing words from Azar or not, he trusted absolutely no one. With Mohanad adhering to his part of the bargain, despite the lack of grace with which he did the adhering, Azar was able to communicate the essential information to Fard Kumar. Did he understand that he was being held for questioning in the matter of the death of Haytham Qureshi? He did, but he had nothing to do with that death, nothing. He didn't even know a Mr. Qureshi. Did he understand that he had a right to have a solicitor with him when he was questioned by the police? He didn't know a solicitor. He had his papers. They were all in order. He'd tried to show them to the police. He had never met a Mr. Qureshi. Did he wish to arrange for a solicitor now? He had a wife in Pakistan. He had 2 children. They needed him. They needed money to... "Ask him why Haytham Qureshi wrote him a cheque for £400 if the 2 of them had never met," Emily said. Barbara shot her a surprised look. She wouldn't have bet on the DCI's playing any one of her cards in the presence of the Pakistanis. In reaction to Emily's words, she saw Mohanned's eyes narrow as he silently took in this piece of information before turning to assess the man in the chair. But Kumar's answer was much the same. He didn't know a Mr. Qureshi. There was some mistake, perhaps another Kumar. It was a common enough name. "Not round here," was Emily's reply. "Finish it up, Mr. Azar. It's clear that Mr. Kumar needs some time to dwell upon his situation." But something in all of Kumar's babble had struck a chord with Barbara. She said, "He keeps talking about his papers. Ask him if he's had any dealings with an agency called Worldwide Tours, either here or in Pakistan. They deal in immigration." If Azar recognized the name from the calls he'd made to Karachi for her, he gave no indication. He merely acted as translator for the fact that Kumar knew no more about Worldwide Tours than he knew about Haytham Qureshi. Once Azar had completed the process of informing Kumar of his legal rights, he stood and moved away from the chair. But even this did not relax the young man. Kumar had gone back to his original position, with fists clenched tightly beneath his chin. His face dribbled sweat, his thin shirt clung to his skeletal frame. Barbara noted that he wore no socks beneath his black trousers, and where his foot met his cheap shoe the flesh looked raw. Azar studied him for a long moment before he turned to Barbara and Emily. He said, "You'd do well to have a doctor examine him. At the moment he's clearly incapable of making a rational decision about legal representation." "Thank you," Emily said in a tone that was deadly polite. "You've registered the fact that he's unbruised. You can see he's got an attendant here to keep him from harm. And now that you know he's fully aware of his rights—" "We won't know that till he asserts them," Mohanned put in. "Sergeant Havers can bring you up to date on the investigation, and then you can leave." Emily continued speaking steadily, as if she hadn't heard Mohanned. She turned to the door, which the constable swung open for her. "A moment, Inspector," Azar said quietly. "If you have no charge to bring against this man, you can keep him in your custody for only 24 hours. I'd like him to know that." "Tell him," Emily said. Azar did so. Kumar didn't look relieved by the news. Indeed, he looked no different from the way that he'd looked when they'd walked into the room. "Tell him also," Mohanned said, "that someone from Juma will come to the station to pick him up and escort him home at the end of those 24 hours. And," this with a meaningful look at the police, "these officers had better have a good reason for holding him if he's not released at that time." Azar glanced Emily's way, as if waiting either for her reaction or for her permission to pass this information on. Emily gave a single sharp nod. They heard the word Juma among the others as Azar spoke. Outside, in the corridor, Emily directed her final comments to Mohanned Malik. She said, "I trust you'll pass along the information about Mr. Kumar's well-being to all the relevant parties." The implication was obvious. She'd done her part, and she expected him to do his. That said, she left them in Barbara's company. When Emily stalked up to the first floor, blood on the boil at having had the two Pakistanis gain the upper hand in the meeting with Fard Kumar, she heard the news that Superintendent Ferguson was waiting for her on the other end of the telephone line. Belinda Warner called out the information just as Emily was about to plunge into the loo. "I'm unavailable," she shot back. "This is his fourth call since 2 o'clock, Inspector," Belinda informed her, with a rise in inflection that communicated a tentative sisterly sympathy. "Is it? Well, someone should remove the redial button from that idiot's phone. I'll talk to him when I talk to him, Constable." "What shall I tell him, then? He knows you're in the building. Reception told him." Reception's loyalty was a wonderful thing, Emily thought. "Tell him we have a suspect, and I can either spend time questioning him or waste time yammering with my effing arsehole of a superintendent." That said, she shoved open the door of the loo and went in. At the wash basin, she turned on the water, pulled 6 paper towels from the holder and dashed them under the tap. When they were thoroughly doused, she wrung them out and used them vigorously, against her neck and her chest, down her arms, pressed against her forehead and cheeks. Christ, she thought, how she loathed that bloody Asian. She'd loathed him since she'd first come across him as a teenager, the pride of his parents with his future laid out, one into which he only needed to step in order to succeed. While the rest of the world had to fight their way through life, Muhammad Malik had life handed to him. But did he realise this fact? Did he give it the barest nod of acknowledgement? Of course not, because people who had their lives presented to them on a platinum platter never had the sort of perspective that allowed them to recognise how bloody lucky they were. There he was, with his Rolex watch and his signet ring, with his snakeskin goddamn boots and the serpentine vein of a hosepipe gold chain just visible beneath his perfect ironed T-shirt. There he was, with his classic car and his Oakley sunglasses, and a body that announced precisely how much leisure-sodding time he possessed to see to its daily sculpted transcendence. Yet all he could talk about was how rotten he'd had it, how lousy life was, how rife with bias and hatred and prejudice his privileged little existence had been. Christ, but she hated him, and she had reason to hate him. For the last 10 years he'd been looking for racial bias under every pebble he found in his path, and she was sick to death not only of him, but of having to mince every word, every question, and every natural inclination when she was round him. When the police found themselves in a position of having to mollify the very people they suspected, and she'd suspected Mohanad of nearly every infraction of the law that had occurred on her patch in Balford since the day she'd met him, then they were playing the game at a disadvantage, as she was now. She found the situation intolerable, and as she worked the wet paper towels against her steamy skin, she cursed Superintendent Ferguson, Muhammad Malik, the death on the nays, and the entire Asian community for good measure. She couldn't believe she'd actually given in to Barbara's suggestion and allowed the Pakistanis to see Kumar. She should have tossed them into the street on their ears. Better yet, she should have arrested Taimullah Azhar the moment she'd seen him loitering outside the station when she'd brought in Kumar. He'd been quick enough to inform his bloody cousin that the cops had an Asian suspect in lockup. Emily had no doubt that it was he who'd rushed off to give Muhammad and his cohorts the word. Who was he anyway, this Azhar? What bloody right did he have to come into town and challenge the police like some pricey barrister, which he decidedly was not? It was the question of who he was, and the aggravation at being bested by him, that sent Emily back to her office. Until that moment she'd forgotten the request she'd made of the intelligence unit, seeking information about the unknown Pakistani who'd entered their midst on Sunday afternoon. Clacton Intelligence had been in possession of that request for more than 48 hours. While that wasn't a great deal of time in intelligence work, it was enough to gather whatever information had been amassed by SO11 in London, if Taimullah Azhar had ever attracted the attention of the silent service. The plane of her desk had become hilled with files, documents, and reports. It took her a good 10 minutes to sort through them all. Nothing had yet come in on Azhar. Damn! She wanted something on the man, something to slide into their verbal sparring, even a minor fact or an insignificant secret, whose revelation by either herself or Barbara Havers would tell him that he wasn't as secure in the police presence as he apparently felt himself to be. That kind of juicy detail about an adversary worked to wrest the upper hand away from him. And while she knew she still had the upper hand, indeed information was hers to dole out or withhold as she saw fit, she wanted the Asians to realize that she had it. She picked up the phone and rang intelligence. Emily was on the phone when Barbara joined her. The fact that she was engaged in a personal call was made evident by the timbre of her voice. She sat at her desk with her forehead cradled by one of her hands, while the other held the receiver to her ear, and she said, "Believe me, I could do with that twice over tonight, 3 times even." And then she laughed. It was a throaty laugh, punctuation within the sort of conversation that lovers had. Emily wouldn't, Barbara thought, be talking to her super. "What time?" she was saying. I could manage that. But won't she wonder? Gary, no one walks a dog for 3 hours. And to whatever remark Gary made in reply, she laughed once more. She shifted position in her chair. Barbara sidestepped, ready to duck out of the office before the DCI raised her head. But that was movement enough. Emily looked up and lifted her hand to keep Barbara where she was, one finger indicating that she was bringing the conversation to a close. "All right, yes," she said. "10:30. And don't forget the condoms this time." Without embarrassment, she rang off. She said to Barbara, "What did you give them?" Barbara examined her, knowing full well that her face was flaming. For her part, Emily was all business. Nothing in her expression even began to suggest that she'd just been arranging an assignation with a married man for later in the evening. Yet surely that was what she'd been doing. Lining up for some energetic mattress activity in the very same bloke whom she'd given the brush on Sunday night. She might have been setting up a dental appointment. Emily appeared to read Barbara with an excruciating precision. She said, "Fags, booze, ulcers, migraines, psychosomatic illness or promiscuity. Choose your poison, Barb. I chose mine." "Yeah, well," Barbara said, with a shrug, intending the movement of her shoulders to indicate her own membership in the sisterhood of women who casually crushed cobblers for stress reduction. The reality was that she was dying for a fag, not a man, and she could feel the need for nicotine building from her fingertips to the backs of her eyeballs, despite having sucked down 3.5 cigarettes during her meeting with Azar and his cousin. Whatever works. "This does for me." Emily blew out a breath and raked her fingers back through her hair. A small curtain of sodden paper towels draped over the unlit lamp of her desk, and she took one of them, rubbing it on the back of her neck. "I swear to God, this weather feels like summer in New Delhi. Have you ever been there? No? Good. Don't waste your money. It's a real pit. What did you give them?" Barbara made her report. She told the Asians that the police had tracked down and acquired the contents of Qureshi's safe deposit box at Barclays, that Siddiqui had confirmed Azar's translation of the Quran page from Qureshi's hotel room, that they were working on his incoming and outgoing telephone calls, and that they had a suspect, beyond Kumar, who was being held for questioning at the present time. "Malik's reaction?" Emily said. "He pressed," which mildly understated the case. Muhammad Malik had demanded to know the race and identity of the second suspect. He'd asked for a list of the contents of Qureshi's safe deposit box. He demanded a complete definition of what it meant to be working on incoming and outgoing telephone calls. He wanted to be put in touch with Professor Siddiqui in order to make certain that the man understood the nature of the crime that was being investigated in Bulford Linnaeus. "Christ! He's got such bloody nerve," Emily remarked upon Barbara's conclusion. "What did you tell him?" "I didn't have to tell him anything," Barbara replied. "Azar did it for me." And he'd done it in his usual fashion, with the aplomb that came from obviously having had more than one occasion to deal with the police, with Pace, and with that law's ramifications. Which made Barbara wonder anew about her London neighbour. She'd labelled him university professor and father of Hadia during the nearly 2 months of their acquaintance. But what else was he? She asked herself now. And what were the depth and the breadth of information that was missing from her knowledge of the man? "You like this other bloke, this Azar?" Emily said astutely. "Why?" Barbara knew she should say, "Because I know him from London. We're neighbours and his daughter is special to me." But what she said instead was, "Just a gut feeling. He seems honest. He seems like he wants to get to the bottom of what happened to Qureshi as much as we do." Emily gave out a sceptical bark of laughter. "Ha! Don't put money on that, Barb. If he's thick with Mohammed, he's got an agenda that has nothing to do with getting to the bottom of what happened on the Nays. Or did you miss the subtext in our little rendezvous with Azar, Malik, and Fad Kumar?" "What subtext?" "Kumar's reaction when those two walked into the interrogation room. You saw it, didn't you? What do you think that meant?" "Kumar was bricking it," Barbara admitted. "I've never seen anyone so rattled in custody. But that's the real point, isn't it, Em? He's in custody, so where are you heading with this?" "I'm heading to a connection between these blokes. Kumar took one look at Azar and Malik and nearly wore brown trousers. You're saying he knew them? Perhaps not Azar, but I'm saying that he knew Mohammed Malik. I'm saying it's dead cert that he knew him. He was shaking so badly we could have used him to make martinis for James Bond. And, believe me, that reaction had nothing to do with being locked up in the nick." Barbara sensed her certainty and met it with caution. "But, Em, look at his situation. He's in custody, a suspect in a murder investigation, in a foreign country where his language skills wouldn't get him as far as the edge of town if he wanted to scarper. Isn't that reason enough for him to be—" "Yes," Emily said impatiently, "right. His English wouldn't serve him to call a dog to a bone. So what was he doing in Clacton? And more to the point, how did he get there? We're not talking about a town teeming with Asians. We're talking about a town with so few of them that all we had to do was ask about a single Pakistani at Jackson and Son, and the proprietor knew we were looking for Kumar." "So?" Barbara asked. "This isn't exactly a culture of free spirits. These people stick together. So what's Kumar doing in Clacton by himself when the rest of his kind are here in Bolford?" Barbara wanted to argue that Azar was in London alone, and despite, as she had so recently learned, having a large family elsewhere in the country. She wanted to argue that the Asian community in London was centred mostly round Southall and Hounslow, while Azar lived in Chalk Farm and worked in Bloomsbury. How typical is that, she wanted to ask. But she couldn't do that without jeopardising her position in the investigation. Emily went on insistently. "You heard D.C. Honigman. Kumar was fine till those two blokes walked into the room. What do you suppose that means?" It could mean anything, Barbara thought. It could also be twisted to mean what one wanted. She thought about reminding the DCI of what Muhammad had said. The Asians hadn't walked into the room alone. But arguing over a mere surmise seemed fruitless at the moment. Worse, it seemed inflammatory. So she backed away from Kumar's state of mind. She said, "If Kumar already knows Malik, what's the connection between them? Some sort of skullduggery, you can depend upon it. The same sort of thing Mohammed was up to as a teenager, something dodgy that can never quite be traced back to him. But his teenage offences, those minor infractions of the law, have given way to the big stuff now." "What sort of big stuff? Who the hell knows? Burglary, car rings, pornography, prostitution, drugs, smuggling, running guns from the East, moving explosives, dabbling in terrorism. I don't know what it is. But I know one thing, there's money involved. How else do we explain that car of Mohammed's, that Rolex watch, the clothes, the jewellery? His father owns an entire flaming factory right here in town. The family's got to be rolling in lolly. And he'd have got a handsome dowry from his in-laws. Why wouldn't Mohammed put some of it on display? Because that isn't their way. They may be rolling in lolly, but they're rolling it right back into Malik's mustards, or they're sending it to Pakistan, or they're using it to bankroll other family members' entry into the country, or they're saving it for dowries for their females. But believe me, they are not using it for classic cars and personal baubles. Absolutely no way." Emily tossed her damp paper towels into the waste-paper basket. "Barb, I swear to you, Malik's dirty. He's been dirty since he was 16 years old, and the only change from that time to now is that he's upped the stakes. He uses Juma as a front these days. He acts the part of Mr. Man of his people, but the truth is that this is a bloke who'd slice his mother's jugular open if it would put another diamond in his signet ring." Classic cars, diamonds, a Rolex watch. Barbara would have given one lung to have had a cigarette at that moment in Emily's office, so taut did she feel her nerves being pulled. She wasn't so much disturbed by the DCI's words, but by the unacknowledged and hence potentially dangerous passion that ran beneath them. She had walked this road before. It was signposted "Loss of Objectivity," and it didn't lead to a destination in which a decent cop wanted to head. And Emily Barlow was a decent cop. She was one of the best. Barbara sought a way to keep the case in balance. She said, "Wait, we've got Trevor Ruddock without an alibi and an hour and a half of free time on Friday night. We've got his dabs under scrutiny. I've sent his spider-making paraphernalia to the lab for some tests. So do we let him walk and go after Mohammed instead? Ruddock had wire in his bedroom, He had a whole bleeding roll of it." Emily looked past her at the wall of her office, at the china board hanging there, at its scrawl of notations. She said nothing. Into her silence telephones rang, and someone hooted nearby. "Jesus, mate, stop kidding yourself." Right, how about it, Barbara thought. Come on, Em, don't fail me now. We need to check the log. Emily's words were decisive. Here and in Clacton, we need to see what's been reported and what's going unsolved. Barbara's spirits sank. The log? But if Mohammed's into something big, do you think we're really going to find it sitting there unsolved on the police log? We're going to find it somewhere, Emily responded, believe me. But we won't find it at all if we don't start looking. And Trevor? What'll I do with him? Let him go for now. Let him... Barbara dug her fingernails into the skin on the underside of her arm. But, Em, we can do with him what we're doing with Kumar. We can let him stew till tomorrow afternoon. We can put him through the paces every quarter of an hour. I swear to God he's hiding something, and until we know what that something is, let him go, Barbara, the DCI said steadily. We haven't heard about his fingerprints yet, and that wire of his has been sent to the lab, and when I talked to Rachel... Barbara didn't know what else to say. Barb, Trevor Ruddock isn't going to do a runner. He knows that all he has to do is keep his gob shut and our hands are tied. So we let him go till we've got the word from the lab. And in the meantime we work the Asians. Work them how? Emily ticked off items. The police log in Bolford, as well as the logs in surrounding communities, would show if anything dodgy, connectable to Mohammed, was going on. The contents of Qureishi's safe deposit box had to be looked into. The offices of worldwide tours in Harwich needed to be visited by someone with Qureishi's picture in hand. A Polaroid of Kumar had to be shown round the houses that backed onto the Nays. As a matter of fact, a Polaroid picture of Fard Kumar should be taken to worldwide tours as well, just for good measure. "I've a meeting with our team in less than 5 minutes," Emily said. She rose, and the inflection in her voice clearly indicated that their interview was over. "I'll be making the assignments for tomorrow. Is there any of this that you want to take on, Bob?" The implication was crystalline. Emily Barlow was directing the course of the investigation, not Barbara Havers. Trevor Ruddock would walk within the hour. They would begin to home in on the Pakistanis, on one particular Pakistani, on one Pakistani with a very good alibi. There was nothing more that she could do, Barbara realised. "I'll take worldwide tours," she said. "I suppose I could do with a drive to Harwich." Barbara saw the classic turquoise Thunderbird the moment she turned into the car park at the Burnt House Hotel 90 minutes later.
End of Disc 13. Disc 14.
Barbara saw the classic turquoise Thunderbird the moment she turned into the car park at the Burnt House Hotel 90 minutes later. It was hard to miss, sleek, pristine and exotic, among the dusty Escorts, Volvos and Vauxhalls. The convertible looked as if someone spit-polished it every day. From its glittering hubcaps to the chromium curve of its windscreen's border, it could have been used as a mobile operating theatre, so unbesmirched was its every inch. It was sitting at the end of the row of cars, straddling 2 of the parking bays, so as to keep anyone from scratching its paint job when disembarking from a lesser machine. Barbara considered using her recently purchased lipstick to scrawl "selfish" across the car's windscreen as an unsubtle commentary on the driver's commandeering more than his share of the car park's spaces. But she settled for a suitable imprecation, and she squeezed her Mini into a slot at the rear of the hotel, fragrantly located near the kitchen rubbish. Muhammad Malik was within, doubtlessly scheming with Azhar, after having had his every request to examine evidence turned down flat with no court of appeal. He hadn't liked that. He liked it less when his cousin had informed him that the police were under no obligation to meet the Asians at all, let alone put evidence on display for them. Muhammad had gone all tight-lipped at that, but if he'd felt at cross-purposes with his cousin, he hadn't let on. Rather, he'd directed his antipathy and scorn towards Barbara. She could only guess with what joy he would now greet her arrival at the hotel, should she run into him, which she fervently hoped to avoid doing. The combination of wisps of cigarette smoke and fragments of muted conversation told Barbara that the hotel residents were gathering in the bar for pre-prandial sherry and the ritual study of the daily menu. That the menu was as unvarying as the tide, pork, Chicken, place, beef seemed to have no impact on the residents' desire to peruse it with the intensity of devoted biblical scholars. Barbara could see them as she turned towards the stairs. A shower first, she decided, then a pint of Bass with a whisky chaser. "Barbara! Barbara!" A clatter of feet on the parquet floor accompanied the cry of her name. Hadia, dressed to the nines in sunset silk, had caught sight of her from the bar's window seat and was leaping into immediate action. Barbara hesitated, wincing inwardly. If she'd hoped to fumble her way through an evening's unexpected encounter with Mohammed Malik by pretending not to be acquainted with his cousin outside Balford-Lenays, the gaff had just decidedly been blown, and Azar was not quick enough to stop his daughter. He rose, but she was already dancing across the room. A limp white shoulder bag, shaped like the moon, dangled from her elbow to the floor. Hadia said, "Come and see who's here. It's my cousin, Barbara. He's called Mohammed. He's 26 and he's married, and he's got 2 little boys who're still in nappies. I forget their names, but I know I'll remember when I get to meet them." "I was just about to pop up to my room," Barbara told her. She averted her eyes from the bar, irrationally hoping that by doing so she would not be noticed in conversation with the girl. "Pooh! It'll only take a minute. I want you to meet him. I asked him if he'd eat here with us, but he said his wife's waiting for him at home, and his mum and his dad. He's got a sister as well." She sighed with pure pleasure. Her eyes were vivid. "Imagine, Barbara, I didn't even know before tonight. I didn't know I even had a family besides Mummy and Dad. And he's ever so nice, my cousin Mohammed. Will you come and meet him?" Azar had come to the door of the bar. Behind him, Mohammed had risen from a cracked leather wing chair that faced the window. He held a drink, which he raised to his lips and finished off, before setting the glass on a nearby table. Barbara telegraphed her question to Taimullah Azar. What to say? But Hadia had latched onto her hand, and any pretence of their having only 2 evenings' acquaintance, predicated on a mutual love of the Burnt House Hotel's culinary masterpieces, was quickly mooted by her words. "You thought the same, didn't you, Barbara? That's because we never much act like we have a family anywhere at all. I expect we'll see them in London now. They can come for weekends, and we can invite them to one of our barbecues, can't we?" "Sure," Barbara wanted to say. Mohammed Malik was no doubt chomping at the bit this very moment, desperate for an opportunity to tuck into Detective Sergeant Barbara Haver's grilled kebabs. "Cousin Mohammed!" Hadia was singing out. "Come and meet my friend Barbara. She lives in London. We have the ground floor flat like I told you, and Barbara lives in the sweetest little cottage round back of the house. We met her because her refrigerator got delivered to our flat by mistake. Dad moved it for her. It got grease on his shirt. We got most of it out, but he doesn't like to wear it to the university any longer." Mohammed joined them. Hadia caught his hand. Now she stood with her hands locked to both of them, Barbara and her cousin, and she couldn't have looked more pleased had she just successfully arranged their nuptials. Mohammed's face was a study in active assessment, as if a computer in his brain were in the process of tallying information and placing it in appropriate categories. Barbara could well imagine what they were labelled: betrayal, secrecy, deception. He spoke to Hadia, but he looked at her father. "Very nice to meet your friend, little cousin. Have you known her long?" "Oh, weeks and weeks and weeks," Hadia crowed. "We go for ice creams on Chalk Farm Road, and we've been to the cinema, and she even came to my birthday party. Sometimes we go to see our mum in Greenford. We have ever so much fun, don't we, Barbara?" "How coincidental it is, then, that you should find yourselves in the same hotel in Balford-Lenays," Mohammed said meaningfully. "Hadia," Azar said, "Barbara has only just returned to the hotel, and it appears that you waylaid her on her way to her room. If you—" "We told her we were going to Essex, you see." Amiably, Hadia offered the information to her cousin. "We had to, because I left a message on her answer machine. I invited her for an ice cream, and I didn't want her to think I would forget. So I went to her cottage to tell her, and then Dad came, and then we said we were going to the sea. Only Dad didn't tell me you lived here, Cousin Mohammed. He made it a surprise. So now you can meet my friend Barbara, and she can meet you." "That's been done," Azar said. "But perhaps not as soon as it might have been," Mohammed said. "Listen, Mr. Malik," Barbara put in. but the appearance of Basil Treves supervened. He was coming out of the bar in his usual bustle, the evening's dinner orders clutched in his hand. He hummed, as always. The sight of Barbara with the Pakistanis, however, silenced him on what sounded like the fifth note of the title song to The Sound of Music. "Ah, Sergeant Havers," he said. "Oh, you've had a phone call. 3, in fact, all from the same man." He cast a speculative glance at Mohammed and then at Azar, before he added mysteriously, but with an unmistakable air of importance that served to underscore his position as the compatriot, fellow investigator and general soulmate of the Scotland Yard detective, "You know, Sergeant, that little German concern of ours? He left 2 numbers, home and direct line into his office. I've put them both in your cubbyhole, and if you'll just wait a moment—" As he scuttled away to fetch the telephone messages, Mohammed spoke again. "Cousin, we'll speak later, I hope. Hadia, good evening. It was—" His face softened with the truth of his words, and his other hand cradled the back of her head in a tender gesture. He bent and kissed her crown. "It was truly a pleasure to meet you at long last." "Will you come again? Can I meet your wife and your little boys?" "Everything," he smiled, "in good time." He took his leave of them, and Azar, casting a quick look at Barbara, followed him out of the hotel. Barbara heard him say urgently, "Mohammed, a moment," as he got to the door. She wondered what on earth he was going to say to his cousin by way of explanation. No matter how one examined the situation, it didn't look good. "Here we are." Basil Treves was back with them, Barbara's messages fluttering from his fingers. "He was most courteous over the phone, quite surprising for a German. Will you be joining us for dinner, Sergeant?" She told him that she would be doing so, and Hadia said, "Sit with us, sit with us." Treves didn't look any happier at this turn of events than he'd looked at breakfast on Monday morning, when Barbara had blithely crossed the invisible barrier that the hotelier erected between his white guests and his guests of colour. He patted Hadia on the head. He looked at her with a special sort of superficial benignity one reserves for small animals to which one is violently allergic. "Yes, yes, if she wishes," he said heartily, past the aversion in his eyes. "She can sit anywhere she wishes to sit, my dear." "Good, good, good." Reassured, Hadia scampered off. A moment later, Barbara heard her chatting with Mrs. Porter in the hotel bar. "It was the police," Treves said confidentially. He nodded at the telephone messages in Barbara's hand. "I didn't want to say as much in front of those two. You know, one can't be too careful with foreigners." "Right," Barbara said. She quelled the desire to smack Treves' face and tramp on his feet. Instead, she went up the stairs to her room. She tossed her shoulder-bag onto one of the twin beds and went to the other. She slouched down onto it and examined her telephone messages. Each was made out to the same name, Helmut Kreutzhager. He'd phoned at 3 that afternoon, then again at 5 and at 6:15. She looked at her watch and decided to try him in his office first. She punched the German number into the phone and fanned herself with the plastic tray that she took from beneath the room's tin teapot. "Hier ist Kriminalhauptkommissar Kreutzhager." Bingo, she thought. She identified herself slowly in English, thinking of Ingrid and her modest command of Barbara's native tongue. The German switched languages immediately, saying, "Yes, Sergeant Havers, I'm the man who took the telephone calls here in Hamburg from Mr. Haytham Qureshi." He spoke with only the barest hint of an accent. His voice was pleasant and mellifluous. He must have driven Basil Treves half mad, Barbara thought, so little did he sound like a post-war cinema Nazi. "Brilliant," Barbara said fervently, and thanked him for returning her call. She quickly made clear to him all of the circumstances surrounding her having tracked him down. He made a grave clucking sound on his end of the phone when she told him about the tripwire, the old concrete steps, and Haytham Qureshi's fatal fall. "When I had a look at his phone records from the hotel, the number for Hamburg police was among them. We're checking into every possible lead. I'm hoping you can help us out." "I fear I have little that would be of help," Kreutzhager said. "Do you remember your conversations with Qureshi? He phoned Hamburg police more than once. Oh, yeah, I do remember quite well, Kreutzhager answered. He wished to share some information about activities which he believed to be ongoing at an address in Wonsbeck. Wonsbeck? Yeah, a community in the western sector of the city. What sort of activities? That, I fear, is where the gentleman became rather vague. He would describe them only as illegal activities involving both Hamburg and the port of Parkston in England. Barbara felt her fingertips tingle. Bloody hell! Could it actually be possible that Emily Barlow was right? That sounds like a smuggling operation, she said. Kreutzhager coughed phlegmily. He was a brother smoker, Barbara realised, but heavier on the fags than she. He held the phone away from his face and spat. She shuddered and vowed to ease up on the weed. I would be hesitant to limit my conclusions to smuggling, the German said. Why? Because when the gentleman mentioned the port of Parkston, I arrived at the same conclusion. I suggested he phone Douwedwacher and the Reeperbahn. This is the harbour police here in Hamburg. They would be the ones to deal with smuggling, you see. But that I'm afraid he was loath to do. He wouldn't even entertain the notion, which suggested to me that his concerns did not revolve around smuggling at all. And what did he tell you? He would say only that he had information about a felonious activity that was ongoing, operating out of an address in Wonsbeck, although he did not know that it was Wonsbeck, of course, just that it was in Hamburg. Oscarstrasse 15? Barbara guessed. Oh, you found the address among his things, I take it. Yeah, that was the location. We looked into it, but found nothing at all. He was on the wrong track. Did he have the wrong German city? There is no real accurate way to know, Kreutzhager replied. He may well have been correct about the illicit goings-on, but Oscarstrasse 15 is a large apartment building with some 80 units inside, behind a locked front door. We have no cause to inspect those units, and could not do so on the unfounded suspicions of a gentleman phoning from another country. Unfounded suspicions? Mr. Quarashi had no real evidence to speak of, Sergeant Havers, or if he had, he was not willing to share it with me. But on the strength of his passion and sincerity, I did place the building under surveillance for 2 days. It sits on the edge of Eichtalpark, so it was easy enough to place my men in an area where they could not be seen. But I have not the manpower to, how do you call it, sit out a building? Stake out a building? That American term, yeah, this is it. I have not the manpower or the financial resources to stake out a building the size of Oscarstrasse 15 for the length of time it would take to ascertain if illegal activity is going on there. Not, I'm afraid, with so little to go on. It was hardly an unreasonable position, Barbara thought. Doubtless storm-trooping one's way into people's private homes and apartments had gone out of fashion in Germany after the war. But then she remembered. Klaus Reuklein, she said. Ja, he is? Kreutzhager waited politely. He's some bloke living in Hamburg, Barbara said. I don't have his address, but I have his phone number. I'm wondering if there's any chance that he lives at Oscarstrasse 15. This, Kreutzhager said, could indeed be ascertained, but beyond that... He was good enough to sound regretful. He went on to tell her, in the sombre tone of a man with a thorough knowledge of the evils that other men do, that there were many arenas of misbehaviour which could possibly span the North Sea and tie England to Germany. Prostitution, counterfeiting, gun-running, terrorism, extremism, industrial espionage, bank robbery, art theft. The wise policeman did not confine his suspicions to smuggling when two countries were connected in a criminal way. This I tried to point out to Mr. Quarashi, he said, so that he might see how difficult was the task he wished me to perform. But he insisted that an investigation of Oscarstrasse 15 would provide us with the information we needed to make an arrest. Alas, Mr. Quarashi had never been to Oscarstrasse 15. Barbara could hear him sigh. An investigation. Sometimes people do not understand how the law regulates what we, as policemen, can and cannot do. How true. Barbara thought of the police dramas she'd seen on the telly, those programmes in which the Rozzers regularly wrestled confessions from suspects who went from defiant to compliant within the convenient space of an hour. She made noises of agreement and asked Kreutzhager if he would check on Klaus Reuchlein's whereabouts. "I have a phone call into him as well," she explained, "but something tells me he's not going to return it." Kreutzhager assured her he would do what he could. She rang off. She spent a moment just sitting on the bed, letting its hideous counterpane soak a bit of the sweat from the backs of her legs. When she felt she had the energy to do so, she went to the shower and stood under it, too hot even to entertain herself with her usual medley of rock-and-roll oldies. Chapter 20. After dinner, Barbara ended up on the pleasure pier solely because Hadia had extended the invitation. In her usual impulsive and generous manner, the little girl had announced, "You must come with us, Barbara. We're going to the pier, Dad and I, and you must come as well. She must, Dad, mustn't she? It'll be ever so much more fun if she comes." She'd craned her neck to see her father, who listened to the invitation soberly. The final diners of the evening, they were finishing their sorbet du jour. It was lemon this night, and they'd had to consume it in a rush before the heat reduced it to slop. Hadia had waved her spoon in the air as she spoke, sending lemon droplets across the tablecloth. Barbara would have preferred a quiet sit on the lawn above the sea. Mingling with the doubtlessly odoriferous pleasure-seekers on the Balford Pier and building up a new patina of sweat were activities she could have done without. But Azar had been preoccupied throughout dinner, allowing his daughter to carry the conversation happily in whatever direction she chose and at any length. This behaviour was so unlike him that Barbara knew it had to be connected with Muhammad Malik's departure from the burnt house and whatever had been said between the two men in the car park prior to that departure. So she was willing to accompany Azar and his daughter to the pleasure pier, if for no other reason than to prize from the man an account of what had passed between him and his cousin. Thus she found herself on the pier at 10 o'clock, jostled by the sunburned masses, her nostrils assailed by the mixed odours of lotions, sweat, frying whitebait, sizzling hamburgers, and popping corn. The noise was even more deafening at night than during the day, possibly because the carnies grew more desperate for custom as the closing hour approached. So they shouted for attention, attempting to beguile passers-by into tossing balls or spinning wheels or shooting ducks, and in order to be heard they had to match the volume of the calliope music from the roundabout and the whistles, bells, pops, and mechanical explosions of the games in the arcade. It was to the arcade that Hadia led them, having each of them by the hand. "What fun! What fun!" she sang out, and she seemed oblivious of the fact that what passed between her father and her friend was mostly silence. On every side of them, a glistening throng played video and pinball machines in the din. Small children raced among the fruit machines, shouting and laughing. A crowd of adolescent boys drove virtual reality race cars to the accompaniment of admiring shrieks from teenaged girls. A line of elderly women sat at a counter playing bingo, with the numbers being boomed out on a microphone that was wielded by a clown-suited man whose make-up had long since suffered the worst it could suffer from the relentless heat. No one in the arcade, Barbara noted, was Asian. For her part, Hadia seemed unmindful of everything, the noise, the smell, the temperature, the crowd, and being one of two parts of a distinct minority. She released her grip on her father and Barbara and whirled about, dancing from foot to foot. She crowed, "The crane grab, Dad! The crane grab!" and dashed in the direction of that particular game. When they caught up with her, she was pressed against the front of the machine, her nose to the glass as she studied its contents. It was filled with stuffed animals, pink pigs, spotted cows, giraffes, lions, and elephants. "Giraffe! Giraffe!" she sang out, poking her finger at the animal she wanted her father to try to win for her. "Dad, can you do the giraffe for me? He's ever so good at the crane grab, Barbara. Just wait till you see." She spun on one foot and grabbed her father's arm. She urged him forward to the machine. And when you win a giraffe for me, you must win something for Barbara next. An elephant, Dad. Remember the elephant you won for Mummy? Remember how I cut out his stuffing? I didn't mean to, Barbara. I was only 5 years old, and I was playing vets with it. It needed an operation, but it lost its stuffing when I cut it open. Mummy was in such a rage about that. She shouted and shouted, didn't she, Dad? Azar didn't answer. Instead, he applied his attention and his effort to the crane grab. He did it as Barbara assumed he would do it, with the sort of solemn concentration that he gave to everything. He missed on the first try, as well as the second, but neither he nor his daughter lost heart. "He's just practising," Hadia informed Barbara confidently. "He always practices first, right, Dad?" Azir went about his business. On his third try, he positioned the crane quickly, dropped its hook efficiently, and snagged the giraffe that his daughter wanted. Hadia shouted with delight and swept the small stuffed animal into her arms as if she'd just been given the single gift she'd desired for the length of her 8 short years. Thank you," she cried, and hugged her father round the waist. "It'll be my souvenir from Balford. It'll be how I remember what a fine time we had on our holiday. Try for another, please, Dad, won't you? Try for an elephant for Barbara's souvenir." "Another time, kiddo," Barbara said hastily to the girl. The thought of being presented with a stuffed animal from Azar was somehow disconcerting. "We don't want to drop our lolly all in one place, do we? What about pinball or the roundabout?" Hadia's face lit. She darted ahead of them, squirming through the crowd on her way to the door. To get there, she had to pass the virtual reality race cars, and in her haste for fun, she elbowed her way into the group surrounding them. It happened quickly, too quickly to see if what occurred was merely an accident or an intentional act. One moment Hadia had disappeared into a mass of scantily clad adolescent bodies. The next moment she was sprawling on the floor. Someone hooted with laughter, a sound barely discernible above the raucous noise of the arcade, but it was loud enough for Barbara to hear it, and she shot into the group without another thought. "Shit, porkies," someone was saying. "Just look at that dress. An Oxfam special. Thinks she's going to meet the Queen." Barbara grabbed the limp, sweaty T-shirt of the boy nearest to her. She twisted it into her hand and jerked until he was less than 2 inches from her face. "My little friend," she said evenly, "appears to have tripped somehow. I'm sure one of you gentlemen would like to help her, wouldn't you?" "Sod you, bitch," was his succinct reply. "Not even in your dreams," she said. "Barbara," Azar spoke, somewhere behind her, sounding eminently reasonable, as he always sounded. In front of her, Hadia was struggling to her knees among the Doc Martens, sandals, and trainers that surrounded her. Her silk dress had become soiled in her fall, and beneath her arm the seam had ripped. She didn't look so much hurt as surprised. She gazed round, her face bewildered at the sudden confusion. Barbara gripped the boy's T-shirt more firmly. "Think again, wanker man," she said quietly. "I said that my little friend needs some help." "Fuck that, Sean. There's 2 of them and 10 of us," someone to Barbara's left advised. "Right," Barbara said, pleasantly in answer, speaking to Sean and not to his counsellor. "But I don't imagine that any of you have one of these." With her free hand, she felt in her shoulder bag until she had her police identification. She flipped this open and jammed it into Sean's face. She was too close for him to be able to read it, but reading it wasn't what she had in mind for him. "Help her up," she said. "I didn't do nothing to her." "Barbara," Azar spoke again. She saw him out of the corner of her eye. He was going to Hadia. "Leave her," Barbara said. "One of these young louts," another twist of the T-shirt, "is hot to prove what a gent he can be. Isn't that right, Sean? Because if one of these young louts," another more savage twist of the shirt, "fails to prove what needs to be proved, the whole flaming lot of them are going to be phoning Mummy and Daddy from the Nick tonight." Azar, however, ignored Barbara's words. He went to his daughter and helped her to her feet. The adolescents gave him plenty of space to do so. "You've not hurt yourself, Hadia?" He reached for her giraffe, which had flown from her hands as she'd fallen. "Oh, no," she wailed. Daddy's got all ruined. Sian still in her grasp, Barbara looked over. The giraffe had somehow become stained with ketchup. Its head had been flattened by someone's shoe. A boy out of Barbara's range of vision sniggered. But before she could deal with him, Azar said, "This is something that can be easily repaired." He spoke like a man who was aware of everything else in life that was well beyond mending. He worked his way out of the group, Hadia walking in front of him, his hands on his daughter's shoulders. Barbara saw the dejected angle at which the child held her head. She itched to headbutt Sian and drive her knee directly into his bollocks. But instead she released him and wiped her hand on her trousers. "It takes real dreck to go after an 8-year-old girl," she said. "Why don't the lot of you celebrate the accomplishment by doing yourselves proud somewhere else?" She shoved past them and followed Azar and his daughter out of the arcade. For a moment she didn't see where they'd gone, because the number of pleasure-seekers seemed to have grown. On her every side was a mass of black leather trousers, nose studs, nipple rings, dog collars and chains. She felt as if she'd just burst into a crowd of S&M conventioneers. Then she saw her friends. They were to her right, Azar leading his daughter out of the pavilion and onto the open section of the pier. She joined them. "Manifestation of people's fear," Azar was saying to Hadia's bowed head. "People fear what they don't understand, Hadia. Fear drives their actions." "I wouldn't have hurt them," Hadia said. "I'm too little to hurt them anyway." "Ah, but they aren't afraid of being hurt, Kushi. What they're afraid of is being known. Here is Barbara now. Shall we continue our evening? Allowing a group of strangers to determine whether we find joy in this outing seems ill-advised." Hadia raised her head. Barbara felt a tightness in her chest at the sight of her little friend's bleak face. "I think those planes are calling to us, kiddo," she said heartily, indicating a ride nearby, tiny aeroplanes soaring and falling round a central pole. "What do you say?" Hadia watched the planes for a moment. She'd been carrying her soiled and ruined giraffe, but now she handed it over to her father and straightened her shoulders. "I especially love aeroplanes," she said. They watched her when they couldn't ride with her. Some of the amusements were child-sized, the miniature army jeeps, the train, the helicopters and the planes. Others were made for larger occupants, and in these the three of them rode together, dashing from the teacups to the Ferris wheel to the roller coaster, always managing to stay at least one step ahead of disappointment and dejection. It wasn't until Hadia insisted on 3 consecutive rides on the miniature sailing ships, "They make my stomach go whoop-de-doo," she explained, that Barbara had a chance to talk to Azar alone. "I'm sorry about what happened," she said to him. He'd taken out his cigarettes and offered her one. She accepted. He lit them both. "Rotten thing, on her holiday and everything." "I'd love to shield her from every pain." Azar watched his daughter and smiled at her laughter as her stomach whoop-de-dooed on the simulated wave which crested and fell beneath her tiny ship. "But that's the desire of every loving parent, isn't it? It's a wish that's both reasonable to possess and completely impossible to fulfill." He lifted his cigarette to his lips and kept his eyes fixed to Hadia. He said, "Thank you, however." "For?" He canted his head in the direction of the arcade. "Coming to her aid. It was good of you." "Bloody hell, Azar. She's the best. I like her. I love her. What the hell else did you expect me to do? If I'd had my way, we wouldn't have walked out of that place like 3 of the meek with prospects of inheritance on our minds, believe me." Azar turned his head to Barbara. "You're a pleasure to know, Sergeant Havers." Barbara felt her face get hot. She said, "Yeah, well," and in some confusion she drew in on her cigarette and made a study of the beach huts on the shore, half lit by lamps that were shaped like old gaslights, half shadowed by the darkness. Despite the balminess of the night, most of the huts were closed up, their daytime occupants gone to the hotels and cottages where they spent their holiday nights. She said, "I'm sorry about the hotel, Azar, about Mohammed. You know, I saw the Thunderbird when I pulled into the car park. I thought I could avoid him and duck upstairs. I was desperate for a shower, or I would have cooled my heels in a pub or something, which I realise is probably what I should have done. It was inevitable that my cousin should know we're acquainted, he told her. I should have told him at once. That I didn't has caused him to question my commitment to our people, and rightfully so. He looked pretty cheesed off when he left the hotel. How'd you explain things? As you yourself explained them to me, Azar said. I told him your presence had been requested by DCI Barlow, and that it was as much a surprise to you as it had been to me to find yourself involved in a situation in which a member of the opposition happens to be someone with whom you're acquainted. Barbara could feel him looking at her, and her face grew even hotter. She was glad of the shadow cast by the sailing ship ride. At least it kept her safe from the sort of scrutiny that was Azar's stock-in-trade. She was overcome by a strong compulsion to tell him the truth. Except she couldn't have said at the moment precisely what the real truth was. She seemed to have lost her grip upon it sometime during the last several days. And for the life of her she couldn't identify when the facts had clothed themselves in such slippery garments. She wanted to offer him something in reparation for the lies she told, but, as he himself had said, he and she represented opposing forces. "How did Mohammed take that information?" she asked. "My cousin has a temper," Azar replied. He flicked ash from his cigarette onto the pier. "His is a nature that sees enemies everywhere. It was easy for him to conclude that the notes of caution I've attempted to strike during our conversations these last few days were evidence of my duplicity. He feels betrayed by one of his own, and that makes things difficult between us at the moment. This isn't unreasonable, however. Deception is the one sin in a relationship that people find nearly impossible to forgive." Barbara felt as if he was playing her conscience like a violin. To quell both her pangs of guilt and her desire for absolution, she kept the conversation anchored on his cousin. "You didn't deceive him for malicious reasons, Azar? Hell, you didn't deceive him at all. He didn't ask you if you knew me, right? Why should you have volunteered the information?" "A point which Mohammed has difficulty accepting at the moment. Thus," he shot her an apologetic glance, "my usefulness to my cousin may be at an end, and yours to DCI Barlow as well." Barbara immediately saw where he was heading. "Holy hell! Are you saying Mohammed'll tell Emily about us?" She felt her face flame yet another time. "I mean, not us, there isn't any us, but you know what—" He smiled. "I have no way of knowing what Mohammed may do, Barbara. In many ways he keeps his own counsel. Until this weekend I hadn't seen him in nearly 10 years, but as a teenager he was much the same." Barbara thought about this, about everything that keeping his own counsel could imply, especially in relation to the afternoon's interview with Fard Kumar. She said, "Azar, that meeting today, the one at the Nick." He dropped his cigarette to the pier and ground it out. Over their shoulders the ship ride was ending yet again. Hadia called out for one last go. Her father nodded, gave a ticket to the operator, and watched his daughter sail the sea again. He said, "The meeting? With Fard Kumar? If Mohammed is someone who keeps his counsel like you're saying, is there any chance he already knew that bloke? Before he walked into the room, I mean?" At once Azar looked cautious, guarded, and, most importantly, unwilling to speak. Barbara wished that his cousin could have been with them that very second, so clearly did Azar's expression show where his true loyalties lay. She said, "The reason I'm asking you is that Kumar's reaction was so extreme. You'd think the sight of you and Mohammed would have been a relief, but it didn't seem to be at all. He knotted himself up in a proper twist, didn't he?" "Ah," Azar said, "this is a class issue, Barbara. Mr. Kumar's reaction, consternation, subservience, anxiety, is born of our culture. When he heard my cousin's name pronounced, he recognized a member of a higher social and economic group than his own. His name, Kumar, is what we call Kami, the artisan caste of labourers, carpenters, potters, and the like. My cousin's name, Malik, indicates membership in the landowning group of our society. Do you mean he was gibbering like that because of someone's last name? Barbara found that the explanation strained credulity. Bloody hell, Azar, this is England, not Pakistan. So I expect you understand my point. Mr. Kumar's reaction is hardly any different to an Englishman's discomfort when in the presence of another Englishman whose pronunciation of the language or choice of vocabulary reveals his class. Damn the man! He was so insufferably and consistently astute. "Excuse me." The voice came from behind them. Barbara and Azar swung round to see a miniskirted girl with waist-length blonde hair standing uneasily next to an overfull rubbish bin. She was carrying a giraffe identical to the one that Azar had earlier scooped up for his daughter, and she shifted her weight from one sandalled foot to the other, her gaze moving uneasily from Azar to Barbara to the sailing ship ride and back to Azar. "I've been looking for you everywhere," she said. "I was with them. I was there, inside, when the little girl—" She lowered her head and examined the giraffe before thrusting it in their direction. "Would you give her this, please? I wouldn't want her to think— They act up, that lot. That's how it is. That's just how they are." She pressed the stuffed animal into Azar's hand, smiled fleetingly, and hurried back to her companions. Azar watched her go. He spoke some words quietly. "What was that?" Barbara asked him. "Let not their conduct grieve thee," he said with a smile and a nod at the girls retreating back. "They injure Allah not at all." Hadia couldn't have been more delighted with her new giraffe. She held it happily to her thin chest, tucking its head under her chin. The other giraffe, however, she refused to part with. She clutched it in her other hand, saying, "It's not his fault he got smirched with ketchup," as if the stuffed animal were a personal friend. "We can wash him up, I expect, can't we, Dad? And if all the ketchup won't come out, we can just pretend he escaped from a lion when he was little." The buoyancy of children, Barbara thought. They spent another hour enjoying the Pleasure Pier's attractions, losing themselves in the Hall of Mirrors, intrigued by the hologram exhibition, tossing balls at a basket, trying their luck at archery, deciding what they would have printed upon their souvenir T-shirts. Hadia settled on a sunflower. Azar chose a steam train, although Barbara found that she couldn't imagine him actually wearing anything less formal than one of his spotless linen shirts. And Barbara herself went for a cartoon egg that was shattered on rocky ground beneath a wall with the words "Scramble Humpty Dumpty" arching over the picture. Hadia sighed with pure pleasure as they made their way towards the exit. The attractions were beginning to shut down for the night, and as a result the noise had abated and the crowd had thinned out considerably. What remained were mostly couples now, boys and girls who sought the shadows as eagerly as they had earlier sought the games and amusements. Here and there an entwined duo leaned against the pier railing. Some watched the lights of Balford fanned out on the shore. Some listened to the sea as it slapped against the pilings beneath them. And some ignored everything but each other and the pleasure afforded by another's body pressed to one's own. "This," Hadia announced dreamily, "is the very best place in the whole wide world. When I grow up, I'm going to spend every one of my holidays here. And you'll come with me, won't you, Barbara? Because we'll know each other forever and ever. Dad'll come with us, won't you, Dad? And Mummy as well. And this time when Dad wins Mummy an elephant, I won't cut it open on the kitchen floor." She gave another sigh. Her eyelids were beginning to droop. "We got to get postcards, Dad," she added with a little stumble as she failed to lift her foot high enough when she took a step. "We got to send a postcard to Mummy." Azar stopped. He took the 2 giraffes from the little girl and handed them to Barbara. Then he lifted his daughter and settled her legs round his waist. "I can walk," she protested sleepily. "I'm not tired, not one little bit." Azar kissed the side of her head. For a moment he stood motionless, with his daughter in his arms, as if awash in an emotion that he wished to feel but not to exhibit. Watching him, Barbara was overwhelmed for an instant with a longing that she didn't wish to identify, much less to experience. So she fumbled with the plastic bag in which their 3 T-shirts were folded, placing the 2 giraffes within it, finding it necessary to rearrange the bag's position on her arm. It was a moment in which her daily armour of derision and irony failed her entirely. There, on the pier, in the company of a father and his child, circumstances suggested that she assess the elements comprising her personal life. But she wasn't a woman who embraced such suggestions, so she looked about for other intellectual, emotional, and psychological employment. She found it without difficulty. Trevor Ruddock was heading in their direction, having just emerged from the brightly lit pavilion. He was wearing sky-blue overalls, attire so out of character in him that Barbara could only conclude it was a uniform worn by the maintenance and custodial crews who took care of the pier after it closed for the night. But it wasn't the overalls that caused her to take a second and closer look at young Mr. Ruddock. He worked on the pier, after all. He'd been released from the Nick some hours earlier. His presence at shore attractions was hardly illogical, considering the hour. But the bulging backpack he was wearing, slung over his shoulders, was a less than reasonable accessory to his sartorial ensemble. His eyes adjusting to the difference in lighting from the pavilion to the pier, Trevor didn't see Barbara and her companions. He went to a shed at the east side of the pavilion, where he unlocked its door and disappeared inside. As Azar started to move towards the exit again, Barbara put a hand on his arm. "Hang on," she said. He followed the direction of her gaze, seemed to see nothing, and looked back at her, perplexed. "Is there just a little something I want to check out?" she said. The shed, after all, was a perfect place to cache contraband, and Trevor Ruddock clearly had something other than his evening meal in his possession. With Balford's nearness to Harwich and Parkston, it didn't make sense to let an opportunity like this one pass her by. Trevor emerged, sans backpack, Barbara noted, pushing a large trolley. It was equipped with brooms and brushes, with buckets and dustpans, with a coiled hose-pipe and an assortment of unidentifiable bottles, tins and canisters. Cleansers and disinfectants, Barbara concluded. The upkeep of shore attractions was serious business. She wondered momentarily if Trevor's backpack had merely been a means of transporting all of his cleaning accoutrements. It was a possibility. She knew there was only one way to find out. He took off towards the end of the pier, obviously with the intention of working his way towards and into the pavilion from the future site of the restaurant. Barbara seized the opportunity. She grabbed Azar's elbow and hustled him across the pier to the shed. She tried the door, which Trevor had swung shut behind him. She found she was in luck. He hadn't relocked it. She ducked inside. "Just keep watch for me," she requested of her friend. "Watch?" Azar shifted the bulk of Hadia's weight from one arm to the other. "For what? Barbara, what are you doing?" "Just checking out a theory," she said. "I won't be a tick." He said nothing else, and as she couldn't see him, she could only assume he was doing his bit and keeping an eye open for anyone approaching the shed with an intent to enter. For her part, she considered what Helmut Kreutzhager had told her from Hamburg earlier in the evening. Haytham Qureshi had suspected someone of an illegal activity involving both Hamburg and the nearby English harbours. Drug smuggling was the obvious illegal activity of choice, despite what criminal Hauptkommissar Kreutzhager had said to discourage this line of thought. It brought in big money, especially if the drug was heroin. But an illegal activity that involved smuggling didn't limit itself to narcotics. There was pornography to consider, as well as loose jewels like diamonds, explosives and small arms, any of which could be carried onto the pleasure pier via backpack and hidden in a shed. She looked round for the backpack, but it was nowhere in sight. She began a search. The only light inside came from what the partially open doorway allowed, but it was sufficient for her to see by once her eyes became accustomed to the gloom. The shed was outfitted with a set of cupboards, and she went through these swiftly. She found nothing inside but 5 cans of paint, brushes, rollers, overalls and tarpaulins, in addition to extra cleaning supplies. Aside from the cupboards, there were 2 deep drawers and a chest. The drawers held tools for small repairs, spanners, screwdrivers, pliers, a crowbar, nails, screws, and even a small saw. but nothing else. Barbara went on to the chest. Its lid made a squeak that she swore probably could have been heard in Clacton. The backpack lay within, the sort of aluminium-framed rucksack that students use when they hitchhike during their holidays, determined to see the world. Anticipation rising, feeling and believing that at last she was getting somewhere, Barbara lifted the pack out and laid it on the floor. But her hopes were dashed when she saw the contents, and confusion quickly took Hope's place. The backpack contained a hodgepodge of useless articles, at least articles that were useless to her present purposes. She emptied the pack of salt cellars fashioned like lighthouses, fishermen, anchors, and whales, pepper mills posing as Scotties and pirates, a plastic tea set, 2 dirty Barbie dolls, 3 unused and sealed decks of cards, a mug commemorating the short-lived marriage of the Duke and Duchess of York, a small London taxi missing a wheel, 2 pairs of child-sized sunglasses, an unopened box of beehive nougats, 2 ping-pong bats, a net for the game, and a box of balls. Hell, Barbara thought, this was a total bust. Barbara, she heard Azar murmur from the other side of the door. A boy's walking in this direction from the pavilion. He's just come out. She stowed everything away again, trying to replace each article in the order in which she'd first found it. Azar said her name again, more urgently this time. Right, right, she whispered in response. She returned the backpack to the chest and rejoined Azar outside on the pier. They faded to the railing, where the shadows were deep, just beyond the sailing ship ride. The newcomer rounded the corner of the shed, went to its doorway without hesitation, cast a surreptitious glance to the right and the left, and let himself in. Barbara knew him on sight, having had 2 occasions already to interact with the boy. It was Charlie Ruddock, Trevor's younger brother. "Who is this, Barbara?" Azar asked quietly. "Do you know him?" Her head on his shoulder, Hadia was fast asleep, and she murmured as if in answer to her father. "He's called Charlie Ruddock," Barbara said. "Why do we watch him, and what were you looking for in that shed?" "I don't exactly know," she said. And when he looked sceptical, she went on, "It's the truth, Azar. I don't know. That's the hell of this case. It could be racial, like you want it to be." "As I want it to be? No, Barbara, I am not all right, like some people want it to be. But it's starting to look like it could be something else as well." "What?" he asked. But he read her reluctance to part with information as clearly as if she'd communicated it to him. "You won't explain yourself further, will you?" She was saved from having to answer his question. Charlie Ruddock was exiting the shed, and on his back he wore the pack that Barbara had just examined. Curiouser and curiouser, she thought. Exactly what the hell was going on? Charlie headed back towards the pavilion. Barbara said, "Come on," and began to follow. The lights had been turned off now on the amusements, and the number of fun-goers had been reduced to the shadow-seeking couples and a few families still gathering up their straggling members prior to departure. The din had quieted. The smells had faded. In the attractions, on the rides, and within the numerous takeaway food stalls, those whose livelihood was the pier readied it for another day. With so few pleasure-seekers left, and most of them wending their way towards the exit, it was easy enough to tail one young boy who was not only doing likewise, but doing it with a bulging pack on his back. As Barbara and her friends made their way through the pavilion and towards the sea front, she watched Charlie's progress and considered what she'd seen and heard that evening. Haytham Quarashi had been quite insistent that something illegal was taking place between Germany and England. Since he'd phoned Hamburg, it stood to reason that he believed the activity originated in that city, and German ferries leaving from Hamburg arrived in Parkston Harbour near Harwich. But Barbara was no closer to learning what, if anything, was going on between the 2 countries, and who, if anyone, was involved in the activity, than she'd been when the condition of Quarashi's abandoned Nissan had first suggested possession of contraband. The fact that the Nissan had been torn apart brought everything about Quarashi into question anyway, didn't it? And didn't the car's condition also emphasize the possibility of smuggling? And if it did, was Quarashi involved? Or was he, a man of deep enough religious convictions that he'd phoned all the way to Pakistan merely to discuss a verse of the Quran, attempting to blow the whistle on the illegal activity? And no matter what Qureshi had been doing, how the hell did Trevor Ruddock fit into it, or his brother Charlie? Barbara knew how Muhammad Malik and perhaps Azar would respond to those final two questions. The Ruddocks, after all, were white. But she herself had seen this evening evidence of what she already knew about racial interactions. The adolescents who had harassed Hadia, and the one young girl who'd attempted to right the wrong, were human microcosms of the population at large, and as such they gave testimony to Barbara's belief. Some of her countrymen were xenophobic imbeciles, others, most decidedly, were not. But where did that knowledge leave the investigation into Qureshi's murder, she wondered, especially in a situation in which the only suspects without alibis were white? Ahead, Charlie Ruddock had gained the land side of the pavilion and stopped. Barbara and her friends did likewise, watching him. He was at the south railing of the pier, mounting an ancient, rust-corroded bicycle. Beyond him, the proprietors of the Lobster Hut were cranking down the metal shields over the establishment's ordering windows. A short distance away, Balford, Balloons and Rock had already shut its doors for the night. The tiers of deserted beach huts that stretched along the promenade to the south of these two commercial concerns resembled an abandoned village. Both their doors and their windows were firmly barred, and the only noise emitted from their immediate vicinity was the echo of the sea as waves hit the shore. "This boy is involved in something, isn't he?" Azar asked. "And it's something to do with Haytham's murder?" "I don't know, Azar," Barbara said truthfully, as they watched Charlie mount a dilapidated bike and begin to pedal in the general direction of the distant Naze. "He's involved in something, that much seems obvious, but as to what it is, I swear to God I just don't know." "Is this the sergeant or Barbara speaking?" Azar asked quietly. She looked away from the Ruddock boy to the man beside her. "There's no difference between the two of them," she said. Azar nodded and shifted his daughter in his arms. "I see. But perhaps there ought to be." Chapter 21. Barbara was on the road to Harwich by 10 the next morning. She'd phoned Emily the moment her alarm had gone off, catching the DCI at home. She related what she'd heard from Criminal Hauptkommissar Kreuzhager in Hamburg and what she'd seen on the pier the previous night. She left out the fact that she'd been in the company of Taimullah Azar and his daughter when she'd seen Trevor Ruddock, his brother and the backpack, and she told herself that a lengthy explanation of her relationship with the Pakistanis would only fracture whatever fragile clarity they were finally beginning to bring to the investigation. She soon learned that it wouldn't have made any difference had she mentioned her companions on the pier, however, because Emily appeared to have heard nothing else once Barbara mentioned the subject of her conversation with Helmut Kreuzhager. The DCI sounded brisk, rested, and completely awake. Whatever she and the faceless Gary had done to mitigate her stress after hours, it had obviously worked. "An illegality of some sort," she said, "in Hamburg? Well done, Barb. I said Mohammed was into something dodgy, didn't I? At least now we're on the track of what it is." Barbara aimed for caution in her next remarks. But Qureshi didn't give Inspector Kreuzhager any evidence about what sort of illegal activity was going on, and he didn't mention names, Mohammed's included. And when Kreuzhager staked out Oscar Strasser 15, it came up cold him. His blokes didn't see a thing that didn't look strictly above board. Mohammed's going to cover his tracks. He's been doing that for more than 10 years. And we know that whoever killed Qureshi covered up his tracks like a pro. The question is this: what the hell is Mohammed up to? Smuggling? Prostitution? International robbery? What? Kreuzhager didn't have a clue. He didn't exactly launch an investigation, but what little he did wasn't enough to uncover anything. So here's what I think. If there's no real evidence of anything dodgy going down in Germany, then we'll have to find it on this end, won't we? Was Emily's riposte. And the Malik's factory is set up to be the perfect stopping point for any number of enterprises, from counterfeiting to terrorism. If there's evidence to be found, that's where we'll find it. They ship goods out of there at least once a week. Who knows what else goes into those boxes besides jars of mustards and jellies? But, Em, the Marleeks aren't the only people Quarashi knew, so they can't be the only ones under suspicion in this Hamburg business, can they? Trevor Ruddock worked at that factory as well, and let's not forget that wire I found in his room, and there's Quarashi's lover to consider if we ever find him. Barbara, whatever we find, it's going to lead to Mohanad. Barbara wondered about this as she drove to Harwich. She had to admit that there was a certain logic to Emily's conclusion about Mohanad and the mustard factory. But she felt a disturbing sense of unease at the speed with which the DCI had leapt to it. Emily had dismissed the strange behaviour of the Ruddocks with a simple declaration, "Scavengers, that lot," and she'd relayed information about Theo Shaw's grandmother having had a massive stroke on the previous afternoon, as if that fact exonerated the young man from any part in Quarashi's death. She'd said, "I'm sending to London for this Professor Siddiqui character as well. He'll do the translating for Kumar when I question him." "What about Azar?" Barbara asked. "Wouldn't it save time if you used him to translate? You could have him there without Mohanad." Emily scoffed at this idea. "I've no intention of letting either Mohanad Malik or his slippery cousin anywhere near that bloke again. Kumar's our pipeline to the truth, Bob, and I'm not going to risk plugging up the works by having anyone skulking round in the background when I question him. Kumar's got to know something about that factory. Mohanad's the sales director at Malik's Mustards, and the sales director oversees the shipping department. Where do you think that tasty bit of information fits into the overall scheme of things?" Inspector Linley would have called Emily's deductions intuitive police work, something that came from long experience and a carefully honed awareness of what was going on in one's gut as suspects were questioned and evidence was accumulated. But Barbara had learned the hard way to be aware of what was going on within her own gut as a member of an investigative team, and the sensations that filled her after her conversation with Emily didn't please her. She considered her uneasiness from every angle, probing it like a scientist confronted with an alien being. Certainly, if Mohanad Malik was the kingpin in some sort of malfeasance, he had a motive to kill Quarashi if Quarashi had made an attempt to play the whistleblower on him. But the existence of that possibility shouldn't have obviated the potential guilt of Theo Shaw and Trevor Ruddock, both of whom also had motives to be rid of Quarashi, and neither of whom had a decent alibi. Yet that is exactly what appeared to have happened, at least in Emily Barlow's mind. And as she thought about the peremptory dismissal of Trevor Ruddock and Theo Shaw as suspects, Barbara felt her uneasiness coalesce into a simple and potentially ugly question. Was Emily responding to gut-level intuition, or to something else? Inspector Kreutzhager had said it himself from Hamburg. There was no evidence of anything. So on what exactly was Emily basing her intuitive conclusions? Barbara recalled her friend's easy success during the 3 courses they'd taken together in Maidstone, how she'd received the accolades of their instructors and the admiration of the other detectives. There had been no question in Barbara's mind then that Emily Barlow was a cut above the average cop. She wasn't merely good at what she did, she was superb. Her elevation to DCI at the age of 37 underscored this fact. So Barbara wondered, why was she entertaining even a single question about the DCI's capability now? Her long partnership with D.I. Linley had forced Barbara more than once to examine not only the facts in a case, but also her motives in shining the spotlight of suspicion on one of those facts in favour of another. She engaged in much the same activity now, as she spun between the summer wheat fields on the road to Harwich. Only this time she didn't scrutinise which facts she was spotlighting in the investigation and why she was spotlighting them. Instead, she studied the underpinning of her own discomfort. She didn't much like the result of her study, because she concluded that she herself might well be the problem in the investigation into Quarashi's death. Did finding guilt among the Pakistanis cut a little too close to the home of Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers? Perhaps she wouldn't have felt the smallest degree of uneasiness with seeing Mohanad Malik as everything from a street thug to a pimp, had Taimullah Azhar and his appealing daughter not been hovering on the periphery of the investigation. This final consideration gave her a jolt she could have done without. She found that she didn't want to speculate upon whose investigative mind was actually clear and whose was clouded, and she definitely didn't want to reflect upon her feelings for Azar and Hadia. She pulled into Harwich, determined to gather information objectively. She followed the high street as it wound towards the sea, and she found worldwide tours tucked between a takeaway sandwich shop and an Oddbins that was advertising a cut-rate price on Amontillado. Worldwide tours comprised one large room with 3 desks, at which 2 women and a man were working. It was sumptuously decorated, but oddly in the fashion of a bygone era. The walls were papered in a faux William Morris print, and hung with gilt-framed drawings of turn-of-the-century families on suitable holidays. The desks, chairs, and shelves were heavy mahogany. 5 large palms stood in pots, and 7 enormous ferns hung from the ceiling, where a fan circulated the air and rustled their fronds. Overall, there was an artificial Victorian fussiness to the whole setup that made Barbara want to blast the office with a fire hose. One of the 2 women asked if Barbara required assistance. The other spoke into the telephone, while their male colleague scanned the computer screen, murmuring, "Lufthansa, come on!" Barbara presented her warrant card. She saw by the presence of a name placard that she was speaking to someone called Edwina. "Police," Edwina said, pressing 3 fingers to the hollow of her throat, as if she expected to be accused of something more untoward than accepting employment in a tastelessly reproduced office directly out of Charles Dickens. She glanced at her fellow workers. The man, his name placard identified him as Rudy, poked at the keyboard of his computer and swivelled his chair in their direction. He acted the part of Edwina's echo, and when he spoke the dread word again, the 3rd employee brought her telephone conversation to an end. This person was called Jen, Barbara saw, and she gripped both sides of her chair seat as if thinking it might suddenly become airborne. The arrival of an officer of the law, Barbara thought not for the first time, always brought people's subconscious guilt to the surface. "Right," Barbara said. "New Scotland Yard." "Scotland Yard?" This came from Rudy. "You're here from London? I hope there's no trouble." There well might be, Barbara realised. The little sod spoke with a German accent. She could almost hear Inspector Linley's posh public school voice intoning his #1 credo of police work. "There's no such thing as coincidence in murder." Barbara examined the young bloke head to toe. Tubby as a wine cask, cropped red hair receding from his forehead, he didn't look like a party to a recent murder, but then no one usually did. She fished her photographs from her shoulder bag and showed them Quarashi's first, saying, "This bloke look familiar to you lot?" The other 2 gathered round Edwina's desk, shoulders hunched over the picture which Barbara placed dead centre. They examined it in silence, while above their heads the fern fronds susurrated and the ceiling fan spun. It was nearly a minute before anyone answered, and then it was Rudy, speaking to his colleagues and not to Barbara. "This is the chap who inquired about air tickets, isn't it?" "I don't know," Edwina said doubtfully. Her fingers pulled at the skin just beneath the hollow of her throat. Jen said, "Yes, I remember him. I served him, Eddie. You were out of the office." She met Barbara's eyes squarely. "He came in, when was it, Rudy? Perhaps 3 weeks ago. I don't quite recall." "But you remember him," Barbara said. "Well, yes. I mean, there aren't actually many—" "We see very few Asians in Harwich," Rudy said. "And you yourself are from—" Barbara asked encouragingly, although she was fairly certain of the answer. "Hamburg," he said. Well, 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 she thought. He said, "Originally Hamburg, that is. I have been in this country for 7 years." She said, "Right, yes. Well, this bloke's called Haytham Quarashi. I'm investigating his murder. He was killed last week in Balford-Lenays. What sort of air tickets was he asking about?" To their credit, they all seemed equally surprised or dismayed when the word murder was intoned. They lowered their heads as one to re-examine the photograph of Quarashi as if it were a relic of a saint. Jen was the one to answer. He'd been inquiring about airline tickets for his family, she explained to Barbara. He wished to bring them to England from Pakistan. A whole party of people it was, brothers and sisters, parents, the lot. He wanted them to join him in England permanently. "You've a branch office in Pakistan," Barbara noted. "In Karachi, right?" "In Hong Kong, Istanbul, New Delhi, Vancouver, New York and Kingston as well," Edwina said proudly. "Our specialty is foreign travel and immigration. We've experts working in every office." Which is probably why Qureshi had chosen worldwide tours rather than an agency in Balford, Jen added, testimonial incarnate. He'd been asking about immigration for his family. Unlike most travel agencies, solely eager to part customers from their cash, WWT had an international reputation, a proud international reputation, was how she put it, for its network of contacts with lawyers round the world who specialised in immigration. "UK, EU and US," she said. "We're travel agents for people on the move, and we're here to help make that movement easier." Yada, 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 Barbara thought. The girl sounded like an advert. So much for any previous thoughts about Qureshi's trying to skip town one step ahead of his wedding day. It sounded as if he'd been fully intending to uphold his end of the marriage agreement. Indeed, it sounded as if he'd been laying plans for the future of his family as well. Barbara pulled the Polaroid of Fad Kumar from her shoulder bag next. This met with a different result. None of them knew this particular Asian. None of them had ever seen him. Barbara watched them closely, looking for an indication that one or all of them were lying, but no one quivered so much as an eyelash. Bust, she thought. She thanked them for their help and stepped from the office into the high street. It was 11 o'clock, and she was already sweat-drenched. She was also thirsty, so she ducked into the whip and whistle across the street. There she managed to talk the publican into parting with 5 ice cubes, over which she poured lemonade. She carried this to a table by the window, along with a packet of salt and vinegar crisps, and she flung herself onto a stool, lit a cigarette, and prepared to enjoy her 11s. She'd consumed half of the crisps, 3/4 of the lemonade, and all of the cigarette, when she saw Rudy step out of Worldwide Tours across the street. He glanced right and left and right again, in a manner that Barbara decided could have been overly cautious, indicating the normal trepidation of a European unused to English traffic, or borderline stealthy. She cast her vote with the latter, and when Rudy took off up the street, she gulped down the rest of her lemonade and left the remaining crisps on the table. Outside, she saw him unlocking a Renault on the street corner. Her own Mini was parked 2 cars away, so as the German fired up his vehicle and guided it into the traffic, she dashed to her own. In a moment she was in pursuit. Anything, of course, could have taken him from the travel office: a dental appointment, a sexual assignation, a visit to the chiropodist, an early lunch. But following so closely on the heels of her visit, Rudy's departure was too intriguing to let go uninvestigated. She followed him at a distance. He took the A120 out of town. He drove with no interest in the speed limit, and he led her directly to Parkston, just over 2 miles from the travel office. He didn't make the turn towards the harbour, however. Rather, he drove into an industrial estate just before the harbour road. Barbara couldn't risk following him there, but she pulled into the lay-by that opened into the industrial estate, and she watched the Renault roll to a stop at a prefabricated metal warehouse at the farthest end. Barbara would have given her signed edition of The Lusty Savage for a pair of binoculars at that moment. She was too far from the building to read its sign. Unlike the other warehouses in the estate, this one was closed up and looked unoccupied. But when Rudy rapped on the door, someone within admitted him. Barbara watched from the Mini. She didn't know what she expected to see, and she was rewarded with seeing nothing. She sweated silently in the roasting car for a quarter of an hour that seemed like a century before Rudy emerged. No bags of heroin in his possession, no pockets bulging with counterfeit money, no videocassettes of children in compromising positions, no guns or explosives or even companions. He left the warehouse as he'd entered the warehouse, empty-handed and alone. Barbara knew he'd see her if she remained on the edge of the industrial estate, so she pulled back onto the A120 with the intention of turning round and having a bit of recce among the warehouses once Rudy was gone. But as she looked for a suitable place to make a 3-point turn, She saw a large stone building sitting back from the road on a horseshoe drive. The Castle Hotel, its roadside sign announced in medieval lettering. She recalled the brochure that she'd found in Haytham Querash's room. She turned into the hotel's car park, making the decision to kill another bird with the stones she'd been fortuitously given. Professor Siddiqui wasn't at all what Emily Barlow had expected him to be. She'd anticipated someone dark and middle-aged, with black hair sweeping back from an intelligent forehead, coal-coloured eyes, and tobacco skin. But the man who presented himself to her in the company of D.C. Hesketh, who'd fetched him from London, was very nearly blonde. His eyes were decidedly grey, and his skin was fair enough for him to be mistaken for a Northern European instead of an Asian. Looking to be in his early 30s, he was a compact man, not even her own height. He was toughly built like an amateur wrestler. He smiled as she quickly adjusted her expression from surprise to indifference. He offered his hand in greeting and said, "We don't all come out of the same mould, Inspector Barlow."
End of Disc 14. Disc 15.
He smiled as she quickly adjusted her expression from surprise to indifference. He offered his hand in greeting and said, "We don't all come out of the same mould, Inspector Barlow." She didn't like to be read that easily, especially by someone she didn't know. She ignored the remark, saying brusquely instead, "Good of you to come. Would you like a drink, or shall we get started with Mr. Kumar straight away?" He asked for grapefruit juice, and as Belinda Warner took herself off to fetch it, Emily explained the situation into which the London professor had been brought. "I'll be tape-recording the entire interview," she said in conclusion. "My questions in English, your translations, and Mr. Kumar's answers, your translations." Siddiqui was astute enough to make the proper inference. "You can rely upon my integrity," he said, "but as we've never met before now, I wouldn't expect you to depend upon it without a system of checks and balances." The major ground rules laid and the minor ones implied, Emily took him to meet his fellow Asian. Kumar hadn't benefited from his night in custody. If anything, he was more anxiety-ridden than on the previous afternoon. Worse, he was sodden with sweat and foul with the odour of faeces, as if he'd messed himself. Siddiqui took one look at him and turned back to Emily. "Where's this man been kept, and what the hell have you been doing to him?" Another ardent viewer of pro-IRA films, Emily decided wearily. What Guildford and Birmingham had done to set back the cause of police work was inestimable. She said, "He's been kept in a cell which you're more than welcome to inspect, Professor, and we've been doing nothing to him, unless serving him dinner and breakfast goes as torture these days. It's hot in the cells, but no more so than in the rest of the building or the whole bloody town. He'll tell you as much if you care to ask him." "I'll do just that," Siddiqui said. And he fired off a series of questions to Kumar that he didn't bother to translate. For the first time since being brought into the station, Kumar lost the look of a terrified rabbit. He unclasped his hands and reached towards Siddiqui as if a life-belt had been thrown him. It was a gesture of supplication, and the professor apparently saw it as such. He used both of his hands to reach for the man, and having done so, he drew him to the table in the centre of the room. He spoke again, translating this time for Emily. "I've introduced myself. I've told him that I'm to translate your questions and his answers. I've told him that you mean him no harm. I hope that's the truth, Inspector." What was it with these people? Emily wondered. They saw inequity, prejudice, and brutality under every lily-pad. She didn't reply directly. Rather, she flipped on the tape-recorder, gave the date, the time, and the individuals present, after which she said, "Mr. Kumar, your name was among the belongings of a murdered man, Mr. Haytham Querash. Can you explain to me how it got there?" She expected a replay of yesterday's litany, a string of disavowals. She was surprised. Kumar fastened his eyes on Siddiqui as the question was translated for him, and when he replied, which he did at great length, he kept his eyes on the professor. Siddiqui listened, nodded, and at one point halted the man's recital to ask a question. Then he turned to Emily. "He met Mr. Qureshi outside Wheelie on the A133. He, Mr. Kumar, that is, was hitchhiking, and Mr. Qureshi offered him a ride. This took place nearly a month ago." Mr. Kumar had been working as a farm labourer, moving among the fields throughout the county. He'd become dissatisfied with the money he was making, as well as with the working conditions, so he'd decided to look for other employment. Emily considered this, her brow furrowed. "Why didn't he tell me this yesterday? Why did he deny knowing Mr. Qureshi?" Siddiqui turned back to Kumar, who watched him with the eagerness of a puppy determined to please. Before Siddiqui finished the question, Kumar was answering, and this time he directed his response to Emily. "When you said that Mr. Qureshi was murdered," Siddiqui translated, "I was afraid that you might come to believe that I was involved. I lied to protect myself from coming under suspicion. I'm new to this country, and I wish to do nothing to jeopardize my welcome here. Please understand how much I regret having lied to you. Mr. Qureshi was nothing but kindness to me, and I betrayed that kindness by not speaking the truth at once." Emily noted the sweat that coated the man's skin like a film of cooking oil. That he'd lied to her on the previous day was a bona fide fact. What remained open to question was whether he was lying to her now. She said, "Did Mr. Qureshi know that you were looking for employment?" "He did," Kumar answered. "He told Mr. Qureshi of his unhappiness with his farm employment. That had constituted the bulk of their conversation in the car." "Did Mr. Qureshi offer you a job?" At this Kumar looked nonplussed. "A job?" he asked. "No, there was no job offered. Mr. Qureshi merely picked him up and drove him to his lodgings." "And wrote you a cheque for £400, Emily added. Siddiqui raised an eyebrow, but translated without comment. It was true that Mr. Qureshi had given him money. The man was kindness itself, and Mr. Kumar would not lie and call this gift of £400 a loan. But the Quran decreed, and the 5 pillars of Islam required payment of the zakat to one in need, so in giving him £400— "What is zakat?" Emily interposed. "Alms for the needy," Siddiqui answered. Kumar watched him anxiously whenever he switched to English, and his expression suggested a man straining to understand and to absorb every word. "Muslims are required to see to the economic welfare of members of their community. We give to support the poor and others like them." So in giving Mr. Kumar £400, Haytham Qureshi was simply doing his religious duty? "That's exactly the case," Siddiqui said. "He wasn't buying something?" "Such as?" Siddiqui gestured to Kumar. "What on earth could this poor man have to sell him?" "Silence comes to mind. Mr. Kumar spends time near Clacton Market Square. Ask him if he ever saw Mr. Qureshi there." Siddiqui gazed at her for a moment, as if trying to read the meaning behind the question. Then he shrugged and turned to Kumar, repeating the question in their own language. Kumar shook his head adamantly. Emily didn't require a translation for never, not once, not at any time he himself had not been in the market square. Mr. Qureshi was the director of production at a local factory. He could have offered Mr. Kumar employment, yet Mr. Kumar says the subject of a job never came up between them. Does he wish to change that claim? No, Kumar told her through his interpreter. He did not wish to change that claim. He knew Mr. Qureshi only as a benefactor sent to him through the goodness of Allah. But there was a common thread that bound them to each other. They both had families in Pakistan whom they wished to bring to this country. Although in Qureshi's case it was parents and siblings, and in Kumar's case it was a wife and 2 children, their intention was the same, and thus there existed between them a greater understanding than might have otherwise existed between 2 strangers who meet on a public road. But wouldn't a permanent job have been far more of a benefit than £400 if you want to bring your family to this country? Emily asked. How far could you have stretched that money in comparison to what you might have earned over time as an employee of Malik's Mustards? Kumar shrugged. He had no way to explain why Mr. Qureshi hadn't offered him employment. Siddiqui interjected a comment. Mr. Kumar was a wayfarer, Inspector. In giving him funds, Mr. Qureshi met his obligation to him. He wasn't required to do anything more. It seems to me that a man who has nothing but kindness to Mr. Kumar is a man who would have seen to his future welfare as well as to his immediate needs. We can't know what his ultimate intentions were towards Mr. Kumar, Professor Siddiqui pointed out. We can only interpret his actions. His death, unfortunately, prevents anything more. And wasn't that convenient? Emily thought. Did Mr. Qureshi ever make a pass at you, Mr. Kumar? She asked. Siddiqui stared at her, absorbing the abrupt change in topic. Are you asking? I think the question's clear enough. We've been given information that Qureshi was homosexual. I'd like to know if Mr. Kumar was on the receiving end of anything besides Mr. Qureshi's money. Kumar heard the question with some consternation. He declared his answer in a tone of strained horror. No, Mr. Qureshi was a good man. He was a righteous man. He could not have defiled his body, his mind, and his everlasting soul with such behaviour. It was an impossibility, a sin against everything Muslims believed. And where were you on Friday night? At his lodgings in Clacton, and Mrs. Kersey, his most generous hostess, would be happy to tell Inspector Barlow as much. That concluded their interview, which is what Emily recited into the tape recorder. When she switched it off, Kumar spoke urgently to Siddiqui. Emily said angrily, "Hang on there!" Siddiqui said, "He only wants to know if he can return to Clacton now. He is understandably anxious to quit this place, Inspector." Emily meditated on the prospect of getting any more information out of the Pakistani if she held him longer and gave him time to sweat a little more in that sauna of a cell just off the weight-room. If she grilled him another 2 or 3 times, she might wrest from him a detail that would take her one step closer to their killer. But in doing this, she also ran the risk of sending the Asian community back into the streets. Whatever member of Juma came to fetch Kumar back to Clacton in the afternoon would be looking for anything useful to their cause that could be carried back and reported upon as a means of inflaming the people. She weighed this possibility against whatever potential information she could get from the Asian before her. She finally went to the door and yanked it open. D.C. Honigman was waiting in the corridor. She said, "Take Mr. Kumar to the weight-room, see that he has a shower, have someone get him lunch and some decent clothes, and tell D.C. Hesketh to take the professor back to London." She turned back to Siddiqui and his companion in the interrogation room. She said, "Mr. Kumar, I'm not finished with you, so don't even think about leaving the vicinity. If you do, I'll track you down and drag you back here by your bollocks. Is that clear?" Siddiqui levelled an ironic gaze upon her. "I expect he'll get your point," he said. She left them and returned to her office on the first floor. She'd long ago learned to trust her instincts in an investigation, and they were fairly screaming that Fard Kumar had more information than he was willing to part with. Damn it, blast the law, the prescription of torture, and what both had done to the rights of the police, she fumed. A few minutes on the rack in the Middle Ages, and that little worm would have been his inquisitor's pudding. As it was, he would walk away with his secrets intact, while her head began to throb and her muscles went into extended spasm. Christ, it was maddening. And what was worse was the fact that one brief interview with Fard Kumar had undone 4 hours of Gary's ardent ministrations the previous night, which made her want to snap someone's head off, which made her want to yell at the first person who came within her line of vision, which made her want to... "Gov?" "What?" Emily barked. What? Belinda Warner hesitated at the threshold of Emily's office. She was carrying a long fax in one hand and a pink telephone message in the other. Her expression was one of consternation, and she ventured a peek into Emily's office to see the source of the DCI's ill humour. Emily sighed. "Sorry. What is it?" "Good news, Gov. I could do with some." Reassured, the WPC joined her. "We've heard from London," she said. She gestured first with the telephone message and then with the fax. "SO4 and SO11. We've got a match on the fingerprints on the Nissan, and a report on that Asian bloke, Taimullah Azhar." The Castle Hotel didn't look much like a castle. Instead, it resembled a squat fortress with balustrades rather than crenellation at the roofline. It was monochromatic on its exterior, constructed entirely of buff stone, buff bricks and buff plaster, but that lack of colour had been more than compensated for in the hotel's interior. The lobby was awash with colour, and the predominant theme was pink. A fuchsia ceiling, edged by a roseate dog-toothed cornice, walls papered in stripes of a candy-floss hue, maroon carpeting patterned with hyacinths. Just like walking into an enormous bonbon, Barbara thought. Behind the reception desk, a middle-aged man in tails watched her progress across the lobby with an expectant air. His name-tag identified him as Curtis, and his manner suggested a welcome rehearsed in the privacy of his home and in front of a mirror. First came the slow smile, till he was assured of eye contact with her. Then came the unveiling of teeth. Afterwards the head was cocked with an air of helpful interest, one eyebrow raised, one hand picked up a pencil expectantly. When, with studied courtesy, he offered her his assistance, she produced her warrant card. The eyebrow lowered, the pencil dropped, the head uncocked. He altered from Curtis in reception to Curtis most definitely on guard. Barbara brought out her pictures again, laying Quarash's and Kumar's side by side. "This bloke was chopped at the Nays last week," she explained laconically. "This one's in the nick at the moment, having a talk with the local DCI. Seen either of them?" Curtis relaxed marginally. As he studied the pictures, Barbara noted that a brass container sitting on the reception counter held a collection of brochures. She picked one up and saw that it was a copy of the same brochure which she had found in Quarash's hotel room. There were other brochures as well, and she fingered through these. The Castle Hotel, it seemed, boosted its business in these trying economic times by offering special weekend rates, dances, wine tastings, and holiday extravaganzas at Christmas, New Year, Valentine's Day, and Easter. "Yes," Curtis drew the word out thoughtfully on a breath. "Oh, yes, indeed." Barbara looked up from her study of the brochures. The picture of Kumar he'd moved to one side. The picture of Quarashi, however, he'd picked up and held between his thumb and his index finger. "You've seen him?" "Oh, yes, indeed. I remember him quite well, in fact, because I've never before seen an Asian at leather and lace. They generally don't go in for it." "Pardon?" Barbara asked, nonplussed. "Leather and lace?" Curtis riffled through the brass container and brought out a brochure that Barbara hadn't seen. Its cover was entirely black, with a diagonal of white lace etched onto it. The word leather was printed on the upper acute triangle, the word lace on the lower. The inside comprised an invitation to a monthly dance held at the hotel, and the accompanying pictures of previous dances left no question at all as to the clientele being solicited. Score a point for Trevor Ruddock, Barbara thought. "This is a dance for homosexuals?" she asked Curtis. "Not the usual sort of entertainment one finds in the countryside, is it?" "Times are difficult," he replied reasonably. "A business that closes its door to potential profits finds that it's not a business very long." There was truth in that, Barbara thought. Basil Treves might well take a slice of this cake and chew upon it when considering his profits and losses at the end of the fiscal year. She said, "And you saw Quarashi at one of these dances?" "Last month, definitely. As I said, one sees very few Asians at this sort of gathering. One sees very few Asians in this part of the world altogether, as a matter of fact. So when he came in, I took note of him." "And you're certain he was here for the dance? Not for dinner, not for a drink in the bar?" "He was definitely here for the dance, Sergeant. Oh, not in drag, mind you. Not that he appeared to be the type to go in for that in the first place. No make-up, no ornaments, you know what I mean? But there was no question why he'd come to the castle." "To pull another bloke?" "Hardly. It wasn't alone. And his companion didn't look like someone who'd take lightly to being left out in the cold by a companion." "He had a date, then?" "Very much so." Here, then, was the first corroboration they'd had of Trevor Ruddock's story about Quarash's sexuality. But simple corroboration didn't put Trevor in the clear. "What did this bloke look like? Quiroshi's date, that is?" Barbara asked. Curtis supplied her with a non-specific and generally useless description in which everything about the man in question was medium. His height, his build, his weight. It wouldn't have served to locate a lightning bolt in a thunderstorm, save for one detail. When Barbara asked if Quiroshi's date had any visible tattoos, specifically a spider-on-its-web tattoo on his neck, Curtis was able to say he hadn't. "Definitely not," were his actual words, which he went on to clarify by explaining, "When I see a tattoo, I never forget it, because the thought of getting one makes me positively weak at the knees. Needle phobia," he added. "If someone ever wants me to give blood, I'll be completely done for." "Right," Barbara said. "How people can do what they do to their bodies in the name of fashion." He shuddered. But afterwards he lifted a finger swiftly, as if his own statement had brought something to mind. He said, "Wait. This bloke had a lip ring, Sergeant. Yes, indeed he had. He had earrings as well, and not just one, mind you, but at least 4 in each ear." Here, then, was what she'd been seeking. The lip ring matched with Trevor's claim. So they had at least one part of the truth at last. Quirashi was bent. She thanked Curtis for his help and went back to the car. She took a moment to rustle up her cigarettes, and in the shade of a dust-coated hornbeam tree she smoked, and she thought about what corroboration for Trevor's story meant to the case. Azar had said that homosexuality was a grave sin to the Muslims, enough of a sin for a man to be cast out of his family as a permanent exile. Thus it was an aberration serious enough to be held as a closely guarded secret. But if someone had unearthed this secret, was it black enough or deviant enough to cause Quiroshi's life to be taken? Certainly it would be an insult to the Malik family if Quirashi had aligned himself with them as a cover for a clandestine life. But wouldn't a better revenge than death be to expose him to his own family and let them deal with him as they would? And if his homosexuality was the key to what had happened to him on the Naze, where did that leave Kumar? Or the phone calls to Germany and Pakistan, or the discussions with the mullah and the mufti, or the address in Hamburg, or the papers in his safe deposit box? At the thought of these last items, Barbara took a final drag on her cigarette and returned to the Mini. She'd forgotten about Rudy's visit to the industrial estate. It made sense to recce it while she was in the area. Less than 5 minutes took her back. She made certain that Rudy's Renault was nowhere in sight before driving through the entrance to the looming warehouses. These were prefabricated and two-toned, green corrugated steel on the bottom, silver corrugated steel on the top. Attached to each was a reception office of dust-coloured brick. There wasn't a single tree in the entire estate. Without the ameliorating effects of shade, the heat radiated from the structures with a mirage-producing intensity. Despite this fact, the warehouse into which Rudy had disappeared at the end of the lane was closed up completely, its huge door and high row of windows sealed off. This was in contrast to every other warehouse, whose doors and windows gaped hopeful of a breeze. Barbara chose a spot for the Mini some distance from Rudy's warehouse. She parked next to a row of red and white rubbish bins, against which clumps of dying pigweed drooped thirstily. She blotted her forehead on the back of her wrist, berated herself for having left the burnt house without a bottle of water, admitted her stupidity at having smoked a cigarette and worsened her thirst, and shoved open the door of her car. The industrial estate comprised 2 lanes, one shooting off perpendicular to the other. Both of them were lined with warehouses, and the proximity of the estate to Parkston Harbour made them perfect for temporary storage for shipments both coming into and leaving the country. Sun-faded signs indicated the contents of each: electronics supplies, appliances, fine china and crystal, household goods, business machines. The warehouse in question was more subtle in announcing its purpose and contents. Barbara had to trudge through the heat to within 10 yards of the attached office before she was able to read the small white sign fixed above the building's door. Eastern Imports was lettered in black, and beneath it, Fine Furniture and Furnishings. Well, 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 Barbara thought, and she tipped her hat mentally to Inspector Linley. She could hear him saying, "Well, there you are, Sergeant," with quiet satisfaction. There is, after all, no real coincidence when it comes to murder. Either Rudy had scarpered from the Office of Worldwide Tours because he'd suddenly developed a passion for interior design and sought to fulfill it with the immediate redecoration of his bed-sit, or he had known more than he'd been willing to let on. In either case, there was only one way to find out. The office door was locked, so Barbara rapped on it smartly. When no one stirred, she squinted through the dusty window. Inside there was evidence of recent occupation. A packed lunch of bread, cheese, apple, and sliced ham was spread out on a desk. She thought at first that only a secret code knock would admit her to the building, but a second, sharper rap aroused the attention of someone within the warehouse. Through the window, she saw the door between the office and the larger building swing open. A thin, bespectacled man, so skeletal that the end of his belt was looped round the buckle and tucked into his trousers, stepped through and carefully shut the door behind him. He used his index finger to push his spectacles back into place as he crossed the office to the door. He was about 6 feet tall, Barbara noted, but his height was minimized by poor posture. "I am so terribly sorry," he said pleasantly when he had the door open. "When I'm in the back, I generally lock up." Another German. He was casually attired for a businessman. He wore cotton trousers and a white T-shirt. He had trainers, but no socks on his feet. His tanned face was bristly with light brown whiskers, the same colour as his hair. She said, "Scotland Yard CID," and presented him with her warrant card. He frowned as he looked at it, but when he raised his face, his expression appeared to have the right balance of guilelessness and concern. He asked nothing and said nothing. He merely waited for her to continue, using the moment in which she said nothing to roll a slice of ham into a tube and to take a bite from it. He held it like a cigar. In Barbara's experience, most people weren't able to let a silence hang between themselves and the police, but this German seemed like a bloke who could deal with silence indefinitely. Barbara pulled out her photographs of Haytham Qureshi and Fard Kumar for the third time. The German took another bite of ham and reached for a slice of cheese as he studied each picture in turn. He said, "This one I've seen," and indicated Qureshi. "This one, no. Him I have not." His English sounded marginally less practised than Rudy's. Barbara said, "Where'd you see this bloke, then?" The German positioned his cheese on a slice of brown bread. "In the newspaper. He was killed last week, yes? I saw his picture afterwards, perhaps Saturday or Sunday, I cannot recall which." He bit into the bread and cheese and chewed slowly. There was nothing in his lunch to drink, but he didn't seem to be affected by this, despite the heat, the salt of the meat, and the gummy mixture of cheese and bread in his mouth. Barbara longed even more strongly for a glass of water, just watching him chew and swallow. "Before the newspaper," she said. "Have I seen him before then?" he clarified. "No, I have not. Why do you ask?" "He had a bill of lading from Eastern Imports among his belongings. It was locked up in a safe deposit box." The German stopped chewing for a moment. "That is strange indeed," he said. "May I?" And he took up the picture in his fingers. Nice fingers they were, with buffed nails. "Stowing papers away in a safe deposit box tends to indicate they've got some importance," Barbara said. "It doesn't make a lot of sense to lock them up for any other reason, wouldn't you say?" Indeed, this is very true," the man replied. "But one would wish to keep a bill of lading among important papers if a purchase was recorded upon it. If this gentleman bought furniture that was not yet in our stock, he'd want to keep—" "Nothing was written on the bill of lading. Aside from the name and address of this establishment, the paper was blank." The German shook his head in perfect perplexity. He said, "Then I cannot say. This bill of lading was perhaps given to the gentleman by someone else? We import from the East, and if he wished to make a purchase of furniture on some future date—" He shrugged and made a small moo with his mouth, that quintessential European male gesture that signified two words. "Who knows?" Barbara considered the possibilities. True, what this bloke was saying made partial sense, but only as far as serving to explain the bill of lading's presence among Quarash's belongings. Explaining its presence inside his safe deposit box was going to take another mental leap or two. She said, "Yeah, you're probably right. Mind if I have a look round while I'm here? I've a mind to do a bit of redecorating." The German nodded as he took another bite of bread and cheese. He reached into his desk and brought out a 3-ring notebook, then a second, then a third. He flipped them open with one hand, while the other rolled up another piece of ham. Barbara saw that these were catalogues, and they contained everything from bedroom furniture to kitchenware to lamps. She said, "You don't keep goods in the warehouse, then?" And she thought, if you don't, then why bloody have one? "We do indeed," he said. "Our wholesale shipments, they are in the warehouse." "Perfect," Barbara said. "Could I have a look? I can't ever tell anything from a picture." "Our stock is low," he said, and sounded uneasy for the first time. "If you could come back, perhaps Saturday week?" "Just a look is all," Barbara said pleasantly. "I'd like to get an idea of size and materials before I make up my mind." He didn't appear convinced, but he said, albeit reluctantly, "If you don't mind the dust and the toilet that's gone down." She assured him that she minded neither. What were dust and broken toilets when one was in search of the perfect 3-piece suite? And she followed him through the inner door. She wasn't quite sure what she'd been expecting, but what she found within the cavernous gut of the warehouse wasn't a sound set for making snuff films, ongoing videotaping of hardcore pornography, crates of explosives, or a factory for assembling Uzi submachine guns. What she found was a storehouse for furniture, 3 tiers of sofas, dining room tables, armchairs, lamps, and bed frames. As her companion had said, the stock was low. It was also covered in plastic that was coated with dust. But as to thinking the furniture was anything else, it was impossible to stretch the imagination that far. And he'd told the truth about the toilet. The warehouse was rank with a scent of sewage, as if 200 people had used the facilities without flushing. Barbara saw the offending source through a half-open door at the end of the building, a toilet that had overflowed onto the concrete floor, pooling out into the warehouse for a good 15 feet. The German saw the direction of her gaze. "I have called the plumbers 3 times these last 2 days, to no avail. As you see, I'm so sorry. It is so unpleasant." And he hastened forward to shut the door on the lavatory, stepping carefully round the pool of sewage. He clucked at a blanket and a sodden pillow that lay next to a row of dusty filing cabinets to one side of the lavatory. He picked up the former and folded it carefully, placing it on the nearest cabinet. The latter he threw in a rubbish bin next to a wall of cupboards. He came to rejoin Barbara, taking a Swiss army knife from his pocket. He said, "Our sofas are the very best quality. The upholstery is all done by hand, whether you choose wool or silk." "Yeah," Barbara said. "I get the idea. Nice stuff. You don't need to uncover it." "You do not wish to see?" "I've seen, thanks." What she'd seen was that the warehouse was like the others in the industrial park. It had one large door that retracted into the metal rafters, allowing the entrance of large lorries. That lorries came and went was evident in the empty rectangle that extended from the door to the far side of the building. In that space, oil stains blotted the concrete floor, looking like continents floating on a grey map of sea. She walked towards this, making a pretence of examining the furniture beneath the plastic shrouds. The building had no insulation, so it was like a boiler room inside. Barbara felt the sweat trickling down her back, between her breasts from her neck to her waist. "Hot," she said. "It's not bad for the furniture. Doesn't he dry it out or something?" "Our furniture comes from the east, where the weather is far less temperate than England's," he responded. "This heat is nothing in comparison." I suppose you're right." She stooped to examine the oil on the warehouse floor. 4 of the stains were old, with small hillocks of dirt looking like depictions of mountains on the global map of the concrete. 3 were more recent. In one of them, a single bare foot, man-sized, had left a perfect print. When Barbara rose, she saw that the German was watching her. He looked perplexed. From her to the stains to the furniture, he said, "Is there something out of order?" She jerked her thumb at the oil stains. "You ought to clean that up. Safety hazard. Someone could slip and break a leg, especially if he's running around without shoes on." "Yes, of course, unquestionably," he replied. She had no reason to linger, aside from a feeling that she hadn't yet learned all there was to learn. She wished like hell that she knew what she was looking for, but if there was a sign of something dodgy going on in the warehouse, she failed to see it. All she had to go on was a hollow sensation in her gut, a drum-like feeling that she wanted to identify as incompletion. It was instinct and nothing else. Yet how could she act upon it when at the same time she continually questioned Emily Barlow for doing the same? Instinct was all well and good, but somewhere along the line it needed to be supported by evidence. But Rudy had left worldwide tours within minutes of her own departure, she told herself. He'd driven directly here, he'd been admitted into the same building, and if those facts didn't mean something, what the hell did? She sighed, wondering if the hollow feeling in her stomach was merely a desire for sustenance, vengeance taken for having left a third of her bag of crisps back in the Harwich pub. She rustled round in her shoulder bag and pulled out her notebook. She scrawled the number of the Burnt House Hotel on a spare sheet of paper and passed it over to the German, telling him to phone if he recalled anything pertinent, particularly how a bill of lading from Eastern Imports managed to end up among a dead man's belongings. He examined the paper solemnly. He folded it precisely in half, then in quarters. He placed it in the pocket of his trousers. He said, "Yes, if you have seen enough?" And without waiting for her reply, he made a courtly gesture in the direction of the office. Once there, Barbara went through the routine. She thanked him for his help, she reminded him of the gravity of the situation, she emphasized the importance of full cooperation with the police. He said, "I understand, Sergeant. Already I'm going through my mind in an attempt to locate a connection between this man and Eastern Imports." Speaking of connection, she thought. And as she adjusted the strap of her bag so that it drew less heavily on her shoulders, she said, "Yes, well," and went to the door where she paused. She thought of what she knew of European history, and she drew her question from that. "Your accent sounds Austrian. Vienna? Salzburg?" "Please," he said, a hand pressed to his chest in the offence that Barbara had hoped to rouse in him. "I am German." "Oh, sorry, it's difficult to tell. Where are you from?" "Hamburg," he replied. Where else, she thought. "And your name? I'll need it for my report to the DCI." "Naturally, it's Reuchlein," he replied, and he spelled it helpfully. "Klaus Reuchlein." Somewhere in the back of her mind, Barbara could hear Inspector Lindley chuckle. Chapter 22. Kreutzhager says that Reuchlein's paying rent on 2 flats at Oscarstrasse 15, Barbara concluded, but all of the flats in the building are small, bed-sits only with individual kitchens and bathrooms, so if a bloke has money enough, Kreutzhager claims, he might use one flat as a bedroom and another as a sitting room, especially if he entertains and doesn't much want his guests having to sit on his bed. So the fact of 2 flats shouldn't arouse our suspicions, he warns, although they may well have aroused Queroshi's suspicions, being from Pakistan, where most people live, as Kreutzhager put it, more humbly. And he's certain it's Klaus Reuchlein who's renting the flats? Klaus, and not another first name? It was Klaus, all right. Barbara drank the last of the carrot juice that Emily had offered her upon their joining forces once again in the DCI's office to compare their investigative notes. She did her best to hide a grimace when her tongue registered the flavour. No wonder people into health foods were so flaming skinny, she thought. Everything they ingested immediately obliterated any desire to ingest more. According to him, one of his blokes saw the rental agreement and the signature. Unless Klaus Reuchlein's German for John Smith, and there's one under every rock, it's the same bloke. Emily nodded. She gazed across her office at the China board, where the CID team's activities were listed next to an officer's identification number. They'd begun 5 days ago with activity A1. Barbara saw that they were up to A320. "They're closing in on him," Emily said. "I know it, Bob. This Reutlein bit just about noose-ties Mr. Hotshot's neck. So much for saving his people from us. Someone ought to be saving his people from him." Barbara had stopped by the burnt house prior to returning to the station. There she'd picked up the message that Criminal Hauptkommissar Kreutzhager had phoned, leaving the cryptic message that information pertaining to the sergeant's interests in Hamburg had been obtained. She had phoned him at once, munching on a cheese and pickle sandwich provided by Basil Treves, who'd had to be discouraged as subtly as possible from hanging about at the doorway of her room, the better to eavesdrop on her conversation. Kreutzhager first confirmed her suspicions that the Hamburg address matched the phone number that Quarashi had rung from the burnt house prior to his death, and when he did so she experienced the same sensation that the DCI was experiencing at the moment, a growing certainty that they were getting close to the truth. But when she combined that growing certainty with what she'd seen at Eastern Imports, which was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary except a broken toilet and a pillow on the floor, her mind filled with questions instead of with answers. Her intuition was telling her that everything she'd heard and seen this day was connected in some way, if not to the murder of Quarashi, then at least to each other, but her brain refused to tell her how. Belinda Warner entered the room, saying, "Got the log check, Gov? I've made a list of everything dodgy. Want it now or at the team meeting this afternoon?" Emily answered by extending her hand. "This may give us the rope to hang him," she told Barbara. The document was pages long, a computer printout of nuisances and crimes, petty and otherwise, that had been reported to the Bolford police since the beginning of the year. WPC Warner had highlighted in yellow those activities which fell under the categorical description of being dodgy and hence worthy of the DCI's notice. It was these activities that Emily read aloud. 6 stolen cars since January, 1 per month, and all of them accounted for. Found in locations that spanned everywhere from the tidal track leading to Horsey Island to the golf course in Clacton-on-Sea. Dead rabbits placed on the front doorstep of the headmistress of the primary school. 4 acts of arson, 2 in rubbish bins placed on the street for the dust collectors, 1 in a pillbox on the edge of the Wade, 1 in the graveyard of St. John's Church, where a crypt had been broken into and defiled with graffiti. 5 beach lockers broken into. 27 burglaries, among which were housebreakings, the prizing open of a change machine at a laundrette, the invasion of numerous beach huts on the sea front, and the theft of the till from a Chinese takeaway. A handbag snatching on the pleasure pier. 3 Zodiac inflatables taken from East Essex boat hire at the Bolford Marina, one of them found abandoned at low tide on the south side of Skipper's Island, and the other 2 with dead motors in the middle of the Wade. Emily shook her head with disgust at this last report. If Charlie Spencer gave half the attention to securing his Zodiacs that he gives to reading the racing forms from Newmarket, he wouldn't be giving us aggro once a week. But Barbara was thinking of what she'd heard and seen on the previous afternoon, what she'd discovered on the previous night, and how both related to one of the reports Emily had just read out from the log. She wondered why she hadn't realized the truth before. Rachel Winfield had revealed it to her. She just hadn't seen its wider application. "The break-ins in those beach huts, Em, what was nicked from them?" Emily looked up. "Come on, Barb, you can't be thinking that the beach hut break-ins are the connection we're looking for?" "Perhaps not to Quarashi's murder," Barbara agreed, "but they might fit somewhere. What was taken?" Emily flipped through several of the printout's pages. She appeared to read more closely than she had on her first run through the information, but she rejected its import by saying, "Salt cellars, pepper mills, Christ, it's nothing but rubbish. Who would want a sampler or a badminton set? I can understand lifting someone's Calla gas stove. You could use it or sell it, couldn't you? But what about this? A framed photograph of great-grand drooling under a beach umbrella." "That's it, then," Barbara said urgently. "That's the whole point. Selling what's been nicked. That's just the sort of junk people flog at car boot sales, Em. It's the kind of rubbish the Ruddocks were moving from their sitting room to their car yesterday afternoon. And it's just like the junk that I found in Trevor Ruddock's backpack on the pier last night. That's what he was doing between the time he was with Rachel Winfield and when he showed up for work at the pier, nicking goodies from the beach huts to supplement the family's income. Which, if you're right, bet on it. Clears him off our slate. Emily bent eagerly over the report. But what, goddamn what, puts Marlick back on it? Her telephone rang, and she muttered a curse. She lifted the receiver and continued to study the report. She said, "Barlow here." "Ah, well done, Frank. Take him into interrogation. We'll be with you directly." She replaced the receiver and tossed the report on her desk. "We finally had a match from SO4 on those fingerprints on Quaroshi's Nissan," she told Barbara. "DC Ayres just brought our boy in." Their boy was locked into the same interrogation room that had previously been occupied by Fard Kumar. One look at him told Barbara that they'd managed to track down Quaroshi's putative lover. He fit the description perfectly. He was a slight and wiry man with close-cropped blonde hair, a gold eyebrow ring, and ears that displayed studs, hoops, and, hanging from one lobe, a plastic-topped safety pin generally used on an infant's nappy. He also had a lip ring, this one silver with a tiny bauble dangling from it. A skimpy T-shirt, with its arms ripped off, revealed a bicep tattooed with what at first appeared to be a large lily, with the words "Gam Me" spelled out beneath it. A closer look, however, revealed that the flower's stamen was actually a priapus. Charming, Barbara thought when she saw this. She liked the subtle touch. "Mr. Cliff Hegarty," Emily said as she closed the door, "good of you to come in for some questions." "Didn't have much choice, far as I can see," Hegarty said. When he spoke, he displayed the whitest and most perfect teeth Barbara had ever seen. "Two blokes showed up and asked me if I minded coming down to the station. I always like the way cops make it sound like you got some alternative when it comes to assisting with their inquiries." Emily wasted no time getting down to business. Hegarty's fingerprints, she told him, had been found on the car of a murdered man called Haytham Quarashi. The car itself had been found at the crime scene. Would Mr. Hegarty explain how they got there? Hegarty crossed his arms. It was a movement that displayed his tattoo to greater effect. He said, "I can phone a solicitor if I want." His lip ring caught the overhead lighting as he spoke. "You may," Emily replied, "but as I haven't even read you the caution, your need for a solicitor intrigues me. I didn't say I need one. I didn't say I want one. I just said I could phone one if I want." "And your point is?" His tongue slid from his mouth and darted, lizard-like in its speed, round his lips. "I can tell you what you want to know, and I'm willing to do it, but you've got to guarantee that my name gets kept away from the press." "I'm not in the habit of making anyone guarantees of anything." Emily sat across the table from him. "And considering the fact that your prints were found at the scene of a murder, you're in no position to be making deals. And I don't talk." "Mr. Hegarty," Barbara interposed, "we had the ID on your dabs off SO4 in London. My guess is that you know the score. A London ID means you're sitting on a record of arrest. Do you need it pointed out that it looks a little dicey for a bloke if a felon's prints are associated with a murder and the bloke and the felon are one and the same?" "I never hurt anyone," Hegarty said defensively, "in London or in any place else, and I'm not a felon. What I did was between two adults, and just because one of the adults was paying, it wasn't like I ever had to force anyone into it. Besides, I was just a kid then. A few coppers paid more attention to stopping real crime and less attention to rousting blokes trying to make a few honest quid by using their bodies just like a coal miner or a ditch digger uses his, then this country would be a better place to live." Emily didn't argue with the creative comparison between manual labourers and male prostitutes. "Look, a solicitor can't keep your name out of the paper if that's why you want one, and I can't guarantee that someone from the Standard won't be camped on your doorstep when you go home. But the quicker we get you in and out of here, the less likely that possibility is." He considered this, lizard-tonguing his lips once again. His biceps tightened, and the phallus, posing as the lily's stamen, flexed suggestively. He finally said, "It's like this, okay? There's another bloke. Him and I, we've been together a while. 4 years, to be specific. I don't want him to know about what I'm going to tell you. He already suspects, but he doesn't know, and I want to keep it that way." Emily consulted a clipboard that she'd picked up from reception on her way downstairs. She said, "You have a business, I see." "Shit! I can't tell Jerry you've been after me about the distractions. He already doesn't like me making them. He's always after me to be doing something legit. Legit according to his definition of legit. And if he finds out that I've had some aggro from the cops... And I see this business is in the Balford Industrial Estate," Emily continued unperturbed, "which is where Marlick's Mustards is, which is where Mr. Quarashi was employed. We will, of course, be speaking to every businessman in the industrial estate in the course of our investigation. Does this meet your needs, Mr. Hegarty?" Hegarty blew out the breath he'd taken in order to voice further protest. Clearly he had received the implicit message. He said, "Yeah, it does. Okay." "Right then." Emily briskly switched on the cassette recorder. "Begin with how you knew Mr. Quarashi. We are correct in assuming you knew him, I take it?" "I knew him," Hegarty said. "Yeah, I knew the bloke all right." They'd met in Clacton Market Square. Cliff had taken to going there when he was caught up at work. He went for the shopping and what he called a bit of larking about, if you know what I mean. It just gets to be such a drag when you're with one bloke day in and day out. Larking about cuts the boredom, see? And that's all it was, just larking about. He'd seen Quarashi checking out some counterfeit Hermes scarves. He hadn't thought much of him, dark meat not generally being my preference, until the Asian raised his head and gave him the eye. "I'd seen him round Malek's before," Hegarty said, "but I never met him, and I never gave him much of a thought. But when he looked at me, I knew what was what. It was a ginger look and no mistaking. So I went to the toilets, he followed directly, and that's how it started." True love, Barbara thought. He'd thought it would be a one-off, Hegarty explained, which is what he wanted and what he usually got when he went to the market square. But that's not how Quarashi had wanted it. What Quarashi had wanted was a permanent, if illicit, liaison, and the fact that Cliff was committed elsewhere served the Pakistanis' essential needs. He told me he was engaged to Malik's daughter, but the deal between them was going to be on paper only. She needed him to be legit, he needed her for the same reason. "To be legit," Barbara interjected. "Is the Malik girl lesbian?" "She's in the club," Hegarty answered. "At least that's what Haith told me about her." Bloody hell, Barbara thought. "Was Mr. Quarashi certain that she's pregnant?" she clarified. "The bird told him herself," he said. "She told him straight away when they met. He figured it was fine, because while he could have shagged her, he knew that shagging a woman was going to be a real chore. So if they could pass the kid off as his, the better. He'd look like he'd done the husband business on his wedding night, and if the kid was a boy, he'd be in clover and not have to bother with the wife any longer. And all the time he'd have his assignations with you." "That was the plan, yeah. It suited me as well, because, like I said, having only one bloke day in and day out..." He lifted his fingers by way of a shrug. "This gave me a bit on the side, so it wasn't always Jerry, Jerry, Jerry." Emily continued taking Hegarty through his paces, but Barbara's mind was on overdrive. If Sala Malik was pregnant, and if Quarashi wasn't the father, there could be only one person who was. Life Begins Now took on a whole new meaning, and so did the fact that Theodore Shaw had no alibi for the night of the murder. All he needed to do was sail his cabin cruiser from Balford Marina down the main channel so as to round the north point of the Naze and gain access to the area where Haytham Quarashi fell to his death. The question was, could he have taken the boat from the marina without being seen? "We used the pillbox on the beach," Hegarty was explaining to Emily. "No place else was safe enough. Hayth had a place in the avenues where he was supposed to live once he and the girl got spliced, but we couldn't go there 'cause Jerry's working nights on it fixing it up." "And on Jerry's work nights you met Quarashi?" "That's how it was." They couldn't meet at the burnt house for fear that Basil Treves, that limp Dick Treves, was how Hegarty identified him, would tell someone, specifically Akram Malik, his fellow town councillor. They couldn't meet in Jaywick Sands because the community was small and word could get back to Jerry, who wasn't about to put up with his lover doing the business with other blokes. "AIDS and all," Hegarty added, as if he felt the need to explain Jerry's incomprehensible position to the police. So they met in the pillbox on the beach, and that's where Cliff was, waiting for Quarashi on the night he died. "I saw it happen," he said, and his eyes grew cloudy as if he were revisiting what he'd seen that night. "It was dark, but I saw the lights of his car when he got there, because he parked near the edge of the cliff. He came to the steps and looked round like he'd heard something. I could tell that because I could see his silhouette." After a pause at the top of the steps, Quarashi had begun his descent. His fall began not 5 steps from the top. He went down hard and toppled head over heels, all the way to the bottom of the cliff. I just froze. Haggerty had begun to perspire. The bauble on his lip ring danced. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't believe he'd fallen. I kept waiting for him to get up, dust himself off, maybe laugh about it or something like he was embarrassed. Anyway, that's when I saw the other one. "Someone else was there?" Emily said quickly. "Tucked behind some gorse just at the cliff top." Haggerty described the movement he'd seen, a figure slipping out of the shrubbery, descending a few steps, removing something from round an iron banister at either side of the concrete steps, then slipping away. "That's when I figured someone had done him in," Haggerty concluded. Rachel signed her name with a flourish on every line that Mr. Dobson ticked off for her. It was so scorching in his office that her thighs were sticking to her chair, and droplets of sweat plopped from her eyebrows onto the documents like tears. But she was far from crying. On this day of all days, crying was the last thing on her mind. She had used her lunch hour to pedal over to Clifftop Snuggeries. She had pedalled furiously, without regard for heat, traffic, or pedestrians, working herself into a lather in order to get to the Snuggeries and Mr. Dobson before someone else purchased that one remaining flat. Her spirits were so elevated that she didn't bother to duck her head from the stares of the curious, as she usually did when out among strangers. What was their gawping when at last her future was being settled? She had honestly believed her final words to Sala on the previous day. Theo Shaw, she had said, would come round. He wouldn't leave Sala to fend for herself. It wasn't in Theo Shaw's nature to desert someone he loved, especially not during a time of need. But what she hadn't counted on was Agatha. Rachel had heard the news about Mrs. Shaw's stroke within 10 minutes of opening the shop that morning. The old woman's condition was the talk of the high street. Rachel and Connie had no more than uncovered the necklaces and bracelets in the main display case when Mr. Unsworth from Balford Books and Crannies popped round with an oversized get-well card for them to sign. "What's this, then?" Connie wanted to know. The card was shaped like an enormous rabbit. It looked more suitable for wishing a child happy Easter than for sending fond regards to a woman teetering on the edge of death. Those 3 words were all Mr. Unsworth needed to hold forth on the subject of apoplectic seizures, which is what he called Mrs. Shaw's stroke. That was typical of Mr. Unsworth. He read the dictionary between customers, and he always liked to puff himself up by using words that no one except him understood. But when Connie, not only unintimidated by his vocabulary, but also unimpressed with anything that didn't directly relate to swing dancing or selling a bauble to a customer, said, "Alfie, what in hell are you squawking about? We got work to do." Mr. Unsworth dropped Mr. Chips in favour of a more direct manner of communicating. "Old Agatha Shaw blew a brain fuse, Con. It happened yesterday. Mary Ellis was with her. They've got her in hospital, and she's hooked up to machines every which way to Sunday." A few minutes' conversation was enough to glean the details, the most important of which was Mrs. Shaw's prognosis. Connie wanted to learn it because of what the elderly woman's continuing health meant to the redevelopment of Balford Lenays, a plan in which the owners of the high street shops had a natural interest. Rachel wanted to learn it because of what Mrs. Shaw's present condition could mean to her grandson's future behaviour. It was one thing to be certain that Theo would do his duty to Sala under normal circumstances. It was another to expect him to take up the burden of marriage and fatherhood in the midst of a family crisis. And what Rachel had learned from Mr. Unsworth, who'd had it from Mr. Hodge at Granny's Bakery, who'd had it from Mrs. Barrigan at Sketches, who was Mary Ellis's paternal aunt, was that Mrs. Shaw's current situation constituted a family crisis of major proportions. True, she would live, and while this at first made it likely that Theo would indeed come round to accept his manly responsibilities to Sala Malik, when Mr. Unsworth had expounded upon Mrs. Shaw's condition at greater length, Rachel saw things differently. He used words like constant care and intensive rehabilitation, words like devotion of a loved one, thank her lucky stars, and she's got that boy. Hearing all this, it didn't take long for Rachel to understand that whatever his responsibilities were to Sala, Theo Shaw faced greater responsibilities to his grandmother, or at least that was how he was likely to see it. So all morning long Rachel had watched the clock. She'd been too much at odds with her mother recently to ask for time to go to the snuggeries, but the moment the second hand swept past 12, she was out of the shop and bent over her handlebars, pumping like a cyclist in the Tour de France. "Brilliant," Mr. Dobson said, as she affixed her signature to the final line of the purchase agreement. He removed it from the table and waved it in the air as if drying the ink. He beamed at her and said, "Brilliant, very nice indeed. You won't regret the purchase for a moment, Miss Winfield. A tidy investment these flats are. Another 5 years and your money will be doubled. Just see if it won't. Clever of you to snap up this last one before someone else got to it, if you ask me. But I expect you're a clever girl about most things, aren't you?" He went on to chat about mortgage advisors, building societies, and investment offices at the local Barclays, Lloyds, or Nat West. But she wasn't really listening. She nodded and smiled, wrote the down payment cheque that would decimate her account at Midlands, and thought of nothing but the need to complete this piece of business as quickly as possible, so that she could ride over to Malik's Mustards and be there to offer Sala her support when the news of Agatha Shaw's condition reached her ears. Doubtless Sala would interpret this news exactly as Rachel herself had done, seeing it as an immovable impediment to a life with Theo and their baby. There was no telling what sort of tailspin this piece of information would send Sala into. And since people in tailspins of worry and confusion were liable to make hasty decisions which they later regretted, it only made sense that she, Rachel Lynn Winfield, be in the immediate vicinity should Sala begin to think it necessary to do something rash. Despite the need for haste, however, Rachel couldn't help taking just a minute to have a peek at the flat. She knew she'd be living in it soon enough, they'd be living in it soon enough, but still it seemed like such a dream to actually have the flat at last, that she knew the only way to make the dream real would be to walk from room, to open cupboards, and to admire the view. Mr. Dobson parted with the key, saying, of course, and adding, "Naturellement, chère mademoiselle," with a waggle of his eyebrows under leer that Rachel knew was supposed to demonstrate that he wasn't the least put off by her face. She ordinarily would have responded curtly to a display of such spurious bonhomie, but this afternoon she felt only goodwill for her fellow man, so she shook back her hair to unveil the worst of her deformities, thanked Mr. Dobson, clutched the key in her palm, and took herself off to number 22. There wasn't much to it. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a sitting room, a kitchen. It was on the ground floor, so a tiny terrace directly off the sitting room overlooked the sea. Here, Rachel thought placidly, they would sit in the evenings with the baby lying in its pram between them. Looking out of the sitting-room window, Rachel drew in a happy breath and pictured the scene. Sala's dupatta rustled in the North Sea breeze. Rachel's skirt moved gracefully as she rose from her chair to adjust the blanket over the chest of the sleeping infant. She cooed at him, or her possibly, and gently removed a miniature thumb from the cherub mouth. She caressed the softest little cheek she could ever remember touching, and she brushed her fingers lightly against hair that was... What colour, she wondered? Yes, indeed, what colour was his hair, or her hair, for that matter? Theo was blonde, Sala was deeply brunette. Their child's hair would be a combination of the two, as would his skin be a combination of Theo's fair complexion and Sala's olive tones. Rachel was simultaneously enchanted by and utterly taken with the thought of this miracle of life that Sala Malik and Theo Shaw had created between them. In that moment she realized that she could hardly wait the months that she knew she had to wait to see the form this miracle would actually take. Suddenly she understood how very good she, Rachel Lynn Winfield, was and could continue to be for Sala Malik. She was more than a friend to her, she was a tonic. Exposed to her on a daily basis in the weeks and months until her delivery, Sala could only grow stronger, happier, and more optimistic about the future. And everything would work out in the end. Sala and Theo, Sala and her family, and most of all, Sala and Rachel herself. Rachel clasped this knowledge to herself with growing bliss. Oh, she had to dash to Sala at the mustard factory to share it all with her. She only wished she had wings so that she could fly there. The ride across town was gruelling in the fiery sunlight, but Rachel hardly noticed. She pedalled along the sea route at a furious clip, swigging back tepid water from her bottle whenever the slope of the seaside esplanade allowed her to coast. She thought not at all of her discomfort. She thought only of Sala and of the future. Which bedroom would Sala like to have? The front one was larger, but the back one faced the sea. The sound of the sea might lull the baby. It might lull Sala as well in those moments when the responsibilities of motherhood weighed too heavily upon her shoulders. Would Sala like to do the cooking for the three of them? Her religion placed restrictions on her diet, and Rachel herself was easier than easy when it came to adjusting to that sort of thing. So it made sense for Sala to cook for them. Besides, if Rachel was to be the breadwinner while Sala remained home with the baby, Sala would probably want to cook their meals, as Rachel had seen Wardar Malik do for Sala's dad. Not, of course, that Rachel was going to act the part of anyone's dad, least of all the dad of Sala's baby. That would be Theo. And Theo would act that role eventually. He would do his duty and meet his obligations in time and when his gran was recovered. According to the doctors, she could live for years, Mr. Unsworth had told them that morning. She's a real battleship, is Mrs. Shaw. A bird like that is 1 in 100. And all's the more better for us, right? She won't die till Bolford's back on its feet. You wait and see, Con. Things are looking up. So they were. Every which way things were looking up. And as Rachel made the final left turn into the old industrial estate at the north end of the town, she felt near to bursting with the need to pour her happiness like balm over Sala's worries. She climbed off her bike and leaned it against a half-full skip that was open to the air. This was redolent with the smell of vinegar, apple juice, and rotting fruit, and it buzzed with flies. Rachel flailed her hands round her head to drive the pesky insects away. She took a last gulp of water, settled her shoulders, and made for the factory door. Before she could get to it, however, it opened as if in anticipation of her arrival. Sala stepped outside. She was followed immediately by her father, not garbed all in white, which was usual for him during his working hours in the factory's experimental kitchen, but dressed in what Rachel thought of as mufti, a blue shirt and tie, grey trousers, and nicely polished shoes. A luncheon date between father and daughter, Rachel concluded. She hoped her news about Agatha Shaw didn't spoil Sala's appetite, but then again, no matter if it did, Rachel had other news that would revive it. Sala saw her at once. She was wearing one of her fancier necklaces, and at the sight of Rachel her hand went up to grip it lightly as if it were a talisman. How often had she seen that gesture in the past, Rachel wondered. It was the primary sign of Sala's anxiety, and Rachel hurried forward to put this at rest. "Hello, hello!" she called out gaily. "Beastly hot again, isn't it? When do you think the weather's going to break? That fog bank's been out there in the sea for ages, and all we need's some wind to blow it this way and we'll be called off. Do you have a minute, Sala? Hello, Mr. Malik." Akram Malik said his good afternoon formally, the way he always said it, just like he was addressing the Queen. And he neither studied her face nor looked away from it hastily the way other people did, which was one of the reasons that Rachel liked him. He said to his daughter, "It will take a moment to fetch the car, Sala. Speak to Rachel while I do so." When he had walked off, Rachel turned to Sala and impulsively hugged her. She said in a low voice, "I've done it, Sala. Yes, indeed. I've done it. Everything's taken care of now." Beneath her hand she felt the tension immediately drain out of Sala's stiff shoulders. Her friend's fingers dropped from the fawn stone pendant of the necklace, and she swung to face Rachel. "Thank you," she said earnestly. She reached for Rachel's hand and lifted it as if she meant to kiss her knuckles in gratitude. "Oh, thank you. I couldn't believe you'd abandon me, Rachel. I'd never do that, would I? I've told you so 1,000 times. We're friends till the end, you and me. The minute I heard about Mrs. Shaw, I knew how you'd feel, so I went out and did it. Have you heard what happened? The stroke? Yes, one of the town councillors phoned Dad about it. That's where we're going, to the hospital to pay our respects." Theo would doubtless be there, Rachel realised. She felt an interior niggle at this news, but she couldn't put a name to what it was. She said stoutly, "That's real nice of your Dad, but that's what he's like, isn't he? And that's why I'm sure—" Sala went on as if Rachel hadn't spoken. "I told Dad they'd probably not let us near her room, but he said that's not the point. We're going to the hospital to show our support to Theo, he said. He was generous with his help when we started using computers in the factory, and this is how we must respond to his present troubles, in friendship. The English form of l'enardena, that's how Dad explains it." "Theo'll appreciate that," Rachel said. "And even if this stroke of his gran's means he can't do his duty by you now, Sala, he'll remember how good you acted in going to the hospital to visit. So when his gran's all better, you'll be together, you and Theo, and he'll do his duty like a proper dad. Just wait and see." Sala had still been holding on to Rachel's hand, but now she released it. "Like a proper dad," she repeated. Her fingers climbed to seek the pendant once more. It was the finishing piece on one of Sala's least successful necklaces, an undefined mass of what looked like limestone, but was, according to Sala's explanation, a fossil from the Naze. Rachel had never much liked it, and had always been glad that Sala had never offered it for sale at Raycon. The piece was far too heavy, she thought. People didn't want their jewellery to hang upon them like a guilty conscience. "Sure," she said. "Of course things are bad at the moment, so we won't be seeing the future too clear. That's why I moved fast without talking to you. Once I heard about what happened to Mrs. Shaw, I saw that Theo couldn't really do right by you while he was getting her back on her feet. But he will do right by you eventually, and until he does, you need someone to take care of you and the baby, and that someone's me. So I went to the cliff top." "Rachel, stop," Sala said quietly, and she'd taken to clutching her pendant so hard that Rachel could see that her hand was shaking. "You said everything was taken care of. You said— Rachel, haven't you got me the information? I've got the flat is what I've done," Rachel said joyfully. "I just signed the papers. I wanted you to be the first to know because of what's happened to Mrs. Shaw. She's going to need someone to take care of her, see? Constant care is what they're saying. And you know Theo, he'll probably dedicate himself to her till she's all recovered, which means he won't be taking you away. He could do that, of course, but I sort of don't think he will, do you? She's his gran, and she's raised him, right? And he'll see his first duty to her. So I got the flat, so you have a place for you and the baby till Theo's got himself all clear on what his second duty is, which is you. The two of you, that is." Sala closed her eyes as if the sun was suddenly too bright. At the end of the lane, Akram's BMW came rumbling towards them. Rachel considered whether she ought to announce her purchase of the flat to Sala's dad, but she rejected that plan in favour of letting her friend find the right time to break the news. She said, "You'll have to hold out a month or 6 weeks till everything goes through, Sala, the building society, the loan, you know. But we can use the time to look at furniture and buy our linens and stuff like that. Theo can go with us if he wants. That way the two of you can choose things that you can use later when you're with him instead of with me. See how it'll all work out?" Sala nodded. "Yes," she whispered, "I do see." Rachel was delighted. "Good. Oh, good. So when do you want to start looking? There's some decent shops in Clacton, but I expect we might do better for ourselves if we went to Colchester. What do you think?" "Whatever's best," Sala said. Her voice was still low, and her eyes were on her approaching father. "You decide, Rachel. I leave it to you." "You're saying it my way now, and you won't regret it," Rachel said confidently. She put her head nearer Sala's as Akram braked the car a few feet away and waited for his daughter to join him. "You can tell Theo when you see him now. The pressure's off everyone, so everyone can do what's completely right." Sala took a step towards the car. Rachel stopped her with a final remark. "Ring me when you're ready to start looking, OK? For furniture and linens and dishes and things. You'll want to break the news to everyone, and I know that's likely to take a bit of time. But when you're ready, we'll start our shopping, for the three of us. OK, Sala?" Her friend finally looked away from her father, meeting Rachel's gaze with eyes that seemed somehow unfocused, as if her mind were a million miles away. Which, of course, it would be, Rachel realised. There were so many plans to make. "Ring me?" Rachel repeated. "Whatever's best," Sala replied.
End of Disc 15. Disc 16.
Her friend finally looked away from her father, meeting Rachel's gaze with eyes that seemed somehow unfocused, as if her mind were a million miles away. Which, of course, it would be, Rachel realised. There were so many plans to make. "Ring me?" Rachel repeated. "Whatever's best," Sala replied. "I knew it'd look like an accident to everyone if I didn't do something to change the picture," Hegarty continued. "So you moved the body into the pillbox and you vandalised his car. That way the police would know it was a murder," Barbara concluded for him. "I couldn't think of anything else," he said frankly. "And I couldn't come forward. Jerry'd know then, and I'd have been cooked. It's not like I don't love Jerry, see. It's just that sometimes the thought of having one bloke for the rest of my life... Shit, it feels like a prison sentence, if you know what I mean." "And how do you know that Jerry isn't already in the picture?" Barbara asked. Theo Shaw aside, here was yet another English suspect. She avoided Emily Barlow's eyes. "What you—" Hegarty suddenly saw where the question was heading. He said quickly, "No, it wasn't Jer on the cliff top. No way. He doesn't know about me and Haith. He suspects, but he doesn't know. And if he did, he wouldn't have offed Haith. He would have just sent me packing." Emily pushed past this diversion. "Was the figure you saw on the cliff top a man or a woman?" He couldn't tell, he said. It was dark, and the distance from the pillbox to the cliff top was too great. So as to age, as to sex, as to race or identity, he just didn't know. "The figure didn't come down to the beach to check on Quarashi?" "No," Hegarty said. "Whoever it was, the person had hurried north along the top of the cliff in the direction of Pennyhole Bay." Which was, Barbara thought with triumph, more support for the theory of a killer arriving by cabin cruiser. "Did you hear a boat's engine that night?" He didn't hear anything but his own heart slamming against his eardrums, Hegarty said. He waited 5 minutes beside the pillbox, trying to collect himself and trying to think. He was in such a sweat that he wouldn't have noticed a nuclear explosion 10 yards away. Once he gathered his wits, 3 minutes, maybe 5, he did what had to be done, which took maybe a quarter of an hour. Then he scarpered. "Only boat engine I heard was my own," he said. "What?" Emily asked. "The boat," he said. "That's how I got there. Jerry's got a motorboat that we use at the weekends. I always took that when I was meeting Haith. I came up the coast from Jaywick Sands. It's more direct that way, more exciting as well. And I like it to build. The excitement, you know." So here was the boat that had been heard in the water off the Naze that night. With a sinking heart, Barbara wondered if they were back at square one. She said, "While you were waiting for Quarashi, did you hear anything then? Another boat's motor, large and running low?" He hadn't, he said, but the figure up on the top of the cliff would have been there before him anyway. The trap was set when Haytham got there, because Hegarty hadn't seen anyone near the steps until after he fell. Emily said, We have an ID on you at the Castle Hotel with Mr. Quarashi at an affair called—" She glanced at Barbara. "Leather in Lace," Barbara told her. "Right. That ID doesn't square with your story, Mr. Hegarty. Why did the two of you end up at a public dance in the Castle Hotel? That makes no sense if you were so intent upon keeping your relationship a secret from your lover." "Joe doesn't do the scene," Hegarty said. "He never did. How far is that hotel from here, anyway? 40 minutes' drive if you hit it good. More if you're going from Jaywick or Clacton. I didn't think anyone I know'd see me there and spill it to Jerry. And it was a work night in the avenues for Jer, so I knew he'd never know I was gone. We were safe at the castle, me and Haith." But having said that much, his eyebrows drew together and he frowned. "Yes?" Emily asked him quickly. "I thought for a moment— But it's nothing 'cause he didn't see us, so he never knew. And no way was Haytham going to tell him, of all people." "What are you talking about, Mr. Hegarty?" "Muhannad." "Muhannad Malik?" "Yeah, right. We saw him at the castle as well." Jesus, Barbara thought, how much more convoluted could the case become? She said, "Muhannad Malik's homosexual as well?" Hegarty guffawed, fingering the nappy pin dangling from his earlobe. "Not at the hotel, like in at the hotel. We saw him afterwards when we were leaving. He drove right in front of us, crossed over the road and took a right towards Harwich. It was 1 a.m, and Haytham couldn't make out what Muhannad was doing in that part of the world in the middle of the night, so we followed him." Barbara saw Emily's hand tighten round the pencil she'd been holding. Her voice, however, betrayed nothing. "Where did he go?" "He went," Hegarty said, "to an industrial estate on the edge of Parkston. He parked at one of the warehouses, disappeared inside for 30 minutes or so, and then left again." "And you're sure it was Muhannad Malik?" Emily pressed. There was no mistaking that fact, Hegarty told them. The bloke had been driving his turquoise Thunderbird, and it had to be the only car of its kind in Essex. "Only that's right, isn't it?" Hegarty suddenly added. "He wasn't driving that car when he left. He was driving a lorry. He pulled out of the warehouse in a lorry, in fact, and that's the last we saw of him." "You didn't follow him, Father?" "Hayth didn't want to risk it. It was one thing for us to see Muhannad. It was another if Muhannad spotted us." "And when was this exactly?" "Last month." "Mr. Quarashi never mentioned it again?" He shook his head. Barbara could tell from the very intensity of her focus that the DCI was charged up to follow this bit of information, but treading along the Muhannad trail ignored a signpost that Hegarty had already painted. For the moment, Barbara shoved to the back of her mind the 3 words that had set her thoughts roiling. In the club couldn't negate the presence of another suspect. "This Jer," she said, "Jerry DeVitt." Hegarty, who'd even begun to relax in their presence, seeming to enjoy his moment of importance in the investigation, was at once wary. His eyes betrayed this, becoming watchful and alert. "What about him? You're not thinking that Jerry— Look, I already said he didn't know about me and Hayth, which is why I didn't want to talk to you lot in the first place." "Why, you say you didn't want to talk to us," Barbara said. "He was working on Hayth's house that night," Hegarty insisted. "Ask anyone on First Avenue, they would have seen the lights, they would have heard the banging. And I already told you what was what. If Jer found out about me and Hayth, he would have ended it with me. He wouldn't have gone after Hayth, that's not his way." "Murder," Emily said, "is generally not anyone's way, Mr. Hegarty." She concluded the interview formally, giving the time and switching the recorder off. She stood, saying, "We may be in touch again. You won't ring me at home," he said in request. "You won't come to Jaywick." "Thank you for cooperating," Emily said in reply. "DC Air will take you back to work." Barbara followed Emily into the corridor, where the DCI spoke in a low, terse voice, revealing that, motive or not, Jerry DeVitt had not displaced her number 1 suspect. "Whatever it is, Muhannad's taking it to the factory. He's boxing it there, and he's stowing those boxes with everything else being shipped out. He knows when orders are being assembled for shipment. Christ, that's part of his job. All he has to do is to time his own shipments with those going out from the factory. I want that place searched top to bottom, inside and out." But in Barbara's mind, the interrogation of Hegarty could not be so easily dismissed. 30 minutes with the bloke had raised at least half a dozen questions, and the answer to none of them was Muhammad Malik. They passed reception on their way to the stairs. Barbara saw Azar talking to the WPC on duty there. He looked up as she and Emily came within his field of vision. Emily saw him as well, saying obscurely to Barbara, "Ah, Mr. Devotion to his people, all the way from London to show us what a good Muslim can be." She stopped behind the reception desk and spoke to Azar. "A little early for your meeting, aren't you? Sergeant Havers won't be available until late this afternoon." "I've come not for our meeting, but to collect Mr. Kumar and return him to his home," Azar said. "His 24 hours of custody are nearly at an end, as I'm certain you know." "What I know," Emily replied tartly, "is that Mr. Kumar hasn't requested your services as a chauffeur, and until he does he'll be returned to his home in the same way he was taken from his home." Azar's glance shifted to Barbara. He seemed aware of the sudden sea change in the investigation, as evidenced by the DCI's tone. She didn't sound like an officer who was worried any longer about the possibility of another community uprising, which made her much less likely to compromise. Emily didn't give Azar a chance to reply. She turned away, caught sight of one of her team approaching, and said, "Billy, if Mr. Kumar's had his lunch and his wash-up, take him home. Collect his work papers and his passport when you get there. I don't want that bloke disappearing on us till we can sort through everything he had to say." Her voice carried. Azar clearly heard it. Barbara spoke with some care as they climbed the stairs. "Even if Muhammad's at the bottom of all this, you don't think Mr. Azar's involved, Em? He's come from London. He didn't even know about the killing before that." "We don't know a thing about what he knew or when he knew it. He came here posing as some sort of legal expert, when for all we know he could be the brains behind Muhammad's game. Where was he on Friday night, Bob?" Barbara knew the answer to that very well, since from behind the shelter of the curtains in her bungalow she'd watched Azar and his daughter grilling halal lamb kebabs on the lawn behind the Edwardian house in which they occupied the ground-floor flat. But she couldn't say this without betraying her friendship with them. So she said, "Except, well, he seemed a decent sort of bloke in our meetings." Emily gave a sardonic laugh. "Huh! He's decent, all right. He's got a wife and 2 kids that he ditched in Hounslow so he could set up house with some English tart. He gave her a brat and then she walked out on him, this Angela Weston, whoever she is. God knows how many other women he's doing the business with in his spare time. He's probably planting half-breed bastards all over town." She laughed again. "Right, Bob, what a decent bloke our Mr. Azar is." Barbara's step faltered on the stairs. She said, "What? How do you—" Emily stopped above her. She glanced back and said, "How did I what? Suss out the truth? I put a call out on him the first day he was here. I got the report when I got the ID on Hegarty's fingerprints." Her look sharpened. Too perceptively, Barbara thought. "Why, Bob, what's the truth about Azar got to do with the price of petrol? Aside, of course, from confirming my belief that not one of these yobbos can be trusted half an inch." Barbara wondered about the question. She didn't much want to consider the true answer. She said, "Nothing. Nothing, really." "Good," Emily replied. "Let's take on Muhammad." Chapter 23. "You have yourself a cuppa, Mr. Shaw. I'll be right outside of the station, just where I am on every shift. If she takes a turn, I'll hear the machine start bleating." "Actually, I'm fine, sister. I don't need—" "No argument, young man. You look dead as a ghoul. You were here half the night, and you won't do anyone a bit of good if you don't start taking better care of yourself." It was the day nurse's voice. Agatha recognized it. She didn't have to open her eyes to know who was speaking to her grandson, which was just as well, because opening her eyes felt as if it would take too damned much effort. And besides, she didn't want to look at anyone. She didn't want to have to see the pity in their faces. She knew well enough what they'd be seeing to inspire that pity. A wreck of a woman, a virtual carcass, all shriveled up on one side, her left leg useless, her left hand clawed into a dead bird's talon, her head tilted, her mouth and one eye following that tilt, and the disgusting drool following them both. "All right, Mrs. Jacobs," Theo said to the nurse, and Agatha realised that he did sound tired. He sounded both exhausted and unwell, and at this thought she felt a moment of panic clutching at her lungs, making it suddenly difficult to breathe. What if something happened to Theo? She wondered feverishly. She hadn't once considered the possibility, but what if he didn't take care of himself? What if he fell ill, or was in an accident? What, then, would become of her? She felt his nearness from the scent of him, that clean odour of soap, and the faint lime smell of the astringent he used. She felt the mattress of the hospital bed depress slightly as he leaned over her. "Gran," he whispered, "I'm going down to the cafeteria, but don't you worry. I won't be long." "You'll be long enough to have yourself a decent meal," Sister Jacobs said curtly. "If you're back here in less than an hour, lad, I'm sending you off again. See if I don't." "What a taskmaster she is, eh, Gran?" Theo said in some amusement. Agatha felt his dry lips press against her forehead. "I'll be back in 61 minutes, then. You have a good rest." "Rest?" Agatha queried incredulously. How was she supposed to rest? When she closed her eyes, all she could see in her mind's vision was the hideous spectacle she herself presented, a misshapen shell of the vital woman she once had been, now helpless, immobile, catheterized, dependent. And when she tried to dismiss that vision in order to imagine the future instead, what she pictured in its place was what she had seen and scorned 1,000 times driving along the esplanade below the avenues in Bolford, where that line of nursing homes overlooked the sea. There the discarded ancients tottered, clinging to their Zimmer frames for support. Their backbones permanently curved, like the mark of a question no one had the courage to ask, they shuffled along the pavement, an army of the forgotten and infirm. She had been aware of these relics of humanity since her girlhood. And since her girlhood she'd sworn to herself that she'd end her own life before she was reduced to becoming one of their numbers. Only now she didn't want to end her own life. She wanted to take her life back, and she knew that she needed Theo to do it. "Now, sweetie, something tells me you're wide awake under those eyelids of yours." Sister Jacobs was hanging over the bed. She wore a man's heavy deodorant, and when she perspired, which was copiously and often, the odour of spice wafted off her body like steam rolling off boiling water. Her hands smoothed back Agatha's hair. A comb went through it, caught on a tangle, pulled insistently, then gave up the effort. "Lovely grand boy you've got, Mrs. Shaw. Such a love he is. I've a daughter who'd like to meet your Theo. Available, is he? I ought to invite her round for a cuppa when I take my break. I think they get on, my Donna and your Theo. What do you think of that? Would you like a nice granddaughter-in-law, Mrs. Shaw? She could help you in your recovery, my Donna." Absolutely not, Agatha thought. Some pea-brained tart with her claws into Theo was exactly what she did not need. What she needed was escape from this place, along with peace and quiet to gather her strength for the upcoming battle of convalescence. Peace and quiet were scarce commodities when one was lying in a hospital bed. In a hospital bed, what one received were probings, proddings, prickings, and pity, and she wanted none of that. Pity was the worst. She hated pity. She herself felt it for no one, and she wanted no one to feel it for her. She'd rather experience others' aversion, which was what she'd felt for those doddering bits of human detritus on the esplanade, than find herself a paralysed pill garlic, the sort of person people spoke about rather than to when they were in her presence. Aversion implied fear and horror, which could be used ultimately to one's own advantage. Pity implied the other's superiority, which Agatha had never had to face in her life, and she would not face it now, she swore. If she allowed anyone to gain ascendancy over her, she would be defeated. Defeated, she would see her plans for Bolford's future quashed. Nothing would remain of Agatha Shaw upon her death, save whatever memories her grandson had, and chose, when the time was right, of course, to pass on to future generations. But how could she rely upon Theo's devotion to her memory? He'd have other responsibilities then. So if her memory was to be established, if her life was to be given meaning before that life ended, she would have to do it herself. She would have to put the pieces and the players in position, which was what she'd been in the course of doing when the damnable stroke supervened, knocking her plans awry. Now, if she wasn't careful, that greasy, unwashed Malik monster would make his move. He'd done as much when her council seat had to be filled, sliding in to replace her, like a water moccasin slithering into a river. How much more he'd do once he got the word that she'd been laid out by another stroke. Balford would be looking at more than Fallock Dedar Park if Akram Malik had the opportunity to set his plans in motion. Before the town knew what was happening to it, he'd have a minaret in the market square, a gaudy mosque in place of their lovely St. John's Church, and nasty-smelling tandoor cookeries on every street corner from the Balford Road right down to the sea. And then the real invasion would come. Scores of parkies, with their scores of lice-ridden children, half of them on the dole, the other half illegal, and all of them polluting the culture and the traditions among which they'd chosen to live. "They want a better life, Gran," was how Theo would explain it to her. But she didn't need his soft-hearted and wrong-headed explication of what was so patently obvious. They wanted her life. They wanted the life of every English man, woman, and child, and they would not rest, desist, or retreat until they had it. Especially Akram, Agatha thought. That bloody, nasty, miserable Akram. He spun a treacly line about friendship and brotherhood. He even acted the part of community conciliator with his ludicrous gentleman's cooperative. But the talk and the actions didn't fool Agatha. They were subterfuges. They were ways to lull the sheep-like populace into a sense that the meadow was clear and safe for their grazing, and not scrutinized every second by a pack of wolves. But she would show him that she was wise to his ways. She would rise from this hospital bed like Lazarus, every inch of her an indomitable force that Akram Malik, with all his plans, could not hope to conquer. Agatha realized that Sister Jacobs had gone. The odour of spice had dissipated, leaving in its place the scent of medicines, of plastic tubing, of her body's secretions, of the polish on the floor. She opened her eyes. Her mattress was raised so that she lay at a modest angle rather than flat on her back. This was a marked improvement over the hours immediately following her stroke. Then she'd had nothing but blurry acoustic ceiling tiles to watch. Now, at least, despite the fact that the sound had been muted and Sister Jacobs had forgotten to increase it upon her departure, she at least had the television to watch. A film was showing, in which a frantic, far too pretty to be believable husband wheeled his hugely but still attractively pregnant, even prettier wife into a casualty ward for the delivery of their child. It was supposed to be a comedy, Agatha guessed, from their slapstick behaviour and the expression on their faces. What a risible thought that was, indeed. No woman she knew had ever found the act of childbirth a laughing matter. With an effort she managed to turn her head an inch, which was enough for her to see the window. Through it, a patch of sky, the washed-out colour of a kestrel's tail, told her that the heat was continuing unabated. She couldn't feel the effects of the outside temperature, however, as the hospital was one of the few buildings within 20 miles of Balford that was actually air-conditioned. She would have celebrated that fact had she only been at the hospital to visit someone deserving of disaster, for instance. Indeed, she could have named 20 people more deserving of this disaster than she. She thought about this point. She began to name those 20 people. She entertained herself by assigning each one of them his own personal, private torment. So she was unaware at first that someone had entered her room. A gentle cough told her that she had a visitor. A quiet voice said, "No, do not move, Mrs. Shaw. Let me, please." Footsteps came round the bed, and suddenly she was face to face with her soul's black adversary, Akram Malik. She made an inarticulate noise, which was meant to be, "What do you want? Get out! Get out! I'll have none of your oleaginous gloating," but which, strangled by the convoluted messages her damaged brain was sending to her vocal cords, came out only as a garbled mishmash of incomprehensible groans and howls. Akram gazed at her intently. Doubtless she thought he was taking inventory of her condition, trying to assess how far he might have to push her so that she'd topple into her grave. That would clear the way for him to actuate his insidious plans for Bolford Linnaeus. She said, "I'm not about to die, Mr. Wogg, so wipe that hypocritical look of sympathy off your face. You have about as much sympathy for me as I'd have for you in similar circumstances." But what she emitted from her mouth was the rising and falling of sounds alone, with nothing to separate them or give them definition. Akram looked round the room and walked out of her line of sight for a moment. Panic-stricken, she thought he intended to switch off the machines that whirred and softly beeped just behind her head, but he returned with a chair, and he sat. He was carrying, she saw, a bunch of flowers. He laid these on the table next to the bed. He removed from his pocket a small leather book. He set it upon his knee, but didn't open it. He lowered his head and began to murmur a stream of words in his Pakistani mumbo-jumbo. Where was Theo? Agatha thought desperately. Why wasn't he here to spare her from this? Akram Malik's voice was soft enough, but she wasn't about to be deceived by its tone. He was probably putting a hex on her. He was working black magic, engaging in voodoo, or doing whatever his sort did to defeat their enemies. She wasn't about to put up with it. She said, "Stop that muttering. Stop it at once, and get out of this room immediately." But her form of language was as indecipherable to him as his was to her, and his only response was to lay a brown hand upon her bed, as if he were extending her a blessing that she did not need of him, much less want. Finally, he raised his head again. He began to speak once more, only this time she understood him perfectly, and his voice was so compelling that she found she could do nothing but hold his gaze with her own. She thought dimly, "Basilisks are just like this. They impale you with their steely eyes." But still she didn't look away. He said, "I heard only this morning of your trouble, Mrs. Shaw. How deeply sorry I am. My daughter and I wish to pay our respects. She waits in the corridor, my sala, because we were advised that only one of us at a time could come into your room." He removed his hand from her bed and laid it on the leather book on his knee. He smiled and went on. "I thought of reading from the Holy Book. Sometimes I find my own words inadequate for prayer, but when I saw you, the words came of themselves without any effort. At one time I would have wondered about that and sought a greater meaning from it, but I've long since come to accept that the ways of Allah are most often beyond my comprehension." What was he on about? Agatha wondered. He'd come to gloat, there could be no mistake about that, so why didn't he get to the point and have done with it? "Your grandson Theo has been a source of considerable help to me during this last year. Perhaps you know this. And for some time I've contemplated the best manner in which I could repay him for his kindness to my family." "Theo," she said. "Not Theo, my Theo. Don't hurt Theo, you nasty man." He interpreted this conglomeration of sounds, it seemed, as her expression of a need for clarification. He said, "He brought Malik's mustards into the present and into the future with his computers, and he was the first to stand by my side and involve himself in the gentlemen's cooperative. He has a vision not unlike my own, your grandson Theo, and I see in your current misfortune a way that I can finally reciprocate his acts of friendship." "In your current misfortune," Agatha repeated in her mind, and she knew with certainty what he was about. Now was the moment he meant to sweep in like a raptor making the kill. Just like a hawk, he'd chosen his time with an eye for the damage it could do to the victim, and she was without a single defence. Damn his gloating, she thought. Damn his slimy, unctuous ways. Damn his pretence of saintliness. And damn, most of all, I have long known your dream to redevelop our town and to restore it to its former beauty. Having been struck down a second time now, you must have great fears of your dream coming to nothing." He put his hand back on the bed again, but this time it covered her own, Not her good hand, she noticed, which she could have flinched from him, but her talon hand that was incapable of movement. Clever of him, she thought bitterly. How wise to emphasize her infirmities before laying out his plans to destroy her. He said, "I intend to give you my full support, Mrs. Shaw. The redevelopment of Balford-Linnaeus shall proceed as you planned it. To the last detail and to your design, your grandson and I will make this town come to life once more. And that's what I've come to tell you. Rest easily now, and concentrate your efforts on returning to health, so that you may live many years among us." And then he bent and touched his lips to her deformed, ugly, crippled hand. And having no language in which to reply, she wondered how on earth she was going to be able to tell someone to wash it for her. Barbara was trying like the devil to keep her mind where it belonged, which was on the investigation. But it kept drifting off insistently, bounding in the direction of London, specifically to Chalk Farm and Eton Villas, and even more specifically to the ground-floor flat of a yellow converted Edwardian house. At first she told herself that there had to be a mistake. Either there were two Taimullah Azars in London, or the information supplied by the Met's SO11 was inaccurate, incomplete, or out-and-out false. But the key facts on the Asian in question, supplied by London intelligence, were among the facts that she already knew about Azar, and when she read the report herself, which she managed to do upon her return to Emily's office with the DCI, she had to admit that the description being supplied by London was identical in many respects to the picture she already had. The home address of the subject was the same, the age of the child was correct. The fact that the child's mother was not in the picture also matched with what the report presented. Azar was identified as a professor of microbiology, which Barbara knew he was, and his involvement with a London group called Asian Legal Awareness and Aid was certainly consistent with the depth of knowledge that he demonstrated over the past several days. So the Azar in the London report had to be the Azar she knew. Only the Azar she knew didn't appear to be the Azar she thought she knew, which brought everything about him into question, especially his standing in the investigation. Christ, she thought. She needed a fag. She was desperate for one. And while Emily groused about taking yet another tedious and time-consuming phone call from her superintendent, Barbara dashed into the lavatory and lit up hungrily, sucking on the tube of tobacco like a scuba diver running out of air. Suddenly, a great deal about Taimullah Azar and his daughter began to make sense to her. Among the puzzle pieces beginning to take on definition were Hadia's 8th birthday party, to which Barbara had been invited as the only guest, a mother ostensibly gone to Ontario, but never revealing her whereabouts with so much as a postcard to her only child, a father who never spoke the word wife, and never spoke at all of the mother of his child, unless the subject was forced upon him, an absence of evidence in the ground-floor flat that an adult woman had lived there any time recently, no emery board or nail polish left lying about, no discarded handbag, no sewing, no knitting, no Vogue or Elle, no remnants of a hobby like watercolour painting or flower arranging. Had Angela Weston, mother of Hadia, ever lived in Eton Villas at all, Barbara wondered? And if she hadn't, exactly how long did Azar expect to keep up the pretence of mummy on holiday in place of the truth, which appeared to be mummy very much on the run? Barbara wandered to the lavatory window and gazed at the small car park below. DC Billy Honigman was escorting a freshly washed, groomed and dressed Fad Kumar to a panda car. As she watched, they were approached by Azar. He spoke to Kumar. Honigman warned him off. The detective constable stowed his passenger in the back seat of his vehicle. Azar walked to his own car, and when Honigman took off, he followed, making no secret that he was doing so. He'd come to escort Fad Kumar home as promised. Obviously, that's what he intended to do. A man of his word, Barbara thought. A man of more than one word, in fact. She considered the answers he'd given her in response to her questions about his culture. She saw now how they applied to him. He'd been cut off from his family, just as he declared Quarashi would have been had his homosexuality come into the open. He'd been so cut off from his family that his daughter's existence was not acknowledged. They were, the two of them, an island unto themselves. No wonder he'd only too well understood and been able to expound upon the meaning of being an outcast. Barbara processed all this with a fair degree of rational thinking. But she wasn't up to processing what this information about the Pakistani man meant to her personally. She told herself that it couldn't mean anything at all to her personally. She didn't, after all, have a personal relationship with Taimullah Azhar. True, she played the role of friend in his daughter's life, but when it came to defining a role in his life, she really didn't have one. So she didn't understand why she felt somehow betrayed by the knowledge that he'd deserted a wife and 2 children. Perhaps, she concluded, she was feeling the betrayal that Hadia would feel should she ever learn the truth. Yes, Barbara thought, doubtless that was it. The lavatory door opened, and Emily bounded inside, striding directly to one of the wash-basins. Hastily, Barbara squashed her cigarette on the sole of her trainer and surreptitiously tossed the dog end out of the window. Emily's nose twitched. She said, "Jesus, Barb, are you still on the weed after all these years?" "I was never one to ignore my addictions," Barbara confessed. Emily turned on the tap and thoroughly soaked a paper towel beneath it. She applied this to the back of her neck, oblivious of or uncaring about the water that dribbled down her spine and dampened her tank top. She said, "Ferguson," as if the super's name were an execration. "He has his interview for the Assistant Chief Constable's job in just 3 days. He expects an arrest in the Quarashi case before he faces the panel. Thank you very much. Not that he's doing a single bloody thing to help move the investigation forward, unless threatening me with Howard bloody Presley and dogging every step I take now constitute lending a helping hand. But he'll be happy enough to bow to the applause if we bring someone in without more public bloodshed. Fuck it, I despise that man." She wet her hand and shoved it back through her hair. She turned to Barbara. "It was time to take on the mustard factory," she announced. She'd made application for a search warrant from the magistrate, and he'd come through in record time. Apparently he was as anxious as Ferguson to bring the case to a close without another battle in the streets. But there was a detail unrelated to the factory and to Emily's conviction about illegal activity going on within it, and Barbara wanted to pursue it. She couldn't ignore the fact that Salah Malik was pregnant, nor could she overlook the import this fact had in the case. "Can we make a stop at the marina, Em?" Emily glanced at her watch. "Why? We know the Maliks don't have a boat if you're hanging on to an arrival at the Nays by water. But Theo Shaw has, and Salah's pregnant, and Theo got that bracelet off Salah. He's got motive, Em, he's got it loud and clear, no matter what Mohammed and his mates are up to at Eastern Imports." Theo also didn't have an alibi, while Mohammed did have one, she wanted to add, but she held her tongue. Emily knew the score, no matter her determination to run Mohammed Malik to ground for one offence or another. Emily frowned as she considered Barbara's request. She said, "Right, OK, we'll check it out." They set off in one of the unmarked Fords, making a turn into the High Street, where they saw Rachel Winfield teetering towards Raycon original and artistic jewellery from the direction of the sea. The girl was red in the face. She looked as if she'd spent her morning in the bicycling third of an Iron Woman event. She paused to take a breather next to the signpost indicating that Balford Marina was just to the north. She waved happily as the Ford passed her. If she was guilty of something, she certainly didn't look it. Balford Marina was perhaps a mile along the lane that ran perpendicular to the High Street. Its lower end comprised 1/4 of the little square whose opposite side was Alfred Terrace, where the Ruddock home stood in semi-squalor. It passed Tide Lake and a caravan park, and ultimately the circular mass of a Martello tower that had once been used to defend the coast during the Napoleonic Wars. The lane ended at the marina itself. This consisted of a series of 8 pontoons, at which sailing boats and cabin cruisers were tied in the placid water of a tidal bay. At the far north end, A small office abutted a brick building that housed lavatories and showers. Emily drove in this direction and parked next to a tier of kayaks, above which hung a faded sign advertising East Essex boat hire. The owner of that business also acted the role of harbour master, a limited line of employment considering the relatively small size of the harbour in question. Emily and Barbara interrupted Charlie Spencer in the midst of a perusal of the racing forms from Newmarket. "You catch anyone yet?" were his first words when he looked up, saw Emily's identification, and shoved his teeth-gnawed pencil behind one ear. "I can't sit here nights with a shotgun, you know. What's my taxes going for if I can't get service from the local constab? Eh? You tell me." "Improve your security, Mr. Spencer," Emily responded. "I expect you don't leave your house unlocked when you aren't at home." "I've got a dog takes care of the house," he retorted. "Then you need another to take care of your raft." "Which one of those is the Shores?" Barbara asked the man, indicating the lines of moored boats that lay motionless in the harbour. There were, she saw, very few people about, despite the hour of the day and the heat that encouraged travel to the sea. "Fighting Lady," he replied, "the biggest one at the end of Pontoon 6. Shouldn't keep it here, the Shores, you know, but it's convenient for them, and they pay up regular and always have done, so who am I to complain, eh?" When they asked him why the Fighting Lady didn't belong in the Bulford Marina, he said, "Tide's the problem," and went on to explain that anyone who wished to use a boat that large would be better served with a mooring that wasn't so dependent on the tide. At high water there wasn't a problem, plenty of water to keep a large boat afloat, but when the tide went out, the bottom of the cruiser rested in the mud, which wasn't good for it, since the cabin and the boat's machinery bore down on the infrastructure. "Shortens the life of the craft," he explained. "And the tide on Friday night?" Barbara asked him. "The tide between 10 and midnight, for example?" Charlie set aside his racing forms to consult a booklet next to the till. "Low," he told them. "Fighting Lady, and not to mention every other large pleasure craft in the marina, wasn't going anywhere on Friday night. Each one of them boats needs a good 8 foot of water to manoeuvre in," he explained. "Now, as to my complaint, Inspector," and he turned to take issue with the DCI on the efficacy of training guard dogs. Barbara left them in discussion. She went outside and wandered in the direction of Pontoon 6. Fighting Lady was easy enough to spot. It was the largest craft in the marina, gleaming with white paint, its woodwork and its chromium fixtures shrouded in protective blue canvas. When she saw the boat, Barbara realized that, even if the tide had been high, there was no way that Theo Shaw or anyone else could have moored the craft anywhere close to shore. Mooring it off the Naze would have meant swimming to the beach, and it didn't seem likely that someone bent upon murder would begin his evening's task with a dip in the sea. She headed back towards the office, studying the other craft in the harbour. Despite the marina's size, it served as a landing spot for a bit of everything: motorboats, diesel fishing boats, and even one snappy Hawk 31 winched out of the water that was called the Sea Wizard and looked as if it belonged somewhere along the coast of Florida or Monaco. In the vicinity of the office, Barbara saw the craft that Charlie hired out. In addition to motorboats and kayaks resting on tiered racks, 10 canoes and 8 Zodiac inflatables sat on the pontoon. 2 of these last were occupied by seagulls. Other birds circled and called in the air. Looking at the Zodiacs, Barbara recalled the list of dodgy activities that Belinda Warner had compiled from the police log. Previously, her interest had been directed towards the beach hut break-ins and how they applied to Trevor Ruddock and his alibi for the murder night. But now she saw that the dodgy activities had another point of interest as well. She walked onto the narrow pontoon and examined the Zodiacs. Each, she saw, was equipped with a set of paddles, but each also could be fixed up with a motor, a set of which were positioned on racks near the end of the pontoon. However, one of the inflatables was already in the water with a motor attached, and when Barbara turned the key to this, she discovered the motor was electric, not gas, and virtually noiseless. She examined the blades hanging into the water. They extended downward less than 2 feet. Right, she murmured when she made this assessment. Too bloody right. She looked up when the pontoon bobbed. Emily had joined her, one hand shading her eyes. From the expression on her face, Barbara could tell that the DCI had reached the same conclusion as her own. "What did the police log say?" Barbara asked rhetorically. Emily responded anyway. "He's had 3 Zodiacs nicked without his knowledge. All 3 were later found round the Wade." "So how rough a go would it be, Em, pinching a Zodiac at night and manoeuvring it through the shallows? If whoever took it also returned it before morning, no one would be the wiser. And it doesn't look like Charlie's security is much to speak of, does it?" "Sure as hell doesn't." Emily turned the direction of her gaze until she was looking northward. "Balford Channel is just on the other side of that spit of land, Barb, just where you can see that fishing hut. Even at low tide there'd be water in the channel, and enough water here in the harbour to get to it as well. Not enough for one of the larger boats, but for an inflatable, no problem." "Where does the channel lead?" Barbara asked. "Directly along the west side of the Naze." "So someone could have taken a Zodiac up the channel and round the north point of the Naze, beaching anywhere along the east side and walking south to the stairs." Barbara followed the direction of Emily's gaze. On the other side of the little bay which sheltered the marina, a series of cultivated fields rose to the back of an estate whose main building's chimneys were plainly visible. A well-used path etched the land from the estate along the northern perimeter of the fields. It ran eastward and ended at the bay, where it turned south and followed the coast. Seeing this walkway, Barbara asked, "Who lives in that house, Em? The big one with all those chimneys?" "It's called Barlford Old Hall," Emily said. "It's where the Shaws live." "Bingo," Barbara murmured. But Emily resolutely turned from such a facile solution to the equation of motive means opportunity. She said, "I'm not ready to tie a bow on that package. Let's get on to the mustard factory before someone gives Muhammad the word, if," she added, "Herr Reuklein hasn't already done so." Sala spent her time in the hospital corridor watching the door to Mrs. Shaw's room. The nurse had informed them that only one person at a time was allowed to see the patient, and she was relieved that this injunction prevented her from having to see Theo's grandmother. At the same time she felt enormous guilt at her own relief. Mrs. Shaw was ill, and desperately so if the glimpse Sala had had of the hospital machinery in her room was any indication, and the tenets of her religion directed her to minister in some way to the woman's need. Those who believed and did good works, the Holy Koran instructed, would be brought into the gardens underneath which rivers flowed. And what better work could be done than to visit the sick, especially when the sick took the form of one's enemy? Theo, of course, had never directly stated the fact that his grandmother hated the Asian community as a whole and wished them ill individually, but her aversion for the immigrants who'd invaded Balford Lenays was always the unspoken reality between Sala and the man she loved. It had divided them as effectively as had Sala's own spoken revelations about her parents' plans for her future. Sala knew at heart that the love between Theo and herself had been defeated long before its inception. Tradition, religion, and culture had acted in conjunction to vanquish it. But having someone to blame for the impossibility of a life with Theo was a temptation that had sought to beguile her from the first. And how easy it was to twist the words of the Holy Koran now, moulding them into a justification of what had happened to Theo's grandmother. "Whatever good befalleth thee, O man, it is from Allah, and whatever of ill befalleth thee, it is from thyself." She could thus stoutly proclaim that Mrs. Shaw's current state was the direct result of the loathing, bias, and prejudice that she fostered in herself and encouraged in others. But Sala knew that she could also apply those same words from the Koran to herself, for ill had befallen her as surely as it had befallen Theo's grandmother, and just as surely the ill was a direct result of her own selfish, misguided behaviour. She didn't want to think about it, how the ill had happened and what she was going to do to bring it to an end. The reality was that she didn't know what she was going to do. She didn't even know where to begin. despite the fact that she was sitting in the corridor of a hospital where activities euphemistically labelled necessary procedures were probably performed all the time. Just for a moment, with Rachel, she'd felt relief. When her friend had said, "I've gone and done it," such a weight had been lifted from Sala's shoulders that she'd actually thought she might become airborne. But when it had become apparent that going and doing it had meant acquiring a flat into which Sala knew she would never move, despair had descended upon her forcefully. Rachel had been her only hope to rid herself of the overt mark of her sin against her religion and her family, doing it in perfect secrecy and with minimum risk. Now she knew she was going to have to strike out on her own, and she couldn't even begin to determine the first move she had to make. "Sala? Sala!" She started at the sound of her name, said in the same hushed tone that he'd used in the pear orchard on those nights that they'd met. Theo stood to her right, stopped dead in his progress to his grandmother's room, one hand holding a can of Coke that was beaded with moisture. She reached without thinking for the pendant she wore, as much to cover it up from him as to hold it in a form of taking sanctuary. But he'd seen the fossil, and he obviously made an interpretation from the fact that she was wearing it, because he came to the bench on which she was sitting, and he sat down next to her. He set his Coke on the floor. She watched him do it. Then she kept her eyes on the can's aluminium top. "Rachel told me, Sala," he said. "She thinks—" "I know what she thinks," Sala whispered. She wanted to tell Theo to leave, or at least to stand across the corridor and pretend their conversation was nothing save an expression of concern over his grandmother's condition on her part, and a polite offering of gratitude for that concern on his. But the very nearness of him after the long weeks of not seeing him was like an intoxicant to her. Her heart wanted more and more of it, even as her mind told her that the only way she could serve herself and ultimately survive was to accept less. "How could you do it?" he asked. "I've been asking myself that question over and over since I talked to her. Please, Theo, it doesn't help to talk about it." "Doesn't help?" He asked the question bitterly. "That's fine with me, because I don't much care if it doesn't help. I loved you, Sala. You said you loved me." The top of the Coke can shimmered in her vision. She blinked quickly and kept her head lowered. Around them the work of the hospital went on. Orderlies hurried by with trolleys in front of them, doctors made their rounds, nurses carried small trays of medication into their patients. But she and Theo were divided from them as effectively as if they'd been encased in glass. "What I've been wondering," Theo said, "is how long it took you to decide you loved Quarashi instead of me. What was it, a day, a week, 2? Or maybe it didn't happen at all, because, like you kept telling me, your people's ways don't make love necessary when it comes to marriage. Isn't that how you put it?" Sala could feel the blood beating fiercely behind the birthmark on her cheek. There was no way that she could make him understand when his understanding demanded a truth from her that she would not part with. "I've also been wondering how it happened and where. You'll forgive me for that, I hope, because you'll understand that for the last 6 weeks I've thought of practically nothing else but how and where it didn't happen between the two of us. It could have, but it didn't. Oh, we came close enough, didn't we, on Horsey Island? Even that time in the orchard when your brother—" "Theo," Sala said, "please don't do this to us." "There isn't an us. I thought there was. Even when Quarashi showed up, just like you said he was going to show up, I thought there still was. I wore that fucking bracelet." She flinched from the term. He wasn't, she saw, wearing the bracelet now. And I kept thinking, she knows she doesn't have to marry him. She knows she can refuse to do it because there's no way in hell that her dad will make her marry anyone against her will. Her dad's Asian, yes, but he's English as well. Maybe more English than she is, really. But the days went by and turned into weeks, and Quarashi stayed. He's stayed, and your father brought him round to the cooperative and introduced him as his son. In a few weeks he joins our family, he told me. He takes our Sala as his bride. And I had to listen and offer best wishes, and all the time I wanted to— No. She couldn't bear to hear the admission, and if he thought her refusal to listen meant her love for him was dead, that was just as well. "Here's how it was at night," Theo said. His words were terse, their sound limned his bitterness. "During the day I could forget about everything and just work myself into a stupor. But at night I had nothing but the thought of you, and while I couldn't sleep and I couldn't much eat, I could deal with that, because all along I thought you would be thinking of me as well. She'll tell her dad tonight, I kept thinking. Quarashi will leave, and then we'll have time, Sala and I, time and a chance. We never had either. I tried to tell you that. You didn't want to believe me. And you? What did you want, Sala? Why did you come to me those nights in the orchard? I can't explain it, she whispered hopelessly. That's the thing about games. No one can ever bloody explain them. I wasn't playing a game with you. What I felt was real. Who I was real. Right, fine. And I'm sure that was true for you and Haytham Quarashi as well. He started to rise. She stopped him, her hand reaching out and closing on the bare flesh of his arm. "Help me," she said, looking at him finally. She had forgotten the exact blue-green of his eyes, the mole next to his mouth, the fall of his soft blonde hair. She was startled by his sudden proximity, and frightened by her body's response to the simple sensation of her hands touching him. She knew she had to release him, but she couldn't. Not until he'd committed would she let him go. He was her only chance. "Rachel won't, Theo. Please, help me." "Get rid of Quarashi's kid, you mean? Why?" "Because my parents—" How could she possibly explain? "What about them? Oh, your dad'll probably be bloody well cheesed off when he hears you're pregnant. But if the kid's a boy, he'll adjust quick enough. Just tell him you and Quarashi were so hot for each other that you couldn't wait until after the ceremony." Beyond the rank injustice of his words, born however they were from his own suffering, their sheer brutality forced the truth from her. "This isn't Haytham's baby," she said, and then she dropped her hand from his arm. "I was already 2 months pregnant when Haytham came to Bulford." Theo stared at her, disbelieving. Then she could see him trying to bleed the full extent of the truth from an agonized study of her face. He said, "What the hell?" But the question died before he finished it. He merely repeated the opening part, saying, "Sala, what the bloody hell?" "I need your help," she said. "I'm begging for your help." "Whose is it?" he asked. "If it isn't Haytham's, Sala, whose is it?" "Please help me do what I need to do. Who can I phone? Is there a clinic? It can't be in Bulford. I can't take that chance. But in Clacton? There must be something in Clacton. Someone there who can help me, Theo. Quietly and quickly so my parents don't know. Because if they find out, it will kill them. Believe me, it will kill them, Theo. And not only them." "Who else?" "Please." "Sala." His hand closed fiercely on her upper arm. It was as if he sensed in her tone everything that she could not bring herself to say. "What happened? That night, tell me, what happened?" "You're going to pay," he'd said, "the way all whores pay." "I brought it on myself," she said brokenly, "because I didn't care what he thought. Because I told him I loved you." "Oh, God," he whispered, and his hand fell from her arm. The door to Agatha Shaw's hospital room opened, and Sala's father stepped out. He closed it carefully behind him. He looked bewildered to see his daughter and Theo Shaw in earnest conversation. But his face warmed in an instant, perhaps with the certainty that Sala was doing her part to bring herself into the garden underneath which the rivers flowed. He said, "Ah, Theo, I'm so very happy that we won't have left the hospital without seeing you. I've just spoken to your grandmother, and I've given her my assurance, as a friend and town councillor, that her plans for Bulford's renaissance will go forward unchanged and unimpeded in any way." Next to her, Theo rose. Sala did likewise. She ducked her head modestly, and in doing so she hid from her father's vision the telltale sign of her birthmark's painful throbbing. "Thank you, Mr. Marlick," Theo said. "That's good of you. Gran will more than appreciate your kindness." "Very good," Akram said. "And now, Sala, my dear, shall we be on our way?" Sala nodded. She cast Theo a fleeting look. The young man had gone pale beneath his light tan, and he was gazing from Akram to her and back to Akram, as if he sought but failed to find something to say. He was her only hope, and like every other hope she'd once harboured about love and life, he was fading from her. She said, "It was lovely talking to you again, Theo. I hope your grandmother recovers quickly." He said, "Thank you," stiffly. Sala felt her father take her arm, and she allowed herself to be led towards the lift at the end of the corridor. Each step seemed to take her away from safety. And then Theo spoke. "Mr. Malik," he said. Akram stopped, turned. He looked pleasantly attentive. Theo rejoined them. "I was wondering," Theo said. "I mean, forgive me if I'm out of place, because I don't pretend to know exactly what's right in this situation. But would you mind very much if I took Sala to lunch one day next week? There's a jewellery exhibit. It's at Green Lodge, where they do the summer courses, and as Sala makes jewellery, I thought she might like to see it." Akram cocked his head and considered the request. He looked at his daughter as if gauging her readiness for such an adventure. He said, "You are a good friend of the family, Theo. I can see no objection if Sala wishes to go. Do you, Sala?" She raised her head. "Green Lodge," she said. "Where is that, Theo?" His reply was as even as was his expression. "It's in Clacton," he told her. Chapter 24. Yum kneaded the small of her back, and used her foot to kick the trug ahead of her in her assigned rows of her mother-in-law's loathsome vegetable garden. Sullenly she watched Wardar cultivating 2 rows over, hovering over a vine of chilies with the devotion of a newlywed wife to her husband, and she wished upon the older woman everything foul that was humanly possible, from sunstroke to leprosy. It was approximately 2 million bloody degrees working there among the plants, and to accompany the unbearable deadly temperature, which that morning had been declared a record high by the BBC Breakfast News, the insect life in Wardar's garden was making a feast of more than the tomatoes, peppers, onions, and beans upon which they normally sated themselves. Gnats and flies buzzed round Yum's head like malicious satellites. They landed on her perspiring face, while spiders worked their way beneath her dupatta, and tiny green caterpillars dropped from vine leaves onto her shoulders. She flailed her hands and raged, attempting to drive the flies in her mother-in-law's direction. This torment was yet another offence committed by Wardour against her. Any other mother-in-law, filled with what ought to have been gratitude at having been presented with 2 grandchildren in such rapid succession and so soon after her son's marriage, would have insisted that Yum rest herself beneath the walnut tree at the edge of the garden, where even at this moment her children, 2 male children, rolled their toy lorries along the miniature thoroughfare created by a space between the old tree's roots. Any other mother-in-law would have recognized that a woman on the verge of another pregnancy should not even be relaxing in the blazing sunlight, let alone be toiling in it. Hard manual labour wasn't good for a woman in her childbearing years, Yum told herself. But try sharing that bit of information with Wardar the Wonder, who'd spent the entire day of her son Muhammad's birth washing every window of the house, cooking dinner for her husband, and scrubbing the dishes, the pots, and the kitchen floor before she squatted in the larder to deliver the baby. No, Wardar Malik was unlikely to see temperatures rising to 35 degrees centigrade as anything other than a minor inconvenience, just as she'd seen the hosepipe ban. Every sensible person in the country had met the annual restriction on the use of hose-pipes by limiting what was planted in his garden. But this, of course, was not Wardar's way. Wardar Malik had planted, as usual, row upon endless nasty row of fragile seedlings that she tended to every afternoon. The hose-pipe banned because of the drought, she watered every loathsome plant by hand, hauling water by the bucketful from the outdoor tap near the kitchen. She used 2 buckets for this exercise. While she was engaged in filling 1 bucket and carrying it to the edge of the vegetable patch, she expected Yum to sling the other bucket round the plants. But prior to that daily exercise, there was cutting, pruning, picking, and weeding to be done, which is what they were engaged in at the moment. And Wardar expected Yum's help in this as well. Curse her to eternal, burning, scalding, skin-bubbling torment. Yum knew what lay behind Wardar's demands upon her, from cooking to cleaning to slaving in the garden. Wardar sought to punish her for doing so easily that which she herself had been nearly incapable of doing at all. It hadn't taken much investigation to discover that Wardar and Akram Malik had been married 10 years before Wardar had been able to produce Muhammad, and another 6 years had passed before she'd been able to present her husband with Salah. That was 16 years of effort, resulting in only 2 children. Given the same amount of time, Yum knew that she would be giving Muhammad more than a dozen babies, and most of them males. So when Wardar Malik looked upon her son's wife, she saw her superior, and only by enslavement was she able to ensure that Yum knew and remained in her place. Curse her to everlasting, freezing, rat-infested, starvation-ridden torment, Yum thought again, as she hacked at the rock-hard earth that the sun had baked into a brick-like consistency, despite her daily ministrations of water. She aimed her hoe at a Gibraltar-shaped clod beneath one of the tomato plants, and as she drove it into the earth, she pretended the clod was Wardar's bum. Whap went the hoe. The old witch rears back in surprise. Whap, whap! The nasty crone howls in pain. Yum smiled. Whap, whap, whap! Yum draws first blood on the cow's backside. Whap, 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 whap! Wardar falls to the ground. Whap, 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 whap! She's at Yum's mercy with her hands uplifted. She begs for a release that only Yum can give her, but whap, 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 whap! Yum knows that her time of triumph has come, and with her mother-in-law at last defenceless, subdued, a slave to the killing whimsy of her own son's wife, a veritable "Yum! Stop it at once! Stop!" Wardar's cries broke into her thoughts as if disturbing a dream, and Yum woke from them just as abruptly as a dreamer wakes. She found that her heart was pounding ferociously, and the sweat was dripping from her chin onto the front of her kameez. The handle of the hoe had become slick from the wetness of her palms, and her sandal-shorn feet were buried in the earth she had managed to rearrange in her attack. Dust was rising on every side of her, and settling against her streaming face and her sweat-drenched clothes like a gauzy veil. "What are you doing?" Wardar demanded. "You stupid girl! Look what you've done!" Through the haze of soil sent upwards by the flailing of her hoe, Yum saw that she'd hacked down 4 of her mother-in-law's prized tomato plants. They lay like storm-felled trees, and their fruit was thoroughly mashed into crimson pellets, completely beyond redemption. As obviously was Yum herself. Wardar threw her secateurs into her trug and advanced upon her daughter-in-law angrily. "Is there nothing you can do without destroying it?" she demanded. "What do I ask of you that you don't ruin?" Yum stared at her, feeling her nostrils flare and her lips move into a sullen line. "You're thoughtless, lazy, and completely selfish," Wardar declared. "Believe me, Yum, had your father not paid us handsomely to take you off his hands, you'd still be at home tormenting your mother instead of exasperating me." This was the longest speech that Wardar had ever made in her presence, and Yum was at first startled to hear her normally docile mother-in-law say so much. But her surprise quickly dissipated, as her muscles coiled in a desire to strike the other woman across the face. No one was to speak to her like that. No one was ever to speak to the wife of Muhammad Malik without deference, subservience, and solicitousness in her voice. Yum was gathering her wits to reply when Wardar spoke again. "Clean up this mess. Take those plants to the compost heap. Repair the row that you've ruined, and do it at once before I act in a way that I'll later regret." "I'm not your servant." Yum threw down her hoe. "Indeed you're not. A servant with your talent for doing nothing would have been dismissed within a week. Pick up that hoe and do as I say." "I shall tend to my children." Yum began to stride towards the walnut tree, where her 2 boys, oblivious of the altercation between their mother and grandmother, zoomed their toy lorries along the old exposed roots. "You will not. You will do as I say. Get back to work at once." "My boys need me," Yum called to the children. "Lovely ones, shall your Amidji play with you now?" The boys looked up from their game. Wardar ordered, "Anas, Bishra, go into the house." Confused, the children hesitated. Yum said gaily, Here comes our Meiji to play with her boys. What shall we play, and where shall we play it? Or shall we walk to Mr. Howard's for twisters? Would you like that, darling boys?" Their faces lit with the promise of ice cream. Again Wardar intervened. "Anas," she said sternly, "you heard what I said. Take your brother inside the house. Now!" The elder boy grabbed his little brother by the hand. Together they scooted out from under the tree and made a dash for the kitchen door. Yum whirled back to her mother-in-law. "Witch!" she cried. "You filthy cow! How dare you take my children and—" The slap came hard, and so unexpectedly that Yum was rendered speechless. For an instant she forgot who she was and where she was. She was thrust back to her girlhood, hearing her father shouting and feeling the solid force of his knuckles as he railed against the impossibility of finding her a husband without paying a dowry 10 times what she was worth. And in that instant of forgetting she surged forward. She grabbed Wardar's dupatta, and as it slipped from her head to her neck she jerked its 2 ends savagely, crying out and pulling until she had the elder woman forced to her knees. "Never!" she cried. "You never, never! I who give your son his sons!" And once Wardar was on her knees, Yum shoved her shoulders towards the earth. She began to kick at the neatly turned earth along the vegetable row, at the plants, at Wardar. The ruined tomatoes she began to hurl, and as she did so she shrieked, "I am 10 times the woman, fertile, willing, desired by a man, while you, with your talk of talent for doing nothing, you—" She was so intent upon finally venting her fury that she didn't at first hear the shouting. She didn't know anyone had come into the garden until she felt her arms pinned behind her back and her body dragged away from the crumpled form of her husband's mother. "Bitch! Bitch, are you stark mad?" The voice was so enraged that for an instant she didn't recognize it as Muhannad's. He shoved her roughly to one side and went to his mother, saying, "Ammi, are you all right? Has she hurt you?" "I hurt her?" Yum demanded. Her dupatta had fallen from her head and shoulders, her hair had come unbraided, the arm of her kameez was ripped out. "She hit me, for nothing, that bloody cow—" "Shut up!" Muhannad roared. "Get in the house. I'll deal with you directly." "Munni, she struck your wife in the face, and for what? Because she's jealous, she—" He shot to his feet. There was a burning intensity in his eyes that Yum had never seen there before. She retreated hastily. She said in a quiet, more afflicted tone, "Would you have your wife struck by anyone?" He cast her a look of such aversion that she recoiled. He turned back to his mother. He was helping her to her feet, murmuring and gently brushing at her clothes, when Yum turned from them and hurried into the house. Anas and Bishra were cowering in the kitchen, both of them in the far corner on the floor behind the table. But she didn't stop to soothe their fear. She went straight to the bathroom upstairs. Her hands were trembling like a palsy victim's, and her legs felt as if they wouldn't continue to bear her weight. Her garments were plastered to her body by sweat, soil crusted in their every fold, the juice of ripe tomatoes staining the material like blood. The mirror showed her that her face was filthy, and her hair, caught up with spider webs, caterpillars, and leaves, looked worse than an unwashed gypsy's. She didn't care. Right was on her side. No matter what she did, right was always on her side, and one look at the mark of Wardar's blow upon her face was going to confirm that. Yum washed the dirt from her cheeks and forehead. She bathed her hands and her arms. She patted her face upon a towel and examined herself once again in the mirror. She saw that the mark of Wardar's blow had faded. She renewed it by slapping herself repeatedly, stinging her flesh with the strength of her palm until her cheek was crimson. Then she went to the bedroom that she shared with Muhannad. From the corridor she could hear the 2 of them downstairs, Muhannad and his mother. Wardar's voice was back to that patently false tone of subservient womanhood which she reserved for speaking to either her son or her husband. Muhannad's voice was— Yum listened carefully. She frowned. He sounded unlike he'd ever sounded, even in their most intimate moments when they first looked upon their infant sons together. She caught a few words. "Ami-chan, never to hurt, didn't intend." the heat. Apologize and make reparation to you. Apologize? Make reparation? Yum crossed the corridor and went into the bedroom. She slammed the door so hard that the windows shook in their frames. Let them try to make her apologize. She slapped her face again. She scored her cheeks until her nails drew blood. He would see how ill his beloved mother had used his wife. When Mohanad entered the room, she had combed her hair and returned it to its braid. She'd done nothing else.
End of Disc 16. Disc 17.
When Mohanad entered the room, she had combed her hair and returned it to its braid. She'd done nothing else. She was sitting at her dressing-table, where the light was the best for him to see the damage his mother had done to her. "What would you have me do when your mother attacks me?" she demanded before he could speak. "Am I to let her kill me?" "Shut up," he said. He walked to the chest of drawers and did what he never did in his father's house. He lit a cigarette. He stood facing the chest rather than her, and as he smoked he leaned one arm against the wood, and with the other he pressed his fingers to his temple. He'd returned home from the factory unexpectedly before noon, but rather than join the women and children for a midday meal, he'd spent the next few hours on the telephone, both making and receiving calls in a hushed and urgent voice. Obviously he was still preoccupied with his business affairs. But he shouldn't be so preoccupied that he failed to note what his wife had suffered. While his back was turned, Yum pinched her cheek so hard that tears came to her eyes. He would see how she had been abused. "Look at me, Muni," she demanded. "Look at what your mother did, and then tell me I'm not to defend myself." "I said shut up. I meant it. Shut up." "I won't shut up till you look at me." Her voice rose, changed keys. "I was disrespectful, but what would you have me do when she wants to harm me? Shouldn't I act to protect myself, to safeguard the child that even at this moment I might be carrying?" This reminder of her most treasured capability roused Mohanad to take the action she wanted. He turned. A swift glance in the mirror told her that her cheek was mottled and blood-caked appropriately. She said, "I made a simple mistake among her tomatoes, an easy enough thing to do in this heat, and she began to beat me. In my condition—" Here she rounded her hands beneath her stomach to encourage him to believe what he would. "Am I to do nothing to protect the unborn? Do I let her vent all of her rage and her jealousy until—" "Jealousy?" he snapped. "My mother is no more jealous of you than—" "Not of me, Mooney, of you, of us, and of our children, and our future children. I do what she could never do, and she makes me pay for it by treating me worse than she would a servant." He observed her from across the room. Surely, she thought, he could see the truth of what she claimed. He could see the truth of it in her damaged face and upon her body, the body that gave him the sons he desired, quickly and effortlessly and repeatedly. No matter her unappealing looks and a figure best left hidden beneath the draperies that her culture required her to wear, Yum had the single quality that all men prized in a wife, and Mohanad would want to safeguard it. "What am I to do?" Yum asked, casting her eyes downward with humility. "Tell me, Muni, and I promise you I'll do as you tell me." She knew she had won when he came to stand in front of the dressing-table's bench. He touched her hair, and she knew that afterwards, when they'd been to each other what they were meant to be, he would go to his mother and inform her that she was never again to make a single demand of the mother of his sons. He wrapped her braid round and round his wrist, and Yum knew that he would pull her head back and find her mouth and take her, even in the terrible heat of this terrible day, and after that— He jerked her head back brutally. "Mooney!" she cried. "You're hurting me!" He bent and examined her cheek. "See what she did to me?" Yum squirmed under his grip. He lifted her hand and examined it, and examined her nails. He used one of his own to prise out from beneath hers a bit of the blood and the skin from her own face. His lip curled in disgust. He flung her hand to one side and released his grip on her braid so suddenly that she would have fallen backwards from the bench had she not grabbed onto his leg. He disengaged her hands from him. "You're useless," he said. "All that's required of you is to live with my family in peace, and you can't manage that much." "I?" she demanded. "I can't manage." Go down and apologize to my mother at once." "I will not. She struck me. She struck your wife." "My wife!" He sneered when he said the word. "Deserved to be struck. You're lucky she hasn't struck you before." "What is this? Am I meant to be abused? Am I meant to be humiliated, treated like a dog?" "If you expect to be forgiven your duties to my mother because you've produced 2 children, think again. You'll do as she tells you. You'll do as I tell you. And you'll begin by taking your fat bum downstairs and apologizing to her." "I will not." "And after that you'll go outside and clean up the mess you've made in her garden." "I'll leave you," she said. "Go ahead." He laughed abruptly, not a friendly laugh at all. "Why do women always assume that their ability to reproduce should give them rights reserved for others? It takes no brains to put yourself in the club, Yum. You're expecting to be worshipped for something that takes as much talent as having a crap or a pea. Now get back to work, and don't bother me again." He strode to the door. She felt rigid, hot and cold at once. He was her husband. He had no right. She was going to give him yet another son. Even at this moment that son might be growing within her. And he loved her, adored her, worshipped her for the children she bore him and the woman she was, and he could not leave her, not now, not like this, not in an anger that might make him seek or want or turn to another or even think of... No, she would not allow it. She would not remain the focus of his anger. The words came in a rush. "I do my duty to you and to your family, and Mary Wood is the scorn of your parents and sister. They're spiteful and vicious to me. And why? Because I speak my mind. Because I am who I am. Because I don't hide behind a mask of sweetness and obedience. I don't lower my head and hold my tongue and pretend to be your father's perfect little virgin. Virgin! Her!" Yum hooted. "Well, in a few more weeks she won't be able to hide the truth underneath her garara, and then we'll see who knows what real duty is and who lives precisely as she wishes." Mohanad turned from the door. His face was a carving. "What are you saying?" Yum felt the relief. It was followed by triumph. She'd diverted a crisis between them. "I'm saying just what you think I'm saying. Your sister's pregnant, which is something everyone would have known if they weren't so intent on watching me all the time, just in case I make a move that they can give me a beating for." His eyes went opaque. She saw the ripple of muscles in his arm. She felt her lips want to draw back in a smile, but she maintained control. Precious Sala was in for it now. 4 ruined tomato plants were hardly worthy of discussion in the face of this familial disgrace. Mohanad jerked the door open. The force was so great that it crashed back against the wall and flew forward into his shoulder. He didn't flinch. "Where are you going?" Yum asked him. He didn't reply. He strode from the room and clattered down the stairs. In a moment she heard the roar of the Thunderbird, followed by the crackling of chippings from the driveway as its wheels spun wildly, flinging gravel against the sides of the car. She went to the window and saw him tearing down the street. "Oh, dear," she thought, and allowed herself to experience the smile that she'd stifled in her husband's presence. Poor little Sala was in for it now. Yum went to the bedroom door and shut it. How hot the day was, she thought, stretching her arms above her head. A woman in her childbearing years, she would be foolish to overexert herself in the sun. She would have a long, lovely rest before seeing to Warda's tiresome plants. "But, Em," Barbara said, "he's got it all, hasn't he? Motive, opportunity, and now the means. How long would it take him to walk from that house over to the marina? 15 minutes, 20? That's nothing, right? And the path from the house to the shore's so well marked that you can see it all the way from the boat hire, so he wouldn't even have needed a torch to show him the way. Which explains why we haven't been able to come up with a single witness who saw anyone on or near the Naze. Except Cliff Hegarty." Emily fired up the Ford. "Right, and he's practically handed us Theo Shaw on a platter, what with the story about the Marlick girl's pregnancy." Emily reversed out of the marina's car park. She didn't speak again until they were back on the lane leading into the town. Then she said, "Theo Shaw's not the only person who could have come to the marina and nicked one of Charlie's Zodiac's, Barb. Are you ready to discount Eastern imports, worldwide tours, Klaus Reuklein in Hamburg? How many of the things that tie Quarashi to Mohammed's dodgy business do you want to label coincidences? The phone calls to Reuklein's flat in Hamburg, the bill of lading from Eastern imports in the safe deposit box, Mohammed's early morning jaunt to that warehouse? What do we toss out, Barb? If Mohammed's got a dodgy business going, Barbara pointed out. Driving a lorry away from Eastern imports at 1 a.m, Emily reminded her. What's that connected to, if not something dodgy? Believe it, Barb, I know my man. They zoomed along the lane in the direction they'd come from, slowing as they re-entered the town. Emily braked at the corner of the high street and waited for a family to cross in front of the car. Laden with canvas chairs, plastic buckets, shovels and towels, they looked uniformly hot and unhappy as they straggled homeward from their day at the sea. Barbara pulled on her lip, seeing the beachgoers trudging past, but concentrating instead upon the case in hand. She knew that she couldn't rationally argue with Emily's logic. The DCI was perfectly right. There were too many flaming coincidences to be actual coincidences in the investigation. But she could not dismiss the fact that very nearly from the first, Theo Shaw had had a motive written above his head in neon, while, no matter his incendiary personality, Mohammed Malik had not. Nonetheless, Barbara backed away from a full-scale debate over the efficacy of heading to the mustard factory in lieu of making a dash for the pleasure pier. Despite her inclination to follow up on the possibilities presented by the proximity of Bulford Old Hall to the marina, she knew that neither she nor Emily had one piece of hard evidence to pin on anyone. Without an eyewitness to anything except a shadowy figure on the top of the naze, and with only a list of curious phone calls and a tangle of circumstantial bits and pieces to go on, their only hope for an arrest was going to be to dig up an incriminating detail that would implicate one of the men under suspicion, or to trip someone up in an interview that would reveal guilt where innocence had been avowed. With a search warrant in their hands, it did make more sense to pursue the factory end of the business. At least the factory presented the hope of digging up something that could lead to an arrest. A sojourn to the pier didn't promise much more than plodding through what they already knew and had already heard, hoping this time to listen with more discerning ears to whatever tale was told. Still, she persisted. That bracelet did say life begins now. He could have meant to marry her, only to have Quarashi get in the way. Emily gave her an incredulous glance. Theo Shaw marry the Malik girl? Not on your life. His grandmother would have cut him off without a penny. No, it was to Theo Shaw's advantage that Haytham Quarashi came along. Quarashi was Theo's best bet to be rid of Sala without fuss. If anything, he had every reason to want Haytham Quarashi to stay alive. They spun along the esplanade. They left bicycle riders, pedestrians, and rollerbladers behind them as they veered inland by the Coast Guard station and cruised along Hall Lane towards the elbow that became Naze Park Road. Emily pulled into the bedraggled industrial estate. She took the search warrant from the glove compartment and said, "Ah, here are the boys." The boys were the 8 members of the squad whose pagers the DCI had instructed Belinda Warner to ring from the station. They'd been ordered from their current activities, everything from verifying Jerry DeWitt's alibi to contacting all of the owners of beach huts in an attempt to corroborate Trevor Ruddock's untold tale about petty burglary, in order to take part in the search of the factory. They were lounging about outside the old brick building, smoking, attempting to beat the heat with cans of Coke and bottles of water. They joined Emily and Barbara at the ford, the smokers prudently crushing out their fags before they approached. Emily instructed them to wait for her word, and she went into reception. Barbara followed. Sala Malik was not behind the desk. Instead, the reception area was occupied by a middle-aged woman, scarved and gowned, who was seeing to the day's post. She greeted Emily's presentation of the search warrant by excusing herself hastily and disappearing into the administrative office just beyond reception. In a moment, Ian Armstrong was hurrying towards them, with the temporary receptionist hanging behind at a safe distance to watch his confrontation with the police. Armstrong came through the door, said, "Detective Chief Inspector, Sergeant," and nodded to both of them in turn. He dug into the breast pocket of his jacket. For a moment Barbara thought he intended to present them with a legal document of his own, but he brought forth a crumpled handkerchief and blotted his forehead with it. "Mr. Marlick isn't here. He's paying a call on Agatha Shaw. She's in hospital. A stroke, I'm told. How may I help you? Cawthon told me that you're requesting—" Emily cut in with, "It's not a request," and she showed him the document. He swallowed. "Oh, dear. With Mr. Marlick not here at the moment, I'm afraid I can't allow—" "Allowing or not allowing isn't your option, Mr. Armstrong," Emily told him. "Gather your people outside." "But we're mixing product at the moment." He spoke weakly, as if he knew his protest was futile, but felt compelled to make one anyway. "This is a delicate stage of the operation, as we're working on a new sauce, and Mr. Marlick was quite firm in instructing our mixers." He cleared his throat. "If you can give us a half hour, perhaps a bit more." In answer, Emily went to the door. She stuck her head out and said, "Let's get on with it." But... Ian Armstrong wrung his hands and looked imploringly at Barbara, seeking an advocate. "Surely you have to tell me, give me some indication of what is it exactly that you're looking for, as I'm the one in charge in the absence of the Marlicks." Emily said sharply, "Mohanned's not here either?" "Well, of course he is. I mean, he was earlier. I had assumed... He goes home for lunch." Armstrong cast an agonized glance at the outer door as Emily's team came striding through it. She'd chosen the biggest and burliest men available, knowing that at least 1/4 of the power of search and seizure was intimidation. Ian Armstrong took one look at the assembling crowd of police officers, and obviously decided that discretion was the better part of whatever else he'd had in mind. He said, "Oh, dear." Emily said, "Clear your people out of the building, Mr. Armstrong." Emily's team spread throughout the factory. While the employees gathered on the cracked tarmac, fanning out from the front door, the detectives divided themselves among the administration offices, the shipping department, the production area, and the storage facility. They were seeking what could be shipped from the factory in the guise of product, or tucked among the packed bottles and jars: drugs, hardcore or child pornography, weapons, explosives, counterfeit money, jewels. The team was elbow-deep into the search when Emily's mobile sounded. She and Barbara were in the warehouse, searching through boxes that stood on the loading dock ready for shipment. The mobile phone was attached to the waistband of Emily's trousers, and when it rang, she snapped it off, and, clearly annoyed at having so far found nothing within the factory, barked her name into the mouthpiece. From her place on the other side of the loading dock, Barbara heard Emily's end of the conversation. It consisted of, "Barlow here." "Yes?" "God damn it, Billy, I'm in the middle of something. What the hell is it?" "Right, that's what I ordered, and that's what I want. That bloke's intent on doing a runner, and the minute you let him out of your sight, he's going to do one." "He what? Have you had a good look? Everywhere?" "Yes, I can hear him babbling. What's he on about?" "Stolen? Since yesterday? Bullshit. I want him back at the Nick. Directly. I don't care if he pees in his pants. I want him under my thumb." She snapped the phone off and looked at Barbara. "Kumar," she said. "A problem? What the fuck else?" Emily scowled, looking at the shipping boxes that they'd opened, but obviously with her mind miles away from the factory. "I told D.C. Honigman to collect Kumar's papers when he returned him to Clacton. Passport, immigration documents, work permits, the lot. So he wouldn't do a runner in case we need to talk to him again, I remember," Barbara said. And that was Honigman on the blower. It seems that our little Asian worm doesn't have any papers in Clacton at all. According to Honigman, he appears to be claiming that they were stolen while he was in the Nick last night." She shoved the mobile back onto the waistband of her trousers. Barbara considered this information in light of everything else they knew, what they had seen and what they had heard. Quarashi had immigration papers in the Barclays safe deposit box, didn't he, Em? Is there a connection in that? And even if there is there also a connection here? She gestured round the shipping department. "That," Emily said, "is exactly what I intend to find out." She stepped off the shipping dock. Keep with the search, Bob. And if Marlick shows his mug, drag him over to the Nick for a natter. And if he doesn't show up, then check at his home, run him to ground. Find him one way or the other, and bring him in. After the cops returned him to the industrial estate, Cliff Hegarty decided to officially declare himself on holiday for the rest of the afternoon. He used a sheet of polythene to cover his current distraction, a jigsaw puzzle under construction featuring a large and pendulously breasted woman, together with a small elephant in a most fascinating, if physiologically impossible, pose, and he packed his tools away in their stainless steel chests. He swept up the fine sawdust, polished the surface of his display cabinets, emptied and washed the tea mugs, and locked his door. He hummed contentedly all the while. He'd done his part to bring Haytham's killer to justice. True, he hadn't come forward at once, like he might have done on last Friday night, when he'd seen poor Hayth go head over arse down the face of the Naze, but at least he knew he would have come forward had circumstances been different. Besides, he hadn't been thinking only of himself in hanging back from making a statement to the Rozzers. There was Haytham to think of as well. Had Cliff made it known that the murder victim had gone to the Naze for a bit of brown, what would it have done to the bloke's reputation? No sense in tarring him once he was gone, was Cliff's way of thinking about it. And there had been Jerry to consider as well. What was the point in stirring up a hornet's nest of worry in Jer when it wasn't the least bit necessary? Jer talked about fidelity all the time, like he really believed in his heart of hearts that being true to one's lover was the #1 topic on his mind. But the real truth was that Jer was scared shitless about HIV. He'd been getting himself tested 3 times a year since the scare began, and what he believed was that plugging only one bloke for the rest of his life was the key to survival. If he knew that Cliff had been doing the business with Haytham Quarashi, he'd only worry himself into a state and probably bring on symptoms of some crazy disease that he didn't even have in the first place. Besides, Haytham always took precautions. Hell, there were times when taking it in the arse from Haytham was so antiseptic that Cliff had found himself tossing round the idea of setting up something with a third bucking bronco, just to add a bit of salt to the mash. Not that he would have done it, mind you, but there were times, just now and then, when Hayth would wrestle with that flaming Durex for about 10 seconds too long for Cliff's liking. However, those days were now behind him. Cliff made this decision as he strode to the car. Across the rutted lane he could see 6 police cars sitting in front of the mustard factory, and he gave thanks that his party in the investigation was now at an end. He'd head for home and forget about it all, he decided. He'd had a close call, and he'd be a real boofhead if he didn't see what had happened in the past few days as a gilt-edged invitation from on high to turn over a new leaf. He found himself whistling as he drove south through Balford, buzzing along the seafront, then cruising up the High Street. His life was definitely looking up. With the Haytham business completely behind him, and his head finally straight on what he intended to do with the rest of his life, he knew he was ready to devote himself to Jerry. They'd been through a bad patch, him and Jer, but that's all it was, plain and simple. He'd had to bring to bear all the fancy dancing he knew in order to convince Jerry that his suspicions were groundless. He'd begun his efforts at placation by using anger. When his lover had brought up the idea of being tested for HIV, Cliff's response had been outrage, finely tuned to illustrate that a grievous blow had been dealt him. "Are we going to have this one again, Jer?" he demanded that morning in the kitchen. "I'm not cheating on you, okay? Jesus Christ, how do you think it feels?" "You think HIV can't touch you?" Jerry was the maddening voice of reason, as always. "But it can and it will. Have you watched anyone die of AIDS, Cliff, or do you leave the cinema when that scene comes on?" "Is there something wrong with your hearing, mate? I said I'm not cheating. If you don't believe me, maybe you ought to tell me why." "I'm not stupid, okay? I work days at the pier, I work nights at that house. Want to tell me what you do while I'm gone?" Cliff had felt ice running in his veins. So close was Jerry coming to the truth, but he'd rallied well enough. "You want to tell me what you're on about? What's your point? Just spit it out, Jer." This demand had been a calculated risk. But in Cliff's experience, the time to bluff was when he had absolutely no idea what cards his opponent was holding. In this case, he knew what Jerry's suspicions were, and the only way he could sway Jerry to see those suspicions as groundless was to force them into the open in order to beat them down with a decent display of righteous rage. "Go on, then. Spit it all out, Jerry." "OK, all right. You go out when I'm working nights, and we haven't been doing it like we used to. I know the signs, Cliff. Something's going on." "Shit, I fucking do not believe this. You expect me to sit here and wait for you, right? But I can't sit here with nothing to do. I start climbing the walls. So I go out, I have a walk, I take a drive, I have a drink and never say die, or I work on a special order at the shop. Do you want some proof for all this? Should I get the barmaid to write me a note? How about setting up a time clock at the distraction so I could punch in and out for you?" This explosion achieved a nice effect. Jerry's voice altered, a subtle gentling that told Cliff he was well on his way to having the upper hand. "I'm saying that if we need to get tested, we need to get tested. Knowing the truth is better than living a death sentence without even knowing it." Jerry's alteration in tone told Cliff that an escalation of his own passion would douse even more of his lover's. "Great! So get tested if you want to, but don't expect me to do the same, because I don't need a test, because I'm not bloody cheating. If you're going to start sifting through my business, though, I sure as hell can do the same to you, and just as easy, believe me." He raised his voice further. "You're gone all day on the pier, aren't you, and half the bleeding night pounding away on some bloke's house, if, by the way, that's what you're really pounding on." "Hang on," Jerry said. "What's that supposed to mean? We need the money, and as far as I know, there's only one legal way to get it." "Right, fine. Work all you want, if that's what you're doing. But don't expect me to be like you. I got to have breathing room, and if every time I need to have space you're going to think I'm fucking some bloke in a public loo. You go to the square on market days, Cliff." "Christ, Jesus, that really cuts it. How else am I going to do the shopping if I don't go to the square on market days?" "The temptation's there, and both of us know how you are round temptation." "Sure we know, and let's both get straight on why we know." Jerry's face grew red. Cliff knew that he was inches away from scoring the definitive goal in this verbal football match they were engaged in. "Remember me?" he taunted. "I'm the poofter you met in the Market Square loo when taking precautions wasn't near as important as buggering any bloke willing to have you." "That's in the past," Jerry responded defensively. "Yeah, and let's have a look at the past. You liked your cottaging days as much as I did. Giving blokes the eye, slipping into the loo, doing the business on them without even finding out their names. Only I don't wave those days in front of your face when you don't act like I want you to do, and I don't take you through an inquisition if you stop by the Market Square for 5 minutes to pick up lettuce, if that's what you're picking up, by the way. Hang on, Cliff. No, you hang on. Cheating works both ways, and you're out more nights than me. I already said I'm working. Right, working. And you know how I feel about fidelity. I know what you say about fidelity, and there's a hell of a lot of difference between what blokes say and what they feel. I figured you might understand that, Jer. I guess I was wrong." And that had been that. Deflated when his argument had been turned against him, Jerry'd backed off. He'd sulked for a while, but he wasn't a man who liked to be at odds with anyone, so he'd ended up apologizing for his suspicions. Cliff hadn't accepted the apology initially. He'd said gloomily, "I don't know, Jerry. How can we live in peace together, in harmony, like you always said you wanted, when we get into rows like this?" To which Jerry had said, "Forget it. It's the heat. It's getting to me or something. I'm not thinking straight." Thinking straight was what everything was all about in the end, and Cliff was finally doing that. He shot along the country road between Great Holland and Clacton, where the summer wheat languished under a sky that hadn't produced a drop of rain in 4 scorching weeks. And he realized that what was called for now was a rededication of the self to another. Everyone received a wake-up call sometime during his life. The key was to recognize that call for what it was and to know how to answer it. His answer would be straightforward fidelity from this time on. Jerry DeVitt, after all, was a good enough bloke. He had a decent job. He had a house 5 steps from the Sand in Jaywick. He had a boat and a motorcycle as well. Cliff could do a lot worse for a permanent situation than hooking up with Jerry. Hell, Cliff's past was a veritable study on that point. And if Jerry was a bit of a bore sometimes, if his compulsion for neatness and promptness began to wear against one's natural grain now and then, if he clung too closely so that one wanted to swat him into the next time zone every once in a while, weren't these in reality small inconveniences compared to what Jerry had to offer in return? Certainly. At least they seemed to be. Cliff turned along the sea front in Clacton, spinning along King's Parade. He always hated this stretch of going home. A line of seedy old buildings nudging the shore, a score of ancient hotels and decrepit nursing homes. He hated the sight of the doddering pensioners clinging to their zimmers with nothing to look forward to and only the past to talk about. Every time he saw them and the environment in which they lived, he renewed his vow never to be among them. He'd die first, he always told himself, before he ended his life this way. And always, as he came in sight of the first of the nursing establishments, his foot pressed down on his old deux chevaux accelerator, and his eyes shifted to the undulating mass of the grey-green North Sea. Today was no different. If anything, it was worse than usual. The heat had brought the pensioners out of their caves in herds. They were a bobbing, teetering, careening mass of shiny, bald heads, blue hair, and bulging varicose veins, and traffic along the shore was halted, so Cliff was treated to a lingering look at what the happy, golden years of old age had in store for the unfortunate. Restlessly he tapped the car's steering wheel as he watched them. Ahead he could see the flashing lights of an ambulance. No, 2, or was it 3? Brilliant! A lorry had probably ploughed right into a group of them. And now he was going to be treated to a nice long sit as the paramedics sorted out the living from the dead. Not that they all weren't half dead already. Why did people continue to live when it was so clear that their lives were useless? Shit! Traffic was going nowhere, and he was parched with thirst. If he drove with 2 of his wheels on the pavement, he could make it up to Queensway and cut into the town from there. He went for it. He had to use the horn to clear the way, and he was treated to a few raised fists, 1 tossed apple, and some shouts of protest, but he gave 2 fingers to anyone who hassled him, and he made it to Queensway and headed away from the shore. This was definitely better, he thought. He'd criss-cross through town. He'd drop back to the shore just beyond Clacton Pier, and then he'd have only a quick jaunt from there to Jaywick Sands. Moving along again, he began to consider what he and Jerry could do to celebrate his conversion to monogamy and lifelong fidelity. Naturally, Jerry couldn't know that's what they were celebrating, since Cliff had been smiting the air, if that's what the word was, with major protestations of his fidelity for years. But a subtle celebration was certainly in order, and afterwards, with a little wine, an iced steak, a fresh green salad, some lovely veg, and a jacket potato oozing butter. Well, Cliff knew that he could make Jerry DeVitt forget any suspicions he might have ever entertained about his lover's roving eye. Cliff would have to dream up some phony reason why they were having a celebration, of course, but there was time to think of that before Jerry came home. Cliff zipped into the traffic on Holland Road, turning west in the direction of the railway tracks. He'd shoot beyond the tracks and make his next turn into Oxford Road, which would eventually take him back towards the sea. The scenery was grotty as hell going this way, nothing but dusty industrial estates and a couple of recreation grounds long gone the colour of straw in the deadly continuing summer heat. But looking at filthy bricks and dying lawns was a damn sight more appealing than watching the old farts down by the shore. "OK," he thought, as he drove along, one arm out the window and the other hand resting easily on the steering wheel. What to tell Jer about the celebration? A big new order came into the distractions? What about a legacy left by old Aunt Mabel, or perhaps an anniversary of some sort? That last sounded nice, an anniversary, but was there anything special or significant about today's date? Cliff considered the question. When had he and Jerry met? He couldn't remember the year without effort, much less the day or the month, and since they'd first done it the day they'd met, he couldn't exactly offer that momentous occasion as a point of celebration either, They'd moved in together, or at least Cliff had moved into Jerry's digs, in the month of March, because the wind was blowing like a bitch that day, so they must have met sometime in February. Except that didn't seem right, because it was cold as frozen shit in February, and he couldn't imagine having it off with anyone in the Market Square toilet in the February cold. He did have some standards, after all, and one of them was not freezing off his jewels in the name of getting his rocks off with some good-looking bugger who gave him the eye. And since he and Jerry had indeed met in the Market Square, and since meeting had led directly to doing the business, and since that had led to living together in fairly short order, he knew that March as the move-in date must not be the right month at all. Shit! What was happening to his memory, Cliff wondered. Jez was like a steel trap and always had been. Cliff sighed. That was the problem with Jer, wasn't it? He never forgot a single flaming thing. If he only did have the occasional lapse of memory, like who was where and at what time of night, Cliff wouldn't be searching his brain at the moment trying to come up with something to celebrate. In fact, the whole idea of having to have a celebration instead of just getting on with life left one feeling just a bit aggrieved. After all, if Jerry had 1 single milligram of trust in his body, Cliff wouldn't be in the position of trying to placate him. He wouldn't be trying to worm his way into Jerry's good graces, because he'd never have been out of his graces in the first place. That was the other problem with Jer, wasn't it? One had to try so bloody hard with a bloke. A single wrong word, a night or a morning or an afternoon when one just didn't feel like doing it with him, and all of a sudden the whole relationship was under the flippin' microscope. Cliff turned left into Oxford Road, feeling a bit more peeved at his lover. The road ran parallel to the railway, separated from it by another dingy industrial estate. Cliff glanced at the grimy, soot-stained bricks, and he realised that that's exactly how a go-round of the gilts with Jerry made him feel. Dirty, like he was something unclean and nasty, while Jer was as pure as rainwater in Switzerland. Like that was really the case or something, Cliff thought scornfully. Everyone had weak spots, and Jerry had his. For all Cliff knew, his lover was shagging sheep on the side. He wouldn't really have put it past him. At the bottom of Oxford Road, 2 other roads met in the apex of a triangle. These were Carnarvon and Wellesley. The latter led to Pier Avenue, the former to the Marine Parade, and both of them led to the sea. Cliff paused here, his hand on the gear lever, not so much considering which direction he wanted to set off, as in considering the manner in which the last few days had played out in his life. OK, so Jerry had gone a bit rough with him. It wasn't like he didn't deserve it. On the other hand, Jerry always went a bit rough when he got his teeth into a subject. He couldn't ever just let it go. And when he didn't have his teeth into something, some shortcoming of Cliff's that he felt needed an adjustment right now, he was all over him like a rash, looking for reassurance that he was loved and treasured and wanted, and... Shit! Sometimes living with Jerry felt like living with a clinging woman. It was all long, meaningful silences that had to be interpreted just so. Soulful sighs that were supposed to signal God only knew what, nuzzles on the neck that were meant to be taken as foreplay, and here was the worst, and it made him crazy, that stiff dick poking against him in the morning, telling him what someone's expectations were. And he hated anyone's expectations. He hated knowing that they were there like unspoken questions he was supposed to answer immediately. When Jerry prodded him with his prong, there were times that Cliff just wanted to smash him in the face, wanted to shout, "You want something, Jer? Then just fucking say it for once!" But he never said anything directly, did Jerry. Only when he accused was he finally direct. And that, above all, really pissed Cliff off. It made him want to strike out, do things, break things, and hurt someone bad. He saw that without thinking he'd taken the right side of that triangle, whose apex was created by Carnarvon and Wellesley roads. Without realising where he was going, he'd driven to Clacton Market Square. He'd even pulled to the curb in much the same fugue in which he'd made the turn. "Whoa," he told himself. "Hang on here, son." He grasped the steering wheel and stared beyond the windscreen. Someone had hung bunting above the market since his last visit, and the arrowhead banners of blue, red and white all fanned out from a single small building at the square's far edge, as if with the intention of directing the gaze of every shopper to the public conveniences, a low brick building on which the sign Gents seemed to shimmer in the heat. Cliff swallowed. Christ, but he was thirsty. He could get a bottle of water in the market square, or a juice of some kind, or a Coke. And while he was here, he could also do most of the shopping as well. He'd have to pop round the butcher's for the steak, and although he'd previously been thinking that he could get the rest of the meal from the grocery in Jaywick, didn't it really make a hell of a lot more sense to buy everything here, where the food was fresh and the air one breathed was fresh as well? He could get salad and the veg and potatoes, and if he had the time, which he obviously had because he'd taken a half-holiday, right, he could browse through the stalls and see if there was something special to give as a peace offering to Jer. Not that he would know it was a peace offering, of course. And anyway, he was so fucking thirsty that he had to get something to drink before he drove another mile. So even if he didn't do the shopping here, he could find something to soothe the fire in his throat. He shoved open the door, kicked it shut behind him, and strode confidently into the market square. He found the water he was looking for, and he drank down the bottle in one long go. God, he actually felt almost human again. He looked for a rubbish bin for the empty. That's when he noticed that Plucky, the scarf seller, was having a special sale of his phony designer ties, scarves, and handkerchiefs. Now that would do for a gift for Jer. Cliff wouldn't have to say where he bought it, would he? He began to weave over to the stall, where the brightly coloured bits hung on a line fastened with plastic clothes pegs. There were scarves of every size and design, arranged with Plucky's usual attention to artistic detail. He did them in gradations of colour, did Plucky, working from a paint wheel that he'd nicked from the local ironmonger's. Cliff fingered through them. He liked the feeling of their slickness against his skin. He wanted to bury his face in them because it seemed to him, in the god-awful heat, as if they'd cool him like a mountain stream. And even then, nice, aren't they? The voice came from his right, at the juncture of two of the stall's corners. A table there was laid out with boxes of handkerchiefs, and standing in front of them was a bloke in the sort of abbreviated muscle T-shirt that cut in from the shoulders and revealed his well-developed pectorals. The shirt revealed his nipples as well, Cliff noted, and one of them was pierced. Christ, but he was a looker, Cliff thought. Awesome shoulders, just a nip of a waist, and wearing running shorts so short and so excruciatingly tight that it made Cliff shift his weight uncomfortably as his body registered its reaction to what his eyes were seeing in front of him. All it would take was giving this bloke the look. All it would take was locking eyes onto eyes and saying something like, "Dead nice they are." After that a smile, eyes still locked on eyes, and the willingness would be revealed. But there were vegetables to be bought for the dinner, he reminded himself. There was salad to be purchased, potatoes to take home and bake. There was the dinner to concern himself with, the dinner for Jerry, their celebration of unity, fidelity, and lifelong monogamy. Only Cliff couldn't take his eyes off this bloke. He was tan and fit, and his muscles gleamed in the afternoon sun. He looked just like a sculpture come to life. Jesus, Cliff thought, why couldn't Jerry ever look like this? Still the other man waited for a response. As if he could sense the conflict in Cliff, he offered a smile. He said, "Bloody hot today, isn't it? But I love it hot. What about you?" Christ, Cliff thought. Oh, God. Damn that Jerry. He would always cling, he would always demand, he would always examine with his microscope and trot out his endless flaming questions. Why couldn't he ever just trust a bloke? Didn't he see what he could drive someone to? Cliff flicked his glance to the toilets across the square, and then his gaze went back to the other. "Can't get hot enough for me," he said. And then he sauntered, because he knew he sauntered better than anything, over to the gents. Chapter 25. The last thing Emily wanted to put up with was yet another in-your-face with one of the Asians. But when D.C. Honigman brought a quivering Fard Kumar back to the Nick for another session in the interview room, Muhammad Malik's cousin was right on the D.C.'s heels. Kumar took one look at Emily and began spewing the same sort of mindless gibberish he'd engaged in on the previous day. Honigman gripped the bloke at the armpit, gave a little twist to the skin he had hold of, and growled at him to stow his mumbo-jumbo, which did absolutely nothing to quiet the man. Emily ordered the DC to toss the Asian into a cell until she could deal with him, and Taimullah Azar confronted her. She wasn't in the mood to be confronted. She'd arrived back at the station to yet another phone call from Ferguson, demanding chapter and verse on her search of the mustard factory. He was about as pleased with the news that she'd turned up nothing as she herself had been. His real concern, of course, was not so much the murder of Haytham Qureshi as the outcome of his scheduled interview for the Assistant Chief Constable's position. And what underlay his questions and comments was the fact that he faced the selection panel in less than 48 hours, and he wanted to face it flush with triumph at having the Balford murder resolved. He said, "Paolo, good Christ, what's going on? I'm hearing sod bloody all from you to tell me that you lot aren't chasing your tails over there. You know the routine, don't you? Or do I have to recite it? If you can't guarantee me a suspect by tomorrow morning, I'm sending Presley over." Emily knew that she was supposed to quake with fear at the threat, after which she was supposed to produce a candidate for arrest. Any bloody candidate, thank you very much, in order to give Ferguson the opportunity to paint himself in the most positive light for the muckety-mucks who held his promotion in the balance. But she was too incensed to play the game. Having to deal with yet another of Ferguson's obsessive attempts to have his professional feathers oiled made her want to crawl through the telephone line and kick the superintendent's arse black and blue. So she said, "Send Presley over, Don. Send half a dozen DCIs with him if you think that'll make you look good to the committee, but just get off my back, all right?" And having said that, she slammed down the phone. Which was the moment that Belinda Warner passed along the unwelcome information that one of the Pakistanis was in reception, insisting upon having a word with her, which was why she was facing Taimullah Azar now. He'd followed DC Honigman to Clacton when Emily had refused to allow him to escort Fard Kumar back to his digs himself. Distrusting the honour of the police in general, and of Balford DCI in particular, he'd intended to plant himself outside Kumar's boarding house till Honigman departed, whereupon he meant to check on the Pakistani man's condition, mental, emotional, physical, and otherwise. So, waiting on the street for the detective constable's departure, he'd seen Honigman with Kumar in tow once again, and he'd trailed them back to the nick. "Mr. Kumar was weeping," he told Emily. "It's quite obvious that he's under considerable strain. You'll agree that once again it's essentially his—" Emily cut into the song and dance about legalities. She said impatiently, "Mr. Azar, Fard Kumar is in this country illegally. I expect you know what that does to his rights." Azar looked alarmed at this sudden turn of events. He said, "Are you saying that his current detention has nothing to do with the murder of Mr. Qureshi?" "What I'm saying is what I've already said. He's not a visitor, he's not a working holiday-maker, he's not a domestic servant, a student, or somebody's spouse. He has no rights." "I see," Azar said. But he wasn't a man to admit defeat, as Emily quickly realised when he went on, "And how do you plan to make this point clear to him?" Blast the bloody man, Emily thought. He stood there in front of her, sang-froid incarnate, and despite his nanosecond of alarm a moment earlier, and calmly waited for her to draw the only conclusion that she could draw from the fact that Fard Kumar spoke practically no English. She cursed herself for having sent Professor Siddiqui on his way back to London. Even if she got D.C. Hesketh on the mobile, by this time they'd probably be all the way to Wanstead. She'd lose at least another 2 hours that she could ill afford to lose if she ordered him to turn round and bring the professor back to Balford for another session with Kumar. And this is exactly what Taimullah Azar was betting that she didn't want to do. She thought about what she'd learned about him in the report from London. SO11 had deemed him worth watching, but the intelligence gathered hadn't fingered him for anything more serious than adultery and abandonment. Neither act portrayed him in a flattering light, but neither was criminal. Had that been the case, everyone from the Prince of Wales to St. Botolph's drunks would be shopped for a few years, deserving or not. Besides, as Barbara Havers had pointed out a day earlier, Taimullah Azar wasn't involved in this business directly, and nothing Emily had read about him indicated a brotherhood with the Asian underworld represented by his cousin. Even if that weren't the case, what bloody choice did she have between waiting for Siddiqui and attempting to get to the truth right now? None at all, as far as she could see. She lifted a monitory finger and held it inches away from the Asian man's face. She said, "Come with me. But make one wrong move, Mr. Azar, and I'll have you charged as accessory after the fact." "The fact of what?" he inquired blandly. "Oh, I think you know the answer to that." The avenues were on the other side of town from the mustard factory, backing onto the Bolford golf course. There were several routes one could take to get there, but Barbara chose the way along the sea. She took with her one of the biggest detective constables who'd come to search the factory, a bloke called Reg Park, who did the driving and looked as if he'd happily go 2 or 3 rounds with anyone who didn't step lively should he make the suggestion that a jig was called for. Muhammad Malik, Barbara decided, was not going to be happy with her invitation to take a drive to the local constabulary for a confab with DCI Barlow. Despite the hours he'd been spending there in the past few days, she had little doubt that he clung to the Victorian bricks of the Bolford Nick only when it was his own idea. So DC Reg Park was her insurance policy, guaranteeing Malik's cooperation. She kept an eye peeled for the Asian's turquoise Thunderbird as they drove. He'd not shown up during the search of the factory, nor had he phoned to check in or to give his whereabouts to anyone. Ian Armstrong hadn't found this curious behaviour, though. When Barbara queried him on the point, he'd explained that as director of sales, Muhammad Malik was often out of the factory for hours, if not days at a time. There were conferences to attend, food shows to organise, advertising to arrange, and sales to stimulate. His job was not production-oriented, so his presence at the factory was less essential than were his efforts out on the road. Which is where Barbara was searching for him, as she and DC Park buzzed along the shore front. He could have been out on company business, true, but a phone call from Worldwide Tours or Klaus Reutlein could have taken him out on other business as well. She didn't see the turquoise car on their route, however, and when DC Park slowed in front of the Malik's enormous, half-timbered, many-gabled house on the other side of town, there was also no Thunderbird in its pebbly driveway. Still, she instructed the DC to pull to the curb. The absence of Muhammad Malik's car didn't necessarily equate with the absence of the man himself. "Let's give it a go," she told Park, "but be ready to have to strong-arm this bloke if he's here, OK?" DC Park looked as if the idea of having to strong-arm a suspect was just the ticket to make his afternoon complete. He grunted in a simian fashion that matched his overlong arms and pugilist's chest. The detective constable lumbered up the front path behind her. This curved between 2 herbaceous borders, which, despite the heat and the hosepipe ban, flourished with lavender, campion, and phlox. To keep the flowers alive in the oppressive heat and sun, Barbara knew that someone had to be lovingly watering the plants by hand each day. No one was stirring behind the diamond-paned windows on either of the house's 2 floors. But when Barbara rang the bell next to the heavy front door, someone inside opened what went for a peephole in the oak, a small square aperture that was covered with fancy grillwork. It was a bit like visiting a cloister, Barbara thought, and the image was further cemented in her mind by the dim form she saw on the other side of the aperture. This was a veiled woman. She said, "Yes?" Barbara rustled up her warrant card and held it at the opening, introducing herself. She said, "Muhammad Malik, we'd like a word with him, please." The aperture shut smartly. Inside the house a bolt was drawn and the door swung open. They were face to face with a middle-aged woman standing in the shadows. She wore a long skirt, a tunic buttoned to her throat and her wrists, and a headscarf that swathed everything from her forehead to her shoulders in yards of deep blue, so blue as to be nearly black in the muted light of the entry. She said, "What do you want with my son?" "Mrs. Malik, then?" Barbara didn't wait for a response. "May we come in, please?" The woman evaluated this request, perhaps for its propriety, because she looked from Barbara to her companion, and she made the greater study of him. She said, "Muhammad isn't here." "Mr. Armstrong said he'd come home for lunch and not returned." "He was here, yes, but he left. An hour ago? Perhaps longer?" She inflected these last two phrases as if they were questions. "You're not certain when he left? Do you know where he went? May we come in, please?" Again the woman looked at D.C. Park. She drew her scarf high and closer round her neck. At this, Barbara suddenly realized how unlikely it was that the Asian woman had ever entertained, if a visit from the police could qualify as entertaining, a Western man in her home without her husband present. Thus she added, "D.C. Park will wait in the garden. He was admiring your flowers anyway, weren't you, Reg?" The detective constable gave another grunt. He stepped off the porch and said, "Give a shout, right?" to Barbara with a meaningful nod. He flexed his cigar-sized fingers, and doubtless would have gone on to crack his knuckles had Barbara not said, "Thanks, constable," with her own meaningful nod at the sun-drenched flower beds behind them. D.C. Park safely out of the way, Mrs. Marlick took a step back from the door. Barbara interpreted this as her form of dusting off the welcome mat, and she ducked inside the house before the other woman had the opportunity to withdraw the invitation. Mrs. Marlick made a gesture towards a room on their left, which, by means of an archway, opened off the vestibule in which they stood. This was obviously the main sitting-room. Barbara stopped in the centre and turned to face Mrs. Marlick across an expanse of brightly flowered, fitted carpet. She noted with some surprise that there were no pictures on any of the walls. Rather, they were hung with samplers filled with Arabic writing, each of them embroidered and framed in gold. Above the fireplace hung a painting of a cube-shaped building, backed with an azure, cloud-filled sky. Beneath this painting sat the room's only photographs, and Barbara sauntered over to examine these. One featured Mohammed and his hugely pregnant wife, arms round each other's waist and a picnic basket at their feet. Another showed Salah and Haytham Qureshi posing on the front porch of yet another half-timbered house. The rest were of children, 2 little boys in a variety of poses, alone or with each other, dressed only in nappies or bundled up to their eyebrows against the cold. "The grandkids?" Barbara asked, turning from the fireplace. She saw that Mrs. Marlick hadn't yet entered the room. She was watching her from the vestibule, keeping to the shadows in a way that suggested either secrecy, stealth, or an attack of nerves. Barbara realized that she had only the woman's word for it that Mohammed was no longer in the house. Her senses went on the alert. She said, "Where's your son, Mrs. Marlick? Is he still here?" Mrs. Marlick said, "No, as I said, no." And as if a change in behaviour would underscore this answer, she joined Barbara, pulling her scarf closer to her head and throat again. In the better light, Barbara could see that the hand which held the scarf at her throat was abraded and bruised. Noting this, she raised her eyes to the woman's face, and saw much the same abrading and bruising there. She said, "What's happened to you? Has someone roughed you up?" "No, of course not. I fell in the garden. My skirt caught on something." And as if she wished to illustrate this point, she gathered up a handful of the skirt's material, and showed where it was indeed quite filthy, as if she'd taken a fall and remained writhing on the ground to savour the sensation for a while. "No one gets battered falling in the garden," Barbara said. "Alas, I do," the woman replied. "As I said before, my son isn't at home, but I expect him back before the children eat this evening. He doesn't miss their meals if he can help it. If you would like to call back then, Mohammed will be happy." "You don't speak for Mooney," another woman's voice said. Barbara swung round to see that Mohammed's wife had come down the stairs. She, too, was abraded in the face, and long scratches down her left cheek suggested a fight. A fight with another woman, Barbara concluded, since she knew only too well that when men fought they used their fists. She gave another speculative glance to Mrs. Marlick's injuries. She considered how the relationship between the 2 women might be turned to her advantage. "Only Mohammed's wife speaks for Mohammed," the younger woman announced. And that, Barbara decided quickly, might be a blessing in disguise. "He says," Taimullah Azar reported, "that his papers were stolen. They were in his chest of drawers yesterday. He claims that he informed you of this when you were in his room, and when the detective constable asked for those papers this afternoon, he went to fetch them from the drawer, only to find they were missing." Emily was on her feet for the interrogation this time, in the airless cupboard that went for one of the station's 2 interview rooms. The tape recorder was running on the table, and after switching it on, she had planted herself by the door. From this location she was able to look down upon Fard Kumar, which was useful in establishing for the man who had possession of the power and who hadn't. Taimullah Azar sat at the end of the table that served as one of the room's 4 pieces of furniture, with Kumar at his right on the table's far side. So far, he had at least appeared to be relaying to his fellow Pakistani only what Emily allowed him to relate. They had begun the interview with another round of babbling on the part of Kumar. He'd been on the floor of the room when they'd entered, crouched into one of its corners like a mouse who knows that the final swipe of the cat's paw is imminent. He looked beyond Emily and Azar, as if seeking another member of their party. When it became apparent to him that they constituted the whole of his inquisitors, he began the gibberish. Emily had demanded to know what he was saying. Azar had listened closely without comment for some 30 seconds before replying. "He's paraphrasing parts of the Quran. He's saying that among the people of Al-Madinah there are hypocrites whom Muhammad doesn't know. He's saying that they'll be chastised and doomed." "Tell him to stow it," Emily said. Azar said something gently to the man, but Kumar continued in much the same vein. "Others have acknowledged their faults. Even though they mixed a righteous action with another that was bad, Allah might still relent towards them, because Allah—" "We went this route yesterday," Emily interrupted. "We're not playing the prayer game today. Tell Mr. Kumar that I want to know what he's doing in this country without proper documents. And did Quarashi know that he's here illegally?" Which is when Kumar told her, through Azar, that his papers had been stolen sometime between yesterday afternoon, when he'd been taken from Clacton, and this day, when he'd been returned. "That's complete rubbish," Emily said. "D.C. Honigman informed me not 5 minutes ago that the other boarders in Mrs. Kersey's house are English nationals, who have no need of his papers and even less interest in them. The front door of the house is always kept locked day and night, and there's a 12-foot drop from Mr. Kumar's window to the back garden, with no means of access to that window. Bearing all this in mind, does he want to explain how someone nicked his papers, let alone why?" "He has no explanation for how it occurred," Azar said, after listening to a lengthy commentary from the other man. "But he says the documents are valuable items, to be sold on the black market to desperate souls wishing to avail themselves of the greater opportunities for employment and advancement that are found in this country." "Right," Emily drawled, narrowing her eyes speculatively as she examined the Pakistani man from across the room. His hands, she saw, left visible streaks of damp on the table when he moved them. "Tell him," she said pointedly, "that he's not to worry a bit about his papers. London will be happy to supply him with duplicates. This would have been a tough order years ago, naturally, but with the advent of computer technology, the government will be able to determine that he entered the country in possession of the appropriate visa in the first place. It would help if he supplied us with his port of entry, though. What was it, Heathrow? Gatwick?" Kumar licked his lips. He swallowed. As Azar translated Emily's words, he gave a little mewl. Emily persisted in this line, saying reasonably, "Of course we'll need to know exactly what sort of visa was stolen from Mr. Kumar's room. Otherwise we won't be able to get him a duplicate, will we? So do ask him under what understanding was he given entry clearance into the country. Is he someone's relative? A working holiday-maker? Perhaps he's come to be a domestic. Or is he a doctor or a minister of some sort? Of course he could be a student or someone's spouse, couldn't he? Except that he has a wife and children in Pakistan, so I suppose that isn't likely. What about having come to this country for private medical treatment? Except that he doesn't look like he has the funds for that sort of thing, does he?" Kumar writhed in his chair as he heard Azar's translations. He didn't respond directly. "Allah promises hellfire to hypocrites and disbelievers," Azar translated. "Allah curses them and sends them to lasting torment." More bloody praying, Emily thought. If the little bastard actually thought that prayers were going to do a single thing to save him in his current situation, he was more of a fool than he looked. She said, "Mr. Azar, tell this man that—" "May I try something with him?" Azar interrupted. He'd been examining Kumar in his quiet way when Emily spoke. Now he looked at her, his gaze even and guileless. Emily snapped suspiciously. "What?" "My own prayer, as you call it." "If I know the translation?" "Of course." He turned back to Kumar. He spoke and then offered the English translation. "Triumphant are those who turn repentant to Allah, those who serve him, those who praise him, those who enjoin the right and who forbid the wrong." "Yes, right," Emily said. "That's quite enough of duelling prayer mats." But Azar said, "If I might tell him one thing more, that there is little point to hiding within a maze of lies, since one can so easily lose one's way." "Tell him," she said, "but add this as well. The game is up. He can tell the truth or be on the first plane back to Karachi. It's his decision." Azar relayed this information. Tears sprang into Kumar's eyes. His lower teeth gnawed at his upper lip, and a torrent of words poured out of him. "What's he saying?" Emily demanded, when Azar did not translate at once. Azar seemed to turn from the other man with difficulty, but he finally did so slowly. "He's saying that he doesn't want to lose his life. He's asking for protection. Roughly, he's saying what he said yesterday afternoon. I am no one, I am nothing. Protect me, please. I am friendless in this land, and I have no wish to die like the other." Finally, Emily felt the sweet rush of triumph. "Then he does know something about Querashi's death." "That appears to be the case," Azar said. Barbara decided that a nice little round of divide and rule might be what was needed. Mrs. Malik either didn't know where her son was, or she was unwilling to hand him over to the police. Muhammad's wife, on the other hand, seemed to be so intent upon illustrating that she and her husband thought each other's thoughts and wore each other's knickers, that she was likely to impart one or more valuable titbits of information, all in the name of proving her own importance to the man she'd married. But to get her to do this, Barbara knew that she had to separate the younger from the older woman. This proved easier than she'd anticipated. Muhammad's wife made the suggestion that they conduct their interview alone. "There are things between husbands and wives," she said smugly to Barbara, "that are not for the hearing of mothers-in-law. And as I am the wife of Muhammad and the mother of his sons—" "Yes, right." The last thing Barbara wanted was another rendition of the song and dance she'd had from this woman on her first day in Balford. She had the impression that, whatever her religion, Yum could get positively biblical when it came to the begetting and begatting game. "Where can we talk?" They would talk upstairs, Yum told her. She had to bathe the sons of Muhammad prior to their tea, and the sergeant could speak to her as she did so. The sergeant would want to see this activity anyway. The naked sons of Muhammad were a sight to give the heart its greatest joy. Right, Barbara thought. She could hardly wait. Mrs. Malik said, "But Yum, you don't wish Salah to bathe them today?" She spoke in so quiet a fashion that the fact that her question was far more pointed than Yum's previous comments had been was something that could be easily overlooked by anyone unused to subtleties. Barbara was unsurprised when Yum's reply indicated that only an axe driven between her eyes would get her attention. A scalpel between the ribs went largely unfelt. She said, "She may read to them in the evening, Susjan, if, of course, they are not too tired, and if her choice of material will not give my Annas further nightmares." And to Barbara, "Come along with me." Barbara followed the woman's large backside up the stairs. Yum was chatting away happily. "How people deceive themselves," she confided. "My mother-in-law believes that she is the vessel that holds my husband's heart. It's unfortunate, isn't it? He's her only son. She could have only the 2 children, you know, Maimuni and his sister, so she's tied to him too strongly for her own good." "Is she?" Barbara said. "I'd think she'd be tied more to Salah, both of them being women, you know." "Salah? Yum tittered. "Who would seek to be tied to such a worthless little thing? My sons are in here." She led the way into a bedroom where 2 small boys were playing on the floor. The younger child wore only a nappy, whose sagging in the direction of his knees indicated its sodden condition, while the older was completely naked. His discarded clothing, nappy, T-shirt, shorts and sandals, lay in a pile that appeared to be serving as an obstacle course for the lorries he and his brother were pushing round. "Anas, Bishra," Yum sang their names. "Come to Amiji. Time for our bath." The boys continued playing. "And twisters afterwards, darling ones." That got their attention. They set aside their toys and allowed themselves to be scooped up by their mother. Yum said gaily, "This way," to Barbara, and carried her treasures to the bathroom. She filled the tub with an inch of water, deposited the 2 boys, and dropped in 3 yellow ducks, 2 sailboats, a ball, and 4 sponges. She squeezed liquid soap liberally on all the toys, as well as the sponges, and handed these last to the boys to play with. "Bathing should be a delightful game," she informed Barbara, as she stood back to watch the children begin swatting each other with the soapy sponges. Bubbles drifted into the air. "Your auntie only scrubs and rubs, doesn't she?" Yum asked the boys. "Tiresome auntie. But your Ammy G makes bathing fun. Shall we play with the boats? Do we need more duckies? Do you love your Ammy G better than anyone?" The boys were too occupied with plastering each other's face with the sponges to pay her much attention. She ruffled their hair and then, after sighing with satisfaction over them, said to Barbara, "These are my pride. Their fathers also, and they will be just like him, men among men." "Right," Barbara said. "I can see the likeness." "Can you?" Yum stood back from the tub and reflected on her sons as if they were works of art. "Yes. Well, Anas has his father's eyes, and Bishra—" She chuckled. "Shall we say that in time my Bishra shall have something else quite like his father's as well? Won't you be a bull god to your wife some day, Bishra?" Barbara thought at first that Yum had said bulldog, but when the woman reached between her son's legs to display his penis, approximately the size of Barbara's little toe, she adjusted her thinking. Nothing quite like starting the bloke out on his complexes early, she decided. "Mrs. Marlick," she said, "I've come here looking for your husband. Can you tell me where he is?" "What on earth can you want with my money?" She bent over the bathtub and ran one of the sponges up and down Bishra's back. "He hasn't failed to pay a parking fine, has he?" "Just some questions I'd like to put to him," Barbara said. "Questions? About what? Has something happened?" Barbara knotted her eyebrows. The woman couldn't possibly be this much out of the loop. She said, "Haytham Quarashi? Oh, that. But you don't want to talk to my Mooney about Haytham Quarashi. He hardly knew him. You want to speak to Salah." "I do." Barbara watched Yum playfully dribbling soap along the plane of Anna's shoulders. "Of course. Salah was up to some nasty business. Haytham discovered what it was, who knows how, and they had words. Words led to— It's sad what words lead people to, isn't it? Darlings, here, shall we float our boats on the waves?" She splashed water against their thighs. The boats bobbed and weaved. The boys laughed and struck the water with their fists. "What sort of nasty business?" Barbara asked. "She was busy at night. When she assumed the house was asleep, she became quite busy, our little Salah. She went out, and more than once someone came in. Someone joined her in her room. She thinks that no one knows this, of course. What she doesn't know is that when my Mooney goes out in the evenings, I don't sleep well until he returns to our bed, and my ears are sharp, quite sharp. Aren't they, my lovely little ones?" And she playfully poked her sons' bellies. Anas splashed water across the front of her tunic in return. She laughed gaily and splashed back. "And little Salah's bed goes squeak, 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 doesn't it, darlings?" More splashing followed. "Such a restless sleeper our auntie is. Squeak, 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 squeak. Haytham found out about that nasty squeaking, didn't he, boys? and he and our Salah had words and words. What a cobra, Barbara thought. Someone needed to take a cosh to the woman's head, and she expected there would be more than one volunteer in the household should she ask who would like to wield one. Well, two could play innuendo poker. Barbara said, "Have you a chador, Mrs. Marleek?" Yum's hands hesitated in the creation of more waves for her boys. She said, "A chador? How odd! Whatever makes you ask such a question?" "You're wearing fairly traditional garb. I was wondering, that's all. Get out and about much, Go visiting friends in the evening? Stop by one hotel or another for an evening coffee? By yourself, that is? And when you do you wear a chador? One sees them all the time in London, but I don't recall seeing any here at the sea." Yum reached for a large plastic jug on the floor nearby. She took out the bath plug and filled the jug from the tap. She began pouring water over the boys, who squealed and shook themselves like wet puppies.
End of Disc 17. Disc 18.
Yum reached for a large plastic jug on the floor nearby. She took out the bath plug and filled the jug from the tap. She began pouring water over the boys, who squealed and shook themselves like wet puppies. She didn't reply until she had both of the children thoroughly rinsed and wrapped in large white towels. She lifted one to each hip and started out of the room, saying to Barbara, "Come with me." She didn't lead the way back to the boys' room, however. Instead, she went to the far end of the corridor, to a bedroom at the back of the house. The door was closed, and she opened this imperiously and gestured Barbara inside. It was a small room with a single bed against one wall, a chest of drawers, and a table against another. Its diamond-paned window was open, overlooking the back garden, and beyond this garden a brick wall with a gate that opened into a neat, weedless orchard. "This is the bed," Yum said, as if revealing a place of infamy, "and Haytham knew what went on within it." Barbara turned from the window, but she didn't examine the object in question. She was about to say, "And we both know how Haytham Qureshi came by that piece of information, don't we, sweetie?" when she noticed that the table across the room from the bed appeared to be a craft centre of some sort. She walked to this curiously. Yum continued, "You can imagine how Haytham would feel learning that his beloved, presented to him by her father as chaste, was little more than a common— well, my language is too strong, perhaps, but no stronger than my feelings." Barbara said. She saw that 3 miniature plastic chests of drawers contained beads, coins, shells, stones, bits of copperas, and other small ornaments. "Women carry our culture forward through time," Yum was continuing. "Our role is not only as wives and mothers, but as symbols of virtue for the daughters that follow us." "Yes, right," Barbara said. Next to the 3 chests was a rack of implements, tiny spanners, long-nosed pliers, a glue gun, scissors, and 2 wire cutters. "And if a woman fails in this role, she fails herself, her husband, and her family. She stands disgraced. Salah knew this. She knew what awaited her once Haytham broke their engagement and stated his reasons for doing so." "Got it, yes," Barbara said. And next to the rack of tools was a row of large spools. "No man would want her after that. If she wasn't cast out of the family altogether, she'd be a prisoner of it, a virtual slave, at everyone's command." Barbara said, "I need to speak to your husband, Mrs. Marleek," and she rested her fingers on the prize she'd found. Among the spools of thin chain, string, and bright yarn stood one damning spool of very fine wire. It was more than suitable for tripping an unsuspecting man in the dark on the top of the naze. Bingo, she thought. Bloody flaming hell. Barlow the beast had been right from the first. Emily had to allow both of them to smoke. It appeared to be the only way to get Kumar relaxed enough to spill his guts. So, with her chest feeling tighter, her eyes watering, and her head beginning to pound, she endured the fumes from his Benson and Hedges. It took 3 fags before he came anywhere close to speaking what might have been the truth. Before that, he tried to claim he'd come through customs at Heathrow. Then he switched to Gatwick. Then, when he was unable to produce the flight number, the airline, or even the date of entry into the country, he was finally reduced to telling the truth. Azar translated. His face remained expressionless throughout. To his credit, however, his eyes appeared more and more pained as the interview continued. Emily was leery of this pain, though. She knew enough of these Asians to see them for the actors they were. "There were people who helped," Kumar began. "When one wanted to immigrate to England, there were people in Pakistan who knew the shortcuts. They could cut through the waiting time and waive the requirements and ensure one of having proper papers. All of this for a price, of course." "How does he define proper papers?" Emily asked. Kumar circumvented the question. "He'd hoped at first to be able to come to this wonderful country legitimately," he said. "He'd sought ways to do this. He'd sought sponsors. He'd even attempted to offer himself as a bridegroom to a family unaware of his marital status, with the plan of marrying bigamously. Of course, it wouldn't really have been a bigamous union, polygamy being not only legal but also appropriate for a man with the means to support more than one wife. Not that he had the means, but he would, some day." "Spare me the cultural asides," Emily said. "Yes, of course." When his plans were not enough to get him to England legitimately, his father-in-law had informed him of an agency in Karachi that specialised in, well, they called it assisting in the immigration problem. They had, he learned, offices round the world. "In every desirable port of entry," Emily noted, recalling the cities that Barbara Havers had listed as locales for worldwide tours, "and in every undesirable port of exit." "One could look at it that way," Kumar said. He visited the Karachi office and explained his needs, and for a fee his problem was taken care of. "He was smuggled into England," Emily said. "Well, not directly into England. He hadn't the money for that, although direct entry was available to those with £5,000 to pay for a British passport, a driving licence and a medical card. But who, except the extremely fortunate, could produce that amount of money? For what he'd managed to scrape together in 5 years of saving and doing without, he was able to purchase only an overland passage from Pakistan to Germany." "To Hamburg," Emily said. Again he offered no direct answer. In Germany, he said, he waited, concealed in a safe lodging, for passage to England, where, in time and with sufficient effort on his part, he was told he would be given the documents he needed to remain in the country. "You came in through Parkston Harbour," Emily concluded. "How?" "By ferry in the back of a lorry. The immigrants hid among goods being shipped from the continent. Car tyre fibre, wheat, maize, potatoes, clothing, machine parts. It made no difference. All that was required was a lorry driver willing to take the risk for a considerable compensation." "And your documents?" Here Kumar began to jabber, clearly unwilling to carry his story any further. He and Azar engaged in a rapid-fire exchange that Emily interrupted with, "Enough! I want a translation, now." Azar turned to her, his face grave. "This is more of the same that we've already heard. He's afraid to say more." "Then I'll say it for him," Emily said. "Mohammed Malik's involved in this up to his eyeballs. He's smuggling illegals into the country and holding their forged documents hostage. Translate that, Mr. Azar." And when the man didn't speak at once, his eyes darkening with each accusation she made against his cousin, she said icily, "Translate! You wanted to be a part of this, so be a part of this. Tell him what I said." Azar spoke, but his voice was altered, subtly toned by something that Emily couldn't identify but strongly suspected was preoccupation. Of course, he'd be wanting to get the word out to his detestable cousin. These people stuck together like flies over cow dung, no matter what the offence. But he couldn't leave the nick until he knew for certain what the real word was, and by that time they'd have Mohammed under lock and key. When Azar had finished the translation, Fard Kumar began to weep. It was true, he said. Upon arrival in England, he'd been taken to a warehouse. There, he and his fellow travellers were met by a German and 2 of their own countrymen. "Mohammed Malik was one?" Emily asked. "Who was the other?" He didn't know, he'd never known, but this other wore gold, watches and rings, he dressed well, and he spoke Urdu fluently. He did not often come to the warehouse, but when he did, the two others deferred to him. "Rakin Khan," Emily breathed. The description couldn't have fit anyone else. Kumar hadn't known either man's name at first. He learned Mr. Malik's identity only because they themselves, and here he indicated Emily and Azar, had given it yesterday during the interview they'd already had together. Prior to that, he'd known Malik only as the Master. "Wonderful sobriquet," Emily muttered. "Doubtless he came up with it himself." Kumar continued. They were told that arrangements had been made for them to work until such a time as they had sufficient funds to pay for the proper documents. What sort of work? Some went to farms, others to factories, others to mills. Wherever they were needed, they went. A lorry would come for them in the middle of the night. They would be taken to the location for work. They would be returned when the labour was completed, sometimes in the night of that same day, sometimes days later. Mr. Malik and the other two men took their wages. From these they extracted a payment for the documents. When the documents were paid off, the immigrant would be given them and allowed to leave. Except in the 3 months that Fard Kumar had been working off his debt, no one had left. At least not with the proper papers. Not a single person. More immigrants came, but no one managed to earn enough to buy his freedom. The work increased as more fruit needed picking and more vegetables needed harvesting, but no amount of work appeared to be enough to pay off their debts to the people who had arranged their entry into the country. It was a gangmaster program, Emily realized. The illegals were being hired by farmers, mill owners, and factory foremen. These people paid lower wages than they would have to pay legal workers, and they paid them not to the illegals themselves, but to the person who transported them. That person skimmed off as much money as he wanted, and doled out to the workers what he felt like giving them. The illegals thought the scheme was to assist them with their immigration dilemmas, but the law had another word for it: slavery. They were trapped, Kumar said. They had only 2 options: to continue to work and hope that they would be given their papers eventually, or to make their escape and find their way into London, where they might hope to fade into the Asian community and avoid detection. Emily had heard enough. She saw how they were all involved, the entire Malik clan and Haytham Qureshi as well. It was a case of greed. Qureshi uncovered the scheme that night at the Castle Hotel. He'd wanted a piece of the action as a portion of the Malik girl's dowry. He'd been refused, permanently. Doubtless he'd used Kumar as a means of blackmailing the family to do his bidding. Slice him a piece of the financial pie, or he'd bring down the entire operation by having Kumar sing to the police or to the papers. It was a clever idea. He'd been counting on the family's greed overcoming whatever inclination they may have had to call his bluff. And his request for compensation for his knowledge wasn't so illogical. He was to be a member of the family, after all. He deserved his fair share of what everyone else was enjoying, especially Muhammad. Well, now, Muhammad could kiss goodbye his classic car, his Rolex watch, his snakeskin boots, his fancy diamond signet ring, and his gold chains. He wouldn't be needing them where he was going. And this would cook Akram Malik's position in the community as well. Doubtless it would cook the entire Asian population, too. Most of them worked for him anyway. And when the factory closed, as a result of the investigation into the Malik scheme, they'd have to take themselves off to seek employment elsewhere. Those that were legal, that is. So she'd been on the right track in searching the mustard factory. She just hadn't thought to search it for people instead of inanimate contraband. There was so much to do. There was SO1 to involve, to activate an investigation into the international aspects of the scheme. Then the IND would need to be informed to make arrangements for the deportation of Muhammad's immigrants. Some of them, of course, would be needed to testify against him and his family at the trial. Perhaps in exchange for asylum, she wondered. It was a possibility. She said to Azar, "One thing more. How did Mr. Kumar come to be hooked up with Mr. Qureshi?" "He'd appeared at a work site," Kumar explained. "One day when they rested for lunch along the side of a strawberry field, he'd appeared among them. He'd been seeking someone to use as a means of putting an end to their enslavement, he said. He promised safety and a new start in this country. Kumar was only one of 8 men who had volunteered. He was chosen, and he left that very afternoon with Mr. Quarashi. He'd been driven to Clacton, set up in Mrs. Kersey's house, and given a cheque to send back to his family in Pakistan as a sign of Mr. Quarashi's good intentions towards them all. Right, Emily thought with a mental snort. It was another form of enslavement in the making, with Kumar as the permanent sword that Quarashi would hold over the heads of Muhammad Malik and his family. Kumar had merely been too dim to work that out. She needed to get back upstairs to her office to see where Barbara was in her search for Muhammad. At the same time, she couldn't let Azar leave the station, lest he give his relatives the word that she was on to them all. She could hold him as an accessory, but one misspoken word out of her mouth and he'd be on the phone demanding a lawyer so fast that her head would be spinning. Better to leave him with Kumar, believing he was serving the good of all concerned. She said to Azar, "I'm going to need a written statement from Mr. Kumar. May I ask you to stay with him as he writes it and then append a translation for me? That should take a good 2 hours," she thought. Kumar spoke urgently, hands trembling as he lit yet another cigarette. "What's he saying now?" Emily asked. "He wants to know if he'll get his papers, now that he's told you the truth." Azar's look was a challenge. It irked her to see it so openly displayed on his dark face. "Tell him all in good time," Emily said, and she left them to hunt down Sergeant Havers. Yum picked up on Barbara's interest in the craft table in Sala's bedroom. She said, "Her jewellery, or so she calls it. I call it her excuse not to do her duty when she's asked to do it." She joined Barbara at the table and pulled out 4 of the drawers from their little chests. She spilled coins and beads onto the tabletop and sat Anas on the table's accompanying wooden chair. He became immediately enthralled with his aunt's jewellery-making bits and pieces. He pulled out another drawer and flung its contents among the coins and beads that his mother had already given him. He laughed at the sight of the colourful objects rolling and bouncing on the table. Before, they had been arranged carefully by size, by hue, and by composition. Now, as Anas added 2 more drawers full, they were hopelessly mixed with one another, promising a long evening's work sorting them out. Yum did nothing to stop him from continuing to empty more of the drawers. Instead, she smiled at him fondly and ruffled his hair. "You like the colours, don't you, pretty one?" she asked him. "Can you name these colours for your Amiji? Here's red, Anas. Can you see red?" Barbara certainly was doing so. She said, "Mrs. Malik, about your husband, I'd like a word with him. Where can I find him?" "Why would you want to talk to my Mooney? I've already told you, and I've got every word from the last 40 minutes engraved on my heart, but I've 1 or 2 points to clear up with him regarding Mr. Quarashi's death." Yum had been continuing her play with Anas's hair. Now she turned to Barbara. "I've told you that he isn't involved in Haytam's death. You should be talking to Salah, not to her brother." "Nonetheless." "There is no nonetheless." Yum's voice was louder. 2 spots of colour appeared on her cheeks. She had dropped her treacly wife-and-mother routine. Steel resolve replaced it. "I've told you that Salah and Haytam had words. I've told you what she got up to at night. I expect that since you're the police, you can add 1 and 1 together without my having to do it for you. My Mooney," she concluded, as with the need to clarify a point, "is a man among men, and you have no need to talk to him." "Right," Barbara said. "Well, thanks for your time. I'll find my own way out." The other woman read the greater meaning behind Barbara's words. She said insistently, "You have no need to talk to him." Barbara passed her as she went into the corridor. Yum's voice followed her. "You've been taken in by her, haven't you? Just like everyone. You had 5 words with the little bitch, and all you see is a precious doe, so quiet, so gentle, she wouldn't hurt a fly. So you overlook her, and she gets away." Barbara started down the stairs. "She gets away with everything, the whore! Whore! With him in her room, with him in her bed, with pretending to be what she never was, chaste, dutiful, pious, good." Barbara was at the door. Her hand reached for the handle. From the top of the stairs, Yum cried out the words, "He was with me!" Barbara's hand stopped, but remained outstretched for a moment as she registered what Yum was saying. She turned. "What?" Carrying her younger child, Yum came down the stairs. The colour in her face had been reduced to 2 medallions of red that rode high on either cheek. Her wandering eye gave her a wild air, which was heightened by the words she next spoke. "I'm telling you what you'll hear from Mohanad. I'm saving you the trouble of having to find him. That's what you want, isn't it?" "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if you think Mohanad was involved in what happened to Haytham Qureshi, he couldn't have been. He was with me on Friday night. He was up in our room. We were together. We were in bed. He was with me." "Friday night?" Barbara clarified. "You're certain of that? He didn't go out, not at any time? Not perhaps telling you that he was going to see a chum? Maybe even to have dinner with a chum?" "I know when my husband was with me, don't I?" Yum demanded. "And he was here, with me, in this very house, on Friday night." Brilliant, Barbara thought. She couldn't have asked for a more pellucid declaration of the Asian man's guilt. Chapter 26. He couldn't stop the voices in his head. They seemed to be coming from every direction and from every possible source. At first he thought that he'd know what to do next if only he could silence their shouting. But when he realized that he could do nothing to drive the howl of them out of his skull, save kill himself, which he certainly did not intend to do, he knew he would have to lay his plans while the voices attempted to lay waste to his nerves. Roy Klein's phone call had come into the mustard factory less than 2 minutes after the Scotland Yard bitch had left the warehouse in Parkston. "Abort, Malik," was all he said, which meant that the new shipment of goods, due to arrive this very day, and worth at least £20,000 if he could keep them working long enough without doing a bunk, would not be met at the port, would not be driven to the warehouse, and would not be sent out in work parties to the Kent farmers, who had already paid half in advance as agreed upon. Instead, the goods would be released on their own upon their arrival, to find their way to London or Birmingham or any other city in which they could hide. And if they weren't caught by the police in advance of reaching their destination, they would fade into the population and keep their gobs plugged about how they got into the country. No sense in talking when talking would lead to deportation. As to those workers already on site, they were on their own. When no one arrived to fetch them back to the warehouse, they'd work things out. Abort meant that Roy Klein was on his way back to Hamburg. It meant that every document pertaining to the immigration services of worldwide tours was heading into the shredder, and it meant that he himself had to act quickly before the world as he'd known it for 26 years crashed in on him. He'd left the factory, he'd gone home, he'd started to put his own plans in motion. Haytham was dead, praise whatever divine being was convenient at the moment, and he knew that there was no way on earth that Kumar would talk, and he'd found himself deported, which was the last thing he wanted now that his chief protector had been murdered. And then Yum, that ugly cow whom he was forced to call wife, had begun her business with his mother, and she'd had to be dealt with, which is when he learned the truth about Sala. He'd cursed her, his slag of a sister. She'd driven him to it. What did she expect to happen when she acted like a whore with a Westerner? Forgiveness? Understanding? Acceptance? What? She let those hands, unclean, defiled, corrupt, disgusting, touch her body. She'd willingly met that mouth with her own. She lay with that bloody piece of shit Shaw under a tree on the bare fucking ground, and she expected him, her brother, her elder, her lord, to walk away from the knowledge, from the sound of their breathing and moaning together, from the scent of their sweat, from the sight of his hand lifting her nightgown and sliding up her leg. So yes, he'd grabbed her, yes, he'd dragged her into the house, and yes, he'd taken her because she deserved to be taken, because she was a whore, and because above all she was meant to pay the way all whores pay. And once, one night, was not enough to impress her with the knowledge of who was the real master of her fate. "One word from me and you die," he told her, and he didn't even need to muffle her cries with his palm as he was prepared to do. She knew she had to pay for her sin. Once Yum had spoken, he'd gone in search of her. It was the very last thing he knew he should do, but he had to find her. He was in a fever to find her. His eyes were throbbing, his heart was thundering, and his head was pounding with all of their voices. Abort, Malik. Am I meant to be treated like a dog? She is ungovernable, my son. She has no sense of... The police were here to search the factory. They were asking for you. Abort, Malik. Look at me, Mooney. Look at what your mother... Before I knew it, she had ruined the plants. I don't understand why. Abort, Malik. Your father's perfect little virgin. Abort. Virgin? Her? In a few more weeks she won't be able to hide the... They wouldn't say what they were looking for, but they had a warrant. I saw it myself. Your sister's pregnant. Abort. Abort. Sala wouldn't speak of it. She wouldn't accuse him. She wouldn't dare. An accusation would ruin her, because from it would rise the truth about Shaw. Because he, Mohammed, her brother, would speak that truth. He would accuse. He would relate exactly what he had seen pass between them in the orchard, and he'd allow their parents to conclude the rest. Could they trust the word of a daughter who betrayed them by sneaking out of the house at night? Of a daughter who acted like a common slag? Who was more likely to be telling the truth, he would demand? A son who did his duty to his wife, his children, and his parents, or a daughter who daily lived a lie? Sala knew what he would say. She knew what their parents would believe, so she wouldn't speak of it, and she wouldn't accuse. Which gave him a chance to find her. But she wasn't at the factory. She wasn't at the jewellery shop with her hag-faced friend. She wasn't in Falak Dedar Park. She wasn't on the pier. But on the pier he'd heard the news about Mrs. Shaw, and he'd gone to the hospital. He was just in time to see them coming out, the three of them, his father, his sister, and Theo Shaw. And the look that passed between his sister and her lover as he opened the door of their father's car for her had told him what he needed to know. She'd told. The little bitch had told Shaw the truth. He'd spun away before they could see him, and the voices roared. Abort, Malik. What am I to do? Tell me, Mooney. At the moment, Mr. Kumar hasn't identified anyone he wishes to be notified. When one among us has died, it is not up to you to see to his resurrection, Mohammed. Found dead on the Naze. I work with our people in London when they have troubles with... Abort, Malik. Mohammed, come and meet my friend Barbara. She lives in London. This person you speak of is dead to us. You should not have brought him into our house. We go for ice creams on Chalk Farm Road, and we've been to the cinema, and she even came to my birthday party. Sometimes we go to see her mum in... Abort, Malik. We told her we were going to Essex, and Dad didn't tell me you lived here, Mohammed. Abort, abort. Will you come again? Can I meet your wife and your little boys? Will you come again? And there, where he least expected to find it, was the answer he was seeking. It silenced the voices and calmed his nerves. It sent him hurtling towards the Burnt House Hotel. "All right," Emily said fiercely, her face lit with a radiant smile. "Well done, Barbara! Goddamn, all right!" She shouted for Belinda Warner. The WPC came bounding into the office. Barbara felt like crowing. They had Mohammed Malik by the short and curlies, presented to them like the Baptist to Salome, with no dancing required, and by his very own dim-witted wife. Emily began giving orders. The DC working the Colchester end, who'd been combing the streets round Rakin Khan's home in an attempt to find someone who could either corroborate Mohammed's alibi for Friday night or sink it forever, was to be called home. The constables sent to the mustard factory to go through everyone's personnel file for an examination of their paperwork were to be taken off that scent. The blokes working on the beach hut break-ins to clear the slate of Trevor Ruddock were to put that endeavour on the back burner. Everyone was to join the search for Mohammed Malik. No one could be in two places at once, Barbara had exulted to Emily. He'd forgot to tell his wife what his alibi was, and she bloody well gave him a second one. The flaming game's not afoot, Emily, it's bloody well up. And now she watched the DCI in her glory at long last. Emily fielded phone calls, constructed a battle plan, and directed her team with a calm assurance that belied the excitement which Barbara knew that she had to be feeling. Hell, she'd been right from the very first. She'd sensed something dodgy in Mohammed Malik, something not right in all of his loud protestations of being a man of his people. Indeed, there was probably some allegory or fable that emphasized the exact hypocrisy of Mohammed's life, but at the moment Barbara was too wired to dredge it up from her memory. Dog in the manger? Tortoise in the hare? Who knew? Who cared? Let's just get this flaming bastard, she thought. Constables were dispatched in all directions, to the mustard factory, to the avenues, to the town council rooms, to Falakdedar Park, to that small meeting hall above Balford Print Shop, where intelligence had revealed that Juma had its gatherings. Other constables were assigned to Parkston, in the event that their quarry had headed to Eastern Imports. Descriptions of Malik went out by fax to surrounding communities. The Thunderbird's number plates and the car's unique colour and features were relayed to police stations. The Tendring Standard was phoned for a front-page position for Malik's photograph, in case they hadn't run him to ground by morning. The entire station was mobilised. Everywhere was movement. Everyone worked like a cog in the greater machine of the investigation, and Emily Barlow was that machine's centre. It was in this sort of mode that she did her best work. Barbara remembered her ability to make quick decisions and to deploy her manpower where it would have the greatest effect. She'd done this in their exercises at Maidenstone, when there was nothing at stake but the approval of the instructor and the admiration of colleagues taking the course. Now, with everything at stake, from peace in the community to her very job, she was the personification of tranquillity. Only the manner in which she bit off words as she spoke them gave an indication of her tension. They were all in on it, she told Barbara, tossing back a slug of water from an Evian bottle. Her face was shiny with perspiration. Qureshi as well. It's so fucking obvious. He wanted a share of the lolly that Mohanad was having off everyone who hired his illegals. Mohanad wouldn't play. Qureshi did a header down the stairs. Another slug of water. Look at how easily it worked, Barb. Malik was in and out of his house all the time. Meet, dealing with Roy, shipping illegals all over the country. Not to mention all the travelling he does for the factory, Barbara added. Ian Armstrong told me as much. So if he was out on this night or that night, his family would never think a thing of it, would they? He could leave the house, trail Qureshi, see his set-up with Hegarty, without even knowing it was Hegarty he was meeting, and choose his moment to give him the chop, with half a dozen alibis at the ready for any night that he was able to hit off. Barbara saw how all of it fitted together. And then he showed up with his people in tow, ready to protest the death and make himself look innocent. To make it look like he was what he never could be, a brother Muslim to Muslims, intent upon getting to the bottom of Qureshi's murder. Because why the hell would he be dogging your heels in pursuit of Qureshi's killer, if he was the killer? Oh, so I was intended to think, Emily said, except I never thought it, not for an instant. She paced to the window, where the pillowcase that she'd hung a day earlier still shielded the room from the sun. She yanked on it, pulling it down. She leaned out of the window and watched the street. She said, "This is the worst part. I hate this part of it." The waiting, Barbara thought, the keeping oneself behind the lines in order to direct the troops as information flowed into the station. It was the downside of having attained Emily's position. The DCI couldn't be everywhere at once. She had to rely on the expertise and the sheer doggedness of her team. "Gov?" Emily spun from the window. Belinda Warner was at the door. "Who have we heard from?" she said. "It's that Asian bloke. He's downstairs again. What Asian bloke? You know, Mr. Azar? He's in reception and he's asking for you, or the sergeant. He said the sergeant would do. Reception said he's all in a twist." "Reception?" Emily echoed. "What the hell is he doing in reception? He's supposed to be with Fard Kumar. I left him with him. I gave express orders to—" She cut her own words off. "Jesus!" she said, white-faced. "What?" Barbara was on her feet. The idea of Azar in a twist brought her to them. The Pakistani was so controlled that the thought of him in a twist about anything had alerted every one of her senses. "What's going on?" "He wasn't supposed to leave the station," Emily said. "He was supposed to be kept with Kumar till we got our mitts on his cousin. But I goddamn bloody hell left the interview room and I forgot to tell reception he wasn't to leave the building." "What do you—" Belinda clearly was looking for direction. "I'll see to him," Emily snapped. Barbara followed her. They took the corridor and the stairs at a trot. On the ground floor, Taimullah Azar paced the reception cubicle. "Barbara!" he cried as he caught sight of their approach. All effort at obfuscation dissolved in a moment of what was clearly panic. His face was frantic. Barbara, she's gone. He's taken Hadia. Christ, Barbara said, and she meant it as a prayer. Azar, what? Jesus, are you sure? I went back to the hotel. I'd finished here. Mr. Treves told me. Mrs. Porter was with her. She remembered him from the other night. She'd seen us together, you remember? In the bar. She thought it was all arranged. He was 2 steps away from hyperventilating. Impulsively, Barbara put an arm round his shoulders. We'll get her, she said, squeezing him hard. Azar, we'll get her, I swear it. I promise you we'll get her back. What the hell is going on? Emily demanded. Hadia's his daughter. She's 8 years old. Mohammed's taken her. Obviously she thought it was okay to go with him. She knows never to go, Azar said. A stranger, she knows that. Never, never. Except Mohammed isn't a stranger to her, Barbara reminded him. Not any longer. She told him she wanted to meet his wife and his children. Remember, Azar? You heard her when she said it, so did I. And you had no reason to think... She felt the agitated need to absolve him of the guilt that she knew he was feeling, but she couldn't do it. This was his child. What the hell is this? Emily demanded once again. I told you, Hadia. I don't give a fuck for Hadia, whoever she is. Do you know these people, Sergeant Havers? And if so, exactly how many of them do you know? Barbara saw her error. It lay in her arm that still encompassed Azar's shoulders. It lay in the knowledge which she'd just revealed herself to possess. Frantically she cast through her mind for something to say, but there was nothing but the truth to offer and no time to explain it. Azar spoke again. He asked her if she liked the sea. Mrs. Porter heard that much. Do you like the sea? Shall we have ourselves a sea adventure? He said that as they were walking off. Mrs. Porter heard. Barbara, he's taken... Good Christ, a boat. Barbara's glance flew to Emily. There was no time either to explain or to placate. She knew where Mohammed Malik had gone. She knew what he planned. He's taken a boat from the Bolford Marina, from East Essex Boat Hire, just like before. Hadia thinks it's a day cruise on the North Sea, but he's heading for the continent. He has to be. It's crazy, it's too far, but that's what he's doing. Because of Hamburg, because of Royklein. And Hadia's is insurance that we don't stop him. We need the Coast Guard after him, Em. Emily Barlow didn't reply in words, but her answer was written upon her features, and what her features were saying had nothing to do with tracking a killer across the sea. The realization of Barbara's deception was playing over her face, thinning her lips and tightening her jaw. Em, Barbara said, frantic to get them past the moment. I know them from London. Azar, Hadia, that's it, that's all. For God's sake, Em. I can't believe it. Emily's eyes seemed to burn into hers. You, of all people! Barbara! Azar's voice was anguished. I didn't know you were in charge of the case until I got to Bolford, Barbara said. You were out of line no matter who was in charge. OK, I know it, I was out of line. In agitation, Barbara sought something to move the DCI into action. Emma wanted to keep them out of trouble. I was worried about them. And I played into your hands, didn't I? What I did was wrong. I should have told you you can make a report to my super if you want, but later. Later! Please! Azar spoke the word like a prayer. So fucking unprofessional, Havers. It was as if the DCI hadn't heard a word. Yes, all right, Barbara said. Unprofessional as hell. But the way I did my job's not the point. We need the Coast Guard if we want to nab Mohammed. Now, Em, we need the Coast Guard now. No response from the DCI. Jesus, Em, Barbara finally cried. Is this about murder, or is it about you? The final remark was manipulative and rotten, and Barbara despised herself the moment she said it. But the implied judgment achieved the response that Barbara sought. Emily shot a look at Azar, then another at Barbara. Then she took up the reins of the case. The Coast Guard's no good to us. And without further explanation she spun round and strode towards the back of the station. Barbara said, "Come on," and grabbed Azar's arm. Emily paused at the door of a room filled with computers and communication equipment. She said tersely, "Get on to PC Fogarty. Send the ARV to Bolford Marina. Our man's on the scene and is taken a hostage. Tell Fogarty I want a Glock 17 and an MP5. And Barbara understood why Emily had vetoed the idea of the Coast Guard. Their boats carried no weapons. Their officers weren't armed. and the DCI was calling for the department's armed response vehicle. Shit, Barbara thought fervently. She tried to drive from her mind the picture of Hadia caught in a crossfire of bullets. "Come on," she said to Azar again. "Would she? She's going after him. We're going as well." It was, Barbara thought, the best bet she could make to keep the worst from happening to her little London friend. Emily strode through the wait-room with Azar and Barbara hard on her heels. Behind the station she took possession of a Panda car. She had it started, its lights revolving, by the time Barbara and Azar climbed in. Emily looked at the two of them. "He stays," she said, and to Azar, "Get out." And when the man didn't move fast enough, she snarled, "God damn it, I said get out! I've had enough of you. I've had enough of all of you. Get out of the car!" Azar looked to Barbara. Barbara couldn't tell what he wanted of her, and even had she known she couldn't have given it. Compromise was the best she could offer. She said, "We'll get her, Azar. Stay here." He said, "Please allow me. She's all that I have. She's all that I love." Emily narrowed her eyes. "Tell that to the wife and kids in Hounslow. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear the news. Now get out, Mr. Azar, before I call for an officer to help you do it." Barbara swung round in her seat. "Azar," she said. He tore his gaze from the DCI. "I love her too. I'll bring her back. You wait here." Reluctantly, as if the effort cost him everything he had, the man got out of the car. When he'd shut the door, Emily tramped on the accelerator. They shot out of the car park and into the street. Emily flipped on the siren. "What the fuck were you thinking?" she demanded. "What kind of cop are you?" They roared to the top of Martello Road. Traffic in the High Street halted. They bore right and tore in the direction of the sea. "How many times could you have told me the truth in the last 4 days? 10? A dozen?" "I would have told you, but stuff it," Emily said. "Don't bother to explain." "When you asked me to liaise, I should have told you, but you would have pulled back and I would have been in the dark. I was worried about them. He's a university professor. I thought he was in way over his head." "Oh, yeah," Emily scoffed. "He's in as much over his head as I am." "I didn't know that. How could I have known?" "You tell me." She veered into Mill Lane. A delivery van was parked too far into the street, with its driver loading cardboard boxes marked typographic onto a dolly. Emily dodged to miss both the van and its driver. She steered the car onto the pavement with a curse. The car knocked over a dustbin and a bicycle. Barbara grabbed for the dashboard as Emily jerked the vehicle back into the street. "I didn't know he did all this legal stuff on the side. I only knew him as my neighbour. I knew he was coming here, yes, right, but he didn't know I'd follow him. I know his daughter, Em. She's a friend." "An 8-year-old friend? Jesus, spare me this part of the tale. Em, just bloody shut up, all right?" Back at Bolford Marina for the second time that day, they grabbed a loud hailer from the Panda's boot and sprinted across the car park to East Essex Boat Hire. Charlie Spencer confirmed that Mohammed Malik had taken out a motorboat. "A nice little diesel for a proper long ride. Had a cute little doll with him as well," Charlie said. "His cousin, she told me. Never been in a boat before. She was all in a dither about going for a sail." By Charlie's reckoning, Mohammed had a 40-minute start on them, and had the diesel boat he'd chosen been a fishing craft, he'd have got not much farther than the point at which Pennyhole Bay met the North Sea. But the craft he was sailing had more power than a fishing boat, and enough range to take him all the way to the continent. They'd need a real fighter to challenge him, and Emily saw it gleaming in the sunlight from its position above the pontoon where Charlie had it winched out of the water. "I'll have the Sea Wizard," she said. Charlie gulped. He said, "Hang on, I don't know." "You don't have to know," Emily told him. "You just have to get it into the water and hand over the keys. This is a police matter. You've hired a boat to a murderer. The kid's his hostage. So put the Sea Wizard into the water and give me a pair of binoculars as well." Charlie's mouth dropped open at this piece of news. He handed over the keys. By the time he'd accompanied Emily and Barbara down the pontoon and had lowered the Hawk 31 into the water, the police armed response vehicle was pulling into the car park, lights flashing and siren wailing. P.C. Fogarty came on the run. He had a holstered pistol in one hand and a carbine in the other. "Give us a hand, Mike," Emily ordered as she leapt aboard the boat. She began tearing off the protective blue canvas exposing the cockpit. She tossed this over her shoulder and shoved the keys into the ignition. By the time P.C. Fogarty had gone below to scout out the nautical charts, Emily was purging the fumes from the engine compartment. Within 2 minutes, she was gunning the motor. The boat was berthed bow in. Emily reversed it into the harbour in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Charlie paced the narrow space of the pontoon, biting the knuckles of his index finger. "Take care of her, for God's bloody sake!" he yelled. "She's all I have, and she's worth a ransom!" A shiver ran down Barbara's spine. "She's all I have," echoed in her head. Even as she heard the repetition, she saw Azar's Golf bearing down on the car park of the marina. He parked haphazardly in the middle of the tarmac. He left the car door hanging open. He ran to the pontoon. He didn't attempt to intercept them, but his eyes were fixed to Barbara's as Emily steered the boat into the deeper water of the Twizzle, the tributary that fed the tidal marshes to the east of the harbour, taking its source from the Balford Channel to the west. "Don't worry," Barbara told him mentally. "I'll get her, Azar. I swear it. I swear. Our dear won't be harmed." But she'd been round murder investigations long enough to know that there was no guarantee of anyone's safety when a killer was being run to ground. And the fact that Mohammed Malik had no compunction about enslaving his own people while wearing the guise of their ardent advocate suggested that he'd have even less compunction when it came to the safety of an 8-year-old girl. Barbara raised a thumbs up at Azar, knowing no other sign to send him. She turned away from the marina then, and faced the tributary that would take them to the sea. The speed limit was 5 knots, and in the late afternoon, returning boats filled with holiday-makers made the going treacherous. But Emily ignored the warnings. She fumbled her sunglasses to her face, braced her legs for balance, and took their speed up as high as she could take it and still continue to navigate the waterway in safety. "Turn on the radio," she told P.C. Fogarty. "Get on to headquarters, tell them where we are. See if we can get a helicopter to sight him." "Right." The constable set his weapons on one of the boat's vinyl seats. He began flipping switches on the console, calling out arcane letters and numbers. He pressed a switch on the microphone as he spoke. He listened earnestly for a response to crackle back. Barbara joined Emily. 2 seats faced the bow, but neither woman sat. They stood, the better to have a wider scope as they scanned the water. Barbara grabbed the binoculars and looped them round her neck. "We need a reading for Germany," Emily interrupted Fogarty, who was still shouting into the radio, but bringing up no one. "The mouth of the Elbe. Find it." He turned up the sound on the radio's receiver, set the microphone down, and gave himself to the charts. "You agree that's what he'll try for?" Barbara called to Emily over the boat's motor. "It's the logical choice. He's got partners in Hamburg. He'll need documents, a safe house, a place to lie low until he can get back to Pakistan, where God only knows—" "We've got sandbanks in the bay," Fogarty cut in. "Watch for the buoys. After that, set your course for 060 degrees. He tossed the chart into the galley below. "What's that?" Emily cocked her head as if in the need to hear. "You're reading, Gov." Fogarty went for the radio again. 060. "My reading on what?" Fogarty stared at her, nonplussed. "You don't sail?" "I row, goddammit! Gary sails, you know that. Now what the hell's supposed to be at 060? Fogarty recovered. He slapped his hand on the top of the compass. "Steer to 060 on this," he said. "If he's heading for Hamburg, that's the reading for the first leg of the journey." Emily nodded and gunned the motor, sending a wake throbbing towards both sides of the channel. The west side of the Naze was on their right. The tidal islands of that stretch of marshland called the Wade was on their left. The tide was high, but the hour was late for sailing, so the channel was congested as recreational sailors headed for their berths in the marina. Emily kept to the centre of the channel, pushing the speed as much as she dared. When they sighted the buoys, marking the point at which the channel gave over to the greater channel that was Hamford Water and the outlet to the sea, she pushed forward on the throttle. The powerful engines answered. The bow of the boat lifted, then slapped against the water. P.C. Fogarty briefly lost his footing. Barbara grabbed onto the handrail as the sea wizard leapt into Hamford Water. Pennyhole Bay in the North Sea yawned ahead of them, a sheet of green the colour of lichen incised by whitecaps. The Sea Wizard shot towards it eagerly, Emily pushing ever more on the throttle. The bow hurtled out of the water, then slammed down against it with so much force that Barbara's unhealed ribs shot fire from her chest up to her throat and into her eyeballs. Jesus, she thought. The last thing she needed was to beg out now. She lifted the binoculars to her face. She straddled her seat and let its back support her as the boat jounced viciously. P.C. Fogarty went back to the radio, shouting over the roar of the engines. The wind whipped them, spray flew up from the bow in sheets. They rounded the tip of the Naze, and Emily opened the throttle wide. The Sea Wizard exploded into the bay. It hurtled past 2 jet skiers, and its wake tossed them into the water like plastic soldiers swept off a battlefield. P.C. Fogarty had assumed a crouch in the cockpit. He continued to shout into the radio's microphone. Barbara was sweeping her binoculars across the horizon when the constable finally roused someone on shore. She couldn't hear what he said, much less what was said in return, but she got the gist when he shouted to Emily, "No go, Gov! The divisional chopper has been called as backup for exercises in Southend-on-Sea, Special Branch." "What?" Emily demanded. "What the hell are they doing?" "Anti-terrorist exercises. Been in the planning for 6 months, they said. They'll radio the chopper, but they can't guarantee it'll get here in time. You want the Coast Guard?" "What bloody good is the Coast Guard going to do us?" Emily shouted. "Do you think Malik's going to surrender like a good boy just because they pull alongside and ask him?" "Then all we can hope is that the chopper gets out here. I gave them our compass reading." Emily gave the boat more throttle in reply. Fogarty lost his balance. The carbine slid from the seat with a clank. Emily glanced back at the weapons. "Give me the holster," she called. She slung it over her shoulder, one hand on the wheel. She said to Barbara, "See anything?" Barbara scanned the horizon. They weren't the only craft on the sea. To their north, the rectangular forms of ferries made a squat line from Harwich and Felixstowe harbours, stretching towards the continent. To their south, the Bolford Pleasure Pier cast lengthening shadows on the water as the sun drew lower in the afternoon sky. Behind them, windsurfers cut colourful triangles against the shoreline, and before them was the endless stretch of open sea, and hulking at the horizon of that sea, the same bank of dirty grey fog that had hung off the shore for as many days as Barbara had been in Bolford. There were boats out there. In the height of summer, even towards the end of the day, there would always be boats out there, but she didn't know what she was looking for, aside from a craft that appeared to be heading in the same direction as they were taking. She said, "Nothing, Em. Keep looking." Emily gunned the Sea Wizard. The boat answered with another wild leap from the water and another pounding return to the sea. Barbara grunted as her unhealed ribs took her body's weight. Inspector Lindley, she decided, would not be chuffed with the manner in which she'd spent her holiday. The boat rose, smashed, and rose again. Yellow-beaked gulls soared above them, others bobbed on the swells. These burst into flight at the approach of the Sea Wizard, their angry screams obscured by the roar of its engines. For 30 minutes they held the same course. They powered past sailing boats and catamarans. They flew by fishing boats that sat low in the water, their day's catches made. They drew ever closer to that low grey band of teasing fog that had promised the coast of Essex cooler weather for days. Barbara kept the binoculars trained ahead of them. If they didn't catch Mohanad up before they reached the fog bank, their advantage of speed would do them little good. He would be able to outmanoeuvre them. The sea was vast. He could change his course, taking himself miles beyond their reach, and they wouldn't be able to catch him because they wouldn't be able to see him. If he reached the fog bank, if, Barbara realised, he was even out in the open sea at all, he could have been hugging the coast of England. He could have another hideout altogether, another plan set in place long ago, should the gaff be blown on his smuggling ring. She lowered the binoculars. She rubbed her arm across her face, removing not sweat this time, but a sheen of salt water. It was, she decided, the first time she'd been cool in days. P.C. Fogarty had crawled to the stern where the carbine had slid. He was checking it over, adjusting its setting, single shot or automatic fire. Barbara guessed he was opting for automatic. From her coursework, she knew that the weapon had a range of about 100 yards. She felt the bile rise in her throat at the thought that he might actually fire it. At 100 yards, it was as likely that the constable would hit Hadia as he'd hit Muhammad. A completely non-religious woman, she sent a fleeting prayer heavenward that one shot aimed well above his head would convince their killer that the police were pursuing him in deadly earnest. She couldn't imagine Muhammad surrendering for any other reason. She returned to her watch. Stay focused, she told herself. But she couldn't keep her mind's eye from seeing the little girl anyway. Plaits flying joyously round her shoulders, standing flamingo-like with her small right foot scratching at her thin left calf, nose scrunched with concentration as she learned the mysteries of a telephone answer machine, brightly putting the best possible face on a birthday party with a single guest, dancing with happiness at the discovery of a near relation when she'd thought she had none. Muhammad had told her that they'd meet again. She must have been bursting with delight at how soon again had actually occurred. Barbara swallowed. She tried not to think. Her job was to find him. Her job was to watch. Her job was to... There! Bloody hell! There! The boat was a pencil smudge on the horizon, rapidly approaching the fog. It disappeared with a swell. It reappeared again. It was on an identical course to theirs. "Where?" Emily shouted. "Straight on," Barbara said. "Go! Go! He's heading into the fog!" They roared onward. Barbara kept the other boat in sight, shouting directions, reporting what she saw. It was clear that Muhammad hadn't yet twigged that they were behind him, but it wouldn't be long before he realized that fact. There was no way they could silence the scream of the Sea Wizard's engines. The moment he heard them, he'd know capture was imminent, and the desperation factor would weigh in like a boxer. Fogarty moved up to join them, carbine in hand. Barbara scowled at him. "You don't intend to use that thing, do you?" she shouted. "Sure as hell hope not," he replied, and she liked him for the answer. The sea round them was vast, an undulating field of murky green. They'd long ago left the lesser pleasure craft behind them. Their companions remained only the distant ferries that were making for Holland, Germany, and Sweden. "Are we still on him?" Emily shouted. "Do I need to correct?" Barbara raised the binoculars. She winced as the jouncing boat rattled her ribs. "Left!" she shouted in return. "More to the left! And Jesus, hurry!" The other boat looked inches away from the fog. Emily guided the Sea Wizard to port. A moment later she gave a cry. "I see him! I've got him!" And Barbara lowered the binoculars as they roared closer. They were some 150 yards away when it became apparent that Muhammad had realized that they were on him. He rode a swell and looked back over his shoulder. He bent his attention to the wheel and the fog, since he couldn't possibly hope to outrun them. He powered onward. The boat cut into the swells. Water spit over its bow in great froths. Muhammad's hair, free from the ponytail he'd worn since the first moment Barbara had seen him, flew about his head. And next to him, indeed so close that from a distance they looked like one person, Hadia stood with her hands hooked into her cousin's belt. No fool, Muhammad, Barbara thought. He was keeping her close. The Sea Wizard charged forward, climbing the swells, plunging into the whitecaps. When Emily had closed the gap between the two boats to 40 yards, she decreased her speed and grabbed the loud hailer. "Shut down! Malik!" she called to him. "You can't outrun us!" He kept moving steadily, no decrease in speed. "Don't be a goddamn fool!" Emily called. "Shut down! You're done for!" No decrease in speed. "Goddamn!" Emily said, loud hailer at her side. "All right, you bastard! Have it that way!" She opened the throttle and advanced on the smaller boat. She closed the distance to 20 yards. "Malik!" Into the loud hailer again. "Shut down! Police! We're armed! You've had it!" He gunned the motor in reply. His boat shot forward. He swung the wheel to port away from the fog. The sudden change in direction threw Hadia against him. He caught her round the waist and lifted her quickly. "Put the kid down!" Emily shouted. And in a horrifying instant Barbara realised that that's exactly what Malik intended to do. She had only a moment to see Hadia's face, stricken with terror, where an instant before the joy of a boat ride with her cousin had been. Then Mohammed had her balanced on the edge of the boat. He threw her overboard. "Bloody hell!" Barbara cried. Mohammed spun back to the wheel. He swung the boat away from his cousin and directly towards the fog. Emily gunned the Sea Wizard's motor, and in a flash that seemed like an eternity of comprehension, Barbara saw that the DCI fully intended to give chase. "Emily!" she shouted. "For God's sake, the girl!" Frantically, Barbara searched the swells and found her. A bobbing head, thrashing arms. She went down, resurfaced. "Gov!" Constable Fogarty cried. "Fuck it," Emily said. "We've got him." "She'll drown." "No, we've goddamn bloody got him." The child went down again, resurfaced, thrashed wildly. "Jesus Christ, Emily!" Barbara grabbed her arm. "Stop the boat! Hadia'll drown!" Emily shook her off. She shoved forward on the throttle. "He wants us to stop," she shouted. "That's why he did it. Throw her a life jacket." "No, we can't. She's too far away. She'll drown before it gets to her." Fogarty dropped the carbine. He kicked off his shoes. He was on the edge of the boat when Emily shouted, "Stay where you are! I want you on the rifle!" "But, Gov!" "You heard me, Mike! God damn it, that's an order!" "Emily! Jesus!" Barbara cried. They were already too far away from the girl for Fogarty to swim to her before she drowned, and even if he attempted it, even if she herself attempted it with him, they would accomplish nothing but drowning together, while the DCI relentlessly pursued her quarry into the fog. "Emily, stop!" "Not for some goddamn parky brat!" Emily shouted. "Not on your life!" Parky brat, parky brat, the words throbbed in the air, while in the water Hadia flailed and went under yet another time. That was it. Barbara dove for the carbine. She grabbed it up. She levelled it at the DCI. "Turn this fucking boat around!" she cried. "Do it, Emily, or I'll blow you straight to hell!" Emily's hand went to the holster she was wearing. Her fingers found the butt of the gun. Fogarty shouted, "Gov, don't!" And Barbara saw her life, her career, and her future pass before her in the second before she pulled back on the carbine's trigger. Chapter 27. Emily fell. Barbara dropped the gun. But where she expected to see blood and intestines all over the DCI's tank top, she saw only water from the spray that continued to soar up on either side of the boat. The shot had gone wide. Fogarty leapt forward. He jerked the DCI upright in her seat. He yelled, "She's right, Gov, she's right!" And Barbara went for the boat's controls. She didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed like several eternities. She brought the boat about with such speed that they nearly capsized. While Fogarty disarmed Emily, she wildly scanned the water for the girl. "Shit," she thought. "Oh, God, please!" And then she saw her, some 40 yards off their starboard side, not thrashing but floating, a floating body. She shouted, "Mike, there!" and she gunned the motor. Fogarty was over the side the instant they were close enough to the girl. Barbara killed the engine. She flung the life jackets and seat cushions into the water, where they bobbed like marshmallows, and then she prayed. It didn't matter that her skin was dark, that her mother had abandoned her, that her father had allowed her to live 8 years believing they were alone in the world. What mattered was that she was Hadia, joyous and innocent and in love with life. Fogarty reached her. Hadia was floating face down. He flipped her over, caught her under the chin, and began swimming back to the boat. Barbara's vision blurred. She whirled on Emily. "What were you thinking?" she shrieked. "What the goddamn hell were you thinking? She's 8 years old! 8 fucking years old!" Emily turned from the sea back to Barbara. She raised a hand as if to fend off the words. Her fingers curled into a fist. But above that fist her eyes narrowed slowly.
End of Disc 18. Disc 19.
Emily turned from the sea back to Barbara. She raised a hand as if to fend off the words. Her fingers curled into a fist. But above that fist her eyes narrowed slowly. "She's not a parky brat," Barbara persisted. "She's not a nameless face, she's a human being." Fogarty had the child at the side of the boat. "Christ!" Barbara whispered as she dragged the fragile body inside. As Fogarty clambered into the boat, Barbara stretched the little girl out on the floor. Scarcely breathing herself, without thinking about its use or futility, she began CPR. She moved rapidly between the kiss of life and the cardiac massage, and she kept her eyes on Hadia's face. But her own ribs ached from the pounding she'd taken, and every breath she took seared her chest. She grunted, she coughed, she pounded the heel of her hand beneath Hadia's breast. "Get out of the way!" It was Emily's curt voice next to her, right into her ear. "No!" Barbara closed her mouth around Hadia's. "Stop it, Sergeant! Get out of my way, I'll see to it!" Barbara ignored her, and Fogarty, panting heavily from his exertions, reached for her arm. He said, "Let the go, Sarge. She can do it. It's okay." So Barbara allowed Emily to work on the child. And Emily worked in much the same way that Emily Barlow had always worked, efficiently, seeing that there was a job to be done, allowing nothing to get in the way of her doing it. Hadia's chest gave a monumental heave. She began to cough. Emily rolled her onto her side, and her body convulsed once before it began to expel salt water, bile, and vomit all over the bottom of Charlie Spencer's prized Hawk 31. Hadia blinked. Then she looked stunned. Then she seemed to take in the three adults who were hovering over her. The face perplexed, her glance went first to Emily, then to Fogarty, then found Barbara. She smiled beatifically. "My stomach went whoop-de-doo," she said. The moon had risen by the time they finally made it back to Bolford Marina, but the marina was awash with light. It was aswarm with spectators as well. As the Sea Wizard rounded the point at which the Twizzle met the Bolford Channel, Barbara could see the crowd. They were milling about the Hawk 31's berth, headed by a bald man whose pate glittered in more lights than were natural or necessary on the pontoon. Emily was on the helm. She squinted over the Sea Wizard's bow. She said, "Brilliant," in a disgusted tone. In the boat's back seat, Barbara held Hadia in the curve of her arm, the child swathed in a mildewed blanket. She said, "What's going on?" "Ferguson," Emily said. "He's phoned the bloody press." The media were represented by photographers wielding strobes, reporters carrying notebooks and cassette recorders, and a news van getting ammunition for ITV's 10 o'clock broadcast. Together with Superintendent Ferguson, they surged forward and scattered down the pontoons on either side of the Sea Wizard as Emily cut the engines and let the boat's momentum carry them into the berth. Voices were shouting, strobes were popping. A video cameraman jostled his way through the crowd. Ferguson was yelling, "Where is he, God damn it!" Charlie Spencer was crying, "My seats! What the hell have you done with my boat seats?" 10 journalists were shouting, "Can I have a word over here, please?" And everyone in sight was searching the boat for the obvious and unfortunately missing celebrity promised to be brought to them in chains, head bowed and repentant, just in time to avert a political disaster. Except they didn't have him. All they had was a shivering little girl who clung to Barbara until a slender, dark man with intense black eyes pushed past 3 constables and 2 teenaged gawkers. Hadia saw him. She cried, "Dad!" Azar reached for her, grabbed her from Barbara's arms. He clutched her to him as if she carried the only hope of his salvation, as indeed she probably did. "Thank you," he said fervently. "Barbara, thank you." WPC Belinda Warner kept the coffee coming through the next few hours. There was much to see to. Superintendent Ferguson had to be dealt with first, and Emily saw to him behind closed doors. To Barbara's ears, their meeting appeared to be a cross between a round of bear-baiting and a vicious colloquy on the position of women in the police force. It seemed to consist of raised voices hurling nasty accusations, aggrieved remonstrations, and angry imprecations. much of it centred round the superintendent's demanding to know what he was supposed to report to his own superiors about this monumental cock-up of yours, Barlow, and Emily's responding that she didn't give a fuck what he reported to anyone, just as long as he did his bloody reporting away from her office and let her get back to the business of nabbing Malik. Their meeting ended with Ferguson storming off, with vows that she'd do well to prepare herself for disciplinary action, and Emily shouting that he'd do well to prepare a defence for harassment, which is what she intended to charge him with if he goddamn well didn't let her get on with her job. Waiting uneasily with the rest of the team in the conference room next door to Emily's office, Barbara knew how much of the DCI's career now lay in the palm of her hand, as did Barbara's own professional fate rest in Emily Barlow's. Neither of them had spoken a word about those moments on the Sea Wizard that had led up to Barbara's seizing control of the boat. Likewise, P.C. Fogarty had himself remained mum on the subject. He'd gathered the weapons when they'd returned to the marina. He'd stowed them along with himself in the ARV. He'd gone on his way back to patrol, or wherever he'd been when he'd first got the word to report to the marina. He'd nodded at them, said, "Sergeant, Gov, nice work," in farewell, and left Barbara with a distinct impression that what was said on the subject of the sea chase would not be up to him. And Barbara wasn't sure what to do, because she couldn't bear to think of what she'd learned about herself and about Emily Barlow in just a few brief days in Balford-Linnaeus. "We had a score of Asians, howling like werewolves. One of those takeaway marriages all boxed up pretty by Mummy and Dad. They're Asians, they wouldn't want to lose face." The reality had been before her all along, but her blind admiration for the DCI had encouraged Barbara to overlook it. Now she knew that professional ethics required her to expose what she'd seen without wanting to see in Emily from the first. But an allegation from Barbara would most certainly be met by the DCI's levelling a more damning set of charges against her. They began with insubordination, they ended with attempted murder. A word from Emily to London, and Barbara was finished in CID. One did not aim and discharge a loaded weapon at one's superior officer and hope that moment's breach of sanity would somehow be overlooked. When Emily rejoined the team, however, her face gave no indication of her intentions. She entered the room with a down-to-business air about her, and the manner in which she gave directions to her team told Barbara that her mind was on the job, not on retribution. Interpol needed to be involved. Balford CID would make contact with them through the Met. The request they were making was basic enough. No investigation was being required of Germany's Bundeskriminalamt. All that was needed was a simple arrest, as simple as anything could ever be, once more than one country became involved. But Interpol would require reports to send on to Germany, and Emily directed several members of the team to start gathering those reports. Others were set to work on the extradition proceedings. Still others were to assemble material for the press officers' use in the morning, and others were assigned to assembling data, activity reports, transcript of interrogations, forensic material, to be handed over to the prosecutors once the police had Muhammad Malik in hand. At this point, pushing yet another trolley of coffee into the room, Belinda Warner informed Emily that Mr. Azar was asking to see her and the sergeant. Azar had disappeared with his daughter almost as soon as he'd swept her into his arms. He'd shouldered his way through the milling crowd on the pontoon, making no response to the questions shouted at him, stoically facing the strobes as his picture was recorded for tomorrow's papers. He'd carried Hadir to his car and he'd driven off, leaving the police to sweep up the pieces of what his cousin Muhammad had wrought. Emily said, "Take him to my office," and she finally gave a glance to Barbara. "Sergeant Havers and I will meet him there." Sergeant Havers and I. Barbara's gaze flew to Emily's. She tried to read for substance beneath the DCI's words, but Emily's look was level, betraying nothing, and she turned on her heel and left the conference room. Barbara followed, waiting for a sign. "How is she?" Barbara asked when Azar joined them in the DCI's office. "She's well," he said. "Mr. Treves was good enough to have soup prepared. She's eaten and bathed, and I've put her to bed. She's been seen by a doctor. Mrs. Porter sits with her until I return." He smiled. "She has the giraffe in bed with her, Barbara, the ruined one. Poor thing," she said. "It's not his fault he got mushed up, is it? He doesn't know he's a mess." "Who really does?" Barbara replied. Azar gazed at her a long moment and then nodded slowly before he turned to Emily. "Inspector, I have no idea what Barbara has told you about our acquaintance, but I'm afraid you might have misunderstood her involvement with my family. We're neighbours in London. Indeed, she's been so kind as to befriend my daughter in her mother's—" He hesitated, shifted his eyes away, brought them back to Emily. "In her mother's absence, and that's the extent to which we know each other. She had no idea that I came to your town to assist my family in a police matter. Equally, she had no idea that my experience isn't limited to my work at the university, as I've never told her that. So when you requested that she assist you during her holiday, she was completely innocent of any knowledge that might have—" "I what?" Emily said. "I did what?" "You phoned her? You asked for her help?" Barbara closed her eyes briefly. It was one hell of a tangled web. She said, "Azar, that's not what happened. I lied to you both about how I happened to be in Bolford. I came because of you." He looked so perplexed that Barbara wanted to sink through the floor rather than have to explain anything further, but she muddled on. "I didn't want you in over your head. I thought if I was here I could keep you out of trouble, both you and Hadia. Obviously I failed. At least in Hadia's case I completely blew it." "No," Emily said. "You got us out on the North Sea, Sergeant, which is where we needed to be to learn the truth." Surprised, Barbara shot her a grateful look, embraced entirely by relief at last. No accounting had to be made. What had passed between them on the sea could be forgotten. Emily's words told Barbara that the DCI had learned richly from the experience, that no report to her superior officer was going to have to be made. There was a moment of silence among them. Into it came the sounds of the CID team, pulling information together, working through the evening and into the night. But there was a sense of light-heartedness to their work, the sound of men and women who knew a trying job was winding down. Emily turned to Azar. "Until we have Malik in interrogation, we can only sketch out the details of what happened. You can help us with that, Mr. Azar. As I see it, Quarashi twigged to the smuggling ring by accident when he came across Mohammed in Parkston on the night that he himself was there at the Castle Hotel. He wanted in on the action. He threatened to talk if he wasn't included in a way that earned him big money. Mohammed stalled. Quarashi grabbed Kumar and got him to go along by telling him the plan was to put an end to the entire smuggling business. He installed Kumar in Clacton as leverage for his scheme to make the Maliks pay up. But things didn't work out the way he'd hoped. He got the chop instead." Azar shook his head. "That cannot be." Emily bristled. Back to normal indeed, Barbara thought. "After what Kumar said about Mohammed, you can't think Malik's not involved in this murder. The man just dumped your own daughter into the sea." "I'm not disagreeing about my cousin's involvement. It's Mr. Qarashi's that you've misunderstood." Emily frowned. "How exactly?" "By not taking our religion into account." Azar indicated one of the chairs in Emily's office, saying, "May I? I find that I'm rather more exhausted than I expected to be." Emily nodded. All of them sat. Barbara wished yet another time for a cigarette, and she expected that Azar had much the same longing, because his fingers went to the breast pocket of his shirt as if with the thought of finding a packet of fags therein. They would have to make do with a roll of fruit pastilles, scavenged from the depths of Barbara's shoulder bag. She offered him one. He took it with a grateful nod. "There was a passage marked in Mr. Qarashi's copy of the Koran," Azar explained. "It was about fighting for the feeble among—" "The passage we got Siddiqui to translate." Emily cut in. Azar went on quietly. As Sergeant Havers would confirm, Mr. Qarashi had made several phone calls to Pakistan from the Burnt House Hotel in the days leading up to his death. One was to a mullah, a Muslim holy man, from whom he sought a definition of the word feeble. "What's feeble got to do with anything?" Emily asked. "Feeble as in helpless," Azar told her, "as in without force or effectiveness. A word that could be used to describe a friendless soul newly arrived in this country and finding himself trapped in an enslavement that appeared to have no end." Emily nodded cautiously, but her doubtful expression telegraphed that she still would have to be convinced of the weight of Azar's comments. "The other phone call was to a mufti," Azar continued, "a legal scholar. From this man he'd sought the answer to a single question: could a Muslim guilty of a grave sin remain a Muslim? "Sergeant Havers has told me all this already, Mr. Azar," Emily pointed out. "Then you know that one cannot remain a Muslim and live in defiance of Islam's tenets, and that's what Muhammad was doing, and that's what Haytham wished to stop." "But wasn't Qureshi doing it as well?" Barbara asked. "What about his homosexuality? You said that it's forbidden. Couldn't he have been phoning the Mufti to talk about his own soul and not Muhammad's?" "He could have been doing that," Azar acknowledged, "but taken with everything else that he did, it doesn't seem likely." "If Hegarty's to be believed," Emily told Barbara, "Qureshi intended to keep up his double life after his marriage, Islam or not, so he couldn't have cared much about his soul." "Sexuality's powerful," Azar admitted, "sometimes more powerful than personal or religious duty. We're willing to risk everything for the sake of it, our souls, our lives, all that we have and all that we are." Barbara met his glance. Angela Weston, she thought. What must it have felt like, that desperate resolve to fly in the face of all one knew, believed, and had previously upheld, in order to possess the unattainable? Azar continued, "My uncle, a devout man, would have known nothing about this scheme of Muhammad's, and I suggest to you that a complete search of his factory, as well as a scrutiny of the papers of his Asian employees, will prove this fact." "You're not suggesting that Muhammad's in this business alone," Emily said. "You heard Kumar earlier. There were 3 men, a German and 2 Asians, he said, and there may have been more." "But not my uncle. Muhammad would have had partners in Germany, true. Other partners here, no doubt. I don't question Mr. Kumar's word on that. This scheme could have been in place for years." "He could have cooked it up in university, Barbara pointed out. "With Rakin Khan," Emily acknowledged. "Mr. Alibi. They were at university together." "My money says that a recce of Klaus Reutlein's past will show a history among all 3 of them," Barbara added. Azar shrugged his shoulders in acceptance of this theory. "Whatever the genesis of the scheme, Haytham Qureshi uncovered it. With Hegarty, as he himself told us," Barbara noted, "that night when they were at the Castle Hotel." "Haytham's duty as a Muslim required he put a stop to it," Azar explained. "He pointed out to Muhammad that his immortal soul was at risk, and at risk for the worst possible reason, his lust for money." "But what about Qureshi's own immortal soul, if it came to that?" Barbara persisted. Azar looked at her directly. "I should guess he would already have dealt with that problem by justifying his behavior in some way. It's easy for us to excuse our physical lust. We call it love, we call it seeking a soulmate, we call it something bigger than and beyond ourselves. We lie that we might have what we want to have. And we call our behavior answering the demands of the heart, preordained by a God who stimulates hungers within us that are meant to be satisfied." He raised his hands, palm upward, a gesture of acceptance. "No one is immune to this sort of self-deception. But Haytham would have seen Muhammad's sin as the greater one. His own sin affected only himself. People can do good in one area of their lives even when they're committing a wrong in another area. Murderers love their mothers, rapists treasure their dogs, terrorists blow up department stores and then go home to rock their children to sleep. Haytham Qureshi could have worked for the betterment of the people enslaved by Muhammad and still lived a sinner in one small area of his life that he set aside and excused. Indeed, Muhammad himself did that, organizing Juma on the one hand and the gangmaster scheme on the other." "Juma just kept him looking good," Emily argued. He had to demand an investigation into Quarashi's death because of Juma. If he hadn't, everyone would have wondered why. But if Quarashi wanted to bring an end to Mohammed's scheme, Barbara said, then why didn't he just expose it, turn him in, and get the police involved? He could have done all that anonymously. It would have served the same purpose. But it would also have served to destroy Mohammed. He would have gone to prison. He would have been cut off from his family. And I expect that Haytham didn't seek that. He sought a compromise instead, with Fad Kumar as the guarantee that he got it. If Mohammed had closed down the operation, nothing more would be said about it. If he didn't, Fad Kumar would come forward and expose the smuggling ring from Karachi to Hamburg to Parkston Harbour. I expect that was the plan, and it cost him his life. Motive, means, and opportunity, they had it all. What they didn't have was the killer himself. Azar rose. He would, he said, return to the burnt house. Hadia had been sleeping peacefully when he left her, but he did not wish her to awaken without finding her father at her side. He nodded to them both. He went to the office door. Then he turned back, hesitantly. "I've forgotten altogether why I came here," he said apologetically. "Inspector?" This to Emily. "There's one thing more." Emily looked wary. Barbara saw a muscle move in her jaw. "Yes," she said. "I wanted to say thank you. You could have kept going. You could have captured Mohammed. Thank you for stopping and saving my daughter instead." Emily nodded stiffly. She moved her eyes away from him to the filing cabinets along one wall. He left her office. Emily looked dead knackered. The incident on the sea had drained them both, Barbara thought, and Azar's words of gratitude, so completely misplaced, could only have added another weight to the DCI's conscience, in addition to the other burdens that she was already carrying. Her own character had been revealed to her on the North Sea. That exposure to her own darker side and base inclinations had to have been a painful one. "We all grow with a job, Sergeant," D.I. Lindley had said to her more than once, "and if we don't, we need to turn in our warrant cards and walk away." "Em," Barbara said to ease her load, "we all cock up sometimes, but our mistakes—" "What happened out there wasn't a mistake," Emily said quietly. "But you didn't intend to let her drown. You just weren't thinking. And you told us to throw the life jackets out. You just didn't realise that they wouldn't reach her. That's what happened. That's all that happened." Emily turned from her scrutiny of the filing cabinets. She levelled a cool gaze onto Barbara. "Who's your superior officer, Sergeant?" "My... what? Who?" "You are, Em." "I don't mean here, I mean in London. What's his name?" "D.I. Lindley." "Not Lindley, above him. Who is it?" "Superintendent Webberley." Emily picked up a pencil. "Spell it for me." Barbara felt a chill pass through her. She spelled out Webberley's name and watched the DCI write it. "Em," she said, "what's going on?" "Discipline is what's going on, Sergeant. Or in more specific terms, what's going on is what happens when you pull a gun on a superior officer, when you decide to obstruct a police investigation. You're responsible for a killer's escaping justice, and I intend to see that you pay the price." Barbara was dumbstruck. "But, Emily, you said—" Her words died off. What indeed had the DCI said? "You got us out on the North Sea, Sergeant, which is where we needed to be to learn the truth." And the DCI was living that truth. Barbara had merely failed to understand what it was until now. "You're turning me in," Barbara said hollowly. "Jesus, Emily, you're turning me in." "I am indeed." Emily continued writing steadily, a living demonstration of those qualities that Barbara had so admired. She was competent, efficient, and completely relentless. She'd made it to DCI so quickly on the strength of her willingness to wield the power that went with her position, no matter the circumstances and no matter the cost. What, Barbara thought, had ever prompted her to conclude that she herself would be the single exception to the rule of Emily's performance on the job? She wanted to argue with the DCI, but she realised that she didn't have it in her. And Emily's steely expression told her that even if she had, there would be no point. "You're a real piece of work," Barbara finally said. "Do what you have to do, Emily. Believe me, I intend to." "Gov?" At the door to the DCI's office, a detective constable stood. He held a telephone chit in his hand. His expression was troubled. "What is it?" Emily asked. Her glance sharpened on the paper he held. "Damn it, Doug, if that bloody Ferguson's—" "Not Ferguson," Doug said. "We've had a call from Colchester. Looks like it came in round 8 and the chick got put with some others in communications. I only got it 10 minutes ago." "What about it?" "I just returned a call, tidying up loose ends. I did Colchester the other day about Marlick's alibi, remember? Get on with it, Constable." He flinched at her tone. "Well, I did it again today when we were trying to track him down." Barbara felt her trepidations rising. She read caution all over the DC's features. He looked as if he was expecting a round of kill the messenger upon the conclusion of his remarks. "Not everyone was home in Rakin Khan's neighbourhood when I was there either time, so I left my card. That's what this phone call was all about." "Doug, I'm not interested in the minutiae of your day's activities. Get to the point or get out of my office." Doug cleared his throat. He was there, Gov. Malik was there." "What are you talking about? He couldn't have been there. I saw him myself on the sea. I don't mean today, I mean on Friday night. Malik was in Colchester, just like Rakin Khan claimed from the first." "What?" Emily flung her pencil to one side. "Bullshit! Are you out of your mind?" "This," again he indicated the chit, "is from a bloke called Fred Medosh. He travels in sales. He has a bed-sit in the house directly across the street from Khan's. He wasn't home the first time I was there, and he wasn't home when I was trying to track down Malik today." The constable paused, shifting on his feet. "But he was home on Friday night, Gov, and he saw Malik in the flesh at 10:15, inside Khan's house with Khan and another bloke. Blonde, round specs, a little hunched at the shoulders." "Reutlein," Barbara breathed. "Bloody hell!" Emily, she saw, had gone dead pale. "No way," she murmured. Doug looked miserable. "His bedsit looks right into the front window of Khan's house. It's dining-room window, Gov, and it was hot that night, so the window was open. Malik was there." "Medosh described him right down to the ponytail. He was trying to sleep, and those blokes were loud. He looked over to see what was going on. That's when he saw him. I've phoned Colchester CID. They're heading over with a picture of Malik, just to make sure. But I thought you'd want to know up front, before the press office puts out word that... you know." Emily pushed away from her desk. "It's impossible," she said. "He couldn't have been. How did he do it?" Barbara knew what she was thinking. It was the first thought that had struck her as well. How could Mohammed Malik possibly have been in two places at once? But the answer was obvious. He hadn't been. "No," Emily said insistently. Doug faded from the room. Emily got up from her chair and walked to the window. She shook her head. She said, "God damn!" And Barbara thought. She thought about everything they'd heard, from Theo Shaw, from Rachel Winfield, from Salah Malik, from Ian Armstrong, from Trevor Ruddock. She thought about everything they knew, that Salah was pregnant, that Trevor had been given the sack, that Jerry DeWitt had been hard at work on Quarash's house, that Cliff Hegarty had been the murdered man's lover. She thought of the alibis, of who had them and who hadn't, of what each of them meant and where each of them fit in the greater structure of the case itself. She thought, "Good Christ!" She surged to her feet, snatching up her shoulder bag in the same movement, and barely noticing the spearhead of pain that pierced her chest. She was too intent upon the sudden, horrifying but utterly clear realization that had come upon her. "Oh, my God! Of course! Of course!" Emily turned from the night. "What? He didn't do it. He did the smuggling, but he didn't do this. Don't you see?" "Don't play games with me," Emily snapped. "If you're trying to escape a disciplinary hearing by pinning this murder on anyone but Malik—" "Sod you, Barlow," Barbara said impatiently. "Do you want the real killer or don't you?" You're out of line, Sergeant. Fine, what's new? Add it to the report. But if you want to close this case, come with me. There was no need to rush, so they didn't use either the siren or the lights. As they drove up Martello Road, from there to the Crescent, where Emily's house lay in darkness, from the Crescent into the Upper Parade and round back of the railway station, Barbara explained, and Emily resisted, and Emily argued, and Emily tersely presented reasons why Barbara was leaping to a false conclusion. But in Barbara's mind everything was there and had been all along, the motive, the means, and the opportunity. They'd merely been incapable of seeing them, blinded by their own preconceptions of what sort of woman would submit herself to an arranged marriage in the first place. She would be docile, they had thought. She would have no mind of her own. She would give her will over to the care of others. Father first, husband second, elder brothers, if there were any, third, and she would be unable to take an action even when an action might have been called for. That's what we think when we think of a marriage being arranged, don't we? Barbara asked. Emily listened, tight-lipped. They were on Woodbury Way, gliding past the line of Fiestas and Carltons that stood before the down-at-heel terraced houses of one of the town's older neighbourhoods. Barbara went on. Because their Western culture was so different to the Eastern, she argued, Westerners saw Eastern women as so many willow branches blown by any kind of wind that happened upon the tree. But what Westerners never considered was the fact that the willow branch was formed, indeed had completely evolved over time, for resiliency. Let the wind blow, let the gale howl. The branch moved, but still remained fixed to the tree. We looked at the obvious, Barbara said, because the obvious was all that we had to work with. It was logical, right? We looked for Haytham Queroshi's enemies. We looked for people with a bone to pick with him. And we found them. Trevor Ruddock, who'd been given the sack, Theo Shaw, who'd been entangled with Sala, Ian Armstrong, who got his job back when Qureshi died, Muhammad Malik, who had the most to lose if Qureshi told anyone what he knew. We considered everything. A homosexual lover, a jealous husband, a blackmailer, you name it, and there we were, running it under the microscope. What we never thought of was what it meant in the larger scheme of everyone's life, once Haytham Qureshi was out of the way. We saw his murder as having to do solely with him. He got in someone's way. He knew something he shouldn't have known. He gave someone the sack. So he had to die. What we never saw was that his murder might not have had anything to do with him at all. We never thought it could have been the means to an end, having nothing to do with anything that we, as Westerners, as bloody Westerners, could possibly hope to understand. The DCI shook her head stubbornly. You're blowing smoke. This is nothing. She'd driven them through the solidly middle-class neighbourhood that served as a boundary between old Balford and new, between the sagging Edwardian buildings that Agatha Shaw had hoped to restore to their former glory, and the upmarket, tree-shaded, elegant homes that had been built in architectural styles that hearkened to the past. Here were mock Tudor mansions, Georgian hunting lodges, Victorian summer homes, Palladian facades. "No," Barbara responded bluntly. "Just look at us. Look at how we think. We never even asked her for an alibi. We never asked any one of them. And why? Because they're Asian women. Because in our eyes they allow their men to dominate them, to decide their fates and to determine their futures. They cover their bodies cooperatively. They cook and clean, they bow and scrape. They never complain. They have, we think, no lives of their own. So they have, we think, no minds of their own. But for God's sake, Emily, what if we're wrong?" Emily turned right into 2nd Avenue. Barbara directed her to the house. The downstairs lights all appeared to be on. The family would know about Mohannad's flight by now. If they hadn't had the news from a member of the town council, they'd have had it from the media, phoning with questions, eager for a response from the Maliks, their reaction to Mohannad's escape. Emily parked, studied the house for a moment without speaking. Then she looked at Barbara. "We haven't a shred of evidence for this, not one speck. Exactly what do you propose to do?" That was certainly the question, all right. Barbara considered its ramifications. Especially she considered the question in light of the DCI's intention to pillory her for Mohannad's escape. She had 2 options, as she saw the situation. She could let Emily walk the plank on this one, or she could move beyond her ignoble preferences, beyond what she really wanted to do. She could take her revenge or assume responsibility. She could go at the DCI in kind, or give her the coup that would save her career. The choice was hers. Of course she wanted the former, she ached for the former, but her years with Inspector Linley in London had shown that an ugly job can be well completed, and the doer can still stand whole at the end. "There's a lot you might learn from working with Linley," Superintendent Webberley once had said. The words were never more true than in this moment, when they gave her the answer to Emily's question. "We do exactly what you said, Emily. We just blow smoke, and we do it till the fox comes out of its den." Akram Malik answered their knock at his door. He seemed years older than he had when they'd seen him at the factory. He looked at Barbara, then at Emily. He said tonelessly, but with such a study of pain underscoring his words, that the tone of it wasn't necessary for them to ascertain its presence, "Please, do not tell me, Inspector Barlow. He could not be any more dead to me now." Barbara felt a surge of compassion for the man. Emily responded, "Your son isn't dead, Mr. Malik. As far as I know, he's on his way to Germany. We'll try to apprehend him. We'll extradite him if we can. We'll put him on trial and he'll go to jail. But we're not here to talk to you about Mohammed." Then he drew his hand down over his face and examined the sweat that glistened on his palm. The night was as hot as the day had been, and not one window in the house was open. "May we come in?" Barbara asked. "We'd like a word with the family, with everyone." He stepped back from the door. They followed him into the sitting-room. His wife was there, her fingers plucking uselessly at an embroidery ring that held a complicated pattern of lines and curves, dots and squiggles that she was sewing onto gold fabric. It was a moment before Barbara realized they were Arabic words that she was fashioning into a sampler, similar to the others that hung on the wall. Sala was also there. She had a photograph album open on a glass-topped coffee table. She was in the process of removing photographs from it. Round her, on the bright Persian carpet, lay her brother's likeness, scrupulously incised from picture after picture as his place in the family was eradicated. The sight of this gave Barbara the chills. She walked to the mantel, where earlier she'd seen the photographs of Muhammad, his wife and his children. The picture of the family's son and his wife was still in place, not a victim yet of Salah's scissors. Barbara picked this up and saw what she hadn't noted before, where the couple had posed for the picture. They stood on the Bolford Marina, a picnic basket at their feet, and Charlie Spencer's Zodiacs lined up behind them. She said, "Yum's home, isn't she, Mr. Malik? Could you fetch her? We'd like to speak to all of you together." The two older people looked at each other apprehensively, as if the request implied that more horrors were in the offing. Salah was the one who spoke, but she directed her words to her father, not to Barbara. "Shall I fetch her, Abidjan?" She held her scissors upright between her breasts, the personification of patience, as she waited for her father to direct her. Akram said to Barbara, "I apologize, but I see no need for Yum to face anything more tonight. She's become a widow. Her children are fatherless. Her world has been shattered. She's gone to bed. So if you have something to tell my daughter-in-law, I must ask you to tell me first, and allow me to judge whether she's fit enough to hear it." "I'm not willing to do that," Barbara said. "You're going to have to fetch her, or DCI Barlow and I are going to have to park ourselves here until she's ready to join us." She added, "I'm sorry," because she did feel sympathy for his position. He was so obviously caught in the middle, the human rope in a tug-of-war whose adversaries were duty and inclination. His cultural duty was to protect the women of his family, but his adopted inclination was English, to do what was proper, to accede to a reasonable request made to him by the authorities. Inclination won. Akram sighed. He nodded at Salah. She set her scissors on the coffee table. She closed the photo album upon her work. She left them. An instant later they heard her sandalled feet on the stairs. Barbara looked at Emily. The DCI communicated wordlessly. "Don't think this changes a thing between us," Emily was telling her. "You're finished as a cop if I have my way." "Do what you have to do," was Barbara's silent reply. And for the first time since meeting Emily Barlow, she actually felt free. Akram and Wardah waited uneasily. The husband bent stiffly to gather up the severed pictures of Mohanad. He tossed these into the fireplace. The wife set aside her embroidery, weaving the needle into the fabric before she folded her hands in her lap. Then was clattering down the stairs in Salah's wake. They could hear her protestations, her quavering voice. "How much more am I meant to bear in one evening? What have they come to tell me? My Mooney did nothing. They have driven him from us because they hate him. Because they hate us all. Who will be next?" "They just want to talk to us, Salah said in her gentle lamb's voice. "Well, if I'm made to bear this, I will not bear it unaided. Fetch me some tea. And I want real sugar, not that sour chemical business. Do you hear me? Where are you going, Salah? I said fetch me some tea." Salah entered the sitting room, her face impassive. Was saying petulantly, "I asked you to. I am your brother's wife. You have a duty." As she followed her sister-in-law into the room, there she gave her attention to the two detectives. "What more do you want of me?" she demanded of them. "What more do you wish to do to me now? You've driven him from his family. And for what reason? Because you're jealous. You're eaten with jealousy. You have no men of your own, and you can't bear the thought that someone else might have one, and not just any man, but a real man, a man among—" "Sit down," Barbara told the woman. Gulped. She looked to her in-laws for a reprimand to the insult given her. An outsider did not tell her what to do, her expression said. But no one made this protest on her behalf. With affronted dignity she walked to an arm-chair. If she realized the import of the photograph album and the pair of scissors lying next to it on the coffee table, she gave no sign. Barbara shot a look at Akram, realizing that he'd gathered the pictures from the floor and thrown them into the fireplace in order to spare his daughter-in-law having to witness one of the initial ceremonies illustrating her husband's official banishment. Salah returned to the sofa. Akram went to another armchair. Barbara stayed where she was by the mantel, Emily by one of the room's closed windows. She looked as if she wanted to throw it open. The air inside was tepid and stale. From this moment forward, Barbara knew the entire investigation became a crapshoot. She drew a deep breath and rattled the dice. "Mr. Malik," she said, "can you or your wife tell us where your son was on Friday night?" Akram frowned. "I see no purpose to this question, unless you have come to my home with a desire to torment us." The women were motionless, their attention on Akram. Then Salah reached forward and picked up the scissors. "Right," Barbara said. "But if you thought Mohanad was innocent until he scalped this afternoon, then you must have had a reason for thinking that. And the reason must be that you knew where he was on Friday night. Am I right?" Said, "My Mooney was—" "I'd like to hear it from his father," Barbara cut in. Akram said slowly, still reflecting, "He was not at home. I recall this much because—" Said, "Abi, you must have forgotten that—" "Let him answer," Emily ordered. "I can answer," Wardah Malik said. "Mohanad was in Colchester on Friday night. He always dines there once each month with a friend from university. Rakin Khan, he's called." "Sus, no!" Yum's voice was high. She fluttered her hands. "Mooney didn't go to Colchester on Friday. That would have been on Thursday. You've confused the dates because of what happened to Haytham." Wardah looked perplexed. She glanced at her husband as if for guidance. Slowly, Salah's gaze moved among them. "You've just forgotten," Yum continued. "How easy to do, considering all that's happened. But surely you remember—" "No," Wardah said. "My memory is actually quite accurate, Yum. He went to Colchester. He phoned from work before he left because he was worried about Anas's nightmares, and he asked me to change what I was making for the boys' tea. He thought the food might be upsetting him." "Oh, yes," Yum said, "but that would have been on Thursday because Anas had one of his bad dreams on Wednesday night." "It was Friday," Wardah said, "because I'd done the shopping, which I always do on Friday. You know that yourself because you were helping me put the groceries away. and you were the one who answered the phone when Mooney rang." "No, no, no!" Yum's head moved frantically, directing her gaze first to Wardar, then to Akram, then to Barbara herself. "He wasn't in Colchester. He was with me here in this house. We were upstairs, so you would have forgotten, but we were in our bedroom, Mooney and I. Abby, you saw us. You spoke to us both." Akram said nothing. His face was grave. "Salah, Bahin, you know we were here. I asked for you. I asked Mooney to fetch you. He would have done so. He would have gone to your room and instructed you to—" "No, Yum, that isn't how it was." Salah spoke so carefully that it seemed as if she set each word on a thin sheet of ice and wished to be diligent about not fracturing it. She seemed to be realizing what each of her words meant as she said them. "Mooney wasn't here. He wasn't in the house, and—" She hesitated. Her face was stricken, as perhaps she understood the import of what she was about to say, and she fully comprehended how her words would devastate the lives of two innocent little boys. "And neither were you, Yum. You weren't here either." "I was!" Yum cried. "How dare you say that I wasn't here? What are you thinking, you stupid girl?" "Anas had one of his nightmares," Salah said. "I went into him. He was screaming, and Bishra had started to cry as well. I thought, where is Yum? Why doesn't she come to them? How can she sleep so well that she doesn't hear this terrible noise in the very next room? I even thought at the time that you were just too lazy to get out of bed. But you're never too lazy when it comes to the boys. You never have been." "Insolent!" Yum jumped to her feet. "I insist that you say I was in this house. I'm your brother's wife. I command your obedience. I order you to tell them." And there it was, Barbara realized, the motive itself, buried deeply within a culture she knew so little about that she had failed to see it. But she saw it now. And she saw how it had worked its desperate energy within the mind of a woman who had nothing else to recommend herself to her in-laws but a sizable dowry and the ability to reproduce. She said, "But Salah wouldn't have had to obey any longer if she married Qureshi, would she? Only you would be left having to do that, Yum. Obeying your husband, obeying your mother-in-law, obeying everyone, including your own sons, eventually." Yum refused to submit. She said, "Sus," to Wada, "Abi," to Akram, and "your grandson's mother," to them both. Akram's face closed down, shuttering itself effectively and completely. Barbara felt a chill run down her spine as she saw in that instant that Yum had simply ceased to exist in the mind of her father-in-law. Wardar took up her embroidery. Salah leaned forward. She opened the photograph album. She cut Yum's likeness from the first of the pictures. No one spoke as her image, loosened from the family group, fluttered to the carpet at Salah's feet. "I am—" Yum grasped for words. "The mother—" She faltered. She looked to each of them, but no one met her gaze. "The sons of Muhammad," she said in desperation. "All of you will listen. You will do as I say." Emily moved. She crossed the room and took Yum's arm. "You'll need to get dressed," she told the woman. Yum cast a look over her shoulder as Emily drew her towards the door. She said, "Whore," to Salah, "in your room, in your bed. I heard you, Salah. I know what you are." Barbara looked cautiously from Salah to her parents, breath held and waiting for their reaction. But she could see on their faces that they discounted Yum's accusation. She was, after all, a woman who had deceived them once and would be willing to deceive them yet again. Chapter 28. The Last Chapter. It was after midnight when Barbara finally returned to the Burnt House Hotel. She was wrung out, but not so much so that she failed to note the blessed stirring of a breeze from the sea. It struck her cheeks as she climbed out of the Minnie, wincing as the pain in her chest told her of the rough usage she'd made of her unhealed rib-cage during the day. For a moment she stood in the car park and carefully breathed in the salt air, hoping that its long-touted medicinal properties might hurry her healing along. In the corona of silver light from one of the street lamps, she could see the first wisps of fog, so long anticipated, finally coming to the shore. Hallelujah, she thought, at the sight of the fragile feathers of vapour. Never had the potential return of a damp and dreary English summer seemed so bloody good to her. She scooped up her shoulder-bag and trudged to the door of the hotel. She felt weighed down by the case, despite, or perhaps because of, having been the means of bringing it to a conclusion. She didn't have to look far to find a reason for feeling so burdened, however. She'd seen the reason first-hand, and she'd heard it spoken as well. What she'd seen had been in the faces of the elder Marlicks, as they sought a way to come to terms with the enormity of their beloved son's crimes against his own people. He had represented the future to his parents, their own future and the future of their family, stretching out towards infinity, each generation more successful than the last. His had been the promise of security in their old age. He had been the foundation upon which they'd built the larger part of their lives. With his flight, more with the reason for his flight, all of that had been destroyed. What they might have anticipated for him and expected from him as their only son was gone forever. What was left in place of their hopes was ignominy, a family disaster turned into a permanent nightmare and very real disgrace by their daughter-in-law's culpability in the murder of Haytham Qureshi. What Barbara had heard was Sala's quiet reply to the question she'd asked the girl out of her parents' hearing. "What will you do now?" she'd wanted to know. "What will you do about everything that's happened?" "Everything, Sala." It hadn't been her business, of course, but with the thought of so many lives being ruined by one man's greed and one woman's need to cement her position of superiority, Barbara had felt anxious for any indication of reassurance, telling her that something good would arise from the devastation fallen upon these people. "I'll remain with my family," Sala had told her in reply, with a voice so steady and sure that there was no doubt that nothing could move her from her resolve. "My parents have no one else, and the children will need me now," she'd said. Barbara had thought, "And what do you need, Sala?" But she hadn't asked a question that she'd come to realize was utterly foreign to a woman of this culture. She sighed. She realized that every time she felt she'd got a leg up on understanding her fellow man, something happened to whip the rug out from under her. And these past few days had been one long session of energetic rug-whipping as far as she could see. She'd begun in awe of a CID diva. She'd concluded in a stunned recognition that her chosen exemplar had feet of clay. And at the end of the day, Emily Barlow was really no different from the woman they'd just arrested for murder, each of them seeking nothing more than the means, however fruitless and destructive, to order her world. The hotel door opened before Barbara could put her hand on the knob. She started. All the lights were out on the ground floor. In the shadows she had failed to see that someone had been awaiting her arrival, seated in the old porter's chair that stood just inside the entry. "Oh, God, not Treves," she thought wearily. The idea of another round of cloaks and daggers with the hotelier was too much for her. But then she saw the gleam of an incandescently laundered white shirt, and a moment later she heard his voice. "Mr. Treves wouldn't hear of leaving the door unlocked for you," Azar said. "I told him I'd wait and lock up myself." He didn't like that idea, but I expect that he could see no way round it other than by giving direct offence rather than his more usual oblique brand of insult. I do think he intends to count the silver in the morning, however." Despite the words, there was a smile in his voice. Barbara chuckled. "And he'll do the counting in your presence, no doubt." "No doubt," Azar said. He closed the door behind her and turned the key in the lock. "Come," he said. He led the way into the darkened lounge, where he lit a single lamp next to the fireplace and took himself behind the bar. He poured 2 fingers of blackbush into a tumbler and slid this across the mahogany to Barbara. He poured a bitter lemon for himself. That done, he came round the bar and joined her at one of the tables, placing his cigarettes at her disposal. She told him all of it, from start to finish. She left out nothing. Not Cliff Hegarty, not Trevor Ruddock, not Rachel Winfield, not Sala Malik. She told him the part Theo Shaw had played and where Ian Armstrong fit into the picture. She told him what their earliest suspicions had been, where those suspicions had led them, and how they'd ended up in the Malik sitting room, arresting someone they'd never once suspected could be guilty of the crime. "Yum?" Azar said in some confusion. "Barbara, how can this be?" Barbara told him how. Yum had been to see the murdered man, and she'd done this without the knowledge of the Malik family. She'd gone in a chador, either her bow to propriety or her need for disguise, and she'd managed the trip without anyone from the Malik household being aware that she'd done so. A good look at the structure of their house, particularly at the position of the driveway and the garage in relation to the sitting room and the bedrooms upstairs, demonstrated the ease with which she could have taken one of the cars without the rest of the family ever knowing. And if she'd done this when the boys were in bed, when Sala was occupied with her jewellery-making, when Akram and Warda were at their prayers or in the sitting-room, no one would ever have been the wiser. How, after all, could Yum have failed at what the police had concluded was simplicity itself, watching Haytham Quarashi long enough to realize that he went regularly to the Nays, taking a Zodiac round to the east side of the promontory on the night in question, stringing a single wire across a crumbling stairwell, sending him to his death? "We knew all along, and we said all along that a woman could have done it," Barbara said. "We just failed to see that Yum had a motive and the opportunity to carry the plan out." "But what need did she have to kill Haytham Quarashi?" Azar asked. And Barbara explained that as well. But when she'd recited chapter and verse on Yum's need to be rid of Quarashi in order to keep Sala in her position of subordination in the household, Azar looked doubtful. He lit a cigarette, inhaled, and examined the tip of it before he spoke. "Does your case against Yum rely upon this?" he asked cautiously. "And upon the family's testimony. She wasn't in the house, Azar, and she claimed to be upstairs with Muhammad when Muhammad was miles away in Colchester, a fact that's been confirmed, by the way. But to a good defence counsel, the family's testimony will be minor points. They could be attributed to confusion about the dates in question, to animosity towards a difficult daughter-in-law, to a family's desire to protect whom the defence might call the real killer, a man conveniently on the run in Europe. Even if Muhammad's brought back to this country for trial on smuggling charges, a prison term for smuggling would be shorter than a term for premeditated murder, or, so the defence can argue, seeking to prove that the Maliks have reason to wish guilt upon someone other than Muhammad. But they've disowned him anyway." "Indeed," Azar agreed. "But what Western jury is going to understand the impact that being cast out of one's family has for an Asian?" He looked at her frankly. There was no mistaking the invitation in his words. Now was the time that they could talk about his own story, how it had begun and how it had ended. She could learn about the wife in Hounslow, the 2 children he'd left behind with her. She could discover how he'd met Khadia's mother, and she could learn about the forces that had worked within him, making a lifetime of disjunction from his family worth the experience of loving a woman who had been deemed forbidden to him. She remembered once reading the 7-word excuse that a film director had used to explain the betrayal of his long-time love in favour of a girl 30 years his junior. "The heart wants what the heart wants," he had said. But Barbara had long since wondered if what the heart wanted had in reality anything to do with the heart at all. Yet, had Azar not followed his heart, if that indeed had been the body part involved, Khalida Khadia would not have existed, and that would have doubled the tragedy of falling in love and walking away from love's possibility. So perhaps Azar had acted for the best when he'd chosen passion over duty, but who could really say? "She's not coming back from Canada, is she?" Barbara settled on asking. if in fact she's even gone to Canada at all. She's not coming back, Azar admitted. Why haven't you told her, dear? Why are you letting her cling to hope? Because I've been clinging to hope as well. Because when one falls in love, anything seems possible between two people, no matter the differences in their temperaments or in their cultures. Because, most of all, hope is always the last of our feelings to wither and die. You miss her. Barbara stated the fact, so readily apparent beneath his tranquil reserve. Every moment of the day, he replied. But this will pass eventually. All things do. He stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray. Barbara tossed down the rest of her Irish whiskey. She could have done with another one, but she took that feeling as an uneasy warning sign. Getting soused wouldn't clarify anything, and feeling the need to get soused in the first place was a fairly good sign that something inside her needed clarification. But later she thought, tomorrow, next week, next month, in a year. Tonight she was just too bloody exhausted to mine her psyche for the valuable ore of understanding why she felt what it was that she felt. She rose, she stretched, she winced at the pain. Yeah, well, she said in conclusion, I expect that if we wait long enough, troubles sort themselves out, don't they? Or we die without understanding them, he said. But he softened the words with his appealing smile. It was wry but warm, making an offer of friendship. Barbara wondered fleetingly if she wanted to accept the offer. She wondered if she really wanted to face the unknown and take the risk of engaging her heart. There it was again, that flaming, unreliable organ, where it might well be broken. But then she realized that, insidious arbiter of behaviour that it was, her heart was already entirely engaged, and had been so from the moment she'd encountered the man's elfin daughter. What, after all, was so terrifying about adding one more person to the crew of the largely untidy ship upon which she appeared to be sailing in her life? They left the lounge together and started up the stairs in the darkness. They didn't speak again until they'd reached the door of Barbara's room. Then it was Azar who broke the silence. "Will you join us for breakfast in the morning, Barbara Havers? Hadia will want that especially." And when she didn't answer at once, considering with some guiltless delight what another morning of dining with the Asians would do to throw a spanner into Basil Treves' separate but equal philosophy of innkeeping, he went on, "And for me too it would be a pleasure." Barbara smiled. "I'd like that," she said. And she meant those words, despite the complications they brought to her present, despite the uncertainty they gave to her future. This concludes the reading of Deception on His Mind by Elizabeth George. This book was read by Doneda Peters.